Chapter 0 Prologue. Jean Runcandle often had this thought. Am I destined for failure? This young man full of potential had yet to reach his 30s. He didn't always have this belief in mind while he was growing up. There was a time when he had ambitious goals and grand dreams like anyone else. For example, one such instance was the day he first held a sword as the youngest child of the Runcandle clan. During his childhood, Jean believed that his future held great success, honor, and fame, just like his father and siblings. However, Jean had no talent. For generations, members of the Runcandle clan became one-star knights by the age of 13. In the long history of the family that exceeded 1,000 years, there was not a single child that had failed to become a one-star knight before turning 14. An average Runcandle would become a 3-star knight by the age of 16, and would later travel the world after becoming a 5-star knight before turning 20. But Jean was 25 by the time he became a 1-star knight. Even a clown with absolutely no talent at all could accomplish this feat, as long as he put in a sufficient amount of effort. Because they had seen Jin's noteworthy efforts, his siblings banished him without killing him. But it wasn't that I had no talent. It wasn't that at all. After leaving his family, Jean was surprised to learn that his talent lay within a field other than the sword. Magic. Jean was extremely talented in magic. While he was wandering aimlessly, he accidentally became a magician's disciple, and within 3 years of training, the God of Shadows offered him a contract. He was on a solid path to becoming the grand magician of his era. The God of Shadows, Sodaret, was a being that all magicians yearned for. Furthermore, Jean learned that he was also gifted with the sword from Sodaret. Contractor. It seems that someone bore a grudge against you since your childhood. You haven't been able to use your full potential due to a trivial curse. That might have been the reason why I was so captivated by you. Trivial. That was how Sodaret described the curse that had been suppressing Jin's talents. A 9-star magician was the cause of the curse in question, which was called the Bladed Illusion. Needless to say, Jean was unaware that he had been cursed until Sodaret informed him. Sodaret easily dispelled the curse that had been tormenting Jean. The blood-red chains hidden inside Jin's body were absorbed by the shadows. You can now become an unparalleled magic swordsman. Contractor. I'll be watching over you with excitement. It was true. Following Sodaret's words, Jean picked up the sword he had once thrown away. With every swing, he was reaching new levels of mastery. The greatest failure of Runcandle's history, Jean Runcandle, was no more. In one hand, magic. In the other, a sword. Within 10 years, he would become so powerful that he wouldn't have to hide from his clan, the family that had thrown him aside. All that was left to do was to become history's strongest magic swordsman and to rule over the world. Seems like I truly am destined for failure. Cough. Jean spat out a mouthful of blood. He was bleeding everywhere, including his eyes, nose, and ears. Death was looming over him. He hadn't even had the chance to use his magic or Sodaret's power. 3 9-star knights had attacked the Akin Kingdom's capital out of the blue, and Jean had received a fatal wound during their rampage in his sleep. In his sleep, a single 9-star knight could raise a nation the size of the Akin Kingdom within half a day. And since 3 of them had raided the capital city, there was nothing Jean could have done. He couldn't even react because he had just finished training and had fallen asleep from exhaustion. What a ridiculous death he had. He wanted to cry out in madness due to the absurdity, but all that escaped his blood-filled mouth was delirious laughter. He was on death's door, and nobody was by his side. Not his teacher who cared for him, not his siblings and family who had cast him aside. Not a single person. Even Sodaret showed no response. Why did the heavens bother giving me an opportunity just to take it away immediately? And so, Jean Runcandle closed his eyes. While he held no lingering feelings, he had many regrets about his life. Chapter 1. Runcandle's Superstition. Is it normal to hear a baby's cries as you die? Jean thought to himself. Was he having auditory hallucinations from the blood loss? Or was the neighbor's child crying from the 9-star knight's attack? If it were the latter, then it was unfortunate. The Akin kingdom would fall today, so there was no way a newborn could survive the destruction. I'd love to save it, but I'm in no condition to help others. My body was cut in half. I hope I'll be reborn in a blissful world instead of a miserable one. Wah wah. The wail was getting louder and louder. It wouldn't surprise him if the baby died of asphyxiation from crying at the top of its lungs. What a pathetic death. I couldn't even save a baby in front of me. His vision was filled with darkness. There was no sign of the baby stopping. As he endured the shame and listened helplessly, Jean wondered why he wasn't dead yet. Not only had he received countless fatal wounds, his body had been sliced in two at the waist. There was no way he could have survived for another 10 seconds. Nonetheless, the wailing never stopped. Wait, the sound is coming from my body. He couldn't understand what was happening. Jean was the one letting out those cries. Today was September 9th, 1780. The youngest son of the clan of swordmasters, Jean Runcandle, was born. 100 days have passed since his rebirth. Jean could now skillfully crawl around, and he had no choice but to accept the truth unfolding before him. He had been reborn after his death. There was no other explanation, and there was no way he could explain it to others, as he could barely form any words. And even if I tell people after I become 5 years old, no one would believe that I have 28 years worth of memories in my head. They would just dismiss it as a child's joke or delusion. If he were to mention the detailed history or secrets of the family, then some people could potentially believe him. However, the chances of him being treated as a cursed child were extremely high. Therefore, Jean was once again destined to live as the youngest son of the dreadful Runcandle clan. The youngest child of the Runcandle clan. It was an incredible privilege. Most people living in the world would consider being born as the Runcandle's youngest an extraordinary blessing. However, Jean was at a loss. I would have preferred being reborn in an ordinary family. In that scenario, it wouldn't have taken him 100 days to accept the truth about his situation. He was reborn in the same family as the same child on the same day as his past life. In other words, he was most likely gifted with the same talents as his previous life. Swordsmanship and magic. However, the Runcandles hated magic. The Zipfel clan, the clan of magicians, was the Runcandle's greatest enemy. The youngest child of the Runcandle again. I wonder if the curse that Sodaret dispelled is still on me. How should I run away from this family and learn magic this time? There was no way he could learn magic without leaving the Runcandle house. If the curse that Sodaret had dispelled was affecting him again, then he wouldn't be able to learn swordsmanship either. As he pondered deeply, Jin's eyes slowly began to shut. His body couldn't obey his mind and resist its natural needs. And so he fell into a deep sleep. 1 year has passed since his rebirth. Time was trickling slowly, one day at a time. Jean was sick of coming up with plans for the future now. His body could never resist the temptation of a snooze, and he was bored to death of living as an inarticulate baby. I want to grow up faster. This is so frustrating. I can't do anything as I am right now. All he could do was drink milk from a bottle and fall asleep when the time came. And whenever he relieved himself in his diapers, Gilly, his nanny, would come replace them. It was an extremely shameful experience for Jean, who had the mind of an adult man. That was all his daily schedule had entailed during the entire year. Step, step. A certain woman entered Jin's room. She was the mistress of the house, Rosa Runcandle. She had ebony hair and a sharp gaze decorating her straight, pointy nose. Despite her alluring charm, she appeared quite shrewd and overpowering, which earned her the nickname Black Panther from others. Are the preparations over, Gilly? Of course, ma'am. Today's the day the young master selects, so I've paid special attention to everything. Good. Then let's go immediately. Jean realized that today was his birthday from their conversation. The children of the Runcandle family go through a certain ritual called selection on their first birthday. It was a ritual where the adults laid around dozens of items on the floor and made the baby crawl towards one of them and grab the item. There was a superstition that when the child selected an item, the item would be a representation of the child's future and destiny. Strangely enough, The Run Candles were obsessed with this superstition. Rosa picked up Jean and moved to the castle's central hall. At the hall's center stood a man, arms crossed. He was Jin's father, the strongest knight of the present era, Siren Runcandle. Father. It was Jin's first time seeing his father after his rebirth. Having reached the demigod realm, Siren was very rarely present at the castle. He was always away fighting wars or training in some remote location. And my siblings. His 12 siblings were also present. While they had treated Jean like a weakling and a useless insect in his past life, they hadn't committed such acts as of yet. They were all waiting for Jean with wide smiles on their faces. As he remembered the suffering he had gone through because of them, his chest began to feel stuffy. Rosa put Jean down. His mother followed his father's instructions. As his limbs reached the cold marble floor, a slight shiver shook his body. 2 meters away from him lay the items for the selection ritual. He could see a book, 2 coins, a single grain of rice, along with over 20 different types of swords impaling the hall floor. Jean just had to choose one item among all these. This is crazy. I couldn't remember the ritual from my past life because I was too young back then. But now that I see it in person, it's insane. Do they actually plan on making a baby crawl through countless swords and grab one by the blade? In his past life, Jean had selected a sword. Since the book, coins and grain of rice were hidden amongst the countless swords, it was no surprise that all the Runcandle children had selected the weapons. Now, choose one of them, son. The members of the Runcandle family watched Jean crawl with great anticipation. They were all curious to see which sword the youngest child would select. Whether it would be twin swords, a great sword, a long sword, or a completely different one. As the tense gazes focused on Jean, he began to crawl towards the sword he had selected previously. The people around the world probably had no idea that the renowned Runcandles made their children go through such a ridiculous ritual every time. But Jean was frustrated that he couldn't advance faster. Crawling was taking so long and so much energy. The sword I subconsciously chose in the past was quite an inconvenience. But this time, I'll intentionally select that same sword. Badump, badump. He could feel his tiny heart beating with power. The weapons were planted in a circle. The item Jean wanted was in the middle. As he rolled and crawled around, Jean passed by the sword closest to him. The eyes of all the observers in the hall went wide. Even if the child were from the renowned clan of swordmasters, babies would almost always select the item closest to them. However, Jean was zigzagging through the forest of swords, and the others couldn't help but gulp with each of his movements. They were all thinking the same thing. Could he be going for that sword? Jean continued swerving through the blades as the eyebrows on Siren and Rose's frozen faces began twitching in response to each sword he grazed. Gaga! Jean had finally selected his sword. Blood began dripping down the fingers touching the blade. Everyone's gazes slowly moved from the baby towards the sword in question, and the siblings' jaws instantly dropped. They all believed that Jean had coincidentally selected that sword, but the truth couldn't be more different. He had crawled like a madman to reach this specific weapon. He ended up depleting all his energy, as controlling a 1-year-old's body wasn't simple, even with the mind of an adult. Crawling all the way here intentionally was so exhausting. So how on earth did I accidentally select this sword in my previous life? His hand was touching Barasada. It was the sword's name, and was the clan's emblem. For many generations, this sword could only be wielded by the Runcandle patriarchs. To be more specific, the patriarchs that had been recognized and acknowledged by all the members of the Runcandle clan. The number of times Barasada had been selected during the ritual in Runcandle history could be counted on one hand. And every single child that had selected Barasada grew up to become the patriarch of the Runcandle house. Every single child except for Jean Runcandle from his first life. Jean chose the founder's sword. Siren spoke in a solemn tone. A few people were cheering in joy, and a few others were trying their best to hide their displeasure. This was what the Runcandle superstition was about. The ritual is over. And bring Jean to the Storm Castle. Chapter 2. Stormy Days at the Castle 1. 6 years have passed since the day Jean selected Barasada. He no longer had to experience the shame of having his nanny replace his diapers, but it was still difficult for him to imitate the attitude of a child. I want to escape from this storm castle already. The storm castle. A castle detached from the Runkandle clan's main castle. Every Runkandle child cannot take a single footstep outside the storm castle until they turn 10, to protect them from assassination attempts. What kind of madman would try to assassinate the Runkandle children? Even their worst enemies, the Zipfels, wouldn't dare to. In actuality, there was a certain case around 200 years ago when someone had attempted it. The Kunjan clan, another clan of swordmasters, had attacked the Runkandels, and 9 young children of the Runkandle clan ended up getting killed. However, the very next day the entire Kungan clan was annihilated, including every family member and the extended families of the servants, and disappeared into the annals of history. Ever since then, it had been a tradition and rule within the Runkandle household to have every child remain within the storm castle after their selection rituals until they became 10 years of age. I'm so bored. The atmosphere in the storm castle was indeed worthy of its name. It was located at the peak of Mt. Murakan, which was presumed to be the tallest mountain in the world. As its name suggested, a tempest was surrounding the castle at all times, during all 4 seasons. The rain, gales, and lightning constantly affected the mountaintop. This place isn't suitable for a child's emotional growth. No wonder my brothers ended up becoming so violent and brutal. It's because of this goddamn place. There were only 2 other Runkandle children residing in the castle with Jean. His 10 other siblings had all exceeded the age of 10. Jean and his 2 brothers, the 5 elite knights protecting them, their nannies, and the 10-ish servants were the only people occupying the storm castle. Jean. As soon as he heard the voice calling him, Jin's frustration and irritation increased exponentially. The boy calling for him with that annoying voice was Daytona Runkandle. He was older than Jean by 2 years. Why are you alone without your incredible Barasada? Did you lose it? Kuhaha. And the other brother who was mocking him was Haytona Runkandle. As their names implied, the 2 were identical twins. The Tana twins of the Runkandle clan. During his first life, everyone who had dealt with these twins unanimously agreed on one statement: that they were the devil's spawn. These annoying brats. Jean turned around to face them. He had not a single good memory about the Tana twins. They had bullied him from an early age solely for selecting Barisata during his ritual. And one would be severely mistaken to underestimate the 9-year-old brats and their harassments. The first thing these brothers did when they left the storm castle at the age of 10 in his previous life was to assassinate someone. That was how messed up they were by nature. As Jean didn't react to their mockery, the Tana twins continued to harass him. Gilly, Jin's nanny, had temporarily left the storm castle today. The twins had been eagerly waiting for this day to come, and had no intention to let Jean spend the day in peace. Oi, we're talking to you. Where is Barasada? The Tana twins had begun to torment him 1 year ago in this life. It had started off as some light harassment that Gilly wouldn't notice. Some examples were locking the door when Jean went to the bathroom, or pouring a bunch of salt in his soup. But afterwards it began to escalate. They tied a dead bird on the door handle to Jin's room, and secretly released a venomous scorpion from the storm castle's garden onto Jin's bed. Nonetheless, Jean had endured the harassment in silence. The twins approached their younger brother with large strides. As he watched them indifferently, a smirk began to form on Jin's face. I'm not sure where I put it. Oh, maybe I stuffed it up your asshole. Snap. The twins froze and stared back and forth between each other and their youngest brother. That wasn't the reaction they had been expecting from him. Asshole. Despite being innate murderers, the Tana twins were still 9-year-old children. It was an aggressive term for the 2 of them. When they realized the offensive nature of the expression, the Tana's faces began boiling in rage. What did you lose your mind, Jean? Wake up already. Your nanny isn't here to protect you today. Eft. Jean let out a small sneer and took a step towards his brothers. The Tana twins weren't the only ones waiting for his nanny's absence. Rather, Jean had been waiting for this day to come far more ardently than them. He He couldn't wait to beat these little demons into submission. My past 7-year-old self could never even have thought of standing up against the Tana twins. But he was different now. Even if the two brothers before him were a decade older, Jean was confident he could kill at least one of them. Not having realized the urgency of their situation, the Tana twins boldly continued glaring at Jean. If you beg for forgiveness right now, we'll let you off by just breaking your nose. Otherwise, we'll make sure you're in a state far worse than the bird on your door yesterday. Approximately 5 steps for a 7-year-old. That was the distance between Jean and his brothers in the Storm Castle's hallway. Ack! Suddenly, Daytona yelped as he crouched on the floor. The startled Daytona looked around to check their surroundings, only to realize that his twin brother's back was being squashed by Jean underfoot. Jean had instantaneously narrowed the distance between them and had planted his fist in Daytona's stomach. Eventually, Daytona took a punch to the jaw and collapsed on the floor. It was their first time being hit in this manner. Moreover, their 7-year-old brother's fist felt like a chunk of ice, cold and hard. What was that? The instant he got hit, Daytona caught sight of a dark aura surrounding Jin's fist, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. As he began to return to his senses, another punch came flying at him. Thwack! Ugh! His painful cry couldn't escape from his mouth, as if his throat were blocked by something. All he could do was rack his brains and figure out where everything had gone wrong as throbbing tears ran down his face. No one else was in the hallway. They had chosen this location specifically to harass Jean, but the Tana twins could never have imagined that their decision would come back to bite them. About that pitiful bird you two trampled to death, I gave it a proper burial. Thud, thud, thwack. Jean continued straddling the two unconscious twins and swung his fists as he spoke in a monotonous voice. Am I going too far? They are technically still kids. A sudden hesitation came over him, but ended up disappearing as quickly as it had come. The previous versions of the 9-year-old Tana brothers were far worse than the current him. They even made him swallow horse shit. If Jean were to hold back today, the twins would most likely try to commit similar acts again. Phew! Twitch! Twitch! After a long beating, the bodies of the two unconscious twins began convulsing. Their youngest brother finally stood up and looked down on them indifferently. You two better do your best not to catch my attention from now on. As long as you want to live, that is. Young master! Having sensed the unusual atmosphere in the castle, a knight in charge of their protection came running down the hallway. He was a top-class guardian knight, and normally wouldn't have been shocked by a fistfight between kids, even if they were from the Runcandle clan. However, even he couldn't help but stare in disbelief at Jean, who was looking down indifferently towards the unconscious twins lying on the ground. The 7-year-old young master pummeled his older brothers? He couldn't believe it. Normally, there should have been a large difference in physique between a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old. Moreover, the Tana twins had been learning the Runcandle martial arts recently. On the other hand, Jean had yet to start learning martial arts. In fact, he hadn't begun to learn anything at all. At least, that's what the guardian knight had been told. Uff! Young Master Jean, what just? The knight asked him as Daytona let out a barely audible moan. They started fighting each other out of nowhere. Excuse me? They fought each other. The knight realized immediately that Jean was lying, but he couldn't pursue the matter anymore. He could see Jean smirking, as if everything had gone according to his plan. While the guardian knight's duty was to protect the children, he was still an outsider to this family. He was not in a position where he could argue with the young masters of the Storm Castle. I already knew that the children of the Runcandle clan were violent and brutal, but this just confirms my beliefs. I should just report to the patriarch and stay out of this. The knight courteously bowed to Jean. He may be a 7-year-old, but he was still a bona fide Runcandle by blood. I understand. Then I shall take the Tana young masters to the doctor. No need. There's somewhere else my brothers need to go. Somewhere else? Where is that? The grave. The grave. Carry them for me. As the light in Jin's eyes changed, the knight had no choice but to pick up the unconscious boys on his shoulders. Let's go. He awkwardly followed the young boy before him. Jean was headed towards the small mound in the storm castle's backyard, where a heavy rainstorm was crashing down. It was the bird's grave, the bird the Tana twins had killed. The small mound hadn't been destroyed by the downpour yet. Put them down. But young master, the storm, the fierce rainstorm was about to swallow up the knight and Jean, not to mention the two unconscious boys. Jean didn't reply and merely stared at him dead in the eye. The knight soon realized that it was a command. He could see it from Jin's attitude. It was the attitude of a run candle who was giving a serious order. He could never have imagined that a 7-year-old could have such an imposing and kingly aura. The knight had no right to refuse. Even if the command would harm another run candle, he still couldn't refuse it. In the first place, the Tana twins weren't awake to order him to refuse right now. All he could do was follow the command of the run candle before him. It wasn't up to him to consider the consequences of these orders. It was up to the patriarch and the elders. Even if the Tana twins were to die of hypothermia, the Run Candle clan wouldn't put the blame on the knight. Familial disputes and quarrels were common within the clan. I shall comply, young master. He put the twins down in front of the grave. The two boys were still motionless, except for a few occasional twitches. The Tana twins were rescued 2 hours later by Gilly, who was returning from her outing. The two of them had acute pneumonia for a few days, and didn't dare to look Jean in the eyes until the day they left the storm castle. The continent's eastern region, the unprotected area, also known as the Black Sea. Siren had been meditating in this monster-infested land for a few days now. He was merely sitting on the ground, but the nearby monsters wouldn't dare approach him, even the ones the size of buildings. Soon, a man covered in the blood of countless monsters walked towards Siren. Greetings to the Patriarch. This is Khan. It was the guardian knight who had obeyed Jin's orders and left the Tana twins out in the rainstorm 10 days ago. Is something the matter? Siren asked as he carefully opened his eyes. I have come to report about a dispute between the young masters at the Storm Castle. There's no way you'd disturb my training just because of a dispute between children. Speak freely. Khan explained the details of the incident, and a smile grew on Siren's face. So, did the twins die? They did get acute pneumonia, but their lives aren't in danger. Then they must have learnt an important lesson. I see. You may return. Understood. Khan had desperately struggled against countless monsters for 3 whole days just to make this short report, but he didn't hold any resentment against the Patriarch or the young master. He silently returned to the direction of the Storm Castle. I should go see the youngest for myself. And so, Siren made an appearance at the Storm Castle 1 month later. Chapter 3. Stormy Days at the Castle 2. When Siren left the Black Sea, the Run Candles living outside the Storm Castle became busy. They had to welcome back the Patriarch who was returning from his outing for the first time in 5 years. Every Run Candle flagbearer must gather at the Storm Castle, except for those working on imperial requests. The Black Panther Rosa Run Candle's command spread around the world like a pulse. The flagbearers of the clan working in the Vermont Empire, Akin Kingdom, Jean Kingdom, Curano Dukedom, etc. all promptly gathered at the Storm Castle. What is going on? Our youngest brother's selection ritual ended years ago, so why is father coming to the Storm Castle? Siren's third son, Ran Runcandle, had returned from the continent's northern region, where he had been mowing down monsters. Did the guardian knights stationed at the Storm Castle mention anything? Siren's fourth son, Vigo Runcandle. He had to suspend his assassination task commissioned by a big shot of the Curano Dukedom in order to return. His client would most definitely be displeased, but he had no other choice. Unfortunately for him, the Runcandle clan wouldn't compensate its agents for discontinuing their ongoing missions in order to answer their summons. Nothing at all. Seems like it's a confidential matter. Well, I'm not surprised. Even father is personally coming. Siren's third daughter, Mary Runcandle. She had been dueling and defeating powerful warriors in the southern region. And so, 7 of Siren's children assembled at the Storm Castle, along with a total of more than 200 knights and aides who had been assisting them. With this many members, they could destroy an average city in a mere 30 minutes, and an average country in a single day. When the news that Siren had begun to move spread around the world, various rumors began to spread within the ruling class. Why is Siren making a move? Didn't he say he wouldn't leave the Black Sea for another 10 years? Are the Run Candles finally planning to dominate the world? Did the Zipfel clan show any reaction to this? The world's one and only Genesis Knight, Siren. Siren's offsprings, the Run Candles. The ripple effect of these names was huge. Siren's children and the clan's guardian knights were standing in 2 rows on both sides of the stairs leading up to the storm castle. Under the heavy rainstorm, the look in everyone's eyes was serious. They all appeared determined, as if they were about to go to war. Greetings to the Patriarch. Greetings to the Patriarch. As Siren arrived at the storm castle's entrance, they simultaneously raised their swords in the air. The mountaintop shook with their resonating voices, as if landslides would occur everywhere. With a slight nod, Siren began ascending the stairs. Father's mood is odd. Is something extremely important about to happen? The Run Candle children exchanged glances, sharing their thoughts without any words. As Siren passed by them, they slowly followed his footsteps with serious expressions. The Guardian Knights remained behind and guarded the storm castle gates. However, none of them were aware of the truth. The reason Siren had come to the storm castle was simply to see his youngest child. Daytona, Haytona. Yes, father. Siren summoned the Tana twins first. The sick brothers knelt before their father as their runny noses caused snuffles to resound in the throne room. Tell me what mistake the 2 of you made. Jean was waiting inside his room with Gilly, so he couldn't hear the conversation. The Tana twins hesitated to answer. As seconds passed, Siren's eyebrow twitched slightly. I asked you to tell me what mistake you made. That's. In Jin's previous life, the Tana twins had committed their first murder right after leaving the storm castle, at the age of 10. And as they grew older, they killed an average of 50 people every year. They were, quite literally, homicidal maniacs. However, as of right now, they were just 9-year-old brats. They were at the age when their strict father terrified them. Moreover, the word strict couldn't do their father justice. Not only that, their father had asked for their mistake. They had gotten pummeled by their younger brother. If they had to blame something or someone, it was Jean. The twins seemed to have forgotten how they had harassed their brother before. As they reached this conclusion, the Tana twins made up their minds. We haven't made any mistakes. Daytona gathered his courage and answered. Siren propped his chin on his hand, as if he were waiting for his son to finish speaking. Jean used some unknown power to punch Haytona and me. That's right. He used a power that wasn't aura. Haytona intervened as he accentuated the second half of his sentence. A power that wasn't aura. In this world, there could only be one answer when it came to a power that wasn't aura. Magic. If the 7-year-old Jean had used aura in order to beat them, he would have been praised by the others. However, it was an entirely different case if it were magic. A child with Run Candle blood using magic was blasphemy. Therefore, the Tana twins were trying to convey the fact that Jean had used magic to defeat them. My sons. A gentle tone resounded. Yes, father. The twins answered brightly, as if they were criminals who had found a loophole to take advantage of. Realizing that their father's voice was gentle, they believed that they had a chance to seize victory. However, Siren completely ignored the Tana twins' excuse and spoke in a mellow voice. I shall give you 2 a piece of advice that you should engrave in your hearts. If you keep behaving like this, you will never survive within the Run Candle clan. We apologize, father. Go call Jean for me. As he walked down the hallway, Jean thought about the Tana twins who had come to fetch him. They were completely shriveled up and looked close to collapsing, as if they had fallen into a beast's cage and had barely escaped with their lives. I used to wear the same expression in my previous life whenever I met up with father. I can imagine what those 2 went through. Jean hadn't heard the conversation between the twins and Siren, but he had an idea about what had been discussed. Father most likely asked them a question, and the twins weren't able to give him a satisfying answer. Well, it's understandable since they're still kids. That was how Siren educated his children. No, it couldn't even qualify as education. Despite having 13 children, Siren never raised a single child himself. The people who raised the children within the Runcandle clan were the nannies. All Siren and Rosa did was observe their children. They observed how their children grew up, and tried to determine which one of them was most worthy of leading the clan after their father. Furthermore, they would slowly get involved with their children only after they grew into adults and showed results exceeding the Runcandle standard. Therefore, Siren's arrival at the Storm Castle had become a huge deal. The other siblings waiting in the lobby were dying to know what was occurring inside the throne room. Step. Jean could finally see the throne. His father was seated, waiting for him to arrive. He carefully walked towards Siren as the events in his past life flashed through his head. My father, the strongest person I've ever seen, yet also the cruelest I've known. His mother, Rosa Runcandle, somewhat had a humane aspect to her. When Jean was kicked out of the clan, the news that she refused to eat anything for 2 days had spread around the world. Nonetheless, she ended up erasing the existence known as Jean from her heart entirely after a few days. However, Siren was different. He still had some human aspects to him, such as twitching his brows when he got angry or slightly smiling when he found something entertaining. Jean had also heard that when Siren was younger and hadn't become the patriarch yet, he could get frustrated, happy, and also struggled for his life. However, when he reached the demigod realm and became the Genesis Knight, those emotions slowly faded away. All that was left within him was an unconditional concern for the clan. It's a funny story. Even though he's reached the demigod realm, he's still protecting the clan as eldest brother hasn't taken over. Jean was clenching his teeth so hard he could hear them grinding. He had lived a miserable life in the clan until he got banished. Even when they ate at the same dinner table, the other clan members treated him like heir. However, he couldn't continue acting like this. Siren would definitely notice it. There's no way he wouldn't realize his youngest son was grinding his teeth as soon as he saw him. He may be my father, but I'll make sure he can't look down on me in this life. Jean knelt before Siren as he vowed this to himself, and greeted him. Greetings to the patriarch. He was behaving like the adults of the clan who had long since departed the Storm Castle. He was welcoming Siren not as his youngest son, but as a member of the clan. Siren nodded in satisfaction and spoke to his son. Why did you call me patriarch instead of father? Jean pretended to ponder for a while. He had already predicted Siren's reaction to his greeting. My elder brothers, elder sisters, and the guardian knights numbering over 100 returned to this castle to welcome you. So I inferred that the patriarch's visit to the castle was a formal one. Siren's eyes widened. Excellent. Jean didn't respond to his father's exclamation and slightly lowered his head to show his gratitude. While it was unthinkable for a 7-year-old to show such impressive manners, Siren didn't suspect anything. He merely believed that Gilly had educated Jean properly and that his son had a keen insight, just like how he had selected Barasada during the ritual. However, Jean wasn't a genuine 7-year-old. He had the mind of an adult from his past life. Siren was unaware of that fact, despite having reached the demigod realm. As he gazed at his son vacantly, Siren spoke once again. Just now, I asked your brothers what mistake they had made. They weren't able to answer my question. Yes, patriarch. However, I feel like I should try asking you that same question. So, what mistake did Daytona and Haytona make? Once again, Jean pretended to think to himself. He had somewhat foreseen the conversation developing in this direction. No. In fact, he had completely predicted this outcome because Siren Runcandle would not hesitate to treat his sick children like war veterans who had been through countless hardships. The answer Siren wanted to hear had already been decided from the beginning. It's revenge. Siren's wide eyes glinted in astonishment. As he sat quietly for a few seconds, Jean explained his previous answer. My brothers should have tried to get revenge on me. A Runcandle must always repay one's dues to another, whether it be a favor or a grudge. Silence ensued. Jean was certain that this lack of reaction from his father was synonymous to satisfaction. However, he now had to show a childish attitude to eliminate any suspicion Siren could have. He raised his head ever so slightly with a worried gaze and asked his father, "Was my answer incorrect?" "No. On the contrary, it was extremely satisfactory." "Thank you, Patriarch." At his son's words, Siren showed hints of sadness in his eyes. "You may call me father for now. Our clan members may have gathered at this castle to welcome me, but my visit here is purely for personal reasons." "Yes, father." Siren faintly smiled as he looked down at his son. In the blink of an eye, all signs of contentment disappeared from his face. As his aloof and indifferent expression returned, Siren asked his son another question. "What is this special power you used to defeat your brothers?" Chapter 4. Stormy Days at the Castle 3. "I do not know either." Jean responded in a calm tone. "You don't know?" Siren raised his head. He hadn't expected this reply from his clever son, who had been giving satisfactory answers all this time. "Yes, father. This power isn't aura, so I'm not sure what I should call it." Once again, the flow of the conversation had been predicted by Jean. He had shown a childlike innocence on purpose, just like he had done earlier. Swoosh! The sound of flames swirling resounded. Jean had generated a handful of dark energy atop his palm. It was the power he had used to pummel the Tawna twins. He had gained this power, spiritual power, through his contract with Sodaret, the god of shadows. Despite acting like an ignorant child, Jean knew better than anyone what this power was. He also knew that Siren would recognize this power. "May I request Father to give this power a name?" Jean looked up to Siren with twinkling eyes. Siren's jaw dropped for the first time since he reached the demigod realm and became a Genesis Knight. "Lord Sodaret." He finally managed to shut his mouth. As he stared at his son's palm, Siren gulped. Could it be that this child was the reincarnation of the clan's founder and first patriarch? Such questions went through his mind as Siren thought to himself. Sodaret, the god of shadows, a being that all the magicians of the world yearn for. However, Siren and Jean were both aware of a different truth. Originally, Sodaret didn't specialize in magic, but was something akin to a god of swords. Moreover, 1,000 years ago, he had made a contract with the clan's founder and had protected the run candles for years. I thought that he had abandoned the clan ever since the founder passed away, but it seems that he has taken an interest in my youngest child. Could this be a sign that the run candles could once again rise and prosper in the future? No, it was also possible that the god who had once abandoned them had returned on a whim and would soon leave again. Siren began to calculate the possibilities as he watched the shadows dance upon Jin's palm. I'm certain that he hasn't made a contract with the god yet. If he had gained this power through the contract, there's no way he wouldn't know what power this is. Jin could easily guess the thoughts passing through his father's mind. He started getting somewhat nervous as everything had gone according to his plan. It was far too easy. He believed that Siren would show some suspicions at some moment, but that moment never came. Maybe it was because of his young age and childish appearance. 7 years of age was an excellent period to lie and trick people. My son. Siren had finished sorting out his thoughts. Yes, father. That is the power of a god named Sodaret. Therefore I cannot name it. Lord Sodaret is one of the secrets our clan has kept hidden for a long time. Sodaret. It is the being who brought about shadows in this world. You may be a clever child, but you're still too young to understand this. Is he? When Jean paused, Siren nodded to urge him to continue. Is God Sodaret stronger than father? Ha ha. Siren let out an awkward laugh signifying his defeat. He had never laughed like this ever since becoming a demigod, having devoted his time and energy to his training for countless years now. His emotions and spirit had been stirred for the first time in a long time. I wonder, your father has never attempted to challenge gods, so I cannot say. Truly a prideful reply, not knowing the answer for never having battled gods. Nonetheless, Jean shuddered as he listened to his father's reply. The person in question was Siren Runcandle, the strongest man on the continent. Even the clanmaster of the Zipfel clan, Keliark Zipfel, could not hold a candle to this man. Smirk. Siren showed a toothy grin. I've truly made the correct decision to come and meet you today. Your naive question has become a great topic of interest for me. Thank you, my son. Come closer. Could he win against a god? Siren had called this question a topic of interest. Once Jean walked up to him, his father lightly patted his head. The handful of shadow was still swirling on Jin's palm right now. How do you want to use this power? I want to use it for the clan, father. I want to use it for myself. There was no need for him to answer honestly. The only things the clan had given Jean in his past life was scorn and contempt. He had never felt the warmth called family again after turning 7 years old. Therefore, Jean had absolutely no intention of using his life to serve the clan, unless he somehow became the patriarch of the family. However, in order to do that, he would have to defeat his monstrously powerful siblings. Ku-ha-ha-ha! Siren suddenly burst into laughter. The echoes resounded throughout the entire storm castle and shook the ground. The siblings waiting outside the throne room all jolted in surprise. They had never heard their father laugh so vigorously in recent years. After a while, the laughter subsided and Siren turned expressionless as usual. He bent down and brought his face up close to Jin's. What an amusing lie. You can be more honest with your father, you know? Jean hadn't expected this situation. Nevertheless, he suppressed his shock and slowly spoke. For me? I want to use it for myself, right? After having pummeled your brothers and leaving them out in the storm, there's no way you'd use your power for the clan. I'll be watching over you from here on out. Siren walked past Jean and left the room. After his father's footsteps disappeared into the distance, Jean finally noticed the cold sweat running down his face and back. A mixture of disbelief and relief painted across his face. Phew! He let out a large breath of air and wiped his sweat with his sleeve. He had never faced his father in such a bold manner during his past 28 years of life. I did it. I made it. As the adrenaline rush subsided, he could finally hear his heart beating like crazy. Through today's conversation with his father, Jean had obtained Siren's approval to use Soderet's power freely, and his father's expectations of him were high. In my first life, I ended up dying without getting the chance to properly use Soderet's power, and I never would have thought that father would hold expectations for me back then. Even after getting banished from the clan, Jean did not have the liberty of using Soderet's power freely. The clan wouldn't allow a banished Runcandle to gain power and potentially use it against them. Therefore, Jean had to hide in the Akin Kingdom and train in secrecy. The Akin Kingdom was affiliated to the Lutero Magic Federation, which was under the Zipfel clan's influence. It was the perfect place for Jean to hide, as he was technically a magician back then. The Runcandle clan's longtime secret, the founder's contract with Soderet. Jean was already aware of this undisclosed information before his rebirth. Siren had called it a secret the clan had kept hidden for a long time, but Jean was more knowledgeable about the details of the founder's relation with Soderet than his father. Soderet had told Jean about his history with the Runcandle clan personally after their contract was made. At that time, Soderet and Jean would chat amicably like two close friends. But he never told me why he left the Runcandles and became a god of magic instead of the god of swords. He didn't get involved during my death either. Moreover, ever since his rebirth, Soderet hadn't spoken to him once. Jean speculated that his rebirth was a phenomenon that had transpired due to Soderet's power and authority, but that was merely a hypothesis. When Jean was 1 year old, he realized that the power he had obtained through the contract was still available to him. It became usable immediately after I selected Barasada. On his selection day, during the night after the ritual was over, a 9-star magician's curse, the bladed illusion, was cast on Jean. It was the same curse as his past life. The incident was repeating itself. Contractor, it seems that someone bore a grudge against you since your childhood. You haven't been able to use your full potential due to a trivial curse. That might have been the reason why I was so captivated by you. Those were Soderet's words right after they had made their contract. As Jean remembered that conversation, he watched the curse's chains slowly crawl into his cradle. While he was fully conscious, he couldn't resist or block the curse with the body of a 1-year-old. He began blaming his newborn body for his powerlessness. He could neither resist the curse slithering towards him, nor call out for help. Suddenly, Soderet's power manifested itself. The chains never managed to reach Jean, and disappeared into his shadow. Curses of this level could not affect Soderet's contractor. Using his past life's magic teacher's expression, it was an extremely cheat-like effect. Just you wait. I don't know who cast this curse on me, but once I've grown up, I will find you, and I will kill you. The power to control shadows. His knowledge of magic he gained in his past life, and, despite having unlocked and practiced it belatedly, his skills and talent with the sword. Jean had retained all these qualities through the reincarnation. He would not face the same fate as last time. The clan would not banish him for not having any talents this time. An entirely different future was awaiting him. Young master. Yes, Nanny Gilly? As he turned around, Gilly was waiting for him at the entrance. The patriarch has announced his departure. You must come to see him off. Okay. But, are you all right? Gilly asked in concern. She had seen the Tana twins returning to their rooms with ashen-white faces and expressions of terror. Therefore, she couldn't hide her worries for Jean. I'm okay. Are my elder brothers and sisters leaving as well? Yes, they only came here to greet the patriarch. Ah, but Lady Mary has left behind a gift for you, young master. I'll open the gift later. I should go see father off first. There were over 200 guardian knights who had turned up at the Storm Castle, accompanying their respective run-candle flag-bearers. As Siren was preparing to leave again, the others had no reason to stay. Once they would leave, Jean could ignore the Tana twins and spend his days quietly at the Storm Castle here on out. Spend his days quietly gaining strength without anyone noticing. In fact, all hail! All hail! The knights raised their swords to the sky as Siren exited the gates. Jean and the Tana twins stood next to them and bowed their heads as well. The next time I see father will be at the main house instead of the Storm Castle. Siren returned to the direction of the Black Sea. The people who were expecting Siren to lead them to a bloody battle against the Zipfel clan all hid their disappointment deep in their hearts. The run-candle flag-bearers each returned to their original whereabouts, followed by their guardian knights. Siren never returned to the Storm Castle again until Jean turned 10 and left. However, the guardian knight called Khan would occasionally leave for the Black Sea in order to inform the patriarch about Jin's recent actions. Elder sister Mary isn't in her right mind. I'm still only 7 years old. Ha ha ha. To think she'd give me such an amazing present. Jean shouted out in his mind as he opened the gift in his room. Gilly's eyes also turned wide as she checked the item left behind by Jin's third sister, Mary. Before their eyes was the heart of a beast summoned by a magician from the Zipfel clan. Mary had personally killed the summoned beast in the continent's southern region. A phoenix heart, a rare and precious gift Jean never received in his previous life. Mary was wishing for his well-being and wanted her youngest brother to grow up strong and healthy. Jean could now decoct the heart and consume it. Chapter 5. Stormy Days at the Castle. 4. Jin's third sister, Mary Runcandle. Currently aged 19, she is known around the world as Stormwind Mary. In the Runcandle clan's 1,000-year-old history, not a single child failed to become a 1-star knight before reaching 14. By 16, most would be 3-star knights, and the average would become a 5-star before the age of 20. Mary's case was the complete opposite of the past Jean. She exceeded the Runcandle clan's norm. While Jean became a 1-star knight at 25 years old, she achieved the same feat at 12 and was already a 5-star knight at 16. Moreover, she was currently a 6-star knight. Despite not being 20 yet, she reached a stage that most people around the world could only dream of attaining. By exceeding the Runcandle norm, the word genius that applied to all Runcandles could no longer do justice to her and her achievements. Regardless of her talents, Mary was one of the few people who had shown goodwill and compassion towards Jean in his previous life. She may have a screw or two loose in her head, but she's given me an incredible gift. I was just starting to get frustrated by my slow growth speed. 1 month has passed since Siren left the storm castle. During that time, the smell of the phoenix heart being decocted in the kitchen had spread throughout the entire castle. Moreover, several corridors and halls near the kitchen were scorching due to the special heat released by the phoenix heart. Despite all this havoc, Mary had returned to the southern region as if the heart was insignificant to her. Normally speaking, a phoenix heart was a rarity similar to an elixir that even kings and queens couldn't eat often. The meat was tender and softer than veal, it had a richer fragrance than truffles, and its effects were far more potent than herbal tonics. Young master, within a couple of hours you'll finally be able to eat the heart. Good job waiting patiently until now. Jean nodded excitedly as his eyes glimmered. It had taken Mary's gift a month to be fully cooked. Gilly hadn't been able to sleep properly during this entire month, because she was busy simmering the phoenix heart for her young master. Nevertheless, she was ecstatic. Jin's happiness was her happiness. A nanny within this clan was responsible for a Runcandle child's growth, and their future depended greatly on how strong and dependable the child became. Due to this tradition, Jean felt guilt-ridden towards Gilly. In his previous life, his nanny's life had taken a turn for the worse after his banishment from the clan. Her future was bleak and her lifestyle had completely crumbled. You may not be aware, young master, but the phoenix heart is an elixir that is especially effective on children. You can increase your tolerance against flames only by eating it at a young age. Lady Mary has given you a truly priceless gift. Really? Jean was far more knowledgeable about the heart than Gilly, but he pretended to be interested by her explanation. He had studied about the phoenix heart endlessly during the years when he was training his magic. However, I didn't do research on it back then because I wanted to eat one, but because I wanted to learn the traits of a phoenix as a magician. Summoning a phoenix was every magician's dream. But Jean had died right before becoming a 6-star magician, the stage at which one can finally summon the bird in question. Of course, I hid your eyes when I first saw the puddle of blood inside the box. But once I realized it was the priceless product that even the Vermont imperial family couldn't easily obtain. As Gilly continued her lengthy commentary, Jean began to think about phoenixes. He couldn't wait until he could finally summon one during this life. Learning magic as a Runcandle was strictly prohibited, but Jean had no intentions of giving up on it. As long as he didn't get caught, everything would work out. Moreover, if he gained unparalleled power or influence, or if he had a good enough justification, then it wouldn't matter even if he did get discovered. Martial arts and magic. A lifestyle and path that encompassed both of those aspects. The magic swordsman. In order to become a magic swordsman, Jean was prepared to shoulder any hardships. If it were me, I would never have let my enemies steal and eat my phoenix's heart. Phoenixes were immortal beings that would be reborn even after death. Even if one were killed by an enemy and had its heart stolen, it would revive 100 years later in nature. Nevertheless, 100 years was a long period of time. The phoenix's original summoner would have died by then. You mustn't forget to thank Lady Mary the next time you see her, young master. Yeah, I won't. The phoenix heart was ready. A strong and rich fragrance began to spread throughout the castle. I must go prepare your meal, so come down in a little while, young master. Gilly exited the room, humming and skipping in joy as the door remained ajar. Once she left his field of vision, a deep sigh escaped Jin's mouth. Stop loitering around me. It's annoying. Ah, okay. Sure. The Tawna twins had been dawdling outside the room since a while ago. Once Gilly had left, they stood by the entrance, close to the door, and shot glances towards their youngest brother. Jean let out a light snicker when he noticed the twins drooling from the smell. Geez. Look at these cute little brats. When he gestured them to get closer with his finger, the Tawna twins dashed inside the room. Why are you here? Jean asked them coldly despite knowing full well that they were here for the phoenix heart. The Tawna twins were squirming awkwardly, as if they desperately needed to head to the bathroom. They wanted to ask Jean to share some of the phoenix heart, but were too afraid to do so. The beating from last month and their father's scolding had traumatized them. Jean found this situation quite entertaining. In his previous life, the Tana twins would always steal something from him or beat him up if he bumped into them in the hallways. He could never have imagined that they'd be the ones being cautious of him now. They were probably ordered by Emma to convince me to share some phoenix heart with them. Emma Niltro. Just like Gilly, she was a nanny living in the Storm Castle. She was in charge of the Tana twins' growth. However, unlike Gilly, who had died a gruesome death during Jin's first life, Emma had been living lavishly thanks to the well-off Tana twins. Despite becoming crazed murderers, Daytona and Haytona never forgot about Emma and took good care of her. But that was all part of her plan. If Gilly was the type to raise children with love and affection, Emma was the type to raise them using the carrot and stick approach. She never taught the Tana twins concepts such as selflessness or morality. Truth be told, both of those concepts weren't very useful in the Runcandle clan, as one's enemies could take advantage of them. But Jean still believed that Emma's teachings were distorted. She was the biggest influence upon the Tana twins' upbringing, and was the cause of their twisted characters. You see, the phoenix, that isn't there. A bit too much to eat, on your own? What was that? I can't hear you. The phoenix heart soup. Could you share a bowl with us? Otherwise, we'll get scolded by Emma. Do us a favor, brother. Seems like they're more afraid of Emma than me. Jean snickered as he thought to himself. I don't want to. Ah, please. We're begging you. The Tana twins were on the verge of crying. But Jean had not a speck of sympathy for them within his heart. Jean already knew that the Tonas were used to the carrot and stick approach, so he planned on making them do some physically exhausting work in return for the phoenix heart soup. If you're willing to go that far, then I won't refuse. But I have a condition. Oh, what is it? What is it? Remember that grave I made? The Tana twins shuddered and turned pale at the word, grave. The memories of being pummeled and left out in the rainstorm in front of the grave had resurfaced. If you look carefully, there's a small hole behind that grave. A hole? Yeah, like a burrow. I want you two to dig into that hole and make it deeper. You have until nightfall. Of course, you can't rest at all. The task Jean had given to his 9-year-old brothers was, quite literally, a waste of time. Why do we need to dig there? I want to bury the bird you two killed in a deeper hole and give it a better grave. The twins lost strength in their legs and felt them wobble. However, if they didn't have to face their terrifying brother in another fight, and could eat the phoenix heart soup with such a trifling task, then they had no complaints. How deep do we need to dig? I told you to dig until nightfall with no rest, didn't I? All right, so if we dig until then, you'll share some phoenix heart soup with us. Of course I will, but you need to do your best. If I'm not satisfied by the depth of the hole, this agreement is invalid. Oh, by the way, there are plenty of shovels in the warehouse. You should use those. Sure. And this is pretty obvious, but you can't order someone else to dig for you, all right? The twins nodded vigorously and immediately departed to begin their work. While the Tana twins were shoveling in the backyard, Jean was eating the phoenix heart soup at the dinner table. Is it that tasty, young master? Gilly asked as she watched Jean gleefully slurping down the meal. She thought that Jean was joyful because of the delicious soup. Yeah, it's so tasty. There's more than enough to last you for 3 days. So don't hesitate to ask if you want another serving. With each spoonful going down his throat, Jean could feel his bones and skin becoming sturdy. If he ate the soup for 3 days, his affinity and resistance against fire would increase substantially. However, Jean wasn't smiling from ear to ear because of the phoenix heart. Within a few days, I'll have access to the secret tomes, the spot where the Tana twins were digging, behind the bird's grave. Despite being only 9 years old, the twins' physical abilities were still far above the world's average as they were of the Runcandle bloodline. The Runcandles had special bodies as if they had been blessed by the heavens. So if the twins continued digging until nightfall using their blessed bodies, the hole would reach the underground wall. They won't be able to tell if it's a wall or just a hard boulder, though. Below the Storm Castle was a secret underground area where some of the Runcandle clan's wrongdoings were hidden. the secret tomes of other clans. The Runcandles had subdued and destroyed other clans throughout their history. During these wars, they would steal their enemies' secret books, scrolls, and records. It goes without saying that Jean wouldn't be able to easily infiltrate the underground area just because the Tana twins dug until the wall. He would have to deal with the two protective installations that repelled outsiders first. But Jean already knew how to disable them. He had technically lived in the Runcandle clan for 25 years during his previous life, despite being treated worse than bugs. He had picked up some information and a few tricks here and there within the clan. I'll just study those books until the day I leave the Storm Castle. Jean had emptied 2 bowls of soup for dinner. Nanny Gilly. Yes, young master? Could you share some of the Phoenix Heart soup with the twins when night falls? Ah, how much should I give them? 1 spoonful each. Oh, 1 spoonful? Why bother sharing some with them in that case? You should eat it all on your own instead. I must keep my promise. If they complain about it and ask for more, tell them I said this. I'll show you how kind and gentle Emma is compared to me. Gilly smiled awkwardly as she bowed to him. Young Master Jean, has the ruthlessness of the clan already started to affect him? He's still too young to be acting like this. As her wry smile turned into a bitter expression, Jean cuddled into Gilly's embrace. Elder Sister Mary gave me the heart for my sake, and Gilly carefully prepared the soup for an entire month with dozens of sleepless nights. I don't want to share such a precious meal with those idiots. Young Master, SHCRRT, SHCRRT. Despite being drenched from the rain, the twins continued shoveling the earth. They reached the underground wall around midnight, which was when they finally stopped digging. 1 spoon? 1 spoonful only? That's just unfair. We dug the ground for the entire day. The Tana twins belatedly realized that they hadn't decided upon a proper amount during their agreement with Jean, and were enraged by their so-called reward. However, they couldn't voice out their frustrations for too long, as Jean glared at them, as if to tell them to savor the spoonful gratefully. You brats! If one could earn a spoonful of Phoenix Heart soup with 1 day of shoveling, most people around the world would come running to me. Jean truly believed that the twins should be extremely grateful to receive a spoonful of the soup from him. Chapter 6. Stormy Days at the Castle. 5. The next morning, Jean went to the hole the Tana twins had dug. It appeared that the twins hadn't resorted to petty tricks. They had dug the hole quite seriously. Inside the deep hole, Jean could see a goldish stone wall on the side at the bottom. Currently, there were 7 guardian knights, 2 nannies, and a dozen servants at the castle. Of course, the Tana twins were here as well. Nobody would come here looking for Jean or suspect him of scheming something. Telling them that I wanted to come here to pray for the dead bird was a pretty good excuse. Recently, the members of the Runcandle clan residing at the Storm Castle were wary of Jean. The youngest child of the patriarch did not behave like a young child, and was eerily mature. In fact, some were more than just wary. Many were afraid of the 7-year-old boy. The servants gossiped about him, saying that he was a perfect copy of his cold-hearted father, and the guardian knights obeyed him as if he were their superior. But when Jean said that he would go pray for the bird, they were all relieved. They thought that despite being Siren Runcandle's son, a child is still a child. I pray that you'll find happiness in your next life. Jean hadn't lied when he said he would pray for the bird. He truly did pity it. Once he finished moving the bird's grave to the bottom of the deep hole the twins had dug, Jean approached the stone wall on the side. There were scratches made by the shovels on its surface. The wall itself wasn't very solid. There weren't any metal bars or wires inside to increase its durability, so Jean could easily destroy it with a punch wrapped in shadows. However, breaking it like that would definitely create a loud explosion. The constant rain outside would somewhat muffle the sound, but the 7-star knights in the castle would most likely catch the noise. Ha ha ha! Jean suddenly laughed as he couldn't hold himself back. He then spread out his arms and placed his hands against the wall. Immediately, the stone wall began to vibrate ever so slightly. Room! It was the 1-star earth magic spell, Earth Resonance. Earth Resonance was a spell that magicians often used while camping outside or exploring the wild, but its lethality was nigh zero. I've been dying to use magic. The practicality and pleasure of using magic. He hadn't felt this liberating sensation for the past 7 years. Because he had retained his memories and knowledge from his past life. Being unable to use magic since he was born was like a punishment to Jean. Magic, a magician's strength. When he first realized he had been reborn, Jean wondered how he should start learning magic and store mana again. However, his worries were unfounded. Just like how Soderet's power was still available to him, the mana he had amassed during his previous life was also accessible in this new life. The only issue is that there's a limit to the amount of mana I can use right now because of my immature body. But it's better than nothing. In his past life, Jean was about to reach the 6-star realm in magic after training for 3 years. Currently, the amount of mana Jean could utilize was equivalent to that of a 1-star magician, but it would increase over time as he grew up. Every time he aged by another year, he could feel more mana generating within him. Moreover, it was a natural occurrence. Jean hadn't been training to increase his mana or anything. Therefore, he came to the conclusion that the mana he had accumulated in his past life was slowly returning to him over the years. The mana of a 1-star magician at 7 years old. I'm certain that no one else in history managed to achieve this feat at this pace. I'll reach 6-star before I turn 20 at the latest. His second life was incomparably preferable and advantageous compared to his first one. He was ecstatic and overjoyed right now. At the young age of 7, Jean could utilize both spiritual power and mana, along with the knowledge and expertise in 3-star swordsmanship and 5-star magic. Furthermore, he could now study the secret tomes of countless martial clans around the world that the Runcandle clan plundered from. His motivation was at its peak currently, and it would not die down for a long while. Heh! I truly am a magician down to the core. I never thought I'd be so delighted to use a simple spell like Earth Resonance. The times he could use magic within the Runcandle clan was extremely limited. One could even say that until this moment, Jean had no other opportunities to use magic. There were almost no instances when Jean was on his own without anyone accompanying him. Gilly would always be with him, and in the rare cases when she wasn't present, the guardian knights and servants would be by his side. And if, by some miracle, none of them were next to Jean, the Tana twins would come bother him. Therefore, Jean never had the chance to use magic. There were also no moments when he would have no other choice but to resort to magic. Even though Jean could now push the twins around like his servants, he could not afford to use magic and get busted by them. If word spread to his parents or older siblings that Jean had used magic, his pleasant new life would immediately come to a close at that exact moment. I should seal away my magic for a while after today. Can't afford to get caught. But one day, I'll find a way to use as much magic as I want. Just you wait. As he licked his lips in anticipation, Jean once again focused on his hands placed against the wall. The sensation of having mana flow through his hands and fingers and spread throughout the wall sent shivers down his spine. SSSSSSSSSS. And so, 10 minutes passed by quietly. Earth Resonance's vibrations silently created dozens of cracks and fissures on the wall. Dirt and dust fell down heavily, as if the stone wall would soon collapse. As a matter of fact, the center of the wall where Jin's hands were located crumbled into fine particles. A small hole appeared, where Jean could barely squeeze his body through. The child stared into the sight beyond the wall for a short instant. There was an old, long hallway, as if he were in some ancient ruins, along with a large steel gate in the distance. It would be a mistake to think that the Runcandle clan's secret underground room could be so easily broken into. The Storm Castle was a fortress that even the Zipfel clan's elite troops wouldn't be able to easily conquer. Jean was just lucky as he was a member of the Runcandle clan who was residing within the said castle. So this is the secret underground sector that only the Runcandle flag-bearers can enter. Interesting layout. Flag-bearers. They were the clan's representatives who stood on the front lines, waving the clan's emblem. All the children of the Runcandle clan became flag-bearers when they reached a certain level, barring the few exceptions like the previous Jean who was deemed incompetent. Jean had heard countless stories about this underground room from his siblings. He, who could only imagine the wonders hiding inside, could finally see it with his own eyes. Jean slightly choked up, as if something deep within his heart had surfaced. I didn't think it would affect me this much, but seeing it for myself, my emotions reacted subconsciously. Phew. After exhaling and calming down, Jean squeezed himself into the hole. Back in the pit the twins had dug, he could hear the constant downpour crashing onto the ground. But as soon as he entered the underground corridor, the noise completely disappeared. With a solemn heart, Jean removed his shoes. He couldn't leave behind traces of mud in the corridor. The path was dimly lit by a few torches on the walls, where oil dripped down. Jean was about to create a flame with magic to illuminate the place, but decided to grab one of the torches instead. Walking down a worn-down corridor barefoot with a torch in hand, he felt like he had become a monk. Mother used to tell me that before reaching that door, the Run-Candle children need to prove that they're part of the bloodline. Jean remembered hearing that when he was around 16. Back then, Rosa still believed that her youngest child would one day become a respectable member of the clan. She could not accept the fact that her child was untalented, and held distorted expectations towards him. Rosa had secretly broken the clan rules in order to give Jean confidential information, despite the fact that he wasn't a genius like his siblings. She wanted to believe that Jean would one day become a 6-star knight and receive the qualifications of a flag-bearer. Rosa Runcandle, the Black Panther, was one of the strongest people in the clan and the world. However, the reason why she couldn't have an objective view and judgment towards Jean was simply because she was a mother. His mother. Even so, she ended up facing and accepting the reality later on. Jean stopped reminiscing about the past and paused his walk towards the metal door. He was at the center of the corridor. There were still around 50 steps left until he reached the gate. Run candles and magic? Jean couldn't help but chuckle when he noticed the magic circle on the floor. It was a large magic circle, but even apprentice magicians could easily analyze it. The magic circle of blood and barrier. It was a popular magic circle one could often find at the entrances to kingdoms, or inside a businessman's warehouse, or at a famous mercenary group's headquarters. Despite its impressive and grand name, it was a basic circle. It was no different to a simple security device. All it could do was determine whether someone would pose a threat through one's blood. Those magic-hating clan members actually laid down a magic circle in front of the clan's secret chamber? Not only that, it's such a flimsy circle. Jean bit down on the inside of his cheek. A trail of blood seeped out of his mouth and ran down his chin. Before it could drop on the floor, Jean caught the blood with his hand. Drip, drip. All he needed was a few drops in order to activate the magic circle of blood and barrier. As he shook off the blood on his hands onto the circle, a blue aura began to fill the air from all 4 directions. Proof that we're part of the bloodline? What a joke. Jean was curious to know which of his ancestors was stupid enough to place this magic circle here. This magic circle wasn't elaborate enough to be able to verify someone's bloodline and lineage. In fact, Jean wasn't sure if such magic existed in the first place. There were only 3 things this magic circle could determine. It could detect whether the blood was that of a monster, a human, or a plague-stricken human. In other words, as long as they're able to reach this underground corridor, any healthy human is able to activate this magic circle safely. The magic circle was completely useless, except for how it added an air of mystery to this ancient, hidden chamber. They believe in that weird superstition called the selection ritual. They also believe that this magic circle is able to recognize a pure-blooded Runcandle. This clan is quite peculiar. Very peculiar. Clang, clang, Kriawak. With the circle's activation, Jean could hear gears and metallic parts grinding and moving beneath the floor. The circle was stopping the trap's operation, the traps that would have attacked Jean if he didn't activate the magic circle. He silently stood still and waited for the noise to subside. There are quite a lot of traps. I don't know the specifics, but the traps here are more elaborate than those found in a royal palace. The magic circle soon began to dim down and lost its luster. The traps had all been disabled. Jean resumed his march and headed towards the door. He had safely dealt with one of the security systems of the Storm Castle's secret chamber. The remaining one was to safely open the door. But that was even easier to do than activating the magic circle. Runcandle's descendant has come to solace Murakan. Creak. The gate began to slide open as soon as Jean uttered the password. It was another type of barrier magic similar to the magic circle just now, but was on a completely different level. It was a spell cast by a great dragon, who has since fallen into a deep slumber. The password deactivates the spell, but without the correct words, the door will never budge open. That was the potency of this barrier magic. One would have to be at least a 9-star knight in order to break the door open. I heard the password from my second brother before my rebirth, though he was being sarcastic, saying that it would never be of use to me. The Storm Castle's location, Mt. Murakan's summit. The name Murakan did not signify the mountain in the first place. It was the name of the black dragon who once reigned over this region. Murakan was defeated 1,000 years ago by the first Runcandle Patriarch, and went into a deep slumber after handing over the Storm Castle. This story was the most popular legend of the Runcandle clan, known to everyone around the world. The first thing Jean saw when the door opened wasn't a shelf with countless books, but a glass coffin. Inside the glass coffin was a human body. It was Murakan who had transformed into a human before entering a deep slumber. Nobody told me about this. Badump. Badump. Having come across an unexpected sight, Jin's body froze in surprise and unease. He then slowly began approaching the glass coffin. Chapter 7. Black Dragon Murakan 1. I remember hearing the story that the Black Dragon Murakan was defeated by the first Patriarch and fell into a deep slumber, so he was sleeping here. Jean didn't know a lot about Murakan. The legends and myths of the clan rarely mentioned him. They just didn't care much about a dragon that had long since disappeared into the annals of history. The currently active dragons were more worrisome and troubling. The glass coffin was sparkling clean, without a single speck of dust on its surface. But it wasn't being cleaned every day by a maid. The spotlessness was due to the mana surrounding the coffin. Jean touched the mana with one hand, and chills immediately ran down his spine. As he swallowed his saliva, Jean took another step forward. That was an interesting sight. There was nothing Jean could learn from Murakan. If it were an awake and active dragon, things would have been different. But Murakan was a hibernating dragon inside a coffin, so Jean was more interested in finding the secret tomes. This place is bigger than I thought. The underground chamber seemed larger than the central hall at the Storm Castle. However, it felt empty as there were no decorations furbishing the place. Jean quickly began searching for the tomes. Creak. He pushed open the sliding door and located the library. Actually, it was far too shabby to be called a library. The Runcandle secret library only contained one bookshelf and a few chairs. However, that was more than enough space to house the secret tomes. There could only be so many books written by other martial clans around the world. The library would have no use of extra shelves. The tomes. On the 1.50-meter-wide shelf were dusty books arranged neatly. These books had once been written and used by martial clans around the world, and tried to protect them with their lives on the line. These were the essence of the martial clans that only the flag-bearers could read. Jean calmed down his trembling heart and began checking the names on each of the books on the shelf. The hand-to-hand combat techniques of the Meyer clan and Typhon clan, spear techniques of the Euron clan and Chagall clan, swordsmanship from the Attila clan, etc. There are so many of them. Jean also found a few books from the Kungan clan, the clan of swordsmen that had attacked the Storm Castle around 200 years ago. Jin's hands were trembling ever so slightly as he checked the tomes one by one. His excitement was overflowing. In his first life, he had always wished to become a flag-bearer and come down here to read the secret tomes. Now that he was finally here, the memories of his hardships and despair flashed through his mind. Of course, he hadn't come down to the underground chamber as a flag-bearer this time. Despite having the Runcandle family name, he was no different to a thief who had infiltrated the library. However, Jean didn't care about those small details. Using whatever methods at hand was part of the Runcandle's virtue. Moreover, he was planning on officially coming to this underground chamber in a few years after becoming a true flag-bearer. Which one should I start with? What a first-world problem. He was spoiled for choice. Jean wondered whether his older brothers felt this way when they were secretly reading porn books when their nannies were away. Jean chuckled as he scanned the books before him. He didn't have a lot of time to remain down here. 2 hours. The free time he had obtained through the excuse of wanting to pray for the bird was a mere 2 hours. After this amount of time, Gilly would most probably come to the castle's backyard in order to look for him. It was as if Jean had a mountain of food before him, but could only eat for a few minutes. But I'll have another opportunity. I can come back here another day if I tell them I want to pray for the bird again or that I want to meditate. He pulled out a book from the shelf. Jin's first secret tome was the Kungan clan's book of swordsmanship. Third brother once told me that there is a lot to learn from this tome. Let's start with this. There were a total of 3 volumes of the Kungan clan's secret tomes. Jean also picked out the remaining 2 volumes and sat on a chair. Originally, the Kungan clan's secret tomes numbered over 10. But when the Runcandles destroyed the clan 200 years ago, most of them were lost during the conflict. The Runcandle clan had destroyed them intentionally. However, the 3 volumes in his hands were left untouched. These tomes summarized the essence of the Kungan swordsmanship's greatest techniques. Flutter, flutter. The sound of pages turning accelerated. Despite being a secret tome, the first few pages of Volume 1 only talked about the base and foundation of the swordsmanship, as well as the behavior of the Kungan knights. The flutter of pages stopped once Jean arrived at the middle of the book. His gaze deepened as his mind tried to absorb the words on the page. The book that had only been describing the bases suddenly broached upon a difficult subject that Jean couldn't comprehend at all. I see. No wonder they're called secret tomes. It's not as easy as I thought. Despite being written in the continent's common language, Jean couldn't understand most of its contents due to his lacking skills and knowledge in swordsmanship. Before his sudden death in the Akin Kingdom, the 28-year-old Jean had attained the 3-star realm in swordsmanship. Not only was he slower to reach that stage than slightly skilled people in general, he could be considered defective compared to the average Runcandle. However, it had only taken him half a year to reach that stage after his contract with Solderet, which could be considered an incredible feat. Nonetheless, the Kungan book was far too difficult for him to understand with his 3-star skills and knowledge in swordsmanship. Be that as it may, Jean had expected this outcome. He took out a notebook and pencil he had brought with him. Jean then began to copy the contents of the tome into his notebook. It was a transcription. In roughly 2 hours, he could copy around 10 pages of the book. Back in his days as a magician, he had transcribed so many books that the fingerprints on his fingers holding the pencil had begun to fade away. 10 pages per day. There were 3 years left until Jean would have to leave the Storm Castle. If he transcribed 10 pages every day during those 3 years, he could easily copy all the books here. And as I continue studying these, I'll slowly begin to understand the content over time. I'm sure there will be some tomes I won't have to transcribe. CRT. The sound of a pencil scratching paper resonated in the silent underground room. Jean took exactly 1 hour to copy 10 pages. He then retraced his steps and left the library. He plugged the hole in the wall with earth magic and the dirt around him. And so 2 months went by. During that time, Jean had fully transcribed the 3 volumes from the Kungan clan, as well as 2 tomes about the Meyer clan's hand-to-hand combat techniques. As the days went by, Jean felt more and more energetic and enthusiastic. He had never felt happier to get out of bed in the mornings before. What excuse should I use to go down there today? Praying? Meditating? No, I used those yesterday and the day before that already. There was a rumor going around the castle, where the servants believed that the spirit of the dead bird had possessed Jean. He continuously went to its grave for 2 months in order to pray and meditate, so their confusion was understandable. Moreover, having heard this odd rumor, the Tana twins began to fear Jean to a far greater extent. Should I come up with an excuse that will let me go there every day without raising suspicion? After pondering for a while, Jean couldn't think of anything. How could he possibly convince everyone to let him go to the grave every day? Therefore, Jean began to change his train of thought. There's no need to convince them. If I tell them I'll go there every day, who would dare stand against me? This is the Storm Castle, not the clan's main residence. The Guardian Knights living here already served Jean as a true run candle, instead of treating him like a child, and the servants had no right to disprove his decisions from the start. The Tawna twins were terrified of Jean, so he had no reason to worry about them. The only problem was Gilly. A nanny's role was different to that of a knight or a servant. They were people who supervised and guided the children they were in charge of. Nanny Gilly. Yes, young master. I want to go there again. Again? Gilly's gaze was filled with concern. Che. She let out a deep sigh and patted Jean on the head. Young master. It's unfortunate, but the bird has already passed away. It's been 2 months now. This nanny of yours is so concerned about you that she can't sleep properly at night. I've forgotten about the bird already. Honestly, I'm only going there every day because I like it there. Why you like it there? Young master, you mustn't enjoy being near a grave. Misfortune will befall upon you. What kind of misfortune? Graves are the home of the deceased. Nothing good will happen by staying close to one. You must steer clear from those places to be blessed with good fortune, young master. Apparently, the nannies of the Runcandle clan had a tendency to believe in superstitions as well. Jean was sighing and shaking his head in his mind. No, I'll keep liking graves from now on. Young master. Nanny. Think about it. I'm the youngest child of the Runcandle clan. Once Jean took on a serious tone, Gilly's eyes widened. Why are you suddenly talking about? How many graves do you think I'll have to make as I live in this world as a Runcandle? To tell the truth, I'm trying my best to understand what death is these days. So I'm going to that grave every day in order to get used to it. Ah! Gilly let out a mumble and stood there wordlessly. She stared blankly at her young master as if her thoughts had come to a sudden stop. Her 7-year-old young master, who was born as a predator amongst the Runcandles, was trying to face the concept of fate and destiny already. Needless to say, that was all her own misunderstanding. Jean was just tricking his nanny, who was younger than him in his first life, to do his bidding. To be frank, no actual 7-year-old would talk about such topics, even if they were geniuses born in the dreadful Runcandle clan. Nevertheless, Gilly and the others at the Storm Castle had no reason to doubt Jin's words and actions. No one would imagine that he had retained the memories from his first life. Something has definitely changed about the young master ever since he met the Patriarch. The Patriarch must have told him something crucial. Gilly fixed her expression and bowed down. In that case, I will not stop you. I believe that the young master will one day become a remarkable knight who will lead the clan. And having listened to your honest opinion, I must say that I'm extremely proud of you, young master. Thanks, Gilly. Until I leave the Storm Castle, I'll be spending time at the grave for 1 to 2 hours every day. Yes, young master. And while I'm over there, I don't want to be disturbed in any way. Do you understand? I shall inform the knights about that. Also, young master. Yeah. If I were to say something as your nanny and as an adult, it's not always a good thing to think too deeply about such topics at a young age. Please enjoy yourself doing fun activities from time to time. All right, Gilly. In that case, I want a strawberry pie as a snack later, with lots of honey on it. Gilly's stiff expression finally loosened as color returned to her face. I'll bake the best strawberry pie in the world. Have a good time. Jean smiled brightly and immediately left the room. I did it. Now I can concentrate on transcribing without having to worry about anything. During the past 2 months, Jean was always nervous when he entered the underground chamber. If the knights or Gilly came looking for him and discovered the hole, chaos would descend upon the clan. Since I managed to catch Father's interest, they probably won't execute me even if they find out about this. But it would still be extremely troublesome and unnerving. A humming sound escaped his nose unconsciously. Even the earth resonance spell felt like it was creating a rhythm as it destroyed the underground wall he had resealed the previous day. He was planning on transcribing the final volume of the Meyer clan's tomes on hand-to-hand combat techniques. Scribble, scribble. As he rejoiced at how his remaining 3 years at the castle would be peaceful, he copied the contents of the page. His reincarnation was truly a blessing to him. The Meyer clan's hand-to-hand combat technique doesn't seem as difficult to understand as the Kungan clan's swordsmanship. But this passage about merging one's physical body with aura, I don't get it. Oh well, I'm sure it'll become clear with time. An hour went by inside the underground library, having transcribed several pages without rest. Jin's thin and soft fingers were throbbing. As he decided to take a 3-minute break, click, he heard a noise behind the sliding door. Jin immediately stood up in surprise and focused his senses. It was the sound of the glass coffin opening. Chapter 8. Black Dragon Muraken, 2. During the past 2 months he had spent transcribing the books underground. The only sounds that resounded down there were that of his pencil scribbling on paper and the occasional wind blowing. Therefore, despite being separated by the sliding door, Jin instinctively knew that Muraken's glass coffin was opening. Anyone else in Jin's situation would have come to the same conclusion. God damn it. Why is Muraken waking up now of all times? Badump, badump. His heart accelerated like crazy as if it had lost complete control over itself. The calm and safe Storm Castle's underground area had suddenly become menacing and hazardous. A chill ran up his spine as cold sweat slid down his face. Could it be that I misheard it? As silence ensued, Jin began to doubt his ears. The previous sound could have been something else, or Jin might have imagined it from the beginning. However, his hopes were destroyed, as another click rang beyond the sliding door. As a matter of fact, that wasn't the only noise this time. He could hear clothes brushing against the glass coffin, along with the sound of someone's feet touching the ground. There was no way the dragon who had been sleeping for 1,000 years was suddenly sleepwalking. It could only have woken up for a clear reason and purpose. Or it could be that its slumber was finally over, and that the timing was a complete coincidence. Calm down, calm down. I've never offended Muraken before. It shouldn't be hostile towards me. He didn't remember Muraken waking up in his past life. There's no way Jin couldn't have heard of the news of Muraken's awakening, especially since he was still living in the Storm Castle back then as well. In that case, this incident is because of my return in time. My guess is that Muraken woke up because of my constant appearance here. There was a famous story around the continent. It said that one shouldn't disturb a sleeping dragon. Otherwise, one's life would be forfeited. Needless to say, despite being a famous story, people rarely came across dragons in real life. In any case, the moral of the story was that dragons have terrible personalities. Hey! Flinch. A low and deep voice reached Jin from behind the door. Jin was still pondering on how to survive this situation. A few chaotic seconds went by. He made up his mind on how to behave towards Muraken. Be respectful yet brazen. Even if Muraken tries to attack me, I just need to buy time until the knights arrive. But that was only for the worst-case scenario. And even if the worst-case scenario were to occur, Jin was confident that he could survive with his life intact at the very least. He could easily buy time with Sodaret's spiritual power, his own magic, and his silver tongue. It was unlikely that he would die. As soon as he reached that conclusion, the stress weighing down on his shoulders eased up. Muraken could also be different from what he imagined. The dragon could be friendly with him instead of being hostile. A CCRT. Jin stood up and slid the door open to face Muraken. The black-haired handsome young man he saw every day in the coffin was now standing straight before him. The dragon's human body was toned, and one would never believe that he had been asleep for over 1,000 years. Aruncandle's descendant greets the clan's guardian. Jin deliberately stuttered and spoke nervously. He believed that he should act like a child who was afraid of the 1,000-year-old dragon. Moreover, the Runcandles used to call Muraken their guardian, so Jin decided to emphasize that word. Ha! Muraken snorted. Guardian? Guardian? Did you just say guardian? Ha! Wong. All he had done was speak out loud. but the mana inside the room began to tremble and spin around like a vortex. "Say that again, you shitty brat. Did you just say that I'm your clan's guardian?" Muraken's body disappeared into a handful of black smoke, only to materialize right before his eyes. "Are you not Lord Muraken? I've been told that the Black Dragon Muraken is the Runcandle clan's guardian." When Jean answered properly, Muraken stared at him and blinked several times. He felt like there was no need to stutter and act scared anymore. "I see. Those damned Runcandle bastards. So that's what you told your descendants. Haha. And it's not like I can take out my anger on this chestnut-sized kid. This is driving me crazy." Jean was relieved after hearing the dragon's reply. Looks like he's not completely merciless against children. Nevertheless, the murderous intent within the dragon's black irides were an indication of his character. If Jean were in his original 28-year-old body, Muraken would have broken a limb or two without hesitation before continuing the conversation. But why on earth did the black dragon wake up now? It doesn't seem to be because I've been coming down here every day. Could there be some other reason? Maybe it's because of Sodaret's power. Spiritual power. The power of shadows. That was the only thing Jean could think of as the reason behind Muraken's awakening from his 1,000-year slumber. Jean didn't use spiritual power outside of special circumstances. But there was always a subtle amount of spiritual energy swirling around him, an amount that humans wouldn't be able to detect. Come to think of it, the contractors of gods generally have a guardian dragon by their sides, other than certain exceptional cases. Contractors of the god of flames Shinu received the favor of fire dragons, while contractors of the god of wind Meltsier are favored by wind dragons. That was the reason why the Zipfel clan was slightly more advanced than the Runcandle clan. Officially speaking, the Zipfel clan has more than 100 dragons under their command. Who knows how many more they have behind the scenes? While this was just Jin's hypothesis, depending on the outcome, this encounter between Jean and Muraken may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The only problem is that my theory may be wrong. Moreover, I've never heard of a dragon whose attribute is similar to shadows. The current patriarch of the Zipfel clan is Keliarch Zipfel, the contractor of the god of flames Shinu. They say that he is very close with the fire dragon Kadin. The contractor of the god of wind Meltsier is the current second-in-command of the Zipfel clan, and is famous for handling a wind dragon. According to these two examples, dragons try to look for contractors who have a similar attribute as them. However, Jean had never heard of a story associating Sodaret with a dragon. Even during his conversations with Sodaret in his first life, the topic of Muraken was never brought up. Let's test it out for now. Thankfully, this isn't the worst-case scenario. If Muraken had truly woken up due to Jin's spiritual energy, then there was nothing for him to be afraid of. SSSSST. Humph. Muraken suddenly took in a deep breath, just like a dog who got a whiff of something delicious, or a heavy smoker who finally managed to light a cigarette. Ha! Anyways, this child isn't to blame for any of that. This energy smells nice. For some reason, it makes me feel great. What's your name, kid? It's Jean Runcandle, Lord Muraken. Good. Jean, you say? Honestly, I couldn't care less about your name. You're a Runcandle, right? Then lead me to Sodaret's contractor right away. Sodaret's contractor? That's right. This deep energy. Only the contractor could have such strong spiritual energy. I just hope this contractor isn't as rude as Timar. That son of a bitch. Timar Runcandle. The name of the first patriarch. Jean almost accidentally cried out in joy. It seemed his second life was going to be smooth sailing. To think that his earlier questions and concerns would be answered and resolved so quickly. It's certain now. He woke up because of the spiritual energy. Moreover, his reaction. It means that I'm the one in power in this relationship. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Muraken was now completely ignoring Jean. He closed his eyes and focused on sensing the energy. Meanwhile, Jean pondered for a moment. Should I tell him I'm the contractor? Or should I say that I don't know what he's talking about? The first option would be preferable. With the first option, Jean would be able to order Muraken around like a servant in the future. The second option would be a lot more troublesome. If Jean acted ignorant, the dragon would tell him to bring an adult of the clan. And if Jean did bring an adult down here, he would have to explain how this situation occurred in the first place. In that scenario, he would have to kiss these peaceful days goodbye. He wouldn't be able to transcribe any more books. Moreover, his fateful encounter with Murakan would have amounted to nothing. Whoosh! A small ball of energy that danced like flames appeared on Jin's palm. Sniff! Oh, it's like my mind is getting clearer. Ha! Murakan savored the energy's scent before opening his eyes. Immediately, he couldn't hide his surprise. It seems that I'm the contractor you're looking for, Lord Murakan. Why you? Impossible. This is madness. Sodaret made a contract with a kid like you. Murakan began to retreat in fear. He almost fell down from tripping on his own feet, as the panic in him began to grow. This is crazy. Unacceptable. Oi, Sodaret. You're listening, right? Did you finally go bats hit? Explain yourself. While Murakan was freaking out, Jean created a second cluster of shadows on his other hand. My father told me that this power was given to me by the being who brought shadows into this world. Ugh! Thump! Murakan fell on his behind and looked up at Jean. Silence ensued. Jean wanted to continue their conversation, but the mood wasn't right. He couldn't bring himself to do so when he saw Murakan's composure fall apart in real time. Denial, anger, doubt, fear, surrender. His expressions were changing in that exact order. Oi, Sodaret. This is a joke, right? This isn't right. Say something. Why is the promised contractor of 1,000 years this kid? Sodaret never showed himself. His silence was also one of Jin's concerns. Back when they had made their contract, the two used to chat like good friends. But ever since right before his death, Sodaret never spoke to Jean again to this day. In any case, it seemed Murakan needed some time to accept this reality. However, he was a dragon. Despite his short temper and wicked personality, he was still a dragon who had lived for thousands of years. He had a keen insight, along with an indomitable spirit that wouldn't despair at unexpected situations. Murakan soon ended up accepting this absurd situation. That was the most he could do right now. Sigh, kid. Yes. It seems that you're the individual with whom I must adjust my breath, as according to my promise with Sodaret. A dragon's breath. A dragon had personally declared as such to Jean. And it was Murakan, the black dragon the first patriarch had defeated, to boot. Back when he was a magician, his heart used to beat so loudly whenever he heard rumors of magicians fighting side by side with a dragon. Jin's nose began to itch as his emotions intensified. He couldn't control the heat rising to his face in excitement, so he ended up lowering his head. By adjusting your breath, you mean? Sigh, you're still too young to understand the details. And I'm not in the right mind to explain it to you right now. Jean silently nodded at his answer. First and foremost, as a friend of Sodaret's, allow me to formally introduce myself to Sodaret's contractor. Whoosh! A heavy wind blew in the room. A dark energy began to form in the air and swirled around Murakan's body. He was transforming into his dragon form. The dark energy covering Murakan expanded like a cloud, and a huge black dragon that completely filled up the underground room entered Jin's vision. I am Murakan, Sodaret's proxy as well as his friend, the last descendant of the first being to be created from shadows. Following the 1,000-year promise, I shall be your lifelong partner from today onwards. State your name. A grandiose voice shook the room. The hot-tempered attitude from earlier was nowhere to be found. I am Jean Runcandle, 13th and final child of the Runcandles. Jean answered as he barely repressed his trembling heart. Chapter 9. Until I turn 10. Fun. Every day is so fun. It's been about 6 months since the encounter with Murakan. Jean turned 8 years old and transcribed a total of 50 secret tomes. Today is the day the Tana twins leave the Storm Castle. Now no one will be bothering me for the next 2 years. Jean thought as he stared out the window, watching the servants pack the twins' luggage in the carriage. Ever since the day he pummeled them in the hallway and left them out by the bird's grave, the Tana twins never bothered him again. The servants delightfully call that incident the revenge of the bird, as they weren't very fond of the twins either. Jean wasn't the only one who was harassed by them in the past. But ever since that day, Jin's older brothers were obedient and would listen to his every word. He could order them around and treat them like servants, which was quite practical. However, the existence of their nanny Emma was disturbing. She would outright monitor Jean while pretending to be friendly with him. Within another few months, that shrewd woman would have tried to follow me when I'd go meditate at the grave. I can't have her discover that I've been going underground, so it's perfect that she's leaving now. To this day, Jean viciously ignored Emma and cut her off whenever she tried to approach him. Her true intentions were as clear as day. On the outside, she wanted him to get along with the Tana twins. But deep down, she was hoping for Jean to fall from grace and be trampled on by the twins. Emma's disturbing gaze will finally be no more. If something like this happens again in the future, I'll have to take action and deal with her. Until this day, Emma hadn't bared her fangs or backstabbed Jean openly. Despite that, Jean decided to give Emma a farewell gift that would haunt her for the rest of her life. "Young master, you must go bid farewell to your brothers now." "All right, Gilly, let's go." The two of them descended to the storm castle's courtyard. Under the constant downpour, the knights who had come to escort the Tana twins to the main house were standing in silence. 1 7-star guardian knight and 5 6-star guardian knights. They were all part of the Runcandle's main house. The twins were at the center, wearing relieved smiles as they would finally be distanced from their devilish brother. "Elder brothers." "Ah yeah, Jean. Hey." As Jean spoke to them with a large grin, his brothers tensed up. "Why are you so surprised? I'm just here to see you off." Thanks, Jean. I guess I won't be seeing you for another 2 years. That's too bad, isn't it?" Despite not agreeing with him, the Tana twins furiously nodded their heads. After patting them on the shoulders, Jean then turned to Emma. "Stay safe too, Nanny Emma." "Thank you very much, young master. Could you bend down for a bit?" Emma lowered herself to match Jin's eye level. He then approached her ear and whispered, "Emma, I hope you act with a bit more caution at the main house." As soon as her brain processed the meaning behind his words, Emma's face paled into a deathly white hue. When she realized that this 8-year-old child had fully noticed her actions and hidden intentions, a jolting chill ran down her spine. Her throat squeezed up, and she couldn't respond to him. Nevertheless, Emma somehow forced her body to move and bowed to Jean, while trying to conceal her trembling. "We must depart now. Young Master Jean, I shall await with impatience to see your dignified appearance in 2 years." "Very well." The knights raised their swords to salute Jean before departing. They then got on the carriage waiting at the bottom of Mt. Murakan and headed to the Runcandle main house, the Garden of Swords. Jean would also head there in another 2 years. "Blasted kid, explain yourself already." "An explanation that I can understand." The Storm Castle's underground area. Murakan expressed his frustrations to Jean as he grabbed the basket Jean had brought. The 8-year-old boy lightly brushed off his words and moved to the shelf. How can this be? Why is there only 1 strawberry pie in the basket? Are you looking down on the great Murakan?" Murakan was angry because of a strawberry pie. "Ah geez, be thankful you at least have 1 pie. I had to save some of my share." "Do you truly believe a dragon would feel full from a single measly pie?" "Well, I didn't believe dragons could become furious because of strawberry pies. But now I do." The strawberry pie was the first gourmet food Murakan had eaten in 1,000 years. It was also the only food that could satiate his stomach, tongue, and mind in this underground chamber, since he was still trapped down here. "Don't you feel full even without food thanks to my spiritual energy? Enough with that nonsense of yours. You heartless brat. Don't you know that dragons are very picky gourmets? And not only am I unable to leave this stuffy place because of your circumstances, now you won't give me extra strawberry pies." Murakan hadn't left the underground chamber ever since his awakening. It was all for Jean. He needed to hide his connection with Murakan until he was strong enough and Murakan also believed that was the correct choice. The underground chamber was only accessible to the flag bearers. If the clan learned that Jean had been sneaking down here in order to copy the secret tomes, Siren would most probably ask Murakan to take responsibility as well, even if he were the clan's guardian deity who had awoken from a 1,000-year slumber. In other words, Jean and Murakan were accomplices of the same crime. Ha! You and that gourmet tongue of yours. You're the one who said you didn't like any of the food I brought other than the pie. Do you think it's so easy to airlift strawberries to this storm castle? Jean also wanted to give a piece of his mind about this topic. Not only was there a constant downpour at the castle regardless of seasons, it was also located at the peak of Mt. Murakan. It wasn't a simple task to supply the castle with fresh strawberries. Moreover, this gourmet black dragon said that all the other food at the storm castle was trash, and only asked for Gilly's strawberry pie. God damn it, is this an era where people can't even eat strawberry pies properly? There are only 2 years left of this era you speak of, so finish eating that already. Let's begin training. It also seems to be an era where rude kids mess around with powerful black dragons. Munch. In the end, Murakan yielded. It wasn't as if a non-existing strawberry pie would appear out of thin air just because he got mad at the kid. Delicious. Damn. This is crazy delicious. Did you say your nanny cooked it? You must definitely introduce me to her when I get out of here. Yeah, you already said that dozens of times. Jean replied as he shook his head in exasperation. During the past 6 months, Jin's vision of dragons was completely destroyed by the slob before him. The legendary dragons he had imagined during his days as a magician, the wise, majestic, mysterious yet powerful beings. But the dragon before him was childish, extremely whimsical, and a complete slob. He would always be lying down, scratching his groins as he complained about something. Scratch, scratch. Having devoured the strawberry pie in an instant, Murakan was once again scratching an odd place. The only thing that my imagination was correct about is how powerful dragons are, maybe? Ever since the day after their first encounter, Murakan began to teach Jean how to manipulate spiritual power along with several types of martial arts. Despite having never fought him in person, Jean could sense how strong Murakan was through his teachings and guidance. However, most of Murakan's strength was currently sealed because Jin's spiritual energy was still too weak. Spiritual energy was a necessity to Murakan's strength and survival, just like how the sun was necessary to plants, and how aquatic life forms needed the sea to survive. In other words, Jean was like the sun to Murakan, an irreplaceable existence. However, it was a sun that needed to grow stronger. In order for Murakan's full strength to return, Jean had to grow older and become more powerful. Do that transcription thing for 30 minutes, then come to the hallway. All right. After finishing the transcription, Jean left and entered the hallway to face Murakan. What did you copy today? The Attila clan's book of swordsmanship. Oh, Attila. Their swordsmanship was pretty decent. Reminds me of how I sunk my teeth into their patriarch and killed him about 1,500 years ago. Did you understand some of it? About 30% of the content. I didn't quite get the rest of it. Don't be discouraged. It's still incredible that you understood 30% of it at your age. Having comprehended about 30% of the Attila clan's secret book at the tender age of 8 was an enormous feat. However, Jean was craving for more. The enormous feat was according to the Runcandle standards. But with this being his second life, Jean wanted to achieve far more than just that. If he couldn't exceed the normal genius standard, he would once again be unable to overpower his 12 genius siblings. How much of this book would the first patriarch have understood at my age? Kuhaha. Right. You did say that you chose Timar's sword during the selection ritual. Is that why you keep comparing yourself to him? No. It's because I've heard people endlessly say that the first patriarch was the strongest man in history, so much that the phrase is engraved in my mind now. That's why I'm comparing myself to him. The strongest man in history, you say? Fair enough. Timar truly was incredibly strong. Even your father, who's called the Genesis Knight, is probably 1 level weaker than Timar. That was a realm of strength that Jean couldn't even imagine. Despite Jin's rapid growth speed during his final 3 years of life after making a contract with Sodaret, he still had a long way to go to reach the Genesis Knight realm. Even if he became an unparalleled magic swordsman, like Sodaret had said, Jean still wasn't sure if he could defeat his father. Sure. All right. I guess it would be best to make it clear. Make what clear? The difference between you and Timar. Jean nodded as he focused on Muraken's next words. At the age of 8, Timar would not have been able to understand a single sentence in that book. A short pause followed, before Muraken continued speaking. But one's talents cannot always be measured by one's knowledge and understanding of swordsmanship. From what I've seen, you are quite gifted. In fact, you're like a genius that's born once every hundreds of years. However, you still can't compare to Timar. That's somewhat disheartening. I'm sure that your Genesis Knight father is far more gifted than you are. Then, will I never be able to overpower my father because of the disparity in our talents? To overpower his father. That was the reborn Jin's biggest and most ambitious goal. If he couldn't win against Siren, Jean would have no choice but to live while trying not to stand out again, so that he doesn't incur the Runcandle's wrath. The pathetic death in his first life. 3 9-star knights who had attacked the Akin Kingdom. Jin's hypothesis was that Siren had secretly dispatched those 3, even though he strongly wished it were false. Indeed, you won't win against your father if it purely comes to swordsmanship. If it purely comes to swordsmanship? That's right, you brat. Don't think that the world solely revolves around swordsmanship. You also have spiritual power and magic at your disposal. True enough. If you master magic and spiritual power to the extreme limits, it may be possible to become stronger than Timar, let alone your father. So don't be impatient. I'm not impatient. I just wanted to know my limits. Ha! You're still thinking about your limits, even after gaining Sodaret's spiritual power? Maybe it's because you're still a kid. You're just too unaware. Sodaret's nickname amongst the gods is the Infinite. Infinite. That's right, infinite. The potential you have is far greater than anyone else in the world. It's infinite. Limitless. That's why just focus on growing up for now. You have to leave this suffocating place and explore the world in order to experience life. In that case, what's today's training about? Releasing your spiritual energy. You can always learn the basics of martial arts later on. So from today onwards, till the day you leave the Storm Castle, you will only train your spiritual powers. Chapter 10. Until I turn 10 too. Aside from aura and mana, there are some people in this world who wield other special powers, although they are few and far between. Amongst these special powers, spiritual power is the rarest of them all. And the beings who control spiritual power can be separated into 2 categories. Those who were born from Sodaret, just like Muraken, and people who made a contract with the god, just like Jean. During his prime, Muraken could use spiritual power to fend off 5 9-star magicians simultaneously without having to escape. Jean couldn't even picture the dragon's full power. In other words, now that Sodaret was refusing to show himself, Muraken was the perfect teacher for Jean. People like you and me who can use spiritual power can release spiritual energy. It's the first and last technique we need to know. First and last. It's a basic technique yet also a lethal move. The principle is easy. It's similar to how a magician uses mana. When magicians reached the 3-star stage, they could release mana. In other words, if someone could release mana, they had reached the 3-star stage. Since Jean was a 5-star magician in his past life, releasing mana was a piece of cake for him. However, while Muraken knew that Jean had mana within him, he didn't know that the child had the knowledge and skills of a 5-star magician. Jean had yet to tell the dragon about his rebirth, and he wasn't planning on telling anyone from here on out. But as far as I know, magicians don't use mana release as a lethal move, do they? Just because they both use the word release and are similar in style doesn't mean mana release is on the same level as releasing spiritual energy. In any case, before you learn how to release spiritual energy, you must learn how to release mana first. How come? At Jin's question, Murakan simply shrugged. You need to begin with learning the easier techniques. Would you try to learn how to swing a steel sword when you can't even lift a wooden one? Aha! Jean nodded as he grasped the meaning, despite his reluctance. He had already mastered how to release mana in his previous life, so he was feeling impatient. Oh well, I should just think of this as a revision. I haven't tried to release mana ever since my regression either, so this is a good opportunity. Once Murakan sat straight before Jean, he suddenly burst out in laughter. Pftahaha! How amusing! I never would have thought I'd teach magic to a Runcandle child. If your father ever finds out about this, you and I are both as good as dead. Learning magic as a Runcandle signified treason. Most martial clans disliked magic, but not many of them despised the very thought of magic as much as the Runcandle clan. Ever since the death of the first patriarch, the Runcandles considered magic and its usage a taboo within the clan. The clan members' thought process was that if one learned magic, one wouldn't be able to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. In actuality, several magic swordsmen had appeared throughout history, but none of them achieved incredible feats. They slowly disappeared and all traces of them vanished. It was the same for the magic clans. While magic clans didn't ban martial arts, they highly looked down upon the usage of aura. It was believed that aura would dirty and muddy the purity of mana. However, these beliefs were flawed. The true reason why the Runcandles had banned magic was due to a humiliating and disgraceful pledge made with the Zipfels 1,000 years ago. During the era when Timar was still alive, the Runcandles were a clan of magic swordsmen. Back then, the Runcandle clan wasn't as famous as it was today, and history wasn't as distorted and fabricated. The only ones who were aware of this truth were Jean, the regressor and Soderet's contractor, and Murakan, along with some key figures of the Runcandle and Zipfel clans. My father will kill us when he realizes I learned magic from you? Not if he kills me before that for secretly coming down here without authorization. Indeed, if what you've told me about your father is true, then I have no doubt he'd kill you. Since we are accomplices, let me tell you a secret before we begin training. The people around the world believe that despite being rare, magic swordsmen can never become truly powerful, right? They certainly do, oddly enough. Jean pretended to be ignorant, to which Murakan chuckled. That's all bullshit. It's a lie made up by those Zipfel morons who are far more evil than the Runcandles. While you need a precondition to achieve it, magic swordsmen are the ultimate powerhouses. Your clan was once a venerable and respected clan of magic swordsmen. Really? First time hearing this story. Are you not surprised? Murakan asked in a disappointed voice. Albeit belatedly, Jean let out a gasp and wowed at the dragon, who just shook his head at the child's terrible acting. Haha. Nothing could ever top the surprise I felt the day I met you. Anyways, you said something about a precondition? Geez, you really aren't cute at all, kid. So, you need to have a great affinity with mana, sensitivity to aura, and an excellent physical body. Oh, and a contract with a god. So I already cleared the conditions. Now that you understand, there's no need to be afraid of learning magic from here on out. But promise me one thing, kid. You must never reveal your magic to the clan until you're strong enough. There's no need to make me promise that. I already know of the potential consequences. I've only just turned 8, and I don't plan on biting the dust anytime soon. Good. Then from now on, your objective in life is to stand at the summit, stronger than anyone else, in order to let me live comfortably and in luxury. Let's begin training now. First, let's try to stimulate and awaken your mana. In order to do that, you need to... Vroom. Jean created a mana sphere the size of a walnut on top of his palm, and Murakan could only stare in disbelief. This crazy twat. What in the world? How could you do that in a second? You didn't even let me finish explaining. Jean also couldn't hide his surprise. He was planning on holding back and showing the dragon only the bare minimum in order to satisfy him, but had created the mana sphere subconsciously. It was more difficult to minutiously control the body of an 8-year-old compared to that of a 28-year-old. Moreover, he hadn't used magic in a long time, which was another cause of this mistake. Before Jean could come up with an excuse, Murakan clenched his fists tightly and stood up. I see, Soderette. I finally understand why you chose him as your contractor after 1,000 years. Kohaha, he's really something. He's truly unbelievable. Kid, you make my heart beat so fast in excitement. The mistake seemed to have benefited Jean. In order to continue his childish act, Jean scratched the back of his head and wore an awkward smile. Is this something that impressive? Is that even a question? I've only ever seen 3 people succeed in creating a manosphere so early in their childhood. The first time was with the Zipfel clan's first patriarch, the second was with the 4th patriarch. And finally you! Murakan began to recount the story of how the 1st and 4th Zipfel patriarchs had achieved this feat at the tender ages of 5 and 7, respectively. However, Jean wasn't very inspired by the story, because he was the same as them. Jean, along with those 2 patriarchs, were all magic geniuses in its truest meaning. Before his regression, Jean had become a 5-star magician within 3 years. And since he had managed to make a contract with Soderette, Jean was potentially even more talented than those 2 acclaimed magicians. If I were born in the Zipfel clan during my first life, I would have reached the 8-star stage at the very least by 28 years old. Maybe even the 9-star stage. Murakan finally ended his maniacal laughter. Kid, honestly, I thought it would take you at least a few years in order to learn how to release spiritual energy. But at this rate, you might be able to succeed before you leave the Storm Castle. Let's move on to the next phase immediately. The next lesson was on mana transfer. It was a basic technique which required one to extinguish the mana on one hand and move it to the other with pinpoint accuracy. Learning this technique was a piece of cake for Jean once again, but he had to control himself and hold back this time. Now that Murakan held high expectations towards Jean, there was no need to increase it even further. Otherwise, Murakan's overwhelming yet unbearable expectations would become a burden to Jean and could come back to bite him later on in life. Additionally, even though his earlier mistake benefited Jean this time, the fact that he made the mistake was important and alarming. In order to gain the skills and techniques to control mana as proficient as his previous life, he had to train repeatedly, even for the basic techniques. Jean listened to Murakan's explanation and attempted to transfer the mana on his right hand to his left. I should fail on purpose for a while before succeeding. 10 minutes should be enough. 10 minutes later, Jean successfully transferred the mana on his right hand to his left accurately. Murakan then grinned widely. Droplets of sweat began forming on Jin's forehead. It was actually more difficult for him to purposefully perform an easy technique a lot slower, just like how lifting a heavy object slowly was more taxing compared to lifting it quickly. Good. Excellent work. If you manage to complete this procedure within 5 seconds, you should be able to release mana. In other words, you'll have become a 3-star magician. How long do you think it will take me to achieve that? Jean asked as he wiped his sweat away. 2 years. Hearing the answer, Jean decided that achieving it in 1 year would be convincing enough. Having finished the calculations in his mind, Jean nodded to the dragon. Good. Then practice mana transfer for a bit more and then head back up for today. And just in case, don't practice within the castle when I'm not with you. All right. After training for another hour, it was time for Jean to return to the surface. As he packed up his notebooks and the basket, Murakan lied back down on the floor, scratching his groins. Oh, also, kid, when you come by tomorrow, make sure to fill that basket to the brim with strawberry pies. Otherwise, I'll make sure you know of the consequences. Murakan warned Jean as he began walking away. The strawberry pie you ate earlier was the last of it. Do you have any idea how many strawberries you ate during the past 6 months? God damn it. Then bring me another type of pie your nanny bakes. Then what about a rat pie? You wretched brat. Come here and have a taste of my fist. Hey, hey, hey! Swoosh! Jean dashed out the hole connected to the underground corridor. Something other than rats. Please. I'm begging you. When Jean returned the next day, his basket was full of apple pies instead. Murakan was satisfied and stroked the child's head. A year went by. Today was September 9th, 1789. Jin's 9th birthday. Spending their birthdays at the Storm Castle, which was stormy and wet all year round, wasn't good for children's mental and emotional growth. As a dozen servants and Gilly, along with 5 knights, placed candles on the cake, the fierce gale outside was smashing into the castle windows. "Happy birthday, young Master Jean. Happy birthday. Thank you, everyone." As the 9-year-old blew on the candle flames, everyone gathered around him and clapped. Clang, 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 clang. Since the knights were wearing gauntlets, their powerful clapping noises overpowered everyone else's. The birthday party was bleak and desolate, as if they were mere commoners who couldn't afford a lavishing meal. Despite this, Jean was still overjoyed and felt blessed. In his previous life, he hadn't even received greetings from the people living in the castle for his birthday, other than his nanny. As Gilly sliced the cake and gave everyone a piece, the lone knight who was guarding the Storm Castle's main entrance suddenly barged in the room. "Young Master Jean." It was the guardian knight called Khan. Khan. There weren't many situations in which Khan would dare to run within the castle hallways. Jin's intuition told him that someone from the clan's main house had come to visit. "The eldest lady has come to visit. Elder sister Luna?" Jean exclaimed as he stood up. Jin's eldest sister, Luna Runcandle, the firstborn of Siren Runcandle's 13 children. It was a well-established fact that she was the strongest out of all the siblings. At her current age of 28, she became a 9-star knight, which proved the previous assumption. However, despite her strength and fame, she never participated in the Runcandle's War of Succession, a hideous and unsightly competition for the throne, in Jin's first life, and always moved on her own. She's not the type of person to come congratulate her younger sibling on his birthday. Why is she here? Jean ran to the window and looked outside. Luna was taking large strides as she walked up the stairs leading to the Storm Castle. On her back was her emblematic sword, the enormous axe sword, Crantle. Chapter 11. Until I turned 10-3, Luna and Jean had an age gap of 19 years, which was to no surprise as they were respectively Siren and Rose's first and last children. With such a large age gap, there are many cases where the older sibling dotes on the younger one, but that wasn't the case for Jean in his first life. And so, with Luna's sudden visit, Jean was more panicked than joyful. This is somewhat concerning. Has my eldest sister ever shown interest in our other siblings as well? Despite rummaging through his memories, Jean couldn't remember a similar event in the past. The nickname the public used to call Luna was the White Whale. She was aloof, distant, and hard to get in touch with, just like the white whale in the myths. And since there was only a single white whale in the world, the nickname also reflected her antisocial tendencies. Greetings to the eldest lady. Greetings to the eldest lady. The knights who were gathered for Jin's birthday all ran outside and shouted in unison. Even though she had yet to enter the castle, the servants in the dining room also began to bow. In advance. "Let's head downstairs to welcome my sister, Nanny." Gilly was dumbfounded and staring into nothingness. Having the opportunity to meet the clan's eldest child was rare, yet extremely nerve-wracking. "Ah yes, young master." Jean and Luna came face to face in the central hall. It was the child's first time seeing his eldest sister ever since the selection ritual. Dazzling silver hair, porcelain-like skin, and deep eyes that appeared to pierce through everything in their vision. Luna's deep gaze contained an inexplicable sense of danger and menace. Those were the eyes of someone who had slain myriads of powerful warriors around the world as she slowly approached the realm of a sword emperor. As they made eye contact, Jin's heart began beating furiously. So this is the gaze of someone who's close to being the world's strongest. However, Jean hadn't the leisure to admire her forever. He couldn't put aside the possibility that she had come all this way as she had somehow sensed Murakan's awakening. If that were the case, Jean had to come up with a solution to his pinch. As he racked his brain, Luna appeased the knights around them by speaking out first. "You've grown a lot." A cold and dry voice. It wasn't a tone suitable to address a sibling she hadn't seen in 8 years. However, Jean sensed a faint amount of goodwill within that dry voice. Nonetheless, it was far too early for him to let down his guard. Thank you for coming all this way. We would have prepared a far more suitable feast had you notified us in advance, elder sister. That's cute. But there's no need for such hospitality when I'm simply visiting my younger brother. Luna replied as she patted her brother's head. To think that his eldest sister, with whom he had barely talked to in his past life, was patting him. Jean couldn't understand what was happening. Just why? Why is she acting like this? The same question kept repeating itself in his mind. When Siren had come to visit, everything occurred as he had predicted. But he just simply couldn't read through Luna's true intentions. However, just because it was difficult didn't mean he had to stop trying. No matter how incredible of a fighter she was, Luna was still a 28-year-old lady. As for Jean, this was his 37th year alive in total, so there was no need to feel pressured. That's true. There's no need for you to do that when you're merely traveling within Runcandle territory, elder sister. But honestly speaking, since I don't know you well enough, I was subconsciously feeling nervous and on edge. The hand that was stroking Jin's head froze. Gilly was bewildered by Jin's honest statement and made a dry cough. Even the knights around them were staring in disbelief. Silence ensued. The surrounding people were sweating buckets as they watched the siblings stare at each other. You were nervous? Yes, sister. Should I interpret that as you being uncomfortable around me? I'm not uncomfortable. It's just that since this is basically my first time meeting you. Another round of silence. The atmosphere around Luna was ambiguous. The knights and Gilly all thought that she would be furious, but it was the opposite. They could never have predicted the emotions they saw in the woman's deep ocean eyes. Sorrow, regret, and bitterness. Those were the emotions surfacing on Luna's face. You're right, I was being inconsiderate. You may be young, but you're still a Runcandle. How could I forget that? I'm sorry. Even Jean was taken by surprise. By her reaction. Runcandle. This large clan of swordmasters wasn't a family where siblings would support and love each other, and sacrifice oneself for a brother or sister, monitoring each other, stealing from each other, and dragging another down were the family traditions. Therefore, having heard Jin's explanation, Luna believed that the young child thought of her as an obstacle and a hindrance. That was the reason behind her sorrowful gaze. Everyone, give us some space. Actually, never mind. Can I ask your knights and nanny to leave the hall, Jean? Luna bent down and matched her eye level with her brother's. Once Jean nodded, the knights and Gilly emptied the place. While he still couldn't read her true intentions, Jean believed that Luna didn't mean him any harm. My youngest sibling. Yes, sister. The reason I came looking for you so suddenly is because I have something I must tell you. And today happened to be your birthday as well. Jean let down his guard visibly. Something to tell me? Due to father's interest in you, all of our siblings are keeping an eye on you. And seeing your attitude today, it seems I don't need to explain what that signifies. Every Runcandle was paying great attention to Jean, and it was to no surprise. It was widely known that Siren had come all the way to the Storm Castle last year in order to see his youngest child. Moreover, Jean had chosen Barasada during his selection ritual, so it would be weirder if they weren't keeping an eye on him. Yes, I am aware. You mean that once I leave the Storm Castle, our siblings will try to keep me in check, right? Luna removed the axword Crantle from her back and placed it on the floor. Thud. Despite her best attempt at being quiet, it still ended up creating a large echo in the hall. That's right. So you know already. You must have been on guard against me for that same reason as well. Jean didn't answer and stared back into Luna's deep blue eyes. But this is what I wanted to tell you. I truly hope, from the bottom of my heart, that you won't take part in this dirty family feud and let your happiness slip away from your grasp. Her words came crashing down on Jin's mind. Is this what eldest sister has been thinking all this time? Is this why she didn't participate in the bloody succession war in my past life? Being the strongest of the siblings, Luna could easily take the throne from their other siblings. However, Jean didn't find her true intentions absurd or hard to believe. Luna did indeed steer away from the bloody succession war before, so there was a speck of credibility in her words. He was simply surprised from hearing those words from the person herself. But Jean still felt some revulsion towards her mindset. If you don't want to see me be sacrificed by our other siblings during the succession war, then why didn't you say anything back in my first life? Was it because he held no value at all back then, that she didn't bother warning him? Or was it because their other siblings didn't even consider Jean a dangerous opponent in the succession war? Such questions popped up in his mind, but they were not relevant in the situation at hand. Elder Sister Luna. What is it? I am very grateful for those words, but I do not intend on dropping out of the conflict. Polite yet resolute tone. I'm being genuine here. I'm not saying this because I fear you could surpass me, Jean. I am also aware of that, elder sister. I can see your pure intentions, and I am very grateful for that. I never expected a sibling of mine to be worried about me, but I don't plan on changing my mind. Then could I ask the reason behind your decision? You may not know about this, but Jean took in a deep breath before continuing his story. There has already been an assassination attempt against me. I've never talked about it to anyone else, not even Gilly, and due to that incident, my fight has already begun. Technically speaking, it wasn't an assassination attempt but rather a curse. However, the bladed illusion curse was no different to a death sentence for a child living in the Runcandle clan. Who dared to rumble? At her shout, aura began to pour out of Luna's body, expanding in the empty hall. A rumbling shook the closed space as the aura swirled around in a whirlpool. A sibling of ours dared to attempt to kill you inside the Storm Castle. Who was it? Was it the Tana twins? That I cannot tell you. Despite his dry response, Jin's heart and chest felt warm and content from seeing Luna get enraged for his sake. But rather than being unwilling to tell you, I am incapable of answering that question, as there are many things I'm unaware of as well. Ha! There was no need to continue this conversation. Luna could only accept the fact that her youngest brother was already far too involved in the family feud to break free now. As Luna tried to sort out her mixed feelings, Jean carefully approached her and hugged her around the neck. But I am extremely happy to have learned that not all of my siblings despise me and are after my life, elder sister. Jean, my brother. This saddens me so deeply. Who could have thought that the famous white whale was such a sweet and tender sister? Jean no longer thought of her as a terrifying 9-star knight, but instead considered her a mere human being who was suffering within this messed-up family. Please don't be so dejected. After their conversation inside the hall, Luna stayed at the castle for another 2 hours before leaving. Jin's bleak and desolate birthday was brightened by his sister's presence. I never knew there was such a kind side to my eldest sister. Jean thought to himself as he touched the pendant around his neck. It was Luna's birthday present for him. She told me to break the gem on the pendant when I'm in a critical situation I can't deal with. If he broke the deep blue gem on the pendant, Luna would be sent to Jin's location just once. She had obtained this artifact after killing a demon a while ago. Oh kid, that thing around your neck. Isn't that demonic beast King Orgel's pendant? It is. Damn, you got yourself a priceless birthday present. Dozens of monarchs and rulers lost their lives trying to obtain that pendant 1,000 years ago. Demonic beast King Orgel? Who's that? An incredible demon from back in the days. I could recognize that at a glance. I imagine you received it from the person with the powerful aura I sensed earlier. Damn, you basically have an extra life now. Congrats, kid. Murakin was aware of the pendant's effects. I can see that it's an amazing artifact. But Murakin, did you say powerful aura? You felt that from down here. Of course I did, brat. I may have lost a lot of my strength, but I'm still a dragon. Who was it? I first thought it was your father, but seeing how they noticed me and still left without making a fuss, I imagine it was someone else. What? Wait a second. My eldest sister noticed you, the bewildered Jean asked back. Haha. So that aura's owner was your sister? I see that this clan is still as crazy powerful as ever. I was even thinking of grabbing you and running away if things went south. Ah. Well, seeing how she gave you Orgel's pendant, I don't think your sister will tell the other clan members about us. Today was a great day. So you think my sister will just let it pass? I bet 100 apple pies on that. If she were narrow-minded, she would never have given you that pendant in the first place. You have a great sister. Ah, I'm so jealous of you, kid. Whereas my sister is. As Murakan began describing his elder sister, Jean pondered on what to do if, in the 1 in a million chance, Luna decided to tell the clan about Murakan's existence. However, he soon remembered Luna's last words before leaving, and soon calmed down. I just want you to remember this, Jean, my brother. No matter what you do, no matter what you become, I will always be rooting for you. Chapter 12. Departing the Storm Castle 1. And so, another 6 months went by. March 12, 1790. In the Mytel Kingdom, located south of the Storm Castle, spring was finally here. In another half a year, Jean would turn 10 years old and leave the Storm Castle. In the end, Luna never informed the clan about Murakan's existence, just as he had bet 100 apple pies on it. However, he didn't get a single apple pie for winning that bet, as Jean also ended up betting that she wouldn't betray them. So technically, Jean had also won the wager. The past 6 months were a period of peace and boredom for the knights and servants working at the Storm Castle. On the other hand, it was a period of growth and development for Jean, for whom time went by in a flash. I'm sick of this. I'm so freaking sick of this. Murakan spoke as he stared blankly at the soon-to-be 10-year-old. Not only did you manage to reduce the time it takes you to transfer mana from 10 minutes to 5 seconds in a single year, you also learned how to release mana in half a year. And you act as if it's so easy for you. I can't believe my eyes. Just as Jean had planned, he mastered mana transfer in 1 year instead of the 2 years Murakan had predicted, and mastered mana release within the 6 months after Luna's visit. Jean successfully held himself back and learned how to fine-tune his control over mana. And that wasn't the only favorable result. In his past life, he rushed to quickly reach the 5-star stage within a mere 3 years, so he had no time to train and practice the basic techniques. Since he was already 25 years old by the time he began learning magic, he didn't have the leeway to take his time learning the basics. However, now that he had repeatedly practiced mana transfer while making sure he had full control over his speed, Jean felt like he had attained a new realm of magic. It was like the difference between sprinting and taking a slow stroll. The scenery one sees during those 2 instances are completely different. I've always behaved the same way ever since I met you, so no need to overreact now. In addition, after Luna's visit, Jean began to train mana release. Just like mana transfer, it was an easy task for the regressor, but he still practiced seriously for 6 months. And through this training, he realized that his past life's basics were sloppy. Be grateful that you're currently living in the Storm Castle, kid. If this were the Vermont Empire's academy, the others would have alienated you for your talent. Jean had heard the exact same words dozens of times from his past life's master. I wonder what master is doing right now. I suppose he's just a shitty brat whose nose keeps dripping or something. The boy recalled his master's face. The magician who had informed Jean about his talent in magic and taught him everything was, in fact, 2 years younger than him. Despite that, he was a 7-star magician back then. Actually, he was almost at the 8-star stage. Geez, there are far too many geniuses in this world. I can't let myself be pushed around by them. I need to devote myself to my studies and training. Jean shrugged with a smirk forming on his face. Then, will you teach me how to release spiritual energy starting today? That's right. Tell me when you're done transcribing those books. Murakan, do you care that little about me? I already finished transcribing all the books a week ago. Except for the ones Jean didn't need. He had fully copied the contents of all the secret tomes that were only available to the clan's flag-bearers. He still couldn't understand every notion and idea explored in the books, but Jean would slowly realize their meanings in the future as his swordsmanship got better. All that was left for him to do before leaving the Storm Castle was to learn how to release spiritual energy. When Murakan first mentioned this technique, he never imagined Jean would be skilled enough to start learning it before leaving the castle. The dragon had only told Jean about the technique in order to motivate him to train harder, But it seemed that Murakin had underestimated the child. He would be at Jin's mercy until they left the castle. Oh right, that's true. It's not that I don't care about you. It just slipped my mind. Well then, let's begin now. With a serious tone, Murakin sat down with his back straight, and Jin followed suit. I'm warning you in advance. But releasing spiritual energy isn't a technique you can quickly master. It'll take longer than it did for mana transfer and release. I know. So don't be impatient. Just like I said before, it's both a basic and lethal technique. Let me show you. Swoosh. Even before he finished talking, a dark energy materialized like smoke and burst out of Murakin. It was spiritual energy. If Jin's spiritual energy was like a light fog that blurred one's vision, Murakin's spiritual energy was like the deep abyss that could swallow light and extinguish it. It was Jin's second time ever seeing the dragon's power. The first being the day Murakin woke up. It's a lot denser and heavier than my energy. Swoosh. Jin observed the dancing energy that swirled around. It felt as if the energy was waving at him, telling him to approach it. Jin caught himself about to reach out to the dark smoke. The energy's color is different, but overall it looks similar to mana release, right? Yeah. But it does feel a lot more mysterious. For magicians, mana release is the act of connecting the mana inside their body with the mana in the environment. What's the intention behind that technique? Jin. It's for mana recovery and strengthening. That's right. By releasing mana, the body is open to accepting the outside mana. Then you can use the outside mana in order to recover your own, or to strengthen the magic spell you're about to cast. Releasing spiritual energy is more or less the same, but there are a few differences. What are they? Releasing spiritual energy isn't connecting your energy to the energy in your surroundings. It's connecting the natural energy around you to your inner energy. So, it's the other way around? It was somewhat difficult to understand this notion. The aura and magic inside humans behave like rivers. The water in rivers always flows towards the open sea. Rivers are never bigger than seas or oceans. They're offshoots of the sea that branch out into the land. However, it was the opposite for spiritual energy. Shadows. Murakin spoke out as he waved his hand to disperse the smoke covering half of his appearance. Spiritual power is derived from shadows. In that case, where do shadows come from? It was a simple and short question, yet it was full of divine subtlety. I imagine that they come from Sadaret. It's not I imagine. All shadows in this world unambiguously originate from Sadaret. He's the master of all shadows around the world, and you are his one and only contractor. Murakin voiced powerfully as he continued. In other words, you can also become the master of all shadows around the world. The countless offshoots around the world called shadows would gather to a singular point. To the sea. To Jin Runcandle. That was the theory behind spiritual energy release. Murakin's spiritual energy began to swirl in countless tiny vortices, no bigger than plums. They then suddenly fused and created a bright and colorful pattern. Pay close attention to what's about to happen. Jin focused all his senses and observed his surroundings. It felt like time had slowed to the speed of a crawl as he tried to see what change the energy release would bring. What on earth? Jin could only gasp in shock when he noticed a big change. Near the glass coffin behind Murakin were several candlesticks and torches. The shadows of these light sources in the underground chamber extended like long streams of water and began flowing towards Murakin's energy whirlpool. Jin turned back to observe the other objects in the room, and the same phenomenon was affecting the bookshelf's shadow. Soon, a sudden dizziness struck the child. A powerful sense of dissociation encroached upon him. He could feel the damp sweat in his tightly clenched fist. An urge to take several steps backwards rose in him. Is this an illusion? As soon as such thoughts came to mind, Jin shook his head to clear his mind. However, the phenomenon occurring before him was no illusion. The shadows of the objects in their surroundings were indeed gathering towards Murakin. It looked like a supernatural spectacle. The overwhelmingly menacing aura around Murakin made Jin's hair stand on end. It was as if Not a single existence in this world could ever kill the being before Jean. And Jean instinctively realized that he couldn't let this threatening aura crush his spirit. According to Murakan, the ones who should be trembling in fear were the shadows. Because one day Jean would be the one wielding that dark and terrifying power. Murakan smirked at the sight of fear dissipating from the child's eyes. Good. That should be the attitude of the promised contractor of 1,000 years. Swoosh! The shadow vortex soon halted its movement, and the rivers of shadows returned to their respective positions. Having gone through an intense experience about the extent of this power, the usual peaceful and calm scenery around him somewhat felt pleasing, unlike before. It was like the night had passed, or maybe like a festival had finally ended. The last stream of shadow reached its original object, and the oppressive atmosphere had completely vanished. Jean was sweating buckets, but wore a refreshing smile as he pulled his drenched shirt away from his chest. How was it? Incredible. Is that all? You do realize that was the great Murakan's killer blow, right? It was like you had complete control over day and night inside this room. Murakan nodded, seemingly satisfied by Jin's spontaneous comment. Day and night. I haven't heard that expression in a long while. People love associating users of spiritual power with those kinds of words and expressions since ancient times. Things like ruler of the night or creator of darkness in daylight. They're pretty childish, honestly. Yeah, that's so embarrassing. I know, right? And ruler of the night is a nickname that holds so many misconceptions and prejudices. For your information, people used to call me that around 2,000 years ago. Actually, it's technically not wrong to call me that. Wahahaha. Is this dragon seriously saying such cheap jokes in front of a child? Jean swallowed his comeback and giggled. In any case, do you understand what spiritual energy release is? Technically, it's just like a different version of mana release, so I assume you understand the principle behind it. I've got a good grasp over it. Just give me 1 hour. I think I'll be able to do it. Get off your high horse, kid. Like I said earlier, releasing spiritual energy isn't something you can master in a short period of time. I know that. I didn't mean I could master the technique with your level of proficiency in an hour, but I think I could at least manage a small energy release. You know, like how the simplest of sword slashes performed by a novice and a swordmaster can be completely different. Exactly. That's why I said that spiritual energy release is both a basic and lethal move. Then, what level of mastery was the technique you showed me just now? Around intermediate level. Maybe a bit above intermediate. Intermediate. Jean was sure of himself. Even if a grand magician from the Zipfel clan were to perform a 9-star magic spell, it wouldn't be any stronger than the energy release he had observed just now. Murakan hadn't used the spiritual energy to destroy anything in order to show its strength, so Jean had no concrete proof to back his opinion. However, even if he didn't see its destructive power with his own eyes, he could accurately sense the spiritual power's superiority over 9-star magic. If you fully master this technique, you could even completely annihilate an army of 1 million in an instant. Having the shadow taken away from a life form is synonymous to death. Crack! A couple of torches placed in the corridor suddenly broke apart and fell to the floor. And having the shadow taken away from an object is synonymous to destruction. Jean couldn't hide his shock, and blankly stared at the broken torches. Still, damn it, I did my best to hold back so that nothing would get destroyed. So why did those torches break? We'll have to fix those before leaving the castle. What a pain in the ass. Crack, crack. The torches weren't the only things that broke down. The stone parts of the glass coffin Murakan was slumbering inside of had large fissures across them. Fuck! A deep sigh escaped the dragon's mouth as he frowned. He now had small chores to do while waiting for Jean from here on out. Chapter 13. Departing the Storm Castle, 2 Orgul's Pendant, the Phoenix Heart, and the manuscript of the Secret Tomes. These were the physical gains Jean had obtained during his stay in the Storm Castle. And according to Murakan's explanation, Jean could use the pendant to summon Luna once. Moreover, the artifact's effect also provided him a powerful immunity against 5-star or lower attack spells. Additionally, the pendant could amplify the effects of magic buffs cast on its user. 2 years have already passed since Jean ate the phoenix heart, but it had yet to be fully absorbed by his body. 1 month after he ate the heart, Jean tested how much his body had absorbed its effects every day by placing his finger on a candle flame. Lady Mary would be very proud of you if she were here, young master. And sure enough, Jean placed his index finger above a candle flame today as well. The flame that touched the tip of his finger had absolutely no effect on it. Jean felt no burning sensation. It was as if he had placed his finger in warm water. Gilly was thrilled by this sight and slowly approached the young boy. Gilly, it's also my first time seeing the effects of the phoenix heart. And as your nanny, I'm overjoyed to know that the beneficiary of the heart is you, young Master Jean. A wide smile drew on Gilly's face. Jean truly believed that amongst the nannies working for the Runcandle clan, she was the most honest and sincere. If my knowledge from when I was a magician doesn't betray me, I seem to have absorbed around 50% of the heart. Should he absorb 100% of the heart, Jean would be able to withstand a fearsome firestorm that could burn down an entire castle, let alone a candle flame. In other words, Jean would be near perfectly resistant to all flames that don't contain mana. To put it another way, Jean wouldn't be fully resistant against flames generated with magic. Needless to say, unless it's a high-rank fire magic spell cast by a 6-star or higher magician, they wouldn't be able to break through the heart's flame resistance effects. However, there is another reason why the Phoenix Heart is considered such a crucial item amongst magicians. If I fully absorb the heart, I won't be restricted when I summon a phoenix in a few years. The flames that are constantly swirling around the mystical beasts known as phoenixes generally have the force of 5-star spells. So whenever a phoenix flaps its wings, it's no different from having 5-star fire magic being shot out constantly. And unfortunately, these flames can also injure the magician who summoned the phoenix. So even if someone were to become a 6-star magician, it would be difficult to summon and use a phoenix unless they have a high resistance against flames. In other words, one had to eat a phoenix heart to have complete control over a phoenix familiar and make full use of it. I can't wait. To this day, Jean was far more interested in magic than in swordsmanship. Before his regression, the last 3 years of his 28 years of life were far more enjoyable than the initial 25. You seem to be quite loved by your sisters, young master. There's Lady Luna as well as Lady Mary. I wonder how you will repay their affection, ho ho ho. Jean nearly snorted from hearing Gilly's words. He couldn't help but laugh to himself when he remembered the stories about Mary Runcandle from his past life, along with her unique personality. I'm sure that Mary gave me the phoenix heart to speed up my growth, so that I can challenge her later on in life. That was how Jin's third sister's mind functioned. She was a battle-crazed, muscle-brained maniac. Moreover, she loved fighting against other Runcandles or enemies from the Zipfel clan. That was why she became a 6-star knight and roamed around the continent, challenging powerful opponents despite not being 20 yet. She stirred trouble everywhere she went, which earned her the nickname Stormwind Mary. Initially, it was the Southern Region's Madwoman. However, Mary slaughtered everyone who called her that, so she received a cooler-sounding nickname. Not only does she want me to challenge her after I become powerful, she also gave the heart away because she believes that she doesn't need it. So it was a gift that originated from her pride and self-confidence. Mary's one hell of a prideful nutcase. Jean grinned as his thoughts reached a conclusion. I should repay them the way they want me to. Luna wanted Jean to grow up strong and healthy, and to survive the family's deadly feud. Mary wanted Jean to grow up strong and healthy, and attempt to cleanly slice off her head with his sword. Therefore, Jean had to repay them by doing exactly what they expected of him. Knock knock. Someone was behind the door to Jin's room. This is Khan, young Master Jean. It's time for your training. Oh, so it's already time. I'll be there. Currently, Jean was training 2 skills simultaneously. He was learning spirit energy release from Murakan in the underground chamber, and was being taught the Runcandle martial arts by Khan, a knight at the castle. As a result, Jean had no time to rest on a daily basis. When he opened the door and exited his room, Khan politely bowed. What will today's lesson be about, Khan? In the morning, we'll study combat footwork. Around noon, it will be the different striking techniques using both punches and kicks. Then, we'll tackle joint lock techniques in the evening together with some general physical training. It was a busy schedule, but Jean nodded in satisfaction. He was emanating an aura of dignity and majesty like a ruler who had received a report from a subordinate. Khan tensed up as he observed Jin's behavior. As a guardian knight of the Runcandle clan and the young master's marshal, arts instructor, he should have been extremely proud of the child's growth. However, Khan was on edge and nervous whenever he trained the young boy. I mustn't slack off and idle around while teaching young Master Jean. Khan had taught the clan's combat techniques to a total of 6 Runcandle children in the Storm Castle. The Tana twins who had left 2 years ago, Jin's 6th sister, Yona, his 5th sister, and his 4th sister, Mew, and finally, Jean himself. Except for the twins, the other 3 had already left the Storm Castle when Jean was still a baby. I've never felt like this when I was teaching the others. They were all busy keeping up with the training program, and all I had to do was evaluate their growth. But for young Master Jean, he's the one evaluating me. There's something different about him. Evaluate. Normally, the instructor is the only one with the right to evaluate his student, similar to the relationship between a boss and a subordinate. But Khan could sense that Jean was inversely evaluating his teaching skills. And it happened on a daily basis during their training sessions ever since their first lesson. During the exhausting physical training when Jean would sweat buckets, during the exercises where he'd get bruised and his youthful skin would tear and burst, even during the spars when he'd get thrown onto the floor, Jean would always be closely observing Khan's teaching skills. This was a first for Khan. However, he didn't find it unpleasant or uncomfortable. On the contrary, Khan believed that Jean possessed all the virtues a pure-blooded Runcandle should have. No wonder the patriarch shows great interest in him. I mustn't let down my guard today as well. Khan focused his attention as a flame of enthusiasm sparked in his eyes. He and Jean then moved to the training grounds inside the castle. Young Master Jean. Speak freely, Khan. It's a great honor to be able to instruct you, young master. I promise to provide you the best possible training regime and guide you to the best of my abilities in the next few months, until your 10th birthday. I appreciate your thoughts. I'll be in your care until then. It was only after the combat training session had ended that Jean could go visit Murakan, despite his complete exhaustion. He then practiced the spirit energy release technique under the dragon's guidance. Today was a grueling and demanding day, but still a joyous one. Kia! Murakan let out a cry of excitement and amazement. Jean wondered how many times Murakan had been astonished already. According to a quick calculation, it was over 20 times during the past hour. Are you that happy, Murakan? Murakan turned his head back and stared at Jean. Is that even a question, kid? I can finally get out of this boring and stuffy place. And it's tomorrow. 2 years have passed since the Tana twins left the castle. But for Jean, the 2 years went by in a flash. He had countless more things he wanted to learn and practice, so he would have loved to stay for a few more years. He's right. Up until the day I met him down here, I also found every day boring as hell in this castle. He had graduated from Khan's combat lessons 10 days ago with his instructor's recognition, and he had achieved double the progress Murakan had expected Jean to accomplish when it came to spiritual energy release. In the clan's history, there was not a single Runcandle who had achieved as many feats as Jean during their stay in the Storm Castle. Normally, the only training the Runcandle children could receive at the castle was combat training. Thus, it was to no surprise that Jean was the highest achiever ever. However, the boy in question was still not satisfied. I wanted to reach 5-star in mana and 2-star in spiritual energy before leaving the castle. Oh well, I guess I was being too impatient. He was indeed being impatient. Even in the entire world's history, there was not a single individual who had gained such powers at the age of 10. Stay calm. Don't rush. My achievements so far are already impressive enough. If the world knew about my powers, everyone would treat me like an unprecedented genius. Today was October 30th, 1790. Tomorrow, the Runcandle clan's guardian knights would arrive to escort Jean back to the clan's main house, the Garden of Swords. By the way, if you leave this place, what do we do about your empty coffin, Mirakan? It'll be fine. Those who come down here will just read those books and won't notice that I'm not inside. How will they not notice it, even though you fixed that glass coffin? The insides are still empty. Kuhaha. Your knowledge in magic is still lacking if you're worrying about such things. Kid. Sheesh, fine. Then tell me what your failsafe plan is. I just need to create an illusion of myself lying down inside the coffin using draconic magic. Holy cow. You can do that? Jean almost spontaneously shouted that out, but barely held himself back. According to his knowledge, illusion magic couldn't recreate elaborate images. Who do you think I am? I'm a dragon. Moreover, the shadow dragon. Creating an illusion like that is as easy as blowing my nose into your shirt. Amazing. Is it possible to maintain the illusion over a long period of time? That might be harder even for me. Oh well, what other choice do we have? I'll just do my best to sustain it for as long as possible until you grow old enough to protect yourself. So be grateful, alright? Respect and revere me. Alright, kid. That's exactly why I brought you a little special something today. As Jean opened up the basket, stars shone in Mirakan's eyes. The basket was filled to the brim with strawberry pies. Gilly had made them, using the Mytel Kingdom's first harvest. Strawberry pies. My strawberry pies. Jean grinned as he watched Mirakan wolf down the pies before him. He then took out a few bottles from the cloth bag that usually held his notebooks. Those bottles. Don't tell me. Is that alcohol? Yep. Since today's our last day here, I stole some without letting my nanny know. So you do have some humanity left in you, kid. My time spent educating you was worth it. Ha ha ha. He was such an easy dragon to manipulate. The next day, around lunchtime, 2 knights from the Runcandle main house came to the castle. There were fewer escorts compared to the time the Tawna twins left the castle, but both escorts were 7-star knights this time around. Young master, you must steel yourself now. From here on out, your every desire won't be fulfilled. It will be difficult for me to bake you strawberry pies all the time too. Gilly spoke in a solemn tone as she stared directly into Jin's eyes. The main house won't be as tranquil and peaceful as our days here. You must keep that in mind. Jin's days at the Storm Castle were rarely tranquil and peaceful due to his constant training sessions, but he adjusted his attitude to the serious atmosphere. I know. Don't worry, Gilly. I'll keep that in mind. I will faithfully assist you to the best of my abilities out there, young master. Well then, let us go. Guardian Knights Jerome and Holtz greet young Master Jean. The 2 of us will safely escort you to the Garden of Swords. The knights from the main house politely saluted the young boy. A steel, horse-drawn carriage was waiting for them at the bottom of the mountain. Later, during the night, a group of unidentified assailants attacked the steel carriage belonging to the Runcandle clan. Chapter 14, Attack. Jin's days at the Storm Castle were accompanied by constant rain. However, once they descended the mountain and reached the bottom, the scenery was white. It was the Mytel Kingdom's first snowfall. Moreover, a heavy snowfall. Within hours, the snow had piled up to knee level. Due to this pure white landscape, the carriage had to slow down its pace. The knights Jerome and Holtz got off and began to sweep the snow in their way with their swords. We should take refuge in a village nearby and wait for it to stop snowing, young master. Even if we were to reach the capital without stopping, we wouldn't be able to use the transfer gate due to the snow. You're right. We've got no choice. Although this was Jin's first time seeing snow in a long while, he wasn't particularly excited about it due to their grave circumstances. A carriage advancing slowly, and a snowfall that seems to be attempting to swallow the entire world whole. Jean was flipping through his notes, the transcripts of the secret tomes at the Storm Castle, in order to kill time. But in the middle of the night, swoosh, neigh dash, suddenly the 2 horses, pulling the carriage, screamed out in horror. The 3-star magic spell, Icicle Shot, had pierced the horse's flanks. The carriage shook as if it were about to flip over, and in the next second, the coachman was killed by the same spell. "We're being attacked. Please stay inside the carriage, young master. It's an attack," Jerome and Holtz shouted out loud. Immediately, Gilly covered Jean with her body and observed the situation outside. The usual gentle and kind gaze was nowhere to be seen. Her eyes appeared to be burning with rage as she showed fierce killing intent. "We'll be all right, young master. You have me and 2 7-star guardian knights to protect you. No need to worry." A calm and relaxed voice. Jean had seen Gilly behave like this a couple of times in his past life. It would happen every time the run candles got attacked and Jean was in danger. "There are around 20 assassins. They seem to be composed of magicians and warriors, but we cannot eliminate the possibility that they have archers with them. I have yet to determine whether there are 7-star or higher enemies." Gilly reported her own observations of the situation. The run candle nannies were all 7-star or higher warriors. Before long, Gilly's weapon, a claw, revealed itself from within her sleeve and gave off a sharp glow. What a mess! An attack as soon as we left the storm castle? Who are they? Although Gilly was trying to reassure Jean, he was far more composed than the nanny was. Fear due to the sudden attack? There was no way that was possible. He had 3 7-star combatants by his side protecting him. And if the worst was to come, he could use Orgel's pendant. As long as the pendant was with him, he could definitely survive any threat a single time. If they're willing to attack a run candle carriage, these attackers aren't nobodies. Since the knights couldn't detect them beforehand, there must be at least a 6-star magician amongst them. Jean was calmly evaluating the situation outside. The carriage wasn't attacked after those first few spells, and I can hear weapons clashing in the distance. In other words, the enemies were hiding in the distance, and Jerome and Holtz went after them to counter-attack. As his thought process reached that conclusion, Jean realized that something was wrong. "Gilly." "Yes, young master?" "Jerome and Holtz. Those 2 weren't sent by the clan. That or they're traitors." "Young master, what are you talking about? Everyone at the Storm Castle knows of their faces, including me. They're definitely Jerome and Holtz of the clan." Even Jean knew of their faces. He had come across them a few times in his past life. Nevertheless, Jean had his reasons for treating them as imposters or traitors. "Gilly, the guardian knights of the clan never leave the run candle children unattended like this, even if the nannies are with them." "Ah! One of those 2 should have stayed next to the carriage. But Jerome and Holtz both went out to engage the enemies. They're either traitors or imposters." Gilly checked the situation outside through the window. Just as Jean had remarked, Jerome and Holtz had left their positions as soon as the attack began. Crack! Gilly's face distorted in fury as she grinded her teeth. The anger was directed towards the 2 traitors, as well as to herself for noticing the situation only after Jean had pointed it out. "I apologize, young master. I will make sure to receive severe punishment for this oversight of mine once we return to the clan. As of right now, Gilly McRolin will protect young Master Jean as a member of the Run Candle clan. Please be patient and lenient even if my protection ends up being somewhat drastic and violent. While it's important to get us out of danger, it's also crucial to learn who these assassins are, since they may be allies who are here to rescue us from those 2 traitors." "Yes, young master. I will not bring dishonor to the clan." Gilly suddenly swung her claw diagonally while still being seated. The steel carriage was cleanly bisected and easily fell apart. Jean could now see the sky from inside the carriage. She then immediately carried her young master and jumped out of the metal, running like an arrow flying with the wind. Since the traitors had prepared the carriage, there could have been hidden features to prevent them from escaping. Therefore, the nanny had to be quick in order to avoid all the potential traps. Due to the darkness of the night and the heavy snow, their visibility wasn't any better outside. All they could see was some flashes and sparks about 200 meters away from them, since the both of them left to fight the attackers as soon as the battle began. They must have judged that they couldn't stop the enemies alone. If the opponents that Jerome and Holtz were fighting against were Jin's allies, then the boy and the nanny were about to be saved. But Jean couldn't discard the possibility that the attackers were, in fact, other enemies who had different goals than the two traitors. Nevertheless, Gilly carried the boy and ran towards the battlefield. Find Jean Runcandle. Team 3. Block the one on the left. The voices of those who had attacked the carriage. At a closer look, Jerome and Holtz were fighting on equal grounds against 20 or so opponents. Young master, why did you leave the carriage? This place is dangerous. Please return to the carriage for now. Jerome and Holtz shouted towards Jean when they noticed him. Shut it, you dirty, treacherous bastards. On whose orders are you two here? How dare you attempt to kidnap the young master? Gilly wrapped aura around her claw and glared furiously. The face of the two traitors distorted visibly, and smiles began forming on the attackers' faces who had surrounded the 7-star knights. That woman is Gilly McRolin. Jean Runcandle's presence has been confirmed. All men, prioritize the protection of Jean Runcandle. The attackers were indeed the boy and Nanny's allies. Jean felt somewhat relieved. If Gilly joined forces with them, he wouldn't have to break Orgel's pendant in order to activate it. The battle came to a sudden standstill with Jin's arrival. During this short moment in time, the boy scanned the armors and robes of his presumed allies. A leaf and a black grebe. It's the Yuta clan and the Black King mercenaries. The Yuta clan was a clan of magicians in the Mytel kingdom, whereas the Black King was a group of mercenaries that could be considered one of the strongest mercenary groups out there. Since there was only a single black grebe on their crest, it seemed that it wasn't their most elite troops. Nonetheless, each mercenary was in the 5-star realm, and the Yuta magicians seemed to be masters of their craft. So they aren't traitors but imposters. The horses and coachmen were killed with the icicle shots, due to a failed preemptive attack. Having surveyed his allies and observed their strength and numbers, Jean came to a sound conclusion. If Jerome and Holtz were truly 7-star knights, they could have easily decimated the 25-star attackers, particularly in the darkness and heavy snowfall where everyone's vision is restricted. However, despite the battle having lasted for a long while, there were no visible casualties amongst the assailants. In other words, Jerome and Holtz weren't true 7-star knights from the Runcandle clan. I am Morka, vice-captain of the Black King Mercenaries 3rd Corps. Having received a commission from the Runcandle clan, we joined forces with the Yuta clan of the Mytel kingdom in order to rescue Jean Runcandle. Pthahaha. Suddenly, the fake Jerome let out a small chuckle. The odd laughter lasted for a long time. Due to the strange sense of incongruity, the Yuta magicians and Black King mercenaries readied their weapons as a chill ran down their spines. Gilly stood before Jean and spoke. Who are you two? She had also realized that the two knights were not the Runcandle knights she knew of. Just like Jean, she was aware of the might and strength that true 7-star knights held. Keck, what a stupid question, Gilly McRolin. We have nothing to say to a mutt who licks the boots of the Runcandles. The fake Holtz also let out a sickening chuckle and repositioned himself. They didn't seem to be willing to give more information. What should I do, young master? Jean answered Gilly's questions without an ounce of hesitation. Kill one of them and cut the arms of the other before you bring him to me. Your wish is my command. You may be powerful, Gilly McRolin, but you shouldn't underestimate us. Morka of the Black King Mercenaries. I shall leave the young master in your care for 30 seconds. Gilly ignored the fake Jerome's retort and addressed Morka. The vice-captain immediately ran before Jean with his men and formed a line of defense. I haven't seen a 7-star knight's battle in a long while. As Jean thought to himself, Gilly had already shot towards the two imposters. As she flashed across the snow-filled landscape, the air tore as a sonic boom blasted. She was a speeding arrow. The mercenaries and magicians couldn't believe that one could reach such speeds by running on this thick layer of soft snow. Rip-dash! The 3-pronged claw tore through the fake Jerome's neck. The imposter couldn't even react to the nanny's speed. He only noticed his incoming death when his head touched the snow. The fake Holtz, who was next to Jerome, turned around in order to find Gilly's figure, who had shot past them. However, he couldn't follow her movements with his untrained eyes. as he tried to retaliate by swinging the sword in his hand. Thump! The sound of his right arm and sword falling into the snow reached his ears. Oh! Slash! Swoosh dash! The fake Holtz somehow managed to avoid Gilly's follow-up dance of fury a couple of times. However, that was his limit. Without his right arm, his unbalanced body couldn't properly follow his mind's orders. Before long, Gilly's claw cleanly cut off her enemy's left arm. 7 seconds. Barely 7 seconds had passed since her involvement in the battle. Gilly used the remaining 23 seconds to stop the blood pouring out of the victim's wounds. She cut off the dead Jerome's long hair to tie up Holtz's armless stumps. The mercenaries and magicians couldn't help but watch the phenomenon occurring before them in astonishment. Such a powerful woman is merely a nanny? She's in a whole different realm compared to us. On the other hand, Jean was wearing a satisfied smile. I have carried out your command, young master. Gilly dragged the fake Holtz behind her and walked towards the boy. As snow kept entering his mouth, the armless victim couldn't even scream in pain properly. Thud! Upon her arrival, she grabbed the imposter's head and anchored it firmly before Jin's feet. It seems like the one who was underestimating their opponent wasn't Gilly, but you too. If you were attempting to assassinate the Runcandle's youngest child, you should have sent 3 or 4 8-star knights instead. As Jean spoke in a cold tone, the fake Holtz spat out. Cook! Kuhu! This is merely a warning. The era of the Runcandles is, coming to an end. That's actually something I look forward to. Jin's statement sparked surprise and confusion amongst the mercenaries and magicians. Because the era of the Runcandles will end, and the era of Jean Runcandle is about to begin. Glory to the Zipfels. Oh, so you're a follower of the Zipfels. I guess there's no need to take you back to the clan and torture information out of you anymore. Smash! Jean covered his fist in aura and slammed it down next to the imposter's head. He had learned how to wield aura through his martial arts classes with Khan. Release him. Men, kill him. No, I didn't mean it like that. Try your best to survive and return to your base in that state, Mr. Imposter. It'll teach your comrades a lesson. Well, this was a waste of time. Gilly, throw away this little piece of junk somewhere. Understood, young master. Gilly picked up the armless man and threw him away in the distant snowfield. Jean thought to himself as he watched the fake Holtz coughing in the snow. Geez, what naive lunatics. Did they think the Zipfels would be thankful to them for doing something like this? Chapter 15. Truth revealed? A tense mood filled the air. Sweat could be seen dripping down people's necks. Having dealt with the imposters, the Black King mercenaries ended up becoming Jin's new escorts. However, the escorts couldn't help but hold their breaths around their client. Now that the Yuta magicians had returned on their own, the mercenaries were the only ones left to take care of the terrifying kid. What kind of a 10-year-old boy acts like this? The vice-captain of the Black King mercenaries' Third Corps asked himself. A question that all his men were also thinking. The Black King mercenaries. They are veteran warriors who can turn the tables on the battlefield. Bloodshed, broken bones, burnt skin. Nothing can stop these battle-scarred soldiers. The sight of prisoners being mercilessly tortured and murdered is a daily occurrence to these men. Watching Jean order Gilly to kill the fake Jerome and Holtz in a bloody manner was nothing new to them. Nevertheless, these vicious mercenaries were wary of Jean due to his age. Where else would they ever find a 10-year-old behaving this way towards their assassin? Even though he was a Runcandle, he was merely a kid who had just left the storm castle and entered the world. In fact, their senses were warning them to be extremely careful with Jean when they saw him give Gilly orders. His speech and behavior weren't those of a child, not to mention his method of disposal of the surviving assassin. The mercenaries could only see Jean as a Runcandle overlord who just happened to be somewhat short in height. We mustn't make the slightest mistake until we successfully escort him to the transfer gate. Any frivolous or superficial behavior is absolutely prohibited. Do you understand? Yes, Vice-Captain Morka. The Black King mercenaries, known for their rough and boorish behavior, were acting like dignified gentlemen. They were all standing stiff and nervous, as if they were wearing tight, uncomfortable clothes. However, they weren't acting like this solely due to their fear of the child known as Jean Runcandle. There was also a hint of admiration and fascination in their eyes towards this dangerous boy. "Young master." While Jean was kicking the snow away as he walked, Gilly called out to him. She was wearing a calm expression and tone, but the boy caught the slight melancholic look that lasted for an instant. "We'll reach the village in about 2 hours. Once we arrive, it would be best to wait for the snowfall to die down before continuing our journey." "Let's do that." Jean brushed off the snow piling on his shoulder. "Oh, Gilly." "Yes, young master? Don't worry about what happened. It wasn't your fault." Jean truly believed so in his heart. Even Khan hadn't noticed that Jerome and Holtz were imposters back at the Storm Castle, so there was no way Gilly would have. In addition, the fact that Jean knew better about the Guardian Knight's rules than his nanny wasn't much of a problem either. At the very least, Jean didn't think so. Yet, Gilly was still dwelling on this incident. "I apologize." Once he heard her reply, Jean wore a bitter smile as he recalled some memories. Gilly never makes excuses. She never brings up justifications such as, "I've lost my touch from spending 10 peaceful years at the Storm Castle," or, "I was feeling under the weather, which dulled my senses." In my first life, Gilly was the same, always apologizing for something that wasn't her fault. Made me feel sorry for her. All the torment she must have gone through. Before his regression, the only person within the clan who unconditionally cared for Jean was Gilly. When Jean was banished, her life took a terrible turn and she became miserable. Nevertheless, Gilly never blamed her young master. Even when her 7-star aura was sealed and she was kicked out of the clan with Jean, she repeated the same sentence as today. "I apologize. Once we return to the main house, I shall accept any punishment for..." "Enough. I told you not to worry about it, didn't I? It's an order." Gilly lowered her head. "I understand. You may be my nanny, but you're also my lone guardian knight right now. If you continue brooding over a minor mistake which doesn't bother me, you won't be able to protect me to the fullest extent. I hope I won't have to repeat myself." Jean didn't want to talk to Gilly in such an overbearing manner, but it was the only way to get her to listen. In this life, it was his turn to protect his nanny. Even if Jean had to act cold-blooded at times, he had to make sure the harsh reality wouldn't crush her kind and warm heart. It was the boy's turn to lead his nanny to a better life. "Your wish is my command, young master," Gilly answered as she bit her lower lip. She was aware that Jin's indifferent tone was due to his goodwill towards her. Why did such a bright and intelligent young master have to get stuck with a dull and slow nanny like me? I should come to my senses and make sure no other troublesome matters bother the young master today. Becoming a person worthy of the young master. As she made a pledge to herself, Gilly tightened her fist and raised her head. Feeling relieved by her resolute face, Jean began to think about the assassins. The fake Jerome and Holtz. They were part of a radical group of Zipfel followers and had perfectly disguised themselves, fooling everyone at the Storm Castle. It was impossible to create such a perfect disguise with magic. Transformation was a special privilege granted only to dragons, and even with that power, it was impossible to perfectly replicate and imitate another individual. In that case, how did the assassins recreate the knight's appearance without any imperfections? Once they verified the deaths of the real Jerome and Holtz, the Runcandle main house immediately dispatched the Black King mercenaries who were on standby in the Mytel Kingdom, and began to investigate the identities of the imposters. However, Jean didn't expect them to discover anything. The entire world was crawling with followers of the Zipfel clan. Blaming and executing them all would be impossible to achieve, both practically and politically. Moreover, revealing the assassination attempt on Jean and arranging a search warrant around the world would be unfavorable to the Runcandles. Therefore, the Runcandles will definitely do as usual. They'll find a random group of Zipfel followers and punish them to make an example out of them, and instill fear in the others. However, Jean already knew who the mastermind was. Bouvard Gaston. Technically speaking, he wasn't the mastermind, but the culprit behind the excellent disguises. According to Jin's knowledge, Bouvard Gaston was the only person in this world who could successfully create a perfect transformation. By the time Jean turned 20, Bouvard's identity was revealed to the world. The Vermont Empire had dispatched a group of special forces in order to track down the unknown criminal behind the transformation crimes, and finally captured him after a 10-year pursuit. Jean still remembered how the news about the transformation criminal Bouvard spread around the entire world in his first life. In the future, people would come to learn about Bouvard. However, Jean was the only person who knew about him in his current life. His perfect transformations would be quite useful to have. If I win Bouvard over and make use of his skills. But Jean then shook his head. He's a complete lunatic. When Bouvard was imprisoned in Vermont, he wouldn't stop proclaiming that he's an artist and no criminal. It would be best to get rid of him instead. At this point, he's already raised his blade against me. Bouvard was an existence that only created chaos in the world. Chaos for the sake of chaos. That was his inspiration and art style. Now that he had remembered everything terrible about this lunatic, Jean was starting to get a headache. Fortunately, there was no need for Jean to spend years searching for Bouvard. He already knew that Bouvard was pretending to be an ordinary citizen, and remembered the location of the fragmented workshop the artist was managing. We will arrive soon. If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell my subordinates. As soon as one of Jin's escorts spoke to him, the morning sun began to rise. Jean had a simple meal composed of soup and eggs at the inn, before taking a rest in his room. Despite having trained his magic, spiritual arts and martial arts at the Storm Castle, walking under heavy snowfall for several hours was still an exhausting task for a child's body. Meow. 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 November 2nd, 1790. 3 p.m. The heavy snowfall lasted until noon, but completely vanished soon afterwards as if it had never existed. Now a certain black cat was meowing. The cat was outside the third-floor window of an inn. Inside, it could see a certain boy quietly sleeping on the bed. The adorable little feline raised its front paw and began tapping on the window. It didn't look any different from your ordinary cheerful cat. Now awake. Jean sat up and rubbed his eyes. Having slept for several hours, his body now felt as light as a feather. Meow meow. Noticing the change, the cat was now violently scratching the glass with both its front paws, as if it wanted to desperately get inside. Seeing the cat's behavior, a short snicker escaped the boy's mouth. Who would ever imagine that this ultra-adorable cat was actually the great black dragon Murakan? Damn! So cute. Should I tease him a bit? Jin's playfulness had activated. He feigned ignorance and grabbed the cup of warm water next to his bed. When suddenly, Hyacinth, Murakan began to get impatient and irritated. Jean realized that if he continued, it would soon be a bother to pacify the angry cat. He then stopped his taunt and opened the window. I get it. I get it. I was just joking around. No need to get so mad. Poof! Murakan instantly transformed back into a human and did a faceplant on the floor. Wabam! A heavy sound shook the room, and the nanny, who was on standby next to the door, immediately rushed inside. Young master! Clang! As soon as the unknown human on the floor entered her vision, she swiftly took out her claw. It was already covered in a layer of abyssal blue, ready to engage the enemy. We fucked up. God, why? It was all over. An unexpected situation had completely foiled his plans and put him between a rock and a hard place. Before Jean and Murakan could utter any word, Gilly shot towards the man lying on the floor and pressed her claw against his nape. Who sent you? Speak before I tear you to shreds and slice you into 1,000 pieces. She mistakenly believed that Murakan was an assassin. There was not a single speck of hesitation in her mind. As he stood agape, Jean could feel something slowly escape his mouth. It was most probably his soul and his hope for the future. Gilly, please stay back, young master. He is an extremely skilled assassin. To think he sneaked into your room without a single trace of his presence. It was not surprising that Gilly hadn't sensed Murakan's presence despite standing guard in front of the room the entire time Jean was sleeping. because moments ago Murakin was merely a small cat. In an instant, Jean came up with dozens of excuses he could use in order to deal with this unplanned situation peacefully. None of them were good excuses. It's impossible. There's no way to handle this situation without telling her the truth. Sigh. Jean took in a deep breath before opening his mouth. Gilly, that man isn't an assassin. Retract your claw. The nanny's eyes opened wide. She then swiftly stood up and took a few steps back. Murakin, who had his arm twisted backwards until a few moments ago, was now coughing and writhing on the floor. Young master, who is? Once you've apologized properly, greet him with respect. He is the clan's guardian, Black Dragon Murakin. Gilly couldn't believe her own ears. This shabby-looking pathetic man, who was still grunting on the floor, was the great Black Dragon Murakin? This man, who was still agonizing due to that small arm twist, was the clan's guardian? The reason Murakin was in so much pain wasn't due to Gilly's overwhelming strength, but because of the side effects of his transformation. But there was no way Gilly would know that. In fact, even Jean wasn't told about these side effects. After observing Jin's expression, Gilly obediently followed his order. As a lowly member of the Runcandle clan, I have shown great disrespect to the clan's guardian. Please have mercy on me. Erg! Murakin flipped around and stared blankly at Gilly. I forgive you, my strawberry pie. Strawberry pie. As soon as she heard those words, Gilly finally realized the truth. The reason why Jean was always craving for strawberry pies. The reason he'd always go down the burrow in the Storm Castle's backyard, and why he'd always take those pies with him. She had no definite proof, but her intuition had already come to a conclusion. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew from the window. In the quiet winter air, the three individuals only exchanged awkward glances and stares. Gilly. Yes, young master. I'll tell you the entire truth. So could you close the door? Creak. Once the deed was done, Jean began recounting and explaining his recent years spent at the Storm Castle. Although he didn't mention his regression, he did tell her about his transcription of the secret tomes and about his status as Soderet's contractor. Surprisingly, Gilly stayed calm and composed during Jin's story. She did, however, nod intensely during the entire time. So now you're also an accomplice. I cannot let the clan know about Murakin's awakening, nor about my connection with him yet. I'll be in your care from now on, Strawberry Pie. It was at this moment the informal group of 3 Runcandles, composed of a nanny, a child, and a dragon, was formed. Chapter 16. Garden of Swords 1. Why didn't you tell me about the side effects of the transformation before? 1 hour had passed since the creation of the informal group of 3 Runcandles. Outside the inn, the Black King mercenaries were busy preparing to depart. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the new group were sitting in a circle in Jin's room, having a friendly conversation. Kid, try sleeping for 1,000 years yourself. When you finally wake up, your mind doesn't function properly, alright? Anyways, I totally forgot to tell you about it. Not only that, it's been so long that it's hard to maintain a transformation. You crazy dragon. You almost ended up staying in the form of a cat for eternity. A special privilege given to dragons only transformation. While it's a privilege, it's by no means an ability that can be called a blessing. In fact, there are a few crucial and fatal restrictions to this ability. Firstly, a dragon in a transformed state is extremely weak. If one transforms into a cat, they only have the fighting prowess of a cat. The same would happen if one transforms into a lion, fish, bird, or any other animal. Secondly, if the transformation exceeds a time limit, the dragon becomes incapable of returning to its original form on its own. Once they reach that point, the dragon begins to lose its ego and consciousness as the mighty beast, and will end up gaining the mind of the animal they transformed into. That was close. Too close. I was freaking out. In the past, I once saw a dragon transform into a fish and enjoy a leisurely life, but they ended up getting caught by a fisherman. I laughed for around 200 years because of that, but damn, I almost ended up having the same fate. Ha ha ha. I can't believe there are actually such stupid dragons out to— Oops. After accidentally letting her inner thoughts escape, Gilly immediately fixed her expression and attitude. "Apologies, young master, Lord Murakan. Why are you apologizing, Strawberry Pie? It was unmannerly of me to laugh out loud while on duty. Geez, are you some sort of golem, Strawberry Pie? Every human should be allowed to laugh, no? Oi, kid, did you not even allow your nanny to laugh thus far? Lord Murakan, the young master isn't at fault. He treats me very well all the time. If he treats you badly from now on, don't hesitate to tell me. I'll teach him a lesson." "They're getting along pretty well." Jean lightly chuckled to himself. He hadn't seen Gilly be so lively in a long time. "By the way, Murakan, do the restrictions not apply when you're transformed as a human?" "Yeah, there aren't any huge limitations when it comes to transforming into a human. In fact, it's more comfortable being a human. When we're in our original forms, we continuously consume mana. It takes a lot of energy to maintain such a large body. Why are there no restrictions for human transformations? The gods were being considerate to us dragons. When we're born, we look the same as humans, you know. In our dragon forms, it's difficult to propagate as a species and satisfy our various desires. So, yeah, that's already too much information." For some reason, Murakan was cracking up on his own as if he had heard a hilarious joke. Surprisingly, the corners of Gilly's mouth were trembling as she tried her hardest to hold back her laughter. "I'm so done with them." Although that thought came to Jin's mind, he didn't really mean it. Even though this team was formed on the spur of the moment, Jin didn't dislike their strange interactions and atmosphere. In fact, he quite enjoyed being with them. Having trustworthy comrades he could share his secrets with was convenient and pleasant. "Anyways, we'll be leaving soon. Transform into a cat again." Murakan grumbled as he became an adorable black cat again. He would have to continue doing this until Jean became strong enough. For the next 2 days, the Black King mercenaries properly escorted Jean and company to the Mytel Kingdom's capital. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to compare the mercenaries to actual knights for their surprising dignity and the courtesy they showed to their clients. However, they never understood why their client picked up a black cat halfway through their journey. The Black King mercenaries just came to the conclusion that the tiny yet merciless overlord called Jean also had a childish aspect to him. "Thank you for your work, Vice Captain Morka of the Black King Mercenaries 3rd Corps. The Runcandle clan's main house will properly reward you for escorting us," which wasn't part of the original commission, on a later date. "This mission was also a good experience for us. Gilly, I can't wait to see the future of the young Runcandle you serve." Gilly and Morka exchanged their farewells while Jean watched from a distance with a cat on his shoulder. "By the way, Gilly McRolin, what is it, Morka? I may be overstepping my boundaries, but I've come to admire you after seeing you in battle. Therefore, as a warrior who makes a living by fighting, I must ask you, why did the McRolin clan do such a thing to why?" Gilly's expression immediately darkened. Morka swiftly shook his hand and coughed loudly. "I apologize. I shouldn't have. If only I could punch myself from 10 seconds ago." "It's fine. Well then, I wish you the best." As soon as the Black King mercenaries took their leave, Gilly sighed deeply. Once she fixed her appearance, she joined Jean and Murakan, and they went to the administrative office of the Mytel Kingdom's transfer gate. "Welcome to the Mytel transfer gate. Do you have any identification?" Gilly presented a dagger with the Runcandle emblem, the black sword, engraved on it. "Oh, so you belong to the Runcandle clan. It's an honor to meet you. Are you headed to the Huphester Alliance's Carlin city?" Carlin is the city where the Runcandle main house, Garden of Swords, is located. In addition, the Huphester Alliance was a group of nations under the rule of the Runcandles. "Indeed. Please come this way. I will lead you to the first-class seats." Since the Mytel Kingdom was part of the Huphester Alliance, it was basically part of the Runcandle clan's territory. The manager of the transfer gate guided Jean and his companions with a beaming smile, as if it was the greatest thing to happen in his life. "We will depart in 2 hours and arrive in the blink of an eye. I hope you have a comfortable journey." The Mytel Special Transfer Gate had a waiting room which was as luxurious as a rich noble's living room. There was no other client using the first-class waiting room. Jean leaped onto a soft sofa and took out his notebook as his body sank in it. He had gained the habit of using any free time to study from his days as a magician in his past life. Sigh, young master. What? If I were to be fully honest, I'm quite worried. We could somehow find a way to explain your contract with a god and Lord Murakan's true identity if the clan were to find out. But my magic is the problem, right? Yes, that is the one thing the run candles will never tolerate and approve of. Don't worry. I'll make sure to keep it as they are. Suddenly, the door to the first-class waiting room was swung open. It was a young boy who appeared to be from a noble family. He had light brown skin and seemed taller than Jean by 20 centimeters. He was accompanied by 2 escorts. As soon as they stepped inside the room, the atmosphere changed. Tension grew in the air as Gilly and the noble boy's escorts glared at each other. This situation was inevitable, as Run Candles and Zipfuls had come face to face in person. Members of the Zipful clan? Who exactly are these assholes? Jean calmly observed the Zipful boy's face and pondered. His face seemed somewhat familiar, but Jean couldn't quite remember who that was. He hadn't seen many Zipfuls from close up in his past life. No wonder I didn't want to come to Huphester. My instincts were warning me that I'd come across these cocksuckers. The Zipful boy, who was still by the entrance and distant from Jin's position, muttered audibly. His escorts were now also quietly observing Jean once they were done scrutinizing Gilly. It was just a childish provocation. The veins on Gilly's neck began popping out. But since Jean remained silent and was observing the situation, she didn't step forward. Meow. Murakan was walking in circles between the opposing groups, meowing as if he found the situation entertaining. Oh, at least the cat they're raising is cute. Those cowards don't deserve to raise such a cute pet. Come over here, kitty. Meow. The tiny Murakan leaped into the Zipful boy's arms. He let the boy stroke him for a moment until, Kaya! The cat brandished its claws and scratched the boy's nose before quickly escaping his grasp. Seeing this spectacle, Jean couldn't help but burst out in laughter. Ugh! 8th young master! As the escorts attempted to draw their swords on their waists, the boy raised his hands to stop them. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's just a light scratch. No need to overreact because of a cat. I guess I deserved it for provoking them. T/N good. I like this kid. No one should hurt pets, especially cats. Cats are the bestest. As he wiped the blood on the bridge of his nose, the boy continued speaking. And above all, drawing your swords before run candles is a foolish act. The boy shrugged and directed his gaze to Jean. I was mistaken. He's not a coward, he's calmly watching us. No. Maybe he just doesn't care about us. The boy had intentionally provoked Jean as soon as he entered the waiting room in order to check Jin's reaction. He wanted to know whether the youngest child of the Run Candles, who had just left the Storm Castle, was promising and showed potential or not. The boy promptly made his mind about the Run Candle before him. Well, aren't you an interesting one, Jean Run Candle? The boy approached Jean and extended his hand. I'm Baradin Zipful. I only provoked you to test you, but allow me to apologize properly. Baradin Zipful. As soon as he heard the name, Jean finally remembered why the boy before him looked so familiar. In his past life, Baradin became a 9-star magician by the age of 30 and was near unanimously chosen to become the next Zipful patriarch. As he was a famous and influential figure, Jean had often seen his face in the newspaper along with news of his achievements. Having equally great skills and personality, he was highly popular and idolized by young magicians around the world. Jean, who had just become a 5-star magician, also looked up to Baradin and considered him a goal he could never catch up to. Is that so? I was also quietly observing you to see what kind of a person you are, so it's a relief to see you're not a complete moron. Oh ho! Why did you make such a judgment? Even if it was just a joke, had you allowed your subordinates to draw their swords, you would have had to travel around Huphester without any attendance. You would have also lost a couple fingers. Haha. What an entertaining joke. Do I sound like I'm joking? As Baradin received Jin's cold gaze up front, He flinched and pursed his lips. Well, fine. You're a confident one. But let me give you some advice as someone who's in similar circumstances as you. Next time you meet a rude zipful who does something offensive, don't recklessly cut off their fingers. It would stir trouble in both our clans. Don't you think? Baradin was warning Jean not to carelessly start a war between the two clans. It was actual serious advice coming from a member of the enemy clan. Now that's what a real joke sounds like. Baradin Zipful. HM? Why do you say so? If the Zipfuls and Runcandles fought to the death for every trivial issue we faced, the world wouldn't be able to withstand the bloody battles. I'm telling you to keep in mind the potential disasters and chaos the innocent civilians would face because of us. My father, Siren Runcandle, and your father, Kellyark Zipful. Jean smirked before continuing his words. Do you really think they would mobilize their entire clans due to a trivial quarrel between kids? Baradin's eyes opened wide, as if he had nothing to say to Jin's words. Even if I were to cut off your fingers today, the Runcandles and Zipfuls wouldn't go to war. We'd just have to pay a few thousand gold bars or something. Baradin stared dumbfounded and blinked several times before nodding his head. That was surprisingly enlightening and informative. I shall definitely repay this debt to you in the future. Forget about the future. Repay it now. How? Just wait silently until the transfer gate activates. Don't disturb my quiet time. Chapter 17. Garden of Swords. 2. Baradin Zipful returned the favor just as Jean demanded. He didn't utter a single word until the transfer gate activated. He did glance at Jean from time to time to check what the Runcandle boy was doing. Jean Runcandle, I'm certain he'll shake the world and spread his name within a few years. Ah, I'm so curious. I want to talk with him a bit more, but he doesn't want me to. Baradin's eyes were gleaming with curiosity as he kept glancing at the 10-year-old. They had only shared a short conversation, but their encounter was a refreshing and exciting one. Hence, there was a certain amount of goodwill within Baradin's curious gaze. If he weren't a Runcandle, we could have been good friends. Oh well, let's be satisfied with the fact that I discovered a worthy enemy. In fact, he might become my lifelong rival. Baradin quietly chuckled as he let his imagination fly to the skies. In the meantime, Jean also thought to himself, whether he was a celebrity amongst magicians before my regression or not, he's somewhat of a pain in the ass. As a matter of fact, whenever Baradin stared at Jean, and they made eye contact, the Zipful boy would turn his head away with a blush. T/N. Is this a BL ship? Or is he a reverse trap? PR/N. Oh ho ho? Fujoshi senses are tingling. That red face and that gaze, he's definitely some sort of lunatic. Sigh. Should I really cut off a couple of fingers to set his head straight? There was no way Jean could concentrate when such a disturbing gaze was directed towards him. In the end, he just closed his notebook and put it away. As they waited for the transfer gate to activate, Jean just petted the cat Murakan. Thank you for your patience. You shall be teleported in a few moments. There may be side effects from the teleportation, such as headaches or nausea, so please be seated as we... Whir! Blue mana began to dye the special waiting room. It then softly covered the members inside. I had fun. Let's meet again. Jean Runcandle. Baradin shouted with an excited voice. Since their destinations were different, this was the only opportunity he had to bid Jean farewell. Yeah, whatever. But Baradin couldn't hear Jin's reply. He was sent to his destination and had to deal with formalities for his entry in the country, whereas Jean and his companions were directly sent to another first-class waiting room. The Runcandle clan held absolute power within the Huphester alliance along with a great reputation. On the other hand, the Zipfuls were absolutely detested, which led to some discrimination in their treatments. Most places in the world loved one clan and hated the other, and vice versa. There weren't many nations which were free from the two clans' influence. Blarg, erg. Pat, pat. Gilly was awkwardly patting Murakan's back, unable to do anything else to help. Geez, you're one pathetic dragon. Blarg. Ugh. Cook. We didn't have these kinds of devices in my era. Ugh. It's like my organs were flipped around. It had only been 100 years since magicians had developed transfer gates. But since the gates were invented based on humans, it wasn't quite suitable for dragons. After retching for a while, Murakan exhaled deeply, as if he could finally breathe properly. "Are you all right, Lord Murakan?" "I'm fine. It's been 1,000 years since I last threw up." In the past, there were even some morons who'd use dragon puke as ingredients for perfume. They still do that today. If you gather what you just puked and take it to some nobles, they'd instantly buy it with gold coins. "Oh, they still do it today? Is there anything you want, strawberry pie? I could go sell this and—" "Enough talking. Just throw it in the incinerator over there. Our clansmen are probably waiting outside right now." Once they exited the waiting room, they were welcomed by the quiet scenery of the Huphester Alliance's transfer gate. Generally speaking, there would be countless people in the area, but since the Runcandle youngest child was coming today, the administration had set up severe regulations. Clang! Clang! A group of knights approached Jean and his crew. They were Runcandle Guardian Knights. "We have been expecting you, young master. Pleased to meet you. I am Petro, the second butler of the house." The middle-aged man at the center of the knights spoke up. Jean and the others got on the steel carriage prepared in advance and headed to the Garden of Swords. Garden of Swords, the place that symbolized and represented the Runcandles. As the name suggested, the wide and vast garden had more swords planted in the ground than flowers or trees. The thousands of swords belonged to deceased Runcandles and clansmen, but not just any clansmen. One didn't obtain the right to have their swords planted in the garden just because they were a member of the clan. It was a special right only granted to clansmen who had contributed to the clan's growth and prosperity. Once they entered the Garden of Swords, the steel carriage began to slow down. Jean watched the countless swords pass by outside the window and mulled over the past. "It was once my greatest wish in life to have my sword planted in this garden." Why was he so naive and foolish back then? Had he accepted the reality of his situation earlier, Jean would have left the clan sooner than he did in his first life. The clan would never allow the clan's disgrace, who became a one-star knight at the age of 25, to plant his sword in the garden. Why was I so naive and foolish? Jean asked himself a second time. He already knew the answer to his question. The boy only asked himself again to remind himself of his past mistakes, and to steel himself now that he had returned to the clan's main house. "I was weak. A weak person can only survive and thrive by being smart and cunning, but that wasn't the case for me either." Jean smirked and closed his eyes. His gift with the sword he regained after contracting Soderette, his gift with magic he'd always had, the tricks he learned over 38 years of life and his maturity, the recklessness and guts one can only obtain by dying once, the knowledge about the future only a regressor can acquire. Finally, Gilly and Murakan, powerful allies he could share his secrets with. Moreover, one of them was the legendary Black Dragon. Right? This time, I'll survive and thrive in this shitty hellhole. This was only the beginning. Jean believed that he would be nervous on his way to the Garden of Swords, but it was the opposite. In fact, the sight of the swords planted in the garden made him gain confidence and mental fortitude. All hail! All hail! The carriage came to a stop at the center of the garden. The guardian knights who were on duty raised their blades and gave a sword salute. Standing before them were Jin's 12 siblings and his parents. The Runcandle clan masters and all the potential successors to the throne were gathered in one place. Having every single direct descendant of the Runcandle bloodline together was an extremely rare occasion. Creak, the butler Petro opened the carriage door. Jean gently descended with Gilly and Murakan in his arms. As soon as she got down, Gilly bowed deeply before Siren and Jean lowered his head. "It's been a long time, my child." Jin's mother, Rosa Runcandle, was the first to speak. "Yes, mother." Step, step. Jean slowly walked towards his parents. As he tread forwards, Jean could feel the gazes of his siblings who were standing in line on both sides. Murakan was the cause of this. Their youngest sibling, who had caught their father's attention, was lovingly caring for a cat. They showed a mixture of surprise, amazement, and ridicule. As Siren frowned, he asked Jean, "Did you pick it up?" Again, it was about Mirakan. Jean had expected his father to ask this question first before any greeting. And he also knew what to answer in order to satisfy this nitpicky man, who happened to be the world's strongest. "I acquired it, father." "You didn't pick it up, but acquired it?" The corners of Siren's mouth rose to shape a light grin. A bold and confident answer. "I like it. That's right. It's only proper for a run candle to have such an attitude when they obtain something." Some of his siblings' expressions turned grim, probably because they had been severely punished by their father before when they picked up a cute pet. Or maybe some of them just didn't like Jean. The 10-year-old turned his head to observe each of his siblings. "Among them is the one who cursed me. Who could it be?" Ever since the day he saw the curse with his own 2 eyes inside his cradle 9 years ago, Jean asked himself this question on a daily basis. And why did they curse him? Why curse their 1-year-old sibling who hadn't done anything? Why did they attempt to curse him? A curse that would give him a fate far worse than death as a run candle. Is it just because I chose Barasada on my selection ritual? Or are they trying to get rid of every competitor for the throne, and I just happen to be an easy target? Jean wanted to question all his siblings immediately, but this wasn't the right moment. None of his 12 siblings were weaker than the current Jean. Even the Tana twins, the idiots he used to boss around at the Storm Castle, had trained their swordsmanship for 2 years, so they were most likely stronger than Jean. Moreover, today is a joyous day where the entire family has finally reunited. Isn't it? The days filled with bloodshed were about to begin. As he smiled with somewhat malicious intent, Jean put Mirakan down. "Meow!" The cat leaped into Rose's arms. Surprisingly, she simply caught it and began calmly stroking its fur. "Son, what is this child's name?" "His name is Nabi Runcandle, mother." T/N. Nabi means butterfly in Korean. Rosa couldn't hold back her laughter, and most of his siblings wore a sinister look. Siren stared at Jean in silence. "Father, mother, no matter how young he is, this is unacceptable. How dare he give the Runcandle family name to such a lowly beast?" "I also agree with fourth brother's opinion." "Gilly, you wench, how on earth did you educate the youngest? How could you let him call a mere cat such a name?" There was a hurl of complaints, but as soon as Siren opened his mouth, everyone immediately shut up. "Why did you give it the Runcandle family name?" Jean made eye contact with Siren and answered, "It was to give myself a sense of responsibility. He may be a mere cat, but he is the first living being I've acquired. I thought that I should give him a name with meaning and weight." The gaze of the silent siblings were dyed with shock, and Siren calmly nodded. "How amusing. But son, do you truly realize how much weight the Runcandle name actually bears?" It was a tricky question, but Jean nodded without hesitation. "I am aware of the weight it has. It signifies that if someone were to attempt to hurt Nabi, I would have to make them pay the price personally." The death stares directed by the Tana twins promptly changed into shock. They believed that they wouldn't have to be afraid of Jean anymore, but seeing his current attitude, their trauma from the Storm Castle resurfaced. "You seem to be gifted at making enemies, son. Your siblings are glaring at you so intensely. Don't you think?" This was a warning, not towards Jean, who had caused a ruckus as soon as he arrived at the main house, but towards the others. A warning to them for daring to show killing intent in front of the patriarch. The siblings immediately adjusted their expressions and stances. "It appears so, but I believe I'm also gifted at killing my enemies, father." "Kuhaha. Then you all should be mindful of that when dealing with your strong-willed little brother." Siren's children, with the exception of Jean, all lowered their heads in response to their father's statement. Soon afterwards, every Runcandle gathered today entered the mansion, and the banquet celebrating Jin's arrival began. During the entire meal, most of the siblings stared at their ludicrous youngest brother with complex feelings. Chapter 18. What even is the eye of the mind? 1. It is the beginning of summer, 1794. 4 years have passed since Jean returned to the main house. We will end the training with this. Good work today, young master. Phew. Is it already time, Garen? Garen Altamiro. This young 7-star knight teaches the basics and foundations of swordsmanship at the Garden of Swords. His pupils include Runcandle children when they first arrive at the main house, and clansmen who are training to become guardian knights. Every Runcandle has to learn the basics under Garen. Haha. Surely you jest. Please take a look at the guardian cadets around you, young master. They are all on death's door. Jean took a look around him. There were young boys and girls around his age. Just as Garen stated, they were all sweating profusely, panting and wheezing to catch their breaths. I guess he's right. I would have been in the same state as them. 2 years ago, when Garen was assigned this job, his training regimen quickly gained the reputation of being harsh and intense. Guardian cadets are young elite trainees who stood out amongst other trainees and were selected to become future guardian knights. The competition to become a guardian cadet is high, and trainees have to undergo difficult training in order to gain that rank. However, despite their expertise and experience, many guardian cadets dropped out due to being unable to endure Garen's severe training. Jean did the same in his past life. He couldn't continue Garen's training regimen and instead received individual lessons from his siblings. It may appear like preferential treatment, but for Runcandles, there is no greater disgrace. Even though other children are able to withstand Garen's lessons, a Runcandle child dropping out and being taught by his siblings is unacceptable. Not to mention that Jean couldn't endure his siblings' lessons either, and ended up being neglected by everyone. Having recalled the past, Jean shook his head to stop thinking about it. Moreover, you will have to attend Lady Luna's training session in the afternoon. Jean nodded to Garen's point. These days, Jean trains under Garen as well his eldest sister, Luna White Whale Runcandle. However, unlike his first life, it wasn't a disgraceful individual lesson. Having noticed Jin's terrifying growth speed, Luna volunteered to teach him herself. Thus, it was an achievement instead of a disgrace. However, it brought Jean both the admiration from the guardian cadets and the jealousy from his other siblings. That's true. Then I should go get lunch now. Will you partake with the other cadets today as well? Dame Rosa appears to be dejected for being unable to eat with you every time. I'd rather eat with these cadets with whom I train every day, not my siblings who seem displeased about my very existence. I understand, young master. Servants began to bring their meals to the training ground. There was an enormous pot with rice, vegetables, and meat. It was a simple and crude meal, but the ingredients were top class. The guardian cadets stood in line, waiting for the food to be distributed. Jean didn't follow them since Bellup was in charge of getting his food. Thanks. Not at all, young master. As if. Sit down, let's eat. Bellup Schmitz, a 13-year-old commoner boy, 1 year younger than Jean. He was destined to fall behind in Garen's training and lose his qualifications as a guardian cadet, getting kicked out of the Garden of Swords. At least, that was before Jin's regression. Is it good? It's delicious. I am always grateful to the clan for allowing me to eat such good meat, as well as to the 13th young master for sharing his portion of meat with me. Enough, enough. Sigh, how do you give the same answer every single time without a single mistake? Did you memorize the phrase by heart or something? Bellup coughed and blushed in embarrassment. You need to learn how to speak simply and concisely, Bellup. The others are ignoring you because you keep giving a speech every time you open your mouth. You know? Is that so? Shoulders straight. Have some more pride. You're a Runcandle Guardian Cadet. But my grades are the lowest and I have yet to become a 1-star knight. Geez, do you think anyone can become a Runcandle Cadet? You've already achieved a lot by reaching where you are currently. He's quite timid and has little to no self-confidence. He's as innocent and naive as one can be. That's why Jean was still confused. I can see why the clan kicked him out, but I still can't figure out how such an innocent boy grew up to become the Vermont Empire's notorious Imperial Guard. Before his regression, Bellup's life ended up having an amazing reversal after getting kicked out of the Runcandle clan. After barely passing the exam to become a Guardian Cadet, Belop Schmitz always stayed amongst the worst of the cadets, before having to leave, but afterwards he caught the eye of another clan of swordsmen, the Hyran clan. The Hyran clan is the Empire's greatest clan of swordsmen, and one of the biggest noble families. Belop's talent with the sword bloomed belatedly in the Hyran clan. He then became an Imperial Guard and received the nickname Vermont's Loyal Hound. Vermont's Loyal Hound. Jean had no idea what Belop experienced at the Hyran clan for him to change so much. When Belop received that nickname, he was no longer the naive and gentle Belop Jean now knows. He followed the Emperor's orders, led the Imperial Guards to battle, and slaughtered countless people without mercy. But 1 year before Jin's death, Belop ended his unfortunate life filled with bloodshed himself, leaving behind a will with a message of repentance. I was shocked to hear he became the Imperial Guard, and felt vexed when the news of his suicide reached me. Jean glanced at his surroundings. After making sure no one else was looking in their direction, he quickly passed his remaining pieces of meat to Belop. Young master? Shush. I'm not feeling hungry. Jean pretended to eat until lunchtime ended as he vacantly watched Belop. Belop Schmitz. This time, I'll take care of you so that you don't fall behind and get kicked out. It wasn't just because Jean wanted to keep this diamond in the rough within the clan. He also felt somewhat empathetic towards this boy. Both had discovered their true talents belatedly, and had miserable deaths. If he has the potential to become an Imperial Guard, it would also be beneficial to keep him by my side. I'll have to keep Guardian Knights around me and command them in the future. Anyways, instead of becoming a murder puppet of the Vermont Empire, it was favorable for both Belop and Jean to raise him as a Runcandle Guardian Knight. Once lunch ended, Jean stood up and Garen approached him. I shall see you tomorrow, young master. Oh, tomorrow we'll be having spars during training. All right, good work today, Garen. Thank you, young master. Once Jean returned to his room, there stood Gilly with a change of clothes in her arms and a hot bath behind her. Good work during training, young master. The eldest lady's lesson will begin in 3 hours. All right, thanks, Strawberry Pea. Catching himself saying something unexpected, Jean suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Geez, Murakin calls you Strawberry Pie so often that even I'm getting confused now. Oh, you're here, kid? Jean turned his head and saw Murakin lazily flipping through an erotic drawing magazine on the sofa. You crazy dragon. What on earth are you reading in broad daylight? This? A limited edition erotic magazine. I had a hard time getting this. Haha, don't hesitate to tell me if you want one too. 14 is the age when you begin to get horn. Also, didn't tell you to stay in cat form as much as possible. Home? What if someone sees you? I won't get caught, don't worry. I also have the right to be free, no? Just come over and look at this. Should I kidnap the guy who drew this? Seeing him snicker and return to his erotic magazine, Jean suddenly gained the urge to punch the dragon in the face. However, punching a dragon who had lived for thousands of years was unreasonable. Jean gave a deep sigh and sat beside Murakin. I guess it's not bad. How much did you buy it for? About 100 gold coins, I think. Oh, is it so? 100 gold coins, you say? 100 gold coins. Where on earth did you find that money? I borrowed from Strawberry Pie. Gosh, the Runcandle nanny's salary is no joke. Jean turned his gaze to Gilly, who only gave a dry cough. Sigh. Just tell me if you need money from now on. Don't bother Gilly. Really? Then 1,000 gold coins, please. I'll give you 1,000 gold coins if you write a report which explains why you need that money. And please prepare a simple meal for me, Gilly. Murakin closed and put away the magazine at the speed of light and began writing a report. He even started mumbling to himself. This disturbing sight of extreme tenacity made Jean speechless. Did you not have lunch outside already? I did. But I'm at the age where I'm growing. What would you like to have? Just a simple sandwich. Strawberry pie? I'd like a strawberry pie. An hour had passed by the time Jean finished eating. During the 2 hours until Luna's lesson, Jean sat in his room and practiced releasing his spiritual energy. I'm about to reach 2-star in spiritual release, 4-star in mana and 2-star in swordsmanship. These were the results of 4 years of training after leaving the Storm Castle. His growth speed in spiritual release was far beyond what Mirakan was expecting. However, the growth of his mana was far too slow according to Jin's standards. But it wasn't exactly a surprise since he couldn't use magic within the Garden of Swords. Still, reaching the 4-star stage at the age of 14 was an incredible achievement that was comparable to the geniuses at the Zipfel clan. His swordsmanship would also reach 3-star by the age of 16, which was 1 year earlier than the run candle average. Jin's growth was progressing favorably. Feeling himself getting stronger by the day was the best feeling there could ever be. There was Garen's intense training regimen, Jin's notebook which he studied every day, and his spiritual energy he would strengthen whenever he had time. All these activities were far more enjoyable than resting for the 14-year-old boy. However, Luna's training was pure drudgery, even for the workaholic Jean. Even our other siblings who envy me for receiving her guidance would immediately change their minds if they were in my shoes. Jean smiled bitterly in his heart before looking up at Luna. My dearest brother. Yes, sister. Today's training will be the same as yesterday. I am aware. But you will have to change your approach and methods every day during this repetitive training. Yes. Luna walked towards Jean and closed her eyes. Jean copied her and also closed his. Then, the same line he had heard over and over during the past month resounded. Brother, the eye of the mind. Use the eye of the mind to observe. This was the drudgery in question. Luna's lessons weren't methodical, intuitive, and physically painful like Garen's lessons. It was always about the eye of the mind. She would just repeat that. This is driving me crazy. Jean had often heard the 8-star and above knights mention the mind's blade realm. But normally speaking, one would start training the mind's blade after reaching the 7-star stage. And it wouldn't be through silent lessons like this, but by trying to scatter aura in all directions naturally. Why? Doesn't eldest sister do or say anything else? She always stands still, telling me to open the eye of the mind. He had never heard of a training like this. For people who wield blades to advance in life, gaining the mind's eye is the most important thing of all. Never open your physical eyes during our training. Nevertheless, Jean obeyed his eldest sister's guidance and kept his eyes closed because he knew her personality. Moreover, she was widely known as the strongest among the 13 Runcandle children. If any other sibling were to teach Jean like Luna was currently doing, he would have thought that they were trying to obstruct Jin's growth with some bullshit. Or maybe that they had become a fanatic of some pseudo-religion. I'm sure the day will come when I finally understand eldest sister's guidance. The two of them stood facing each other, eyes closed, until evening came. Once their lesson ended, Luna wore a refreshing smile. You did good today. You can head back now, brother. Jean had absolutely no idea what he had done well, but he could only nod to her statement. Jean began walking away and Luna pondered as she watched his back. The incredible concentration he shows when he closes his eyes, and the tenacity to maintain that posture for several hours. With Jin's potential, he should realize it within a few years. Keep growing like this, Jean. Luna wore a satisfied smile and closed her eyes once again. Even as a 9-star knight, she had yet to have the second enlightenment necessary to reach the mind's eye realm. Chapter 19. What even is the eye of the mind? 2. What even is the eye of the mind? Whenever his training with Luna ended, Jean never failed to ask himself this question. He continued pondering about this for days and weeks since the start of the training, due to which his head hurt and frustration grew inside. This time, his concern lasted until the very next day. Luna's training most definitely had some sort of effect and aim. There was no way the famous genius among geniuses would make him practice so much for no reason. My body feels heavy. Must be because I spent the entire night asking myself that question. Let's cool my head down during morning training and stop worrying for a while. Did eldest sister Luna also do the same training as what she was ordering Jean to do when she was 14 years old? As he proceeded to Garen's training ground, Jean thought about his first sister's past. As they were 19 years apart, he hadn't seen her growth and development. But he had heard that during her puberty, she was quite the problem child. Either way, eldest sister must be making me do this training because she believes I can figure out the meaning and goal behind it. 7 a.m. The Guardian cadets were gathering at the training ground. They would be sparring today, so there was a bizarre mood between everyone. The results of the spars were quite important to their overall scores and assessments. And having higher scores would grant them greater salaries and the possibility of becoming a Guardian Knight with special treatment. It was to no surprise the cadets were all on edge. What a heavy and competitive atmosphere. Their gazes show that they wouldn't hesitate to beat any opponent half dead. As for Bellup, Jean turned his attention to the corner, where Bellup was crouching down. As one would expect, the cowardly boy was looking at his surroundings with nervous eyes. He reminded Jean of a small prey having barely escaped its predator and hiding in a small hole. What on earth is wrong with him? Actually, how on earth did he pass the exam to become a Guardian Cadet? After passing the exam, Bellup must have probably been called a genius by many outside the Garden of Swords. So Jean couldn't understand the reason behind his shyness. It might be that he once believed he was a genius, but found out that there were far better and stronger geniuses than him here, which made him lose confidence. Or was he just born this way? As his thoughts reached that point, Jean shook his head. I'm already busy enough thinking about the meaning behind eldest sister's training. I don't have the time and energy to figure out what his deal is. I just need to make it so that he doesn't get kicked out, which should be more than enough. Garen arrived at the training ground, and the cadets immediately stood in line. After a simple warm-up and physical exercise, Garen announced the order of the spars and the schedule. There will be 3 rounds of spars. You will be changing opponents each time. And the 10 most notable winners will be able to challenge young Master Jean one at a time. Yes, instructor. There was not a single cadet in Garen's class who could defeat Jean. Therefore, whenever there was a sparring session, Jean would be fighting several duels more than the others. Garen, when will I be able to move up to the intermediate training class? Starting from the intermediate training class, the instructor was a veteran knight of the clan instead of a guest instructor like Garen. Moreover, during the lessons, the students were allowed to use aura and real swords, which was still prohibited in the beginner class. Jean now wanted to move up to the next stage. Madame Rosa stated that if young Master Jean wins against 10 opponents today, you will be allowed to join the intermediate class at the start of next year. Is that true? While the story so far had belittled them, they were still Guardian Cadets of the Runcandle clan. They were the top 10 cadets who won their other spars to boot. Facing all 10 of them consecutively wouldn't be so easy for Jean. Runcandle cadets were on a whole other level compared to the cadets of other nations' swordsmanship academies and mercenary trainees. Eddington, Mark, you're up first. Get ready. 2 boys with resolute expressions faced each other in the center of the training ground. Once Garen's signal arrived, the spar began. Jean observed their movements without much concern. Everyone's doing pretty well. Their movements were flexible and agile, yet powerful. Despite looking nervous, they were calmly calculating their actions and scanning their opponents. They weren't Runcandle cadets for nothing. Swoosh, swoosh. Although they were wielding wooden swords, each swing was slicing the wind. Even with the lack of sharp edges, a clean blow would completely smash an ordinary human's head. Ugh! Crack! The boy called Eddington's wooden sword landed on his opponent's flank. As the sound of a rib breaking resounded, Mark crouched on the spot and trembled in pain. The Runcandle's medical team, which was waiting on one side of the training ground, laid the injured boy on a stretcher. Winner, Eddington. Take a break over there and stay on standby. Next up are Phils and Sierra. And so 9 matches followed. The 10th was between Bellup and a girl called Mesa Milcano. Jean paid close attention to Bellup's spar. Bellup seems to be focused on defense as usual. On the other side, Mesa was ruthlessly attacking him. As one of the top cadets of the beginner training class, her strength was evident. But Jean was used to this sight. It wasn't his first time watching one of Belop's spars. "Fight me, Belop Schmitz. Stop running and fight me like a man." Mesa was hurling provocations while wildly swinging her wooden sword. Suddenly, Jean noticed that Belop's movements were better than expected. He then realized that it was the result of the development of his eyes. Belop, that prick. He's not just getting pushed back. He's going easy on her. Jean instinctively got up. It looked like Belop was barely blocking Mesa's attacks at the last moment. But Jean could see that Belop's movements were somewhat easygoing. During this exchange, where their swords clashed 20 times, Belop had the chance to counterattack 3 times. They weren't by chance either. Belop guided her movements to create those opportunities himself. So why won't he fight back? While Jean was racking his brain, the other cadets were just waiting for Mesa to deal the finishing blow. They didn't think there was anything to learn from such a one-sided battle, especially since it was Belop on the receiving side. Could it be? Jean carefully observed Belop again. He scanned how Belop avoided and parried the attacks, along with his expression. Overall, he wasn't looking good. His nervous eyes were showing pain, and his clenched jaw showed how he wanted to get out of this situation as soon as possible. However, his movements were far better than Mesa's. While it appeared as if he was getting pushed back, his actions were carefree at times. As long as he wished for it, he could turn the tables on her at any time. Nevertheless, he didn't counterattack, a discrepancy which confused Jean. Other than the run-candle boy, the others were completely oblivious to Belop's actions. Soon, Jean figured out the origin of this discrepancy. He's not scared of getting hit or feeling pain. There was no reason for a human to feel fear due to another being that was obviously weaker than them. And from Jin's perspective, Belop was stronger than Mesa. He's worried about hurting his opponent. That's why he's being so passive in this fight. Other than that, there was no other way of explaining this odd spar. Knowing his personality, he's not being overconfident in his skills and going easy on her on purpose. He just doesn't know what to do, and can only defend without attacking, which ended up looking like he's going easy on her. As Jin's thoughts came to a conclusion, Belop's wooden sword was stabbed in the ground. Mesa immediately flew forward and slammed him in the chin with her knee. "Stop. Winner, Mesa. Wait over there." "Yes, instructor." These spars continued for another 2 hours, and it was finally Jin's turn. Amongst the 24 winners, Garen selected the top 10. "Please get ready, young master." "All right." As Jean stood at the center of the training ground, the eyes of the cadets shone. He was the youngest child of the run candles they would have to serve, and an extremely skilled monster. According to the cadets, being able to witness Jin's skills was the highlight of the sparring sessions. Eddington, Sierra, David, Mesa, you will be facing young Master Jean in that order. Jean grabbed his wooden sword and faced his first opponent. So I need to defeat 10 cadets. His highest score so far was 8. By increasing that number by 2, he would be allowed to attend the intermediate classes his siblings were taking by next year. If this were a real battle to the death instead of a spar, he could easily take down 20 of them without question. But during a spar, he couldn't use spiritual power and magic. He could only use pure swordsmanship in order to win. Moreover, he couldn't kill his opponents. Even the Tana morons entered the intermediate class last year. It goes without saying that the twins entered the intermediate class faster than Jean, not because they were more skilled than him. While they could overpower Jean when he first arrived at the Garden of Swords, their younger brother could easily turn them into rags during spars 1 year later. However, they went out with their other siblings on commissions and made achievements which allowed them to advance to the intermediate class. Furthermore, Jean believed that there were still a few more things he could learn from the beginner class until recently. And having seen through Belop's movements today, Jean realized that he had made the correct decision to stay behind a little longer. "If you shall allow me, young Master Jean." "Yes, Eddington. I'll be in your care." Swoosh! Eddington darted towards Jean and wielded his wooden sword. A surprise attack. He had calculated that if he didn't seize control of the duel from the start, he would never win against Jean. However, that was a bad move. As he watched the wooden sword fly towards his chest, Jean pushed himself forward instead of dodging. But at the last moment, he sidestepped, trampled on Eddington's foot, and swung his sword towards his opponent's neck. Be that as it may, Eddington hadn't become a run-candle guardian cadet through pure luck. He twisted his body out of reflex and avoided Jin's attack. Ugh! But it wasn't a perfect evasion. Jin's sword hit Eddington's ear instead of his neck before slashing the air behind. I missed, but it wasn't bad. After having put some distance between them, Eddington gripped his sword tightly. But because of the injury, his eardrums were ringing and his sense of balance took a turn for the worse for a short while. If Jean were facing only a single opponent, he could have waited to let Eddington recover. But he had another 9 spars to fight. Jean suddenly appeared before Eddington and ended the first duel. Since he had lost his sense of balance, Jean could easily defeat Eddington without hurting him too badly. It's my loss, young master. Good game, Eddington Wes. Go have the medical team check your ear. Yes, thank you very much. Next up, Sierra. Begin the spar immediately. With Garen's shout, the second duel was initiated. I'll be in your care, young Master Jean. Likewise, Sierra Camaro. The second fight didn't end as quickly as it did with Eddington. The 10 winners Garen had chosen were ordered from the weakest to the strongest. Chapter 20. What even is the eye of the mind? 3. Sierra Camaro lasted about 1 minute longer than Eddington, but still didn't manage to injure or wear out Jean. After her was David McShee, but Jin's spar against him ended in a similar way as his 2 previous ones. However, David was somewhat more tenacious than Sierra and Jean had to exert more strength than before, due to which his opponent ended up with a broken rib. A simple fracture can easily be dealt with by the Run Candle medical team. As long as the injuries aren't fatal, such as amputated limbs or damaged vital organs, the medical team can fully heal the victim in an instant. Ugh, that was enlightening, young master. Thank you for your guidance. Ugh. Jean flinched when he saw David lose consciousness and fall over, all the while keeping a smile on his face and a thumbs up. Just how many more of these muscle-brained lunatics are there in this crazy clan? Even if Jean was David's superior, no sane person would smile and show gratitude to the man who just destroyed one of their ribs. Moreover, it wasn't a forced statement. David was truly grateful from the bottom of his heart. Jean hid his discomfort and lightly nodded back. Well, come to think of it, I used to behave the same way while learning and training magic under my master before my regression. I shouldn't be judging David right now. Jin's master, who was 2 years younger than him, wasn't your ordinary teacher. They once scorched Jean with lightning for hours on end to teach him lightning magic, and also sent him flying in the air for an entire day to teach him wind magic. And they were laughing the entire time. Each time something like this happened during his training, Jean would be thanking his master with a smile on his face like the current David. The desire to become stronger can sometimes turn humans into muscle-brained maniacs. I really wasn't thinking straight back then, was I? Swoosh, swoosh. Jean lightly swung his wooden sword around, waiting for his next opponent. I am Mesa Milcano, young master. I am aware of your name. You're the second daughter of the Milcano family. It's an honor to have you remember me. I won't be as easy to deal with as the other cadets you faced before me. Today I will definitely defeat you, young master. I look forward to it. Mesa positioned herself and prepared for battle. She then calmly began circling Jean without showing any openings. No wonder she was the strongest of Garen's beginner class cadets. She wasn't behaving the same way as when she was mercilessly attacking Bellop. Mesa was looking down on Bellop and attacking without considering the consequences. However, Jean was a completely different opponent compared to Bellop, so she completely changed her attitude and approach to the duel. Mesa Milcano. I remember that in my first life, she passed all the exams and qualifications required to graduate as a cadet, and was quickly deployed to the main house as a guardian knight. I never interacted with her personally, though, so I don't quite remember the details of her life. She was the perfect example of an elite. Even though she hadn't seen through Bellop's true strength, Mesa was still an extremely gifted fighter. Jean had sparred against Mesa a total of 7 times until now. He had lost the first 2 times and won the remaining 5. And each time, the difference in their skills and strength was getting wider and wider. And through his duels against talented individuals like Mesa, Jean realized how impressive his gift with the sword was. A gift he never got to use and experience to the full extent in his first life due to the bladed illusion curse. I still need to face 6 more opponents after Mesa. But holding back my strength and energy while facing Mesa is a bad idea. I need to defeat her in a direct confrontation in order to plant fear in my next opponent's heads. His spars against Eddington, Sierra and David were merely appetizers. The duels against the real elites of the beginner training class started with Mesa. And for the 14-year-old Jean, defeating them all head-on in succession would be demanding and strenuous. Therefore, Jean was planning on planting a misconception in the other cadets' minds during his duel against Mesa, that they would never be able to win against Jean in a head-on battle. Having a frontal clash, while still looking relaxed and calm the entire time, those are the 2 key points I need to keep in mind during this spar. This time, Jean was the first to make a move. His attacks consisted of the most basic of stabs and slashes. Not a single irregular or odd movement was added. Mesa easily parried and avoided his attacks. But as the offensive continued, her thoughts got complicated and heavy. Why is the young master only using such basic attacks? While they were your standard attacks, each move was heavy and sharp. Mesa's hands and wrists were going numb from parrying all of them. However, that wasn't the reason why her mind was boggled. When will he start going all out? He had the opportunity to send my sword flying just now, but he didn't. He's definitely doing this on purpose. But why? While Mesa racked her brain, Jean continued swinging his wooden sword with a composed expression. Even when Mesa twisted her body in order to escape his sequence of basic attacks, he still adhered to the fundamentals. Is he looking down on me? Ugh! Mesa ground her teeth and stomped on the ground in order to stabilize her stance. Fine, allow me to entertain you, young master. Once Mesa fixed her posture and gripped her wooden sword tightly, her worries vanished. She also began using only the most basic of attacks in order to face Jean. Soon, all the fancy techniques and complex movements completely disappeared from their duel. They were each taking turns attacking and defending. It had become an extremely simple fight, a simple battle of brute strength. Mesa was quite confident and proud of her physical strength. She wasn't being conceited, as she had learned the basics of aura manipulation back at the Milcano castle before coming to the Runcandle clan. Bang! Escararty! Boom! Explosive sounds echoed throughout the training ground as the 2 fighters' wooden swords hit each other. This battle of brute strength had already lasted for over 5 minutes. The other cadets could only watch the duel with wide eyes. Huff, huff. Someone was now out of breath. It was the sound of Mesa panting. I'm being pushed back in terms of physical strength? Even Mesa knew that she couldn't win against Jean in this spar. But she believed that her physical strength surpassed his, if not equal. Mesa couldn't accept that she would get pushed back by someone younger than her. She was still not aware of the gap between ordinary people and people of Runcandle descent, who own blessed bodies. Ha! Mesa suddenly shouted loudly as she swung down her wooden sword. She was attempting to regain full control of her emotions, but it ended up being the cause of her defeat. Jean didn't avoid the strike containing the entirety of Mesa's strength, and received it head-on. Mesa had expected him to step back in order to dodge her attack, so she was planning on swiftly dashing forward to deal the final blow after her swing. But even if Jean received her frontal attack head-on, Mesa had a backup plan. She would let go of her sword at the last moment, grab his sword arm, swing her legs upwards and catch his neck and shoulders in a front triangle choke. In other words, this was Mesa's trump card. Even Garen judged that her plan was reasonable. However, the situation didn't develop the way Mesa had been expecting. Crack. Eh? The wooden sword she was swinging downwards with all her strength shattered as Jin's sword hit it in an upward swing. How come? It's not like young Master Jean used aura just now. As Mesa asked herself the question subconsciously, Jin's wooden sword had already reached her neck, waiting a few millimeters away from her skin. Phew. Jean exhaled deeply and fixed his breath. It's my loss, young master. That was a great duel, Mesa Milcano. While he replied calmly, Jin's forehead was drenched in sweat. Mesa then shifted her gaze down to her broken sword. This was neither a trick nor an illusion. Jean hadn't used aura either. So why was her wooden sword the only one that broke? Damn it! As she watched Jean head to one side of the training ground to get a new wooden sword, Mesa finally realized the reason behind this phenomenon. I can't use this one anymore. Every onlooker believed that the duel between Jean and Mesa was one of brute strength with no intricacy or elaborate techniques. However, there was one hidden truth within the battle. While Jean and Mesa were exchanging blows one after another, the boy had aimed for the center of Mesa's blade each time. On the other hand, Mesa's attacks had affected the entire surface of Jin's wooden blade. Jin's resolve to break Mesa's sword versus Mesa's resolve to face him in a head-on battle. Mesa's wooden sword breaking was by no means a coincidence. She had believed that this was a battle of brute strength, but in reality it was a battle of accuracy. There wasn't a big difference in their strength and stamina. However, the cause of her loss was the difference in their accuracy and persistence. Is this even humanly possible? Mesa asked herself as she bit her lower lip. A few seconds later, she came to the conclusion that it was indeed possible to achieve such a feat as long as one was more skilled than their opponent and predicted the development of the battle. It would be easy to achieve. However, she had never thought it would be possible to pull it off right here, right now. Despite being in the renowned Runcandle clan's training class, it was still the beginner training class. No one was supposed to be skilled enough to pull this off. So, is this what it means to be a Runcandle? I'll have to devote myself to my training, and next time, I'll definitely. Mesa returned to her seat. Even if one was expecting to lose, actually experiencing the defeat always left a bitter taste in the mouth. Mesa's heart was filled with pain from the defeat, but also gratitude for having learned an important lesson from Jean. Following his duel with Mesa, Jean faced the remaining 6 cadets. However, he was able to win without much difficulty. No one else faced him head-on like Mesa. Therefore, none of them could steal control over the flow of the battle from Jean. When the final opponent fell before Jean, the other cadets all gulped audibly. In their eyes, Jean had easily defeated all the challengers after Mesa. However, it wasn't as easy as it appeared to be. Having faced 10 extremely talented cadets one after another, Jean was somewhat out of breath after his final battle. Great! I still have some energy left. Jean hadn't made an example out of Mesa just to save his energy as much as possible because he feared he couldn't defeat all 10 cadets. Even if he hadn't planted a misconception in the other challengers' minds by breaking Mesa's sword, he could have still defeated them all. Excellent work, young master. With this, you shall be permitted to attend the intermediate training class starting next year. Congratulations. Huff, huff. Thanks, Garen. I'll be in your care until next year. Should we end the morning training session now? It's almost time for lunch. How long until lunchtime? There's about 10 minutes left. Is something the matter? There's one more person I want to face. Garen froze at Jin's words and stared at the boy's eyes. Who do you have in mind? Jean slowly turned his gaze to the cadets. In one corner of the group was a boy sitting with a blank expression, scratching his head. Bellup Schmitz. All the cadets' gazes turned to Bellup in an instant. Garen's eyes opened wide as the name escaped Jin's mouth. Has the young master seen through Bellup's hidden talent? The person in question was looking around, dumbfounded. He and the other cadets had no idea why Jean had chosen him. Get up. Come on over and fight me. Jean lightly threw a wooden sword towards the startled boy. Why, young master? I'm Bellup Schmitz. Jean suddenly yelled his name, to which Bellup instinctively stood up. You cannot survive within this clan if you continue acting like that. Get over here. I'll knock your sleepy head awake. Chapter 21. What even is the eye of the mind? 4. Bellup stood before Jean, squeezing his wooden sword's handle as cold sweat ran down his face. His eyes kept darting around as he wiped his forehead with his sleeve. He hadn't received so much attention ever since becoming a guardian cadet, which explained his restlessness. The other spectating cadets could see Bellup's soul escaping through his mouth already as the stare down with Jean continued. Everyone couldn't help but think back on the words the Runcandle boy had told the coward. You cannot survive within this clan if you continue acting like that. Why did the young master tell me such things? Is it because I'm too weak? Or because I'm too timid? Such questions went through Bellup's mind. Is young Master Jean trying to humiliate Bellup since he gets on the young master's nerves? Is he warning Bellup that he won't survive in the Runcandle clan because he's such a weakling? Young Master Jean is crueler than I thought. The cadets were all in agreement. Nevertheless, Jin's eyes were fixated on Bellup, and he tightened his grip on the sword. Bellup! Oh, why yes, young master. Snicker, snicker. Some suppressed. Scornful laughs echoed amongst the spectators. But the cadets who reacted immediately corrected their expressions and attitude, as they feared Garen would chastise them. However, never mind Garen. Even Jean didn't give them a glance and kept his eyes on Bellup. I've already lost a lot of stamina from sparring against 10 cadets. Yes, young master. Having barely come to his senses, Bellup answered respectfully. And you are still unscathed. Yes. In spite of that, Jean began walking towards Bellup before continuing his sentence. I am probably stronger than you right now. Excluding Garen, I would most likely win against anyone here in one last duel. Bellup didn't know how to reply to that, so he simply nodded quietly. That is the reason why I want to fight you right now. Young master, I still do not understand what you... Ugh! Thud! Jean instantly reduced the distance between the two. His wooden sword flew towards Bellup's shoulder, but the latter somehow managed to avoid the blow at the last second, despite his panicked footwork. Following that, the attacks continued non-stop, like an endlessly flowing river. Bellup parried and avoided the sword while retreating. Good moves. Thank you very moo. Ugh. Shwoop. Jean suddenly grabbed a handful of sand on the training ground and scattered it in Bellup's face. As Bellup tried to resist the urge to close and rub his eyes, he tightened his hold on his wooden sword and stood strong. Why, young master? But Jean didn't answer and darted towards Bellup again, grabbed his shirt, and slammed his shin into his opponent's thigh. As the impact resounded, Bellup let out a deep groan and collapsed to the ground. I didn't call you here to have a spar. As I said, I want to fight you. Jean approached the seated Bellup, who could barely open his irritated eyes and look up to the Runcandle boy. I also said that I would most likely win. That I would most likely win against anyone here in one last duel. That means that I'm not 100% certain about it. Wipe your face. Bellup used his shirt to wipe off the sand on his face and eyes. Does that mean that the opponent you're not certain of winning against is me, young master? Finally, we're on the same page. This isn't a spar, this is a real fight. So it's time you wipe off that incredulous expression and face me seriously. I could have killed you countless times while you were on the ground. Young master. But the only reason I didn't deal the final blow yet is because I'm showing mercy. For you are incapable of comprehending my intentions. Stand up. I won't go easy on you again. His tone was far too dreary for this to be considered a prank of bad taste. Jean turned around and began to widen the space between them once again. Bellup lowered his face and let out a deep sigh, before lifting himself up and wielding his wooden sword. The cadets who were spectating so far began to wonder whether Jean was actually deranged. No matter how foolish and cowardly Bellup was, the young master was going too far, or so thought some of the observers. Some even expected Garen to intervene and stop the bloodbath that was about to begin. Nevertheless, the instructor only stood on the side, carefully watching the scene before his eyes. Seeing his lack of mediation, frustration grew in the cadets' hearts as they became disheartened. Simultaneously, anger sparked in their eyes. The 7-star knight, who also happened to be a swordsmanship instructor of the clan, couldn't stop Jean Runcandle. So what on earth could the lowly cadets even do on their own? Nothing at all. Yet they couldn't stop anger from forming. Anger and dissatisfaction that the training class's strongest, Jean Runcandle, could allow himself to bully the weakest of the class, Bellop. Where had the dignity and honor of the Runcandles gone? Was the act of throwing sand at a cadet far weaker than oneself also part of the Runcandles' glory? All the spectators' faces twisted in fury and despair as they watched the two extremes face each other. However, the next moment, all their expressions collapsed into shock and astonishment. Beam! Bellop's wooden sword was shining with aura. It was pale and dim, but true aura nonetheless. Even with that little amount of aura, a swordsman's slashing power would increase exponentially and become fatal. A aura? The weakest of the class, the eternal loser. That boy was suddenly wielding aura, so the cadets were shocked and confused. At this rate, one of the two fighters could potentially perish during this duel. Instructor, we must stop them. This is a training class, not a battlefield. Instructor Gar. Swordsmanship instructor, Garen Altamiro. Jean turned to Garen and yelled at the top of his lungs. Yes, young master. You must keep what you see today a secret and take it to your grave. You cannot inform any other Runcandle of this incident. I understand. In the meantime, Bellop put out the aura covering his wooden sword. However, his face wasn't dyed in fear anymore. He seemed dispirited yet furious. Is this what you truly wish to happen, young master? So you are able to use aura. In that case, you shouldn't hold back and make the most of it. Jean versus Bellop. The two of them had a short stare down. The cadets who were complaining all shut their mouths and watched the inevitable clash as cold sweat ran down their cheeks. Bellop was the first to make a move. He instantly zoomed across the field and appeared before Jean with surprisingly agile movements. Crash! Jean blocked Bellop's heavy wooden blow. As their swords got tangled, the battle came to a standstill as it became one of strength. The veins on their arms bulged as their muscles contracted, and the wooden swords trembled under the equal pushing forces. If you wanted to duel me, you've made a grave mistake, young master. CRRRT. Jin's wooden sword began slipping and cracking as Bellop coated his sword in aura once again. You should have challenged me before dueling the others. Snap! Jin's sword broke under the pressure. Immediately, time slowed down for Bellop and the other cadets during the short instant when Bellop's shining wooden sword dug into Jin's shoulder. The wooden sword had completely cut through the shoulder and was about to reach Jin's heart. As he saw the blade dig deeper and deeper, Jean caught sight of Bellop's expression twisting into despair. Despair for having gotten on the wrong side of the youngest Runcandle. In addition, despair for cutting down young Master Jean who had taken good care of him for so long. Bellop's innocent eyes were filled with such hopeless thoughts. As if I'd let you. Bang! A sudden heavy blow hit the side of Bellop's sword. The Runcandle hand-to-hand combat technique, deflect strike. It was Jin's strong palm. As the sword flew away, the recoil shook Bellop's body. Having lost his balance and footing, Jean swiftly grabbed him from behind and choked him. Cook! The other cadets didn't realize what had happened in that short moment. Omitting a few top-class cadets like Mesa Milcano. The fuck? Are you for real? He's nuts. Mesa couldn't believe what she saw. Although her spar with Jean had astonished her earlier, it couldn't compare to the shock she received from seeing Jin's current superhuman movements. Ugh! Bellop couldn't do anything but struggle for air as he got choked from behind. As the other cadets stood up to stop him, Jean released his arms on his own. As he coughed and gasped for air, Bellop turned around to face Jean with a displeased look. Why did you stop? You said you wouldn't go easy again. Don't stop, young master. You won this fight. Have you not? Are you satisfied now? Is it fun messing around with others? Huh? Bellop's pent-up anger all burst out. Jean shook his head. It's not. If it's not fun, then why? Having to push you beyond your limits is also unbearable for me. Unbearable and agonizing. What do you even know about me? Why do you torment me like so? I don't know much about you, but there's one thing I know. Being considerate. is something you can only afford once you've become an extremely powerful figure. Belop froze. He then recalled the words Jean had told him before the start of the fight. You cannot survive within this clan if you continue acting like that. You've probably realized just now, but you're weaker than me. You're also kinder than me. I like that aspect of you. But you cannot survive in this hellhole by being a bootlicker. As Jean spoke, the other cadets couldn't even utter a sound. In consequence, Belop's weeping and tearful sobs echoed around. Belop Schmitz, look at me. Lift your head and look into my eyes. He raised his head and their eyes met. I truly wish from the bottom of my heart that... Jean paused and placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. You gain enough power and strength to protect that good-natured and kind heart of yours, along with the others here. Lastly, I'm sorry. Belop nodded at his words. Actually, it looked more like he was shaking his head. No, never mind. It was a mix of both movements. Thus, Jean couldn't figure out whether it was an affirmation or a denial. The boy with tears running down his face walked towards the other cadets. Suddenly, the servants carrying large pots of crude dishes appeared at the training ground. Eh? The atmosphere seems a bit... Should we come back later, Instructor Garen? Young Master Jean. As the servants hesitated on what to do, Belop spoke up. Please go get your serving on your own today, young master. Jean chuckled awkwardly. All right. In fact, I'll bring your portion too today. As lunchtime came to an end, Garen quietly approached Jean before the afternoon training session began. So, you've awakened Belop Schmitz. The boy has outstanding talents, but his heart and mind were a bit weak. So I wasn't sure what to do. I am grateful to you, young master. It must have been a great stimulus for him. Garen. Yes. Don't run your mouth thoughtlessly. Awakened him? His heart and mind? No matter what my intentions were, it must have been a traumatic experience for Belop. Your actions and behavior today were befitting of a run candle. Please do not worry too much about that. He is but a guardian cadet. He is not worthy of your pity, his soon-to-be master. Jean stared at Garen, before letting out a small sneer. Swordsmanship instructor of the Guardian Cadets, Garen Altamiro. The only field you are allowed to judge and evaluate me in is swordsmanship. Do not overstep your boundaries and keep those impertinent opinions to yourself. Garen felt his stomach drop as Jean stated his point. The Black King mercenaries I met before once described him as a young overlord, and sure enough, he's one terrifying predator. Garen smirked and immediately lowered his head. My sincere apologies, young master. As you have ordered, I shall take today's events to the grave. Chapter 22. What even is the eye of the mind? 5. The unique Genesis night in the world, Siren Runcandle. After he welcomed his youngest son at the Garden of Swords 4 years ago, he immediately left for the Black Sea again. The question the boy had asked before was still weighing on his mind. Is God Solderet stronger than Father? I can be stronger than a god. The monsters at the Black Sea didn't attack Siren. They didn't even approach the center of the Black Sea where Siren was currently sitting. It was their method of conserving the natural ecosystem. To eat and be eaten. Siren quite liked the simplicity of this system, which was why he came to the Black Sea so often. A few days ago, a knight came looking for him at the Black Sea. The knight in question had fought and killed countless monsters and bathed in their blood in order to see Siren. This is Khan, Patriarch. Siren didn't turn around to face him and simply opened his eyes. He was sitting cross-legged, but his body was levitating above the ground by a hand span. Speak freely, Khan. Khan approached him while wiping off the blood on his armor. He then gave his report with a stiff face, and Siren waited for Khan to finish speaking with a composed look. However, halfway through the report, the corners of Siren's lips rose to form a grin. That is all. The floating body slowly began its descent onto the ground. So, that's what the youngest did? Indeed, Patriarch. The content of Khan's report was the details of the uproar at the beginner training class caused by Jin's recent actions. Although Garen had said that he wouldn't disclose the details of the incident to other Runcandles, He couldn't keep it a secret from the Run-Candle patriarch. Therefore, he informed Khan, Siren's right-hand man, about the incident. He didn't tell other individuals, however. Garen wasn't afraid of the current Jean, but he did fear the future Jean. Kuhaha. Siren suddenly threw his head back and laughed out loud. So those are the principles the youngest believes in. He'll use overwhelming force to dominate others, while also embracing and caring for the weaker humans at times. Khan didn't answer and simply lowered his head. Smirk. A wide grin formed on Siren's face. In recent years he was laughing so much, far more than he had ever laughed after reaching the demigod realm. Then we'll need to check whether those principles of his hold any value or worth. Yes, Patriarch. Return and tell this to Garen. Before he moves up to the intermediate training class, have the youngest do a... In consequence, Khan had to spend another several days getting out of the Black Sea and fighting monsters in order to relay the command to Garen. January 1795. Jean, now 15 years old, was acknowledged as a 3-star knight and was enjoying the final break of the beginner training class. Every year, cadets receive a 2-week vacation during the first month. It was their one and only break, as the cadets trained every single day the rest of the year. It was more or less a vacation. Most cadets returned to their hometowns during this period. Competent cadets train on their own and inspect their equipment, whereas outstanding cadets roam around the Huphester Alliance's smithies and order custom-made swords. Why do they order swords, you ask? The reason is that they're aware of how they're the most likely candidates to advance to the next class. The results and nominees are announced only after the end of the 2-week break, but most of the time it's quite easy to predict who will advance to the intermediate class. Starting from the intermediate training class, the cadets no longer use wooden swords. They will have to use personal swords tailor-made for them. The excelling cadets of the beginner class, such as Mesa Milcano, all temporarily left the Garden of Swords in order to acquire their weapons. Even though the results weren't revealed yet, these cadets all knew they would definitely be chosen. Jean, my brother. Yes, eldest sister. Needless to say, the top ranker of the beginner class this year was Jean. If Jean were a cadet like Mesa and the others, he would have been roaming around the smithies and forges in Huphester. However, he was a Run-Candle. He was the youngest son of the distinguished clan of swordmasters, which had far too many invaluable and top-notch swords. Therefore, he only had to grab a random sword in the clan's armory. He didn't need a tailor-made weapon. Amongst the thousands of swords sitting in the armory, a couple of them should fit in his hands perfectly at the very least. It was quite troublesome finding a sword that suited you, you know? However, Jean couldn't choose his sword himself. Luna said that she wanted to gift him his sword and spent an entire month going through the armory. In any case, Luna was far better at spotting good swords compared to the current Jean, so he had nothing to lose by accepting her suggestion. I look forward to it, eldest sister. Bang! Luna removed the enormous axe sword on her back and laid it on the floor. It was a different sword compared to her beloved Crantle. Jean couldn't help but make a confused face. The axe sword Luna had laid seemed even bigger than himself. On the other hand, Luna's eyes were glittering with impatience. This sword was once called the Bale's Slaughterer. It's the weapon I enjoyed using back in my teens. What is an axe sword, you ask? Just as its name implies, it's a sword with an axe blade attached to the tip. It's massive, heavy, and bulky. The history of axe swords is not very long. It's a weapon that Luna Run-Candle personally invented at the age of 15. Until then, no one had used a weapon like this. In other words, the name Bale's Slaughterer originated from Luna's own chaotic, wild, and unstable period of adolescence. So, do you like it? Luna spoke with innocent eyes full of hopes and expectations. Chills ran up Jin's spine as he coughed awkwardly. I don't quite think this one is suitable. Luna's joyful and hopeful mood immediately crashed down on her. She wore a sullen smile as a glum atmosphere formed around her. Haha, I was just joking. Just joking? It didn't seem like a joke, though. Jean barely stopped himself from saying that out loud and just chuckled awkwardly. For a few more seconds, Luna held onto the pipe dream that Jean would take the axe sword. However, she soon gave up and sighed deeply before taking out another sword. It can't be helped. What about this one? Then, the sword Luna showed next was inside a neat, black scabbard without a single ornament or decoration. It appeared ordinary, but when Jean received the sword from Luna, his eyes began to tremble. Since you chose Barasada during the selection ritual, it's only fitting that you get this blade. It also suits your swordsmanship style. Shrrrt. As he grabbed the handle and pulled, a snow-white blade entered his sight. Bradamanti. Jean admired the pure, undyed sword as he shouted the weapon's name in his mind. He gazed at the multicolored reflection that shone like a stellar diamond, as if he had fallen head over heels for it. Bradamanti. It is the brother of Barasada, the blade once used by the first patriarch Timar Runcandle. Excluding Barasada, there were very few swords that outperformed Bradamanti in the Runcandle armory. Before forging Barasada, the legendary blacksmith Pekan Minche created Bradamanti as a prototype, which is now known as one of the finest swords around the world. You seem to like it. Of course, eldest sister. It's one of the greatest weapons even amongst the swords we have in the clan. Thank you very much. Jin's tone was composed, but he was so happy he wanted to jump around in joy right now. If it weren't for Luna, it would have been practically impossible for me to take Bradamanti from the armory. The clan wouldn't have allowed it. Still, to think she'd give me Bradamanti, it's the sword Murakan told me to obtain in the future. Since Bradamanti was an excellent sword, many of Jin's siblings were aiming for it, but there was a reason why the sword was special to Jin. Spiritual energy. When Barasada and Bradamanti absorb spiritual energy, they reveal their true worth. But this was a feature only accessible by those who control shadows. Even though many of our siblings yearn for Bradamanti, how can I ever repay you for this, eldest sister? Repay? It seems you're still uncomfortable when around me. How saddening. That's not what I meant, sister. In order to soothe my sorrow, I'll have to bully you. Close your eyes right now, brother. Let's begin our lesson. Yes? Luna grinned mischievously as she rubbed Jin's head and messed up his hair. Today again, I will be telling you to observe using the eye of the mind. I am aware, but unlike before, I will tell you something else you need to know about the eye of the mind. What is it, sister? Luna crouched down and held Jin's hands. Know that within our family, where siblings are busy trampling over each other, there is at least one person who loves you unconditionally without expecting something in return. So don't sadden your sister any more than this. I'm sorry, sister. Before you were born, I was spending my days in loneliness inside this family. But one victim is more than enough. There is no need for you to go through that too. Jean decided not to question Luna's goodwill and love from here on out. It was true that this kind-hearted sister had turned a blind eye to Jean and his misery in his first life. But Jean was willing to turn the page and forget her past disregard towards him. I don't even know everything about her from that life. Maybe she was going through difficult times. I shouldn't judge with incomplete information. It's too soon. What? Your control over spiritual energy is still imperfect in order to awaken Bradamanti. You need to reach at least 3-star spiritual release in order to attempt awakening the sword. 3-star? I think I'll reach that soon enough. I should be able to use the sword soon. Thump. Murakan closed the erotic magazine in his hands with force and stared at Jean. Listen carefully, kid. Barasada and Bradamanti. Those 2 spirit swords are dangerous weapons that mustn't be awakened carelessly. 3-star is the bare minimum requirement. But use Bradamanti as an ordinary sword until you reach 5-star. Understood. But I don't have a lot of patience. I guess I'll have to reach 5-star within the next year. Yeah, right. Even if you're the best spirit controller in his teens and you eat spiritual energy every meal instead of real food, that's still impossible. Enough with the nonsense. Even a street dog would stop on its path to laugh at you right now. How immature. Jean couldn't believe the individual in front of him was really a dragon who has existed for over 3,000 years. Jean frowned visibly and snatched away the magazine in Murakan's hands. What was that? Huh? Something about a street dog? Say that again. I didn't hear you. Give my magazine back. Give it back, you brat. Do you know how hard it was to... Young master. The bickering duo paused and turned to Gilly, who was running towards them. She seemed to be in a hurry. What's the matter, Gilly? Instructor Garen is asking for you, young master. Why would Garen want to see me during the break? If he has something to say, tell him to come find me personally. That's... As her eyes shook in worry, Gilly approached Jean and spoke quietly. He says he needs to give a rundown of the operation to you using the map, young master. Operation? Yes. Instructor Garen has assigned you your first mission, and apparently you'll need to depart as soon as the break ends. Jean put down the magazine in his hand. A mission? True, now that I'm a 3-star knight, it's about time I was given my first assignment. But leaving as soon as the break ends. Something was fishy. Missions were given starting from the intermediate training class. As missions usually concerned assassination, combat, monster subjugation, etc., the beginner class wasn't involved with them. Moreover, the advancement to the intermediate class happened 1 month after the break for Runcandle cadets, so it was odd to be assigned a mission right after the break. Well, I guess I could technically be considered a member of the intermediate class since my advancement was confirmed a few months ago. Maybe they judged that it wouldn't matter to give me an assignment. Once Jean sorted out his thoughts and nodded, Gilly gave him additional information. And the participants of this mission are 10 members of the beginner training class, including you, young master. Something is amiss. You should quickly go talk to Instructor Garen. Chapter 23. Jean, the cadets, the Beastman, and 1. There were already 3 cadets inside Garen's office. They were standing stiffly and nervously from the sudden summons. Garen was explaining the mission while looking at the map on the wall. Due to the excellent results of this year's beginner class, this mission was specially assigned to, you've arrived, young master. With Jin's arrival, Garen wore a faint smile and bowed. While the beginner class normally doesn't receive missions, this case wasn't the first time it had happened. If the beginner class's cadets showed outstanding performance and results, they were issued missions on rare occasions. The current batch of beginner class cadets could only show so much growth worthy of being sent on a mission due to Jin's influence. During Jean and Bellup's duel last year, the latter wasn't the only individual to be awakened. While it wasn't Jin's intention or plan, the battle from that fateful day had greatly impacted the other spectating cadets. We were given a mission, Garen? Yes, young master. This mission involves 10 beginner class cadets, including you. Jean turned his attention to the world map behind Garen. The red symbol must be the mission's destination. That location is someplace near the Zhan Kingdom. The Zhan Kingdom was in proximity to the land of the Beastmen. In fact, it was adjacent to the headquarters of the most dangerous race, the White Wolf tribe. Travelers avoid that area, adventurers flock to it, and mercenaries detest it. I've also contacted the cadets who have temporarily left the Garden of Swords. There are 10 participants, including you, young master. You will have to carry out the mission in 2 different groups. You'll divide the 10 participants of the beginner class into 2 groups? Indeed. You will be the leader of Group 1, young master. Group 2 will be led by Scott Limon. Scott Limon. While the results hadn't been announced yet, everyone predicted that Mesa or Scott would be the runner-up cadet of the beginner class, behind Jean. Even so, Scott is only at the level of a 2-star knight. If it's a mission near the Zhan Kingdom, it's highly probable that it'll involve beastmen. Something was off. Even if they were Runcandle cadets, they were merely rookies between the age of 14 to 16. They weren't the appropriate participants to carry out a mission dealing with beastmen. Did one of my siblings bribe Garen to assign us on a difficult mission? No. Seeing Garen's confident face, I'm pretty sure Father personally instructed him to do so. But why would Siren do that? Jean calmly thought to himself. I highly doubt it's simply because I'm connected to Soderette or because of my high scores. In that case, the incident with Bellup was probably relayed to Father. I see. I'm starting to see the full picture now. Jean calmly nodded. Then one group must be composed of 5 members. Who will I be working with? Yes, Group 1 is composed of Bellup, Phils, Eddington, Sierra, and you, young master. Scott's group is composed of Mesa, Kiko, Taimont, and Jushin. Having heard the formation of the groups, Jean immediately saw through Siren's intentions. The 4 cadets of his group were all middle to low ranked within the beginner class, with the exception of Bellup. Having awakened with the duel against Jean, Bellup was now part of the mid-upper ranks. On the other hand, Scott's team was composed of top-ranked cadets. There was only one explanation behind this uneven formation of groups. Father wants to test me. He wants to check if my principles of leading those weaker than me won't change during this mission. In that case, this mission was certain to be troublesome. As Jin's intuition told him so, he spoke up again. Give me a rundown of the mission and operation. The mission is to scout the vicinity of the Zhan Kingdom's southern border. It seems a certain tycoon's son went missing in that area. The groups will be in charge of separate areas, and as soon as you find the missing person or clues, you must report back to me. The cadets in the office all calmed down when they learned that the mission was simply a search and report task. And after having reported, if the victim's survival is confirmed, we will dispatch Guardian Knights in order to perform a rescue operation. In the meantime, Groups 1 and 2 will return to base. But if the victim is reported dead, the mission will come to an end as long as there aren't additional requests from the client. Sounds simple enough. Yes. However, you must move with prudence as the chances of encountering beastmen are high. I assume so. And since the Zhan Kingdom's southern border is where the White Wolf tribe is most active, we'll have to be extra careful. The White Wolf tribe, just as their name implies, they are a race of beastmen who look like wolves with white fur. They're famous for being the most talented and skilled amongst beastmen in combat. Young master, if you encounter White Wolf beastmen during the mission, you are to abandon the mission and retreat immediately. That goes for everyone else too. I also know that, no matter how outstanding this year's batch of cadets are, we're no match to the White Wolf warriors. No need to worry. Garen smiled at his words. I am not concerned. I've personally witnessed how much this year's cadets have grown, including you, young master. However, one never knows what kinds of unpredictable dangers are lurking around oneself. Jean stared straight back at Garen and also smirked. You talk as if a dangerous incident will definitely occur during the mission. Garen. You've caught me. Personally. I can't wait to witness your marvelous figure as you overcome the situation. Young master. You're a good teacher. Inform me when the cadets who aren't at the garden have all returned. Understood. 3 days later, the cadets' break ended. Without further ado, the beginner class's mission began. Jean and 9 other cadets went to the transfer gate in order to depart to the Zhan Kingdom. It's an honor to be able to carry out our very first mission with you, young master. Group 2 will do our best not to inconvenience you. Scott approached Jean and spoke as they waited for the transfer gate to open. Haha. Are you putting pressure on me, Scott Limon? That's absolutely not the case. I am simply showing my gratitude towards the young master for giving us the opportunity to carry out our first mission while still in the beginner class. I'm just kidding. Scott was extremely loyal towards the Runcandles, and his admiration and respect towards Jean were immense as well. However, Scott wasn't the only one to hold Jean in high esteem. Hey, Group 1, make sure you don't get in young Master Jin's way, and assist him to the best of your abilities. As Mesa sharply declared, the cadets of Group 1 all nodded in sync. Moreover, if we successfully carry out this mission, you may be given a chance to advance to the intermediate class despite your low scores. Do you understand? We understand, Mesa. We'll do our best. Jean smiled to himself as he watched their interactions. It may seem like Mesa was being rude to them, but she truly hoped from the bottom of her heart that all the members of Group 1 would advance to the next class with her. She behaved like the disciplinarian of the class. It seems she has an aptitude for it. But in truth, she was a big-hearted cadet, one who cared most about her comrades. There certainly was something special about this year's batch of beginner class cadets. They all had developed strong bonds centered around Jean. This was a rare case within the competitive system of the Runcandle clan. Moreover, in most cases where strong bonds formed between cadets, they excluded the young masters and ladies from the group. However, during the past few years, Jean had completely made these cadets his subjects. Quiet, everyone. As the transfer gate will soon open, I shall issue a command. Yes. The cadets gathered around Jean in a circle. As soon as we arrive at the southern border, we will set camp at the center of the area. Once everyone's done preparing the campsite, groups 1 and 2 will go their separate ways and begin surveying the area in earnest. Jean pointed at the map before continuing his speech. The camp's use is for sharing information between us and reporting casualties. Each group will send a member to the campsite in order to share information once a day at a prearranged time. Understood, young master. You shall refer to me as captain and not young master during the mission. And members other than casualties are not to rest at the campsite. However, each group may take breaks at their own discretion. Any questions? None, Captain. That is all. Let us hope that our target is alive and well. A few moments later, the transfer gate activated and everyone's bodies were surrounded by glowing mana. Once the teleportation was completed, the cadets and Jean found themselves at the transfer gate in the central southern region of the Zhan Kingdom. Normally speaking, they would have had to go through all the administrative procedures after arriving, but as soon as the employees saw the robes the cadets were wearing, they skipped all the procedures. The robes had the run candle's black sword emblem on it. 3 days have passed since they arrived in the southern region of the Zhan Kingdom. The cadets had constructed the campsite and were surveying the area, but to no avail. The Zhan Kingdom's southern region was a land composed of grassy plains and forests. They were thoroughly searching through the open, grassy fields, but finding traces of a single missing human wasn't a simple task. It seems we'll have to focus our search inside the forest. There isn't a single clue in the grasslands. Captain, Eddington says he saw Watertail beastmen earlier. Watertail beastmen? If they're here, it's unlikely we'll encounter White Wolf beastmen. Watertail tribe beastmen are a docile and gentle tribe that catch fish in rivers or seas, using their harpoon-shaped tails. They aren't found in areas where White Wolf beastmen or Red Tiger beastmen reside. Watertail beastmen always avoid predators when building their villages. The one who'll return to camp and meet Group 2 today is Bellup, right? That is correct. Bellup, depart for the campsite 2 hours earlier than usual today. You'll be slowed down by the sleet. And once you're done exchanging info, go to Area 13 instead of here. We'll be surveying that zone. Understood, Captain. Groups 1 and 2 were meeting up at 9 p.m. every evening at the camp in order to exchange information. Once Bellup left the group, the other members also began moving towards Area 13. Area 13 was a woodland that hadn't been surveyed yet. Something's off. Even though Father personally gave us this mission, nothing has happened so far. Was I mistaken thinking that he was trying to test me? No incidents happened at Area 13 either, and they couldn't find any clues about the missing person. The only special incident that occurred was that they were gifted roasted fish from the Watertail tribe village they found by coincidence. Missing human? We not know. Watertail tribe, nice. You all miserable look. Fish, take. Gift. Yeah, I know. Thanks. They're well cooked. We'll repay you next time we come over. Having searched the area well past midnight, the members of Group 1 were now waiting for Bellup to return in the rain as they wiped their wet swords. As the sleet continued, they found it meaningless to continue the search in the darkness in this weather. Since we didn't find anything even after surveying Area 13, we'll have to approach the Beastman's territory in order to continue the mission. However, surveying the Beastman's territory wasn't a mission a beginner-class cadet could do. There's no need to do such an unreasonable thing just to obtain good results. It's foolish to go so far. We should spend the remaining 3 days checking the surveyed areas again, before ending the mission. Bellup finally returned from the camp as the watches neared 2 a.m. Young Master Jean. He was in such a hurry that he had completely forgotten about calling him captain. The cadets on standby stood up and rushed to Bellup as well. What's the matter, Bellup? Group 2 was attacked. Even Kiko, who was sent to the camp by them, had minor injuries. Everyone prepared to move. Was it beast men? The cadets immediately stood in line, ready to start running at any moment. No, they say it was humans. Group 2 cannot use their flares as they have gone into hiding, so we must hurry to them. Chapter 24. Jean, the cadets, the beastman, and 2. Their numbers. They've confirmed 3 individuals. There's no way a mere 3 idiots would attack Runcandle cadets. There are definitely more of them somewhere. Eddington, David. Once we get near the campsite, search for the assailants. Yes. If you find them, do not engage. Report back to me as fast as possible. Jean hadn't expected the cadets to be attacked by humans instead of beastmen. If they still attacked us despite our Runcandle robes, are they radical Zipful followers? As they urgently ran, Jean continued to listen to Bellup's report. The assailants were all wearing masks, so Group 2 couldn't identify them. But they did mention that the attackers were using the most widespread and common long swords in the Zhan Kingdom. In that case, it was likely this was the work of insiders from the Zhan Kingdom. But he still couldn't put aside the possibility that Zipful followers were behind this attack. It was possible that they had purposefully used weapons manufactured in Zhan in order to confuse us. If Group 2 managed to escape after the battle, the enemies mustn't be 5-star knights or higher. The problem is that we don't know who they are. Why had they attacked Group 2? If they were indeed radical Zipful followers, and if they had come here after hearing that Runcandle cadets were carrying out a mission in this area, then they would have targeted Group 1 first, as Jean was part of it. After running non-stop for 3 hours, the campsite was finally in sight. They would have arrived faster if they had traveled through the grasslands instead of the woodlands, but they couldn't afford to get discovered by the enemies. Eddington and David separated from the group in order to search for the attackers. The only ones remaining near the camp were Jean, Bellup, and Sierra. 5 a.m. If they headed towards Group 2's hiding place now, dawn would arrive. Since they still didn't know the number of enemies and their forces, the cadets and Jean would be at a disadvantage if light returned. I hope Group 2 hid themselves properly. They're all skilled kids, so I shouldn't have to worry too much. The remaining 3 members of Group 1 began to move again. They planned on joining Group 2 at their hideout and waiting for Eddington and David to return with details on the assailants. Jean and the others swiftly arrived at the hideout, but Group 2 was no longer there. All that was left was a letter at the entrance to the cave and puddles of blood on the ground. Why, young master? This looks like they got found already. Jean clenched and ground his teeth at this sight. These motherfew, I don't know who you are, but I will find you, and I will kill you all. Jean hadn't felt anger in a long time. Even during his sudden death in his first life, he felt more despair than rage. And after his regression, he was busy making the most of his new life every day and had no time to think about his emotions. But this time, his head heated up with rage in an instant. The bloodstains around the cave all came from children in their teens. Moreover, those children were his subordinates who were following him. Jean closed his eyes and composed himself before acting rashly. He had to keep a cool head in order to find the enemies and avenge the cadets. Calm down, Bellup. The blood hasn't fully dried yet. It hasn't been long since they were found. Jean spoke to Bellup, who was gasping heavily. There was so much blood that he thought Group 2 had all been killed. There's a lot of blood, but no pieces of flesh or bones. And there aren't any traces of bodies falling onto the grass. Group 2 managed to escape during the battle. There are many footprints here, but looking at the sizes, it seems there were only a couple of enemies who were searching this area when they were discovered. Sierra calmly nodded to Jin's observations. She was already tracing down Group 2's movements by examining the footprints and bloodstains. They seem to have gone west, young master, and there's a piece of bandage here. Bandage? Jean quickly joined Sierra's side and observed the strip of bandage. It was most definitely manufactured in Huphester. There was one attacker. He must have wounded Group 2 before escaping first. Group 2 seems to have stayed here for a moment in order to tend to their wounds, but had to escape as they predicted the attackers would return. Looking west, Jean would see a long path of grass being stepped on. Since there were no traces of horse hoof prints and only human footprints along with bloodstains, there was no reason for Jean to hesitate. Sierra, hide in this area and wait for Eddington and David to return. Then come rejoin us. We'll go after them. Bellop. They were puffing and blowing as they ran at full speed. As none of them had slept a wink and spent the entire night running and searching, their stamina was nearing its limits. Bellop was exhausted just from keeping up with Jean, but the latter wasn't too worried right now. As long as there were 5 or less 4-star warriors to face, Jean could easily deal with them all. In fact, the one thing that concerned him was how he'd use mana and spiritual power without the cadets noticing. But he didn't drown himself in those worries. He cared more about saving the cadets than keeping his secret hidden. Metallic sounds. The cadets are fighting people. Jean and Bellop's rushed pursuit was fruitful. After around 30 minutes of chase, they could hear noises in the distance. Bellop also noticed the sounds. They both stopped on their tracks to find the source. Jean stopped his breath and scanned his surroundings, checking if any enemies had followed them as well. We will move undercover from now on, Bellop. But Group 2 is fighting the enemies right now, young master. We're in a forest right now. Instead of announcing our arrival to everyone, it's better to sneak behind the attackers and strike them in surprise. If there aren't many enemies, we can end this within a few seconds. As the two covertly traveled between the trees and approached the source of the noises, they could finally check on the cadets of Group 2. They were in the middle of combat in the center of the forest. None of them had received fatal wounds such as amputations, but everyone had minor injuries such as small cuts around their bodies. Scott, Kiko, Jushin, where's Mesa? He could only see 3 cadets. T/N and PR/N. Hashtag Justice for Taemont. The masked enemies numbered 2. Seeing their movements, Jean came to the conclusion that they were indeed 4-star warriors. We'll strike them from behind simultaneously at my signal. I'll take the left, you take the right. Wait, no. Do you have a dagger with you? Bellop took out a dagger stored in his chest strap. Close your eyes. Why was Jean telling him to close his eyes in a situation like this? Bellop wasn't the type of person to ask himself such questions. If the young master ordered him to close his eyes, he would close his eyes. Once Bellop did so, Jean covered the dagger in spiritual energy. Spiritual power could enhance the cutting and destructive power of a weapon like aura. However, it had one more effect. When a weapon is covered in spiritual energy, the object's existence and presence thins out. Therefore, it could greatly increase the chances of success of a surprise attack, especially if one accurately threw the dagger without making a sound. Listen carefully, Bellop. As soon as I'm done talking, wait for 2 more seconds and go attack the enemy on the left. Swoosh! As soon as he finished whispering, Jean threw the darkened dagger. The blade cut the wind as it zoomed across the forest, and lodged itself in the back of the rightmost enemy's head. Ugh! The attacker that was swinging his sword around immediately stopped moving. But before his ally on the left could even turn his head to check on him, Bellop ran up to him from behind and swung his sword down. The surviving enemy's back. The assailant quickly noticed the attack and turned around to parry Bellop's sword, but had his Achilles tendon cut by Jin's follow-up surprise attack. Arg! Thud! Thump! Jean didn't reap the attacker's life immediately, and striked the back of his head and his temple with the pommel of his sword. And as the enemy fell to the ground half unconscious, Jean pressed his knee onto his nape and completely suppressed him. Young master! The Group 2 cadets ran up to Jean. Their faces were painted with relief and hope for their survival, but was soon followed by the despair of having ruined the young master's very first mission. Is everyone all right? Do you know who sent this bastard? Jean slammed his fist down on the attacker's calf as he kept groaning and wheezing. He also put more strength in his knee to dunk the assailant's head in the mud. We're okay. But Mesa was captured by them. We have failed you, young master. Sigh. Jean exhaled deeply and grabbed the surviving assailant by the hair and removed his mask. It was the face of a 30-something-year-old man he had never seen before. The ones who failed are him and his boss. You guys take care of your injuries for now. Scott seems to have been wounded the most. Spare me? You want me to spare you? Jean couldn't help but let out a sarcastic chuckle at the assailant's words. Doesn't seem to be a Zipful follower since he cares for his life. Spare me aren't the first words a bold and reckless person would say after daring to attack Runcandle cadets. You should have said that before attacking my subordinates. You have two choices right now. Either you tell us your affiliation and why you attacked us along with where your headquarters are, and we'll kill you, and only you, painlessly. Smack, smack. Jean spoke as he slapped the assailant's cheeks from side to side. Or you keep your mouth shut, and the Runcandle clan will kill anyone and everyone related to you in the most painful manner that exists. Choose wisely. The attacker's eyes trembled as he listened to Jin's cold voice. You don't have a lot of time to think. Make a choice already. Will you really kill only me if I talk? I know that the revenge of the Runcandles is never this merciful. That's usually the case. But I am someone who keeps my promises. My name is Jean Runcandle. If you talk, your family and friends won't be put in harm's way. I put my honor and the clan's honor on the line. The attacker turned his gaze to observe the cadets. They simply stood quietly and nodded. I will talk. A wise choice. I am from a revolutionary group called Kinselo. As soon as he heard the name, Jean remembered an incident which created an uproar and shook the Zhan kingdom in his first life. It was the large-scale terror attack committed by the self-proclaimed revolutionary group Kinselo. Kinselo was different compared to the radical followers of the Zipful clan. The Zipful followers only targeted the Runcandles when performing terror attacks, but Kinselo's area of activity was all around the world. They were crazy lunatics who believed that their king had to become the king of the world in order for their revolution to be complete. Kinselo had ties with the Beastmen and caused so much chaos. They became famous for assassinating the king of Zhan and massacring so many civilians. However, Jean didn't know what happened to Kinselo afterwards. He only knew that they were still active and thriving around the time he died. A revolutionary group. I see now. You planned on attacking Runcandle cadets, causing disorder in the Zhan kingdom, right? I'm only a low-ranked member, so I don't know that much. I also don't know the location of our headquarters. But the branch I was part of is located at the entrance of the Beastmen's territory. There are around 20 members in that branch. I see. I'll ask one last question. Why did you capture Mesa? The attacker shook his head and sighed. For propaganda. Apparently, the superiors ordered us to capture the female cadets alive, if possible in order to use them for propaganda and publicity for the revolution. What a foul story. Sincerity. Jean pulled Bradamanti out of its scabbard, and the attacker closed his eyes. Thud. With this, I have kept my promise. A head fell to the ground, and Jean swung his sword one last time to remove the blood on his blade. The situation is dire. We don't have time to ask for reinforcements from the clan. I'll have to go on my own. Chapter 25. Jean, the cadets, the Beastman, and 3. Jean couldn't have predicted that they were dealing with the terrorist group from his past life. A group he had only heard about from rumors. Moreover, they weren't satisfied with just attacking the Runcandle cadets. They also planned on kidnapping the girls. How long has it been since Mesa was captured? It hasn't been an hour yet. Then they must still be on their way to the Beastman's territory's entrance. Jean approached the dead body with the dagger in the head and pulled it out. He then received 2 more daggers from the cadets and stored them in his boots and inside his robe. We will also prepare to pursue them, young master. No, I'll go rescue Mesa on my own. You stay here and finish treating your wounds. Once you're done, reunite with Group 1 and request for assistance from the clan. Yes. The cadets all showed surprised expressions. The attackers we faced were all about 4-star warriors. How could we send you alone when there are 20 of them? You mustn't, young master. Please take us with you. Rescuing Mesa is important, but your safety is our utmost priority, young master. In fact, it's far too dangerous for you to pursue them. Let's return and ask for reinforcements from the clan together. The cadets all raised their voices in disapproval. According to the now-dead assailant, there were a total of 20 members in their branch. The cadets were right. Chasing them to rescue Mesa was foolhardy, especially if he were to go alone. And he might have been lying when he said there were 20 of them. If we all die, including you, young master, the promise you made with him would be voided. Please make a careful judgment. Mesa is a comrade we all care about, but deaths happen regularly on missions. And if we immediately ask for reinforcements from the clan, she could be safely rescued. Scott. Yes, young master. As you say, deaths happen regularly on missions. But how can a legitimate Run-Candle child sit by and not do anything when a cadet was captured? Jean calmly looked around, making eye contact with each cadet. I am stronger than you all think I am, so stand up straight and follow my orders. Any other objections will be considered insubordination. The cadets all erased their distressed expressions. They couldn't say anything else due to Jin's powerful tone and gaze. I await with impatience for all of you to grow stronger so that we can fight side by side in the future. I will get going now. Oh, and Bellop. Yes. Since everyone from Group 2 has been wounded, you are the strongest person after me now. Do you understand? You mustn't hesitate anymore. I shall bear that in mind. Now that all was said, Jean sprinted away as time was of the utmost importance. All the cadets bowed in his direction until he was out of view. Currently, Jean has reached 3-star spiritual release, 3-star swordsmanship, and 4-star mana. Nobody would believe it if someone said these were the abilities and strengths of a 15-year-old boy. However, it was still reckless to face 24-star warriors simultaneously with these abilities. Furthermore, if the low-ranked lackeys were 4-star warriors, it was likely that the superiors were 5-star or stronger. However, Jean was confident enough to go face them all alone, as the enemies weren't aware of his spiritual power and magic. Moreover, although his swordsmanship was 3-star only, he had gained the knowledge of the secret tomes of countless martial clans. His chances of winning were not that low. I won't have to fight against 20 opponents at the same time. They've all scattered around, looking for the cadets, so I just need to deal with one small group at a time while searching for Mesa. Jean judged that there was enough distance between him and the cadets as he came to a halt. As he calmed his breath, Jean created a ball of mana on his right palm. He planned on using mana to search for the enemies. Seismic Sense. Seismic Sense was a 3-star earth magic spell. As its name implies, it is a spell that senses the state of the ground, and is often used to detect earthquakes or other natural disasters. In other words, it wasn't the appropriate spell to use to track down enemies. However, depending on its application and links, magic has an infinite amount of possibilities and usages. Be that as it may, ordinary magicians require cooperation with another when trying to make use of the application and link tricks. Whoosh! As the ball of mana on Jin's right hand gradually permeated the ground, Jean created a second ball of mana on his left hand. This one was partially transparent as it was of the wind attribute. Multicasting. This was a skill that most magicians around the world could only dream of mastering. Without an aptitude for it, even 7-star magicians are unable to use this crucial skill. Jean could use multicasting since his past life, as soon as he became his magic teacher's pupil. Wind Pursuit. As he finished casting the second spell, wind began to gather around the transparent mana. After the wind blew around Jean for a few seconds, it detected the slight reaction from Seismic Sense and began flowing in that direction. The wind was following the information given to it by Seismic Sense. I'm lucky they're moving in the grasslands. If they were in the woods, it would have been hard to track them even with these 2 spells. If the members of Kinzalo had gone through the forest, the trees and life forms in there would have disturbed the detection, making it nigh impossible to find them. Jean cancelled his magic. Multicasting consumed an extreme amount of mana, and if there was a magician amongst the enemies, they could find out that they were being pursued. They haven't gone very far. After running for around an hour, Jean could finally see physical traces of the terrorists around him, such as footprints or flattened grass. As he was about to start running again, Jean flinched and immediately stopped all movements. When he checked the footprints again, the number of pairs had gone down. Delish! An arrow came flying at him through the high grass. Jean effortlessly avoided it and aimed his sword in the direction it had come from. There was a ditch. The attackers had expected the cadets to follow them, and had dug a hole in advance. As I thought, a run candle cadet. Your movements are good. I can see why Chaff had such a hard time earlier. The kid dodged the arrow. Clark. Give me a gold coin. 3 men wearing masks came out of the burrow and giggled amongst themselves. It seemed they had made a bet when they saw Jean, whether he would be able to avoid the surprise attack or not. The man they called Clark took out a gold coin and tossed it. You made money thanks to that fucking brat. Good for you. The winner of the bet caught the coin and smirked as he took out his sword. Jean was still silently observing his opponents. They were composed of 1 magician and 2 warriors. Their aura and mana aren't that strong. They must all be around the 4-star stage. While Jean carefully judged his enemy's strengths, the people in question thought the boy was frozen in fear. Don't worry too much, kid. I don't have a habit of torturing people to death on purpose. We'll end this ASAP. But why is he alone? Where are all the other brats? They must have all been killed by Chaff and Greg. Kikek. About this Chaff and Greg. Does one have a scar on his left cheek and is the other bald? When Jean spoke up for the first time, 2 of the men burst out in laughter. Wahaha! Scar on his cheek. Bald. It's gonna be hilarious when we tell them about this. Ha ha ha. However, one of them wasn't laughing. The magician. You? How do you know about Chaff and Greg's appearances? Isn't it obvious? I took off their masks to check after killing them. They were fighting against my subordinates, you know? The glee in their eyes immediately disappeared. Jean was still holding his sword casually, with an indifferent expression. Stop bluffing. Those 2 are 4-star knights. They're not people some run-candle beginner-class cadets can defeat. Do you guys actually call assholes who gang up on kids knights in Kinslow? Your group seems vastly different compared to the Run-Candle clan. Clark, Mills. Check our surroundings. It seems there weren't just children on this mission. This brat isn't a cadet. There must be a guardian knight somewhere. The men didn't seem to think that Jean could have killed Chaff and Greg. Even if he was a pure-blooded Run-Candle, they couldn't imagine that a child who had yet to fully develop had killed 2 4-star knights. Thus, the 3 of them immediately steeled themselves. Death could arrive at any moment for them. Before joining Kinslow, they were either mercenaries or knights. And during those days, they had heard plenty about the strength of Run-Candle Guardian Knights. Ptahaha! Jean let out a chuckle. Even though you guys fear the Run-Candles, you didn't think twice about attacking our cadets? There are no Guardian Knights here. I came alone. Bullshit. If I had a Guardian Knight with me, you guys wouldn't have been able to chat leisurely like this. And if I had one with me, where could they be hiding in these plains? Also, there's no way our knights would need to hide in front of 3 baboons like you. The nervous men controlled their breaths as they observed their surroundings. Jin's words weren't wrong. There was nowhere to hide in this open area. And so, the men returned to their threatening and arrogant attitude. They were embarrassed and felt humiliated for being afraid of a kid like Jean, a brat who seemed 20 years younger than them. You really came alone. I thought you were an arrogant kid who trusted his clan's knights. But you're just an ignorant brat who doesn't know when to fear for his life. You think so? It would have been better for you guys. Before letting Jean finish, Clark dashed to him and swung his sword at the boy's neck. If I were merely an arrogant kid who trusted his clan's knights. Die. Ugh. Clark suddenly fell flat on his face with a groan even though he was just about to kill Jean. One of his legs had been cleanly sliced off without warning. Good thing I bought time. The cause of Clark's amputation was a spell called Wind Blade. It was one of the hardest spells to use amongst the 4-star wind magic spells. Jean had secretly prepared the spell while chatting with them. Clark, what kind of Run-Candle uses magic? The magician began to cast a spell to counterattack while Mills sprinted towards Jean in a fury as he wielded his sword. You bastard! Clang! Jean took a stance as he parried Mills' downward swing. The aura-covered attack felt heavy to Jean due to his immature body. Nevertheless, A single 4-star knight was no problem for him. As Jean pivoted and aimed for Mills' flank with his sword, the magician yelled, "Mills, fall back!" Whoosh! A huge flame had formed on the magician's palm. He then launched his spell, swinging his arm, and the flame streaked towards the boy like a rope. A 4-star fire spell, Flame Whip. It was the strongest spell the Kinslow magician could cast right now. Jean didn't avoid the attack and received it with his body. The corner of the magician's lips rose as he saw his spell hit. Jean then used the fact that his body was hidden by the flames to stab Mills in the neck with Bradamanti, SLRT. With a blade in his neck, Mills couldn't even cry out in pain and fell into death's embrace. The magician stepped back in shock as he couldn't believe his eyes. The final member, Clark, was still on the floor, crying in pain as he held his stump of a leg. Jean grabbed the flame whip clinging to his robe with his hand and extinguished it. Sparks scattered around as the mana in the spell disappeared in the wind like ashes. As he had fully absorbed the Phoenix Heart, all fire spells of 6-star or lower rank couldn't inflict damage on Jean anymore. Blasted! The magician began casting a new spell when he realized Jean had high resistance against fire magic. Icicle Shot. The same spell that had attacked Jin's carriage on his way to the Garden of Swords. "Don't approach me." The icicle shot flew towards Jean, but this time, it broke apart and fell to the ground before even reaching him. Beast King Orgul's Pendant. The artifact's mana had protected Jean. Penetrating the pendant's mana with spells of 5-star or lower was going to be difficult for the magician. How? You whack! Bradamanti drew a parabola as it slashed the magician in the waist. When Jean twisted the blade inside the man's body, the trembling magician bit the dust. "I have a nice sister, that's how." After finishing off Clark, who was going into shock, Jean began running across the grasslands again. Obviously, he made sure to disguise Clark's injury as a sword cut instead of a magic attack before leaving. Chapter 26. Jean, the cadets, the Beastman, and 4. They weren't lying in ambush for long. The ones who captured Mesa aren't far from here. Jin's entire body was soaking in sweat as he ran across the plains. Since yesterday morning to now, he had been awake for over 24 hours searching for clues and pursuing the enemies. And since he had also engaged them in combat, his stamina was starting to reach its limits. In fact, the use of multicasting and Windblade were the decisive factors behind his stamina's depletion. There were still 15 enemies left. In the worst-case scenario, he would have to face them all simultaneously, but if he is lucky, he would face them in small groups of 2 or 3. Having a child's body is such a pain. I'm still too young. If I had my past life's combat abilities, I could have easily decimated those morons from earlier without having to strategize everything. During his chase, Jean realized that the attackers from Kinslow were all shabby and unskilled. They were all ex-mercenaries or knights, but it bugged Jean how they didn't even bother erasing their tracks while moving. It's probably because they're underestimating us. Jean was on point. Kinslow was looking down on the Runcandle cadets. While the cadets were part of the Runcandle clan, they were all rookies who had yet to experience a real battlefield in their lives. Kinslow's lack of caution was also evident in how they only left behind 2 members to finish off Group 2 after they captured Mesa. They had also placed just 1 magician and 2 warriors in that ditch to deal with potential survivors and pursuers. Keep underestimating us. I'll make sure you regret it later, though. Jin's greatest weapon right now was the fact that they were underestimating him. That was why he wasn't afraid of facing them all in battle despite his low stamina. He ran for another hour. This time he was keeping an eye out for ambushes, but the footprints remained unchanged. In fact, he could now see the wheel tracks of a carriage in addition. Jean stopped for a moment in order to inspect those tracks. The ones who captured Mesa reunited with another group here. They probably locked her in the carriage. Now that a carriage was involved, it would be much easier for Jean to catch up to them. The ground was uneven due to the sleet from the previous night, so they wouldn't be able to advance quickly. As he followed the wheel tracks for a while, Jean came across an unknown path that continued into a forest. It was a road that led to the Beastman's territory. After recollecting himself and his breath, Jean entered the forest. The wheel tracks continued along the unique path into the depth of the trees. Well then, how should I plan it out? Jean was in the middle of the cadet rescue operation. An unexpected situation had arisen during their mission, so his current operation had changed from scouting to rescuing. The search mission for the tycoon's missing son wasn't the priority anymore. In that case, what was the most important aspect of a rescue mission? The answer was obvious: the protection and safety of the target. Killing all my enemies isn't the priority. I need to make sure Mesa doesn't get hurt. Currently, 3 hours have passed since Mesa's kidnapping. 3 hours. Too much time had passed. The dishonorable and immoral kidnappers could have started using Mesa as a plaything during this time span. However, Jean still believed that Mesa was safe. If they were humiliating Mesa, Jean would have caught up to them already. The only information about Kinslow Jean had was from the newspapers in his past life. They were a criminal armed group of radicals who followed a strict hierarchy on the inside. That was how Jean viewed Kinslow. A strict hierarchy. That was the aspect Jean was focusing on. It was highly likely that Kinslow's members enjoyed their spoils of war in an order of privilege amongst them, and hence Jean believed Mesa was still safe. I should reach their branch headquarters soon if I continue along this path. And it hasn't been long since Mesa and her kidnappers arrived there. About 30 minutes ago? 1 hour? It was probably something between that. The kidnappers were most likely handing Mesa over to their superiors right now. Therefore, this was the last chance he could rescue Mesa safely. Every minute, every second was crucial now. Thus, he had to attack them head-on in order to save time. However, if he did such a frontal assault at their branch headquarters, several problems would arise. If all the surviving members of the group were gathered there, Jean would have to face dozens of enemies on his own. And even if he could kill them all, they would probably use Mesa as a hostage. After thinking for a few seconds, Jean nodded to himself. First, I need to create confusion and chaos amongst them, so that they wouldn't even think of using Mesa. Fortunately, we're inside a forest right now. 2 balls of crimson mana formed on Jin's hands. They were the same spell the enemy magician had used earlier, the 4-star fire spell, Flame Whip. Good thing I reached 4-star in magic before this mission. It would have been difficult to burn down a damp forest with just the firepower of a 3-star magician. Whoosh! Jean swung his 2 flame whips in all 4 directions. The spell has decent firepower, but its real advantage is that once it hits a target, it doesn't get detached so easily from it. In other words, there was no better spell than this to burn down a drenched forest. Jean cast the same spells over and over again. Magical arson was a serious felony in this world. However, such restrictions didn't matter to Jean Runcandle. Once the area was ablaze, Jean then conjured wind mana. Wind. Wave. Another 4-star spell. Once he finished casting it, a bluish wind filled with mana began blowing the blaze forward. Just like the name implied, it was a spell that created a huge gust of wind that undulated forward like a wave. The blaze encroached onto the forest. Initially, it was unable to burn the damp trees, but once the flames grew large enough, it began swallowing everything in its path, wet or not. And so, Jean advanced through the forest as he burned it down. He concealed his body behind the flames, taking advantage of his resistance provided by the Phoenix Heart. His mana had greatly diminished due to blindly casting 4-star spells, but his plan was extremely successful. Now he could see a building in the distance. It was Kinslow's branch headquarters. People were exiting the building in panic one by one. Fire! The forest is burning. Report to the captain. And gather the magicians. Water! We need water. Why is there a fire? Kinslow's members were running around chaotically. As the fire hadn't reached the headquarters yet, they planned on extinguishing it beforehand. I don't know who their leader is, but he's probably not crazy enough to enjoy the spoils of war during a forest fire. Now, he just had to kill them one by one and rescue Mesa. Jean removed the 2 daggers in his boots and covered them in spiritual energy. In the meantime, Kinslow had no idea someone was aiming for their lives. People usually can't think rationally while in a state of panic during a sudden disaster. If there were a single cool-headed individual amongst them, they would have realized this forest fire was created artificially. However, the warriors were hastily pouring water on the fire, whereas the magicians were busy casting water or ice spells. Jean easily managed to get near them as he was hidden amongst the flames. Swoosh! A shadowy dagger flew and stabbed a magician in the neck. The victim let out a yelp, but it was camouflaged by the sound of crackling branches and the panicked shouts of the others. That's one down. Jean threw the corpse into the blaze and set his eyes on his next prey, an out-of-breath warrior holding buckets of water. He perished the same way as the magician. Detecting the dark blade flying through the flames was difficult for mere 4-star warriors. Jean retrieved one of the daggers he threw. Including the one in his robe, he still had 2 remaining. It would be so satisfying if I killed them all like this. But even these morons would notice something if people keep disappearing like this. Jean lowered himself and observed the situation amongst the enemies. A man who appeared higher ranked than the others seemed to have noticed something. He began leading the others and giving out orders. I should kill him first. As the man yelled something that was inaudible to Jean, the men around him all took out their weapons. They then scattered around the building. He had 2 magicians and warriors stay to put out the fire and had the others stay on alert around the building. Not a bad decision. Well, it would have been a great decision if Jean weren't within the fire. Jean flew towards the commander, who was left alone, like a whistling arrow. He hadn't removed Bradamanti from its scabbard yet on purpose. The metallic sound and Bradamanti's white blade would have ruined his surprise attack. Streak. As Jean suddenly appeared from within the fire, the commander swung his sword around in shock and panic. The boy bent down to avoid the blade, but he couldn't dodge the kick that followed. Bam! As Jean rolled on the ground, the man continued his flurry of attacks. You rat! So you're the one who set the forest on fire. Stab! Slash! The man kept aiming for the boy on the ground, and Jean rolled his body to avoid the attacks without a moment to rest. The man then threw his sword away and jumped onto Jean, seizing him. You fucking brat! I'll definitely kill Y. But Jean had allowed himself to get captured on purpose. He had also initiated this hand-to-hand fight on purpose by leaving Bradamanti sheathed. Despite the man's entire body weight pushing down on Jin's body, he wriggled around like a flexible snake. Before the man could realize what was happening, Jean had already snapped his neck after deforming his body into an unnatural position. Crack! With the sound of the neck bones snapping, the man flopped onto the ground as saliva dripped out of his mouth. It was my first time using the Meyer-style martial arts. Fuck! It hurts. Jean could only deform his body beyond its limits to kill the man thanks to the Meyer clan's martial arts. He dislocated his own shoulder in mere instants and passed his legs in between their bodies to twist the enemy's neck. It was one of the techniques written in the Meyer clan's secret tomes. The Revenant's assassination. He had killed the man who appeared to be the leader. All he had to do now was deal with the underlings who were mindlessly running around the blaze and the morons who were nervously guarding the building's surroundings. After fixing his shoulder, Jean set his gaze on Kinzelo's branch headquarters. The old stone building was slightly smaller than the residence of middle-class nobles. Jean speculated that there weren't many enemies left inside. He also had all the keys. After going through the leader-like man's corpse, Jean found a keyring and some gold coins. He threw the body and the coins into the fire and approached the building's front gate. Kriawak. As he opened the rusty iron door, the first thing he saw were candles. And on the walls were bizarre drawings he couldn't understand the meaning behind. They were Kinzelo's symbols. What an unpleasant bunch of people. He stuck to the wall and walked down the corridor. Not long after, Jean realized that he couldn't sense anyone in the area. At the very least, there wasn't anyone on his floor. And after using the keys to open every room he came across, there was a single key left untouched. Is it a key that leads to the basement? As the building structure was fairly simple, Jean quickly found the entrance to the basement. The remaining key fit perfectly inside the keyhole. Once he descended the stairs, he saw Mesa chained to the wall. Mesa! As soon as he saw her, Jean felt relieved. She hadn't experienced anything concerning yet. She was still wearing the cadet's uniform. However, her face was bruised all over from being seemingly beaten. Clang! Clang! Jean imbued aura into Bradamanti and cut the chains tying her against the wall. It's dangerous, young master. Why are you? When he heard the very first words she spoke to him, Jean couldn't help but clench his fist and grind his teeth. This isn't the moment to worry about me, Mesa Milcano. Can you walk? I don't think I can run. I see. For now I'll support you. So let's… Boom! The two of them flinched and raised their heads. With that sudden explosive sound, the entire building began trembling. Chapter 27, Jean, the cadets, the Beastman, and… 5. Shit, what's going on now? After propping one of Mesa's arms over his shoulders, Jean was about to get up. Boom! Boom! But due to the sudden explosions, they had to stay crouching. The Kinselo branch headquarters shook as if it were about to collapse on itself. An earthquake? Or did someone upstairs accidentally blow up some explosives? Jean stared at the ceiling and sharpened his senses. He had a bad feeling but kept his composure. Young master, please escape first. Silence, Mesa. Please promise me one thing. Mesa spoke as she stared directly into Jin's eyes. If we're confronted with a life-threatening situation, you must abandon me. You cannot lay down your life here. Jean nodded silently, but that didn't mean he agreed with Mesa. If he actually agreed with her, he wouldn't have come to rescue her on his own in the first place. However, he judged that pretending to agree with her was the best way to calm her down in this situation. We need to figure out what's happening up there first. Could it be magicians attacking the building? It feels like it'll collapse at any moment. The magicians here don't have this much power. The reverberations and explosions continued throughout their conversation. We're going up. Unfortunately, I won't be able to support you. Concentrate and stay right behind me. The two of them sneaked up the stairs. The impacts were happening on the outside, but the walls inside the building already had fissures and cracks all over them. The murals with Kinselo's symbols were destroyed as pieces fell to the floor. However, oddly enough, despite the critical situation on the inside, not a single member of Kinselo had entered to check up on the building. They're either still outside trying to figure out what's happening, or they're already dead. Jean exited the headquarters accompanied by Mesa. Once they were outside, he finally understood what was going on. It was the latter. When he opened the iron gates, he was greeted by the corpses of the Kinselo members. They appeared to have been slashed by large claws, as their bodies were covered in scratches and lacerations. They were killed while trying to return to the building. And this is the work of beastmen. They ended up encountering the one group of foes he wanted to see the least. Jean felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The outside was synonymous to hell. The blaze Jean had caused had already reached the building, and the small paths that weren't burning between the flames were covered in corpses in hideous states. Mesa. Yes, it's the beastmen. Looking at the corpses, it's a tribe that fights with their claws. Shush, don't say anything. Follow that path and keep walking. I'm sure you can avoid the flames yours. Shit. Having stopped midway through his sentence, Jean unsheathed Bradamanti and raised it. Something was slowly walking out of the inferno not too far from them. His fur was far too white to belong to someone who had just stepped out of the fire behind them. A height that exceeded 2 meters and eyes that shone blue. The White Wolf tribe. Their opponent held an enormous hammer in his right hand, and that weapon was the cause of the tremors so far that shook the entire building. With his Herculean strength, a characteristic that belonged to their tribe specializing in combat, he had smashed the hammer around the building the entire time, as if to get some cornered mice to reveal themselves. Huh? I was wondering, who subdued these pieces of shit? But it's just a kid. Their opponent stopped on his tracks and began swinging his hammer. Meanwhile, Mesa was struck with fear. Not because of her impending death, but because of the young masters. Young master, it's the White Wolf tribe. I will buy you some time. Please keep your promise. Ha! Jean exhaled deeply. He then turned around and karate-chopped Mesa in the back of the neck. Her trembling body flopped as she fell unconscious before she could say anything else. The Beastman shrugged and grinned as if they found the situation amusing. Geez, what a tearful scene. Such a shame I'm the only one here to see it. Is this, that thing you humans talk about? That thing, right? Love. Are you two lovers? He spoke like some crude backstreet gangster, but the White Wolf tribe couldn't be compared to such weaklings. When compared to a knight, White Wolf beastmen were at least 6-star. And that was for your average adult beastman. In other words, they were a race born and raised solely for combat. Therefore, if Jean faced him in battle right now, his chances of survival were close to 0. I am Jean Runcandle, legitimate son of Siren Runcandle. Reveal your name, Beastman. Runcandle? The smile on the beastman's face vanished. In these situations, there are only 2 reasons why an individual's smile disappears after hearing the Runcandle name. Either they fear the Runcandles. Looks like among the prey I've killed so far in life, today's prey takes the win as the most pricey one. Come to think of it, your robes do have the black sword on it. My name is Quasito Truca, warrior of the Truca tribe, or they loathe the Runcandles. And the White Wolf Beastman's case is the latter. Back in the day, it was the Runcandle clan's first patriarch who killed Javier, a White Wolf Beastman the tribe worshipped as a god. Today I will offer you to Javier at the altar to soothe his grudge and sorrows. Jean Runcandle, make a choice. Will you have an honorable duel with me? Or will you attempt to run away like a coward before being torn to thousands of pieces? Jean imbued aura into his sword. I shall have an honorable duel. Jean made that decision after taking the White Wolf Beastman's characteristics into account. Generally, they considered humans as mere praise or toys they could mess around with. They never showed honor or dignity, and cruelly killed their prey. However, there are specific situations in which they put their honor on the line to battle the enemy. It happens when they consider their enemy to be strong enough, or when they're a Runcandle. In these cases, they attempt to have an honorable duel with their opponent. They will put aside all underhanded methods and face their adversary with respect. Since those who die through this duel don't experience unfairness or corruption, they can be offered to Javier at the altar. Quasito Truca, I would like to make a suggestion before the duel begins. Speak, little Runcandle. During the duel, you cannot harm the unconscious human behind me. Quasito nodded in agreement. All right, but if I win, that lass is mine to kill as well. Understood. Jean moved to the empty area in front of the building. By doing that, he walked past Quasito. Nevertheless, the Beastman didn't attack the boy who had shown his back to him. It was due to the White Wolf tribe's laws about honor and duels. This seems like a good place. That way, you can keep your promise during the duel. Good idea. It seems you're knowledgeable about our laws. But keep this in mind, little Runcandle. If you take advantage of our laws to double-cross me, you'll tear me to pieces, whether or not that corrupts me. I don't plan on doing that. Kuhaha. It seems there are some honorable humans even among the Runcandles. Jean smiled as he listened to the Beastman's words. This Quasito seemed to have met a Runcandle for the first time ever. If he had encountered one of Jin's siblings instead of himself, there was no way he would have survived and talked for so long like this. Jean and Quasito faced each other with around 10 steps between them. Let's begin. Quasito lifted his hammer and took a stance. He planned on making the first move. Swoosh! Quasito darted forward as he wielded his hammer. He was unbelievably fast that no one would think his speed came from someone with over 200 kilograms of pure muscle mass. Jean avoided the blow by stepping backwards with skilled footwork and thrusted Bradamanti towards the Beastman's chest. However, a White Wolf Beastman wasn't about to get injured from Jin's swordsmanship. Quasito adeptly changed his attack patterns as he overwhelmed the boy. Jean could only helplessly get pushed around by the giant enemy. Clang! During these few seconds of exchange, their weapons only made contact once. But that single blow was enough to make Jean feel like his wrists were about to fall off. No, it wasn't just his wrists. His entire body was stinging and in pain, from his head to the tip of his toes. Jean judged that he could only parry 10 blows from this beast at most, before his body collapsed. I'll only get one chance. If he had no chances at winning at all, Jean would have immediately broken Orgel's pendant to summon Luna. And if his eldest sister were here, a weakling like Quasito wouldn't have lasted a single second against her. But this crisis wasn't life-threatening enough that he'd break the pendant. Moreover, if he couldn't overcome a simple crisis like this, he wouldn't have the right or qualification to become the world's most powerful magic swordsman in the future. All the powerful and mighty individuals Jean knew overcame deadly crises in their lives and became symbols of strength. In cases like this, having a weapon that the opponent wasn't aware of was always an advantage. There were two crucial things Quasito didn't know about Jean. The fact that he could use both spiritual power and magic. I can't use magic, though. Magic was out of the question. If he missed the opportunity and failed to kill Quasito, he would have to break the pendant to summon Luna. If Luna noticed the traces of magic and Quasito blabbed about it, Jin's life would take a turn for the worse. Furthermore, for star magic spells wouldn't be strong enough to pierce through the white wolf beastman's thick coat. In other words, he only had one choice: spiritual power. And Jean had already made up his mind on how to use it to overpower his opponent. I'll awaken the sword. Awakening Bradamanti. The exclusive function that was only available to a contractor that controlled spiritual energy. The function Murakan told Jean not to dream of using until he reached 5-star in spiritual release. The day Jean received the sword from Luna, he actually attempted to awaken Bradamanti that evening. When he awakened the sword, Jean felt a surge of power overflowing within and coiling around him. However, Murakan intervened and pummeled him, so Jean couldn't complete the awakening. Are you trying to kill yourself? Jean Runcandle? You're the unique contractor. If something happens to you... That was the first time Jean saw Murakan get genuinely angry and furiously yell like that. In order to make up for that, Jean had to buy countless types of erotic magazines for the perverted dragon. And now, Jean was waiting for an opportunity to experience that surge of power again. Slam! Jean groaned loudly as he blocked a heavy blow from Quasito's hammer. Despite Bradamanti's perfect shielding, the boy's body was nearing its breaking point. That's a good sword, little Runcandle. It doesn't have a single nick even after receiving my hammer's attacks. Thanks for the compliment. But it doesn't match well with your symbol, the black sword. It's too white and dazzling. Clang! Another blow came at him. This time Jean was sent flying all the way to the Kinslow building's wall. Slam! Feeling the hard stone wall in his back, Jean felt like his skull and spine would shatter. But he somehow managed to hold onto his consciousness and stay awake. Ha! Cough! Ha! As he panted while coughing up blood, Jean could see two Quasitos approaching him, his vision doubling due to the concussion. It's over now. I'll offer that sword along with you to Javier. That was a good duel. Quasito raised his hammer up high. If that boulder-esque weapon fell on Jean, he would perish without a doubt. Farewell! The moment he was about to deal the finishing blow, Quasito felt his vision suddenly go dark. It was only for an instant, but for some reason he felt like several hours had gone by. Quasito couldn't swing the hammer. Time had stopped momentarily for him. When he regained consciousness and looked down, his now clear eyes saw a black blade impaling his body. A black blade that seemed to have been dyed by the shadows within the darkness. And on the other end of the sword was Jean, whose hair was swaying in the air like a blazing fire being fueled by a warm wind. Just when... I didn't know why a black sword was the clan's emblem either until recently. Quasito coughed and red blood splattered on the ground. But suddenly Jean let out a horrible shriek. Once he calmed down, he spoke in a voice that was completely different than usual. A coarse, rough and unsettling voice. That was a good duel. Shuraea. The dead Quasito's shadow. Mesa's shadow in the distance. The shadows of the burning trees. They all flew towards Jean before getting absorbed by him. The shadows moved as if they were avoiding the light and taking cover inside the boy. Chapter 28. Class Advancement. Welcoming Ceremony. 1. Fortunately, Jean successfully awakened Bradamanti. Unfortunately, as all the shadows in the area were sucked into him, Jean felt the searing pain of his body tearing into thousands of pieces. His mouth was screaming on its own volition, and his limbs were subconsciously twisting around. Whether he opened or closed his eyes, he still saw the same muddled and dizzying darkness. Jean wondered whether this was going to be the end of him. It was a miracle he hadn't fainted yet. Jean realized this was the spiritual energy congestion Murakan had warned him about. When the boy first attempted to awaken Bradamanti and Murakan became infuriated, the dragon later sat down and calmly explained the dangers of the sword. When individuals with insufficient spiritual energy try to awaken the sword recklessly, they pay the price for it. If one experiences spiritual energy congestion, 9 in 10 people immediately perish. It wasn't as if Jean had forgotten about the energy congestion when awakening Bradamanti during the fight. He simply didn't have any other solution to win and survive, other than Orgel's pendant. But Jean didn't want to break it yet, as it could only be used once in his lifetime. The sudden mission issued to the beginner-class cadets. The appearance of Kinselo and a white wolf beastman. Jean believed that while Siren hadn't predicted Mace's kidnapping, his father had planned for this unexpected incident to occur to examine Jin's handling of the situation. This mission wasn't to test the cadets. His true objective was to evaluate Jean and Jean only. If I had used the pendant to survive the life-threatening situation, Father would have given me the worst possible score. Jin's father, Siren Runcandle, was an extremely cold-hearted person. The patriarch was only showing interest in Jean because the boy was connected to Soderette and because of his prominent results and skills in class. However, if Jean disappointed his father a single time, Siren would ruthlessly abandon all hopes and interests in his youngest son immediately. In truth, Jean was hoping for that to happen. As long as Siren's interest in him persisted, the boy would have a harder time to act covertly and train his magic. Jean didn't really hold any attachments towards the clan and his reputation in the first place. However, today wasn't the right day to disappoint his father. Jean still had a lot to learn and receive from the Runcandle clan. Ark. Jean cried out in agony again as he bent his back on the wrong side. Each time a shadow got absorbed in his body, Jean thought that death wouldn't be a bad solution to escape this pain. If there truly were punishments waiting for sinners in hell, would it feel like this? The boy was experiencing the sensation of being burned alive as well as having his organs frozen at the same time. I can't lose consciousness. If I do, it's over for me. Stay focused. He had never experienced such pain even in his first life. The suffering wasn't as bad as this back when his teacher struck lightning at him for several hours to make him understand the essence behind lightning magic. Jean had no idea whether time was flowing or not. He wasn't sure whether a couple of minutes or several hours had passed since the agony began. He couldn't resist this forever. Jean had to do something in order to overcome this crisis. And the answer to this something was obvious. Spiritual release. The boy barely managed to sit cross-legged on the ground, and began gathering the spiritual energy inside his body to one location. Dark red blood poured out between his trembling lips, and his eyes had completely rolled back, unable to return to their original positions. He constantly coughed and gasped for air. Jean could feel that he was walking on a thin line between life and death right now. However, he couldn't control the violent and chaotic spiritual energy inside him merely with 3-star spiritual release, a stage he had just recently reached. Having started the spiritual release, Jean spat out a clot of dark blood and fell forward. Again. Keep your cool. A strong dizziness took over him as he began to hear auditory hallucinations. Most of the hallucinations were related to the events in Jin's past life. Stuff like, "You're the disgrace of the clan," or "A failure like you shouldn't have been born in our clan." Those kinds of auditory hallucinations kept constantly bothering him. However, such words and slander had no effect on the current Jean. He completely ignored what his ears were telling him and concentrated on the spiritual energy inside him. Hot energy on one side, cold energy on the other. Jean. instinctively separated the spiritual energy inside his body to the right and left according to their properties, as if he were sorting out pebbles on the ground according to their colors. The violent pain rooted in his brain slowly started to dissipate. His eyes rolled back to their normal positions and light returned to his vision. Jin's intuition was telling him that he was about to successfully gain control over the spiritual energy congestion inside him. As the agony diminished, Jin slowly inspected his surroundings. The shadows Jin had absorbed had returned to their original positions. However, unlike what Murakan had shown him in the Storm Castle's underground chamber, the objects that had their shadows stolen from them didn't get damaged or broken. The more the pain disappeared, the better Jin could think with a clear mind. Soon enough, Jin fully separated the two types of spiritual energy remaining inside him. His surroundings regained their original colors. The blaze died down under the influence of the spiritual energy, and the burnt forest smelled of ashes. Phew! As he exhaled deeply, the disciplined spiritual energy came to a standstill. The energy no longer harmed Jin in any way. Did it work? The pain disappeared unnaturally quickly. That it's making me nervous now. Jin stood up and started stretching his body. He felt nothing out of place. In fact, everything was as usual. However, the one difference compared to before was the abundant spiritual energy inside him. It felt like it was about to leak even if Jin stood still, doing nothing. In any case, I don't think I'll have any problems moving around now. I should quickly head back with Mesa. Mesa was still unconscious in front of the Kinslow building. In other words, not much time had passed since the beginning of his battle against Quasito. As he passed Mesa's arms over his shoulders, Jin suddenly turned around to face the building again. Who's there? He had detected someone. Someone was walking down the corridor inside the building towards the front door. However, unlike the Kinslow members he had fought against earlier, this person didn't feel like a trained fighter. The unknown individual was walking carelessly as Jin heard their ragged breath. Please save me." As Jin ripped the door open, he saw a terrified young man raise both his hands in defense. He looked delicate and weak, as if he hadn't faced any hardships in life. Jin couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. "Who are you?" "Another Kinslow member." "No, absolutely not. I am Sember Bill, from the Bill clan of the Zhan Kingdom." "Ah, so it's you. I almost missed you. Nice to meet you." Jin grinned as he spoke. Sember Bill. He was the heir of the Bill merchant clan of the Zhan Kingdom. He was the missing individual the cadets were searching for. "Why you are Jin Runcandle. I was looking for you after receiving a request from your father." Runcandle. Thank the heavens. As soon as Sember heard Jin's name, his eyes began to glisten in tears. "You have saved my life. I, Sember Bill, will never forget this favor, Lord Jin." "Thank you very much." As he received the heartfelt gratitude, Jin could only stand awkwardly and feel guilty. Ever since the Kinslow members had attacked the cadets, he had completely forgotten about Sember's existence and their mission to search for him. "There's no favor to repay. We received this mission after being remunerated. Now stop crying. It's time to go home." Sob, sob. Sniff. Yes. And so Jin and Sember left the ashen forest as the former carried Mesa on his back. Sember only recovered his senses a while after they had left the forest. "Come to think of it, how did you get captured by them, Sember?" "We only heard that you had disappeared in this area." "That's... If it's difficult to talk about, you don't have to." "Not at all. In truth, it was because of my lover. But I'm not sure whether Lord Jin will believe me." "Why wouldn't I believe you? Did you elope with her or something?" "No. I came to the southern border because I was following my lover, who passed away 2 years ago." Jin stopped nodding along and froze in his footsteps. "You followed your deceased lover here? What do you mean? Had he lost his mind from the shock of being kidnapped?" Jin thought to himself as he observed Sember's gaze. However, his eyes seemed clear and alive. "I'm also wondering whether I saw a ghost or not. But it was definitely her. She had the exact same face and also had the 2 moles on her wrist. She gave me a note that told me to come here. And you know what happened afterwards?" Sember awkwardly turned to Jean. Haha, as I thought, you don't believe me. I'm also not sure whether I should tell my clansmen about this or not once I'm home. No, keep talking. The woman who gave you the note. Was it really your lover? That's what I've been saying. There's no way I wouldn't recognize her. Her face, voice, her gaze as she looked at me. Everything was exactly the same as before. At those words, Jean thought of a single name. Bouvard Gaston. This seems to be that transformation master's handiwork. The transformation crimes. A series of uncommon crimes that shook the world in his past life. When the Vermont Empire's special forces revealed Bouvard Gaston's crimes to the public after capturing him, a majority of them were kidnapping cases. And there was only one reason why he would kidnap a rich tycoon's son. He was planning on demanding a ransom. What is the relation between Bouvard and Kinselo? Jean couldn't find the answer to that right now. The boy decided that it was about time he went to find Bouvard himself. Ever since the Zipfel followers tried to kidnap Jean when he left the Storm Castle, he and Bouvard were fated to meet one day. However, Jean hadn't gone to find the criminal until now, as he was still growing and had no opportunities. The fragmented workshop he manages is located in the Curano dukedom's capital. I should find an opportunity to go see him while I'm in the intermediate training class. Jean felt a sense of incongruity whenever he thought of Bouvard. If the criminal was truly connected to Kinselo and the radical Zipfel followers, Jean couldn't recklessly stir trouble with Bouvard, as the backlash would be immense. I need to meet him face to face and find out what kind of person he is. It would also be a good idea to obtain more information about him that wasn't written in the newspapers in my past life. Having finished recounting his story, Sember smiled bashfully. Thank you for taking me seriously, Lord Jean. In truth, I thought no one would believe me if I went back home, which was giving me a heavy heart. But seeing you listen earnestly is a breath of fresh air. That's a relief to know. After walking for another 2 hours, Jean took out a flare from his chest pocket and shot it in the sky. The main house must have sent some reinforcements by now. Let us wait for them to arrive here. Huh? Lord Jean, did you actually call for Runcandle Guardian Knights just to rescue me? Sember was moved by Jin's sincerity, and appeared as if he would willingly pay several golden crowns to Jean if the latter asked for it. Jean didn't have the heart to say that it was all for Mesa, so he only nodded awkwardly. Ignorance is bliss. I will never forget today, Lord Jean. If you ever need my help in some way, please don't hesitate to come to me. Sember Bill spoke as he extended his hand. Jean didn't think the Runcandles would ever need the help of a mere clan of merchants. But again, he didn't say that out loud. Jean replied positively as he shook Sember's hand. Chapter 29. Class Advancement, Welcoming Ceremony, 2. As soon as the beginner class cadets finished reporting the results of their mission, chaos descended upon the Garden of Swords. As Garen announced the mission's flawless completion to Rosa, she wore a satisfied smile. The other Runcandles who were waiting at the main house couldn't hide their shock and disbelief. What? Jean fought against a white wolf warrior beastman and won. Impossible. Must have been some bandit wearing wolf fur or something. How could a brat who just became a 3-star knight kill a white wolf beastman? The 4th daughter Mew Runcandle and 5th daughter Anne Runcandle were chatting amongst themselves. They were respectively 10 and 9 years older than Jean and were both currently 7-star knights. A powerful white wolf warrior beastman would be a difficult opponent even for knights who recently reached the 7-star stage. It was to no surprise that Mew and Anne couldn't believe Jin's achievement. Even if the youngest faced a beastman that was extremely weak compared to their tribe's average, a 3-star still can't defeat a white wolf beastman. Yeah. But are you telling me Mother seriously believed what the report said? The 2 disgruntled ladies shook their heads. Meanwhile, 2 young men were as white as a sheet. Needless to say, they were Daytona and Haytona. Ever since the beginning of their ill-fated relationship with Jean back at the Storm Castle, the twins couldn't see Jean as a little brother. To them, Jean was a monster. Do you think that Jean actually killed the beastman? Haytona spoke as he grabbed his twin's shoulder. His hand was visibly shaking in fear. No matter how strong that monster is, a white wolf beastman is impossible for him. I thought so. A relieved smile grew on Haytona's face, but Daytona turned to his brother and stared at him in the eyes. But it's not important whether he actually killed a white wolf beastman or not, Haytona. What's more urgent is that we're done for if he advances to the intermediate class. Despair rooted itself in the Tana twins' eyes as they visibly lost their will to live. In truth, the twins were hoping deep down that Jean would fail his mission miserably. They were expecting for his advancement to be postponed due to his failure, and in the meantime the twins would train harder than ever to grow stronger. And once Jean finally advanced to the intermediate class, they wouldn't have to quiver in fear of their little brother. However, it was all over for them. Not only did Jean successfully rescue the missing individual, he also defeated a white wolf beastman. In fact, Jean was considered a hero amongst the cadets in the beginner class. Fuck. Sure, he could have been stronger than us back at the Storm Castle since we were also young, but really? Even now? We shouldn't have messed with him back when he first joined the beginner training class. Daytona sighed deeply as he recalled past events. Back when the Tana twins were in their second year of the beginner class, there was a period of time when they fervently bullied Jean. As they had started learning proper swordsmanship 2 years earlier than Jean, the twins were stronger than their brother for a short while. Those first few months were full of delight and exhilaration. They could use the spars as a pretext to beat up their brother, who used to boss the twins around back at the Storm Castle. It wouldn't be wrong to say that those months were the best days of their lives. However, their happiness didn't last long. A few months after Jean joined the training class, the twins got clobbered and thrashed by their little brother in front of the cadets almost every day. And now, that nightmare was about to start over again, as their devil of a brother would soon join the intermediate training class. This is depressing. Haytona spoke as he recalled the same events as his twin. His voice was weak and feeble, as if his soul was escaping through his mouth. Wait, no, it might be all right. We might be able to win against him. Our hard work so far in the intermediate class won't go to waste. Haytona spoke with hope as he changed his mind. No, we can't win against him. Honestly, I can't believe that he defeated a white wolf beastman. But I'm sure that story has some level of truth behind it. Ah! The twins lowered their heads once again and sighed. They were fully aware that they were below Jean in the food chain. While the Tana brothers stood in dismay, Mew and snorted and sneered. Right? I forgot we had these morons within the family. Sheesh. Are you actually terrified that the youngest is advancing to the intermediate class? Kaya haha. Hayek. The twins glared back at them with tomato-red faces, but that only lasted for 2 seconds. Since they were in the middle of the 3-star stage, they wouldn't dare anger their 7-star elder sisters. Daytona, you just went hike and squealed like a pig, right? Want me to break your arm and put you in the pig pen? That's not it. Oh? Aren't you missing something there? That's not it, elder sister. The sisters laughed as they watched the Tana twins. After a while, Mew and grabbed one Tana each and kissed them on the forehead. Geez, we're just kidding. Our little brothers are just so cute. I know, right? They're so sweet that sometimes I want to bite them and crush them into little pieces. You know? The brothers trembled as they watched their sisters express their excessive love for them. Then, Mew suddenly smacked her lips and grinned. So, our dear little brothers are scared of Jean. As if we'd fear the youngest elder sister. Haha, there's no way that's... Shush, you can be honest, you know? Keep in mind that I absolutely detest liars. We're scared of him, this time, and wore an evil grin as she nodded. Mew and N were a great sister duo that got along very well, just like the twins. Then, do you want us to help you out? How? When there's a will, there's a way. And he's just about to get in the intermediate class, right? The Run Candle's intermediate training class. It was on a completely different scale compared to the beginner class. The weaker cadets were at the 3-star stage, while the stronger ones were around the 5-star stage. There were far more members compared to the beginner class. The intermediate class was no different to a wild savanna or jungle, a place where the law of the survival of the fittest applied. In this setting, 3-star knights are herbivores, 4-stars are strong herbivores, and 5-star knights are savage predators. It was a completely different environment and atmosphere compared to the current beginner class, where the cadets considered each other as comrades and helped each other out. As the spectrum of cadets was quite wide, from 3-star to 5-star, there were several cadets who had remained within the intermediate class for over 10 years. And were using these senior intermediate cadets as slaves and pushing them around. I'll tell our slaves in the intermediate class about you too. Use them to trample on the youngest. They may be untalented pieces of crap who couldn't even graduate from the intermediate class, but they're still 5-star knights. They should be somewhat useful. Do you understand? Oh, oohoo. The Tana twins' eyes glittered. Are you handing over your faction within the intermediate class to us, elder sisters? For real. As there were 13 siblings, there were obviously factions within the Runcandle clan. Even the Tana twins had somewhat created their own faction within the intermediate class. In fact, one could consider the current beginner class cadets to be part of Jin's faction. Ha ha ha, we're just lending them to you, you foolish boys. I don't like how the youngest is growing rapidly either. He makes me uncomfortable. If you use our slaves and fail to trample on Jin, then you two better prepare yourselves, my adorable brothers. The Tana twins squeezed their fists tightly and nodded. If they used their sister's 5-star cadets, then destroying Jin wasn't just a pipe dream. Is someone talking about me? Jin thought as he scratched his ear after finishing his report. T/N. In Korea, there's this superstition where people believe that if their ears are itchy, it means someone is talking about them behind their back. I hear you successfully completed your first mission. Congratulations, young master. Your nanny is so proud of you. Thanks, Gilly. Can you prepare the warm water? I want to take a bath. Everything's already been prepared. You're the best. Yes, and being at home was the best as well. Jin began humming to himself. As he had been camping outside for an entire week, he missed taking a warm bath with pleasing soap scents. Oi, kid. But before Jin could enter the bathroom, an angry Moroccan stood in his way. Oh, my dearest Nabi Runcandle. I missed you so, Moo. Did you lose your freaking mind? I don't see what you're talking about. Jin flinched and avoided making eye contact with Moroccan. How many times did I tell you not to awaken the sword? You could die if things go wrong, all right? Are your ears the problem here, or is it your head? Answer me. I'll get rid of one of those two for you. Haha. Why would the great black dragon talk of such grim stuff? There were some Some circumstances? So, those circumstances were more important than your own life? Where in the world are there circumstances that are more important than Soderet's one and only contractor? Lord Moroccan, please calm down for now. The young master only just came back from. Stay out of this, strawberry pie. This is a serious conversation between us two. Understood. Wait, Moroccan. You see, I didn't do it intentionally. My cadet was kidnapped right in front of me, so how could I let them be? And I almost ended up becoming minced meat under the hands of the White Wolf Beastman. The pendant. Is Orgel's pendant around your neck just for decoration? You could have summoned your sister using that. That would have been a waste. You never know who I'll fight against in the future. So how could I use it now? A waste? Do you value that pendant more than your own life? Ah, my head hurts from talking with you. Ugh. Moroccan held his head with his hands and fell. A flustered Gilly quickly ran and caught him. Are you okay, Lord Moroccan? Hey, you alright? Don't faint for something like this. Whatever. Fuck, what's done is done. It's a waste of time for me to get angry now. It just overheats my head and makes me collapse. However, as Gilly supported him, Moroccan grinned from ear to ear. It was such a satisfied smile that Jean wondered whether he was actually mad at him, or whether he was just acting to get some skinship with Gilly. PR/N. My man with the Musavisis. By the way, Moroccan, how did you know I awakened the sword? Your spiritual energy suddenly spiked up to the 4-star middle stage. So how could I not know? You blasted kid. Do you think the promised contractor of 1,000 years can just jump up a rank after a simple week-long outing like that? I did feel stronger than before after experiencing the spiritual energy congestion, but I didn't know it was by a whole rank. Jean could only scream in delight on the inside. In truth, he was secretly concerned as his spiritual energy had suddenly increased, but seeing Murakan's reaction, it seemed there were no side effects to worry about. Be thankful to Sodaret for being interested in you. I've seen 10 people experience spiritual energy congestion in my lifetime, and 9 out of 10 died from it. No, I guess it's 9 out of 11 now. Who's the other person who survived? The first patriarch. No, it was me. Timar would have died from it too. Murakan and Jean chuckled simultaneously. Anyways, I dare you to attempt to awaken the sword again. Aren't you happy that you've jumped to 4-star in mere instance? Well, that's the reward for putting your life on the line. So I dare you to try awakening the sword again before reaching 5-star. Because you'll definitely die this time around. I don't want to go through that painful experience a second time either. Anyways, are you finished scolding me? I'm gonna take a bath now. Jean darted away and ran to the bathroom. Strawberry pie, don't give him dinner today. We need to starve him for at least 2 days in order to set his mind straight. Understand. Murakan spoke as he saw Jean scurrying away. I apologize, Lord Murakan. I cannot ignore my duties of serving the young master. Geez, I'm so jealous of him. It's driving me crazy. That kid was born with such good fortune that he's overflowing with luck now. Chapter 30. Class Advancement. Welcoming Ceremony 3. As he relaxed in the warm bath, Jean thought about the fruits of his latest mission. He had strengthened the cadets' admiration and faith towards him. Where else would someone find a run candle who would willingly put their life on the line to rescue a mere cadet? Normally speaking, 100 cadets would be forced to risk their lives to save a single run candle. Many of the beginner cadets held great potential. Mesa and Bellup were obviously very promising, but most of the cadets who participated in the mission were also very gifted. None of them would ever forget Jin's valor when rescuing Mesa in their lifetime. I didn't necessarily act like I did to gain their trust or admiration, but it doesn't hurt to have those. Rescuing Mesa wasn't a calculated scheme. Jean has lived for 43 years if you include his past life. So as a skilled, strong, and mature human being, he couldn't sit by and do nothing as a young girl got kidnapped and almost had terrible things done to her. If Jean hadn't saved Mesa during this mission, he would have been plagued by a sense of guilt and shame for a long while, and he hadn't regressed to relive a life of such disgrace. He had experienced more than enough feelings of helplessness in his first life. It was now time for him to live a different lifestyle. Swoosh! A black ball of energy formed on top of his wet, soapy palm. So this is 4-star spiritual energy. It didn't appear different on the outside from back when it was 3-star. However, the weight was different. The ball of spiritual energy pulsating on his hand felt substantially heavier than before. 4-star spiritual energy had as much destructive power as 6-star aura and mana. It was on a different level compared to ordinary forces. In fact, due to his spiritual energy, the current Jean was stronger than he ever was in his past life in terms of pure destructive power. But since my swordsmanship is still 3-star, I can't make full use of the spiritual energy. Spiritual power is most effective when used with a sword. Moreover, its effect is maximized when used with Bradamanti or Barasada, swords that were specially crafted to channel spiritual energy. Sodaret is the god of shadows as well as the god of swords. Therefore, it was to no surprise that spiritual power and magic weren't a good match. Although magicians yearn for Sodaret, they are only interested in the superior strength of spiritual power. But just because they're not a good match doesn't mean they're useless with one another. It was all a question of efficiency. And now, Jean had the freedom of choice to select the most efficient methods at all times, as he could also combine magic with swordsmanship if he wanted. I should reach 6-star swordsmanship in the next 5 years. 6-star swordsmanship. It is commonly known that 1-star to 2-star are considered novice knights, 3 to 4-star are common knights, 5 stars are superior knights, and finally 6 stars are elite knights. The rankings for magicians are more or less the same as for knights. 7-star onwards are master knights. However, there are countless masters around the world, which comes to no surprise as the continent has a population of 2 billion people. 7-star is only considered a transcendental realm amongst ordinary people. However, amongst warriors, the 8-star stage and onwards is truly considered exceptional. There are noticeably less people who have reached 8-star around the world. As for the 9-star stage, there probably exist less than 100, even if one were to find every single eccentric hermit training in seclusion. Needless to say, there are far less than that at 10-star. Finally, the stage where there exists only one person. The unique realm, Genesis. That is the realm where one has transcended the limitations of humanity and has become a demigod. T/N. The Korean word the author uses for Genesis has several meanings, and they didn't specify which one. Previously, the same Korean word was used for Siren Runcandle's title, True Holy Night. So technically, we should have translated it as True Holy. But according to the context here, we decided that True Holy wasn't the right one, and changed it to Genesis. So from now on, Siren will be called the Genesis Knight. I'll definitely reach that realm in this life. No, I'll surpass that realm. In order to do that, Jean first had to successfully deal with his sibling schemes and ruses once he advanced to the intermediate training class. Although Mew and the Tawna twins were conversing in a secluded area earlier, Jean could already predict the twins' movements. He was already anticipating all their possible plans of action. As someone who had lived at the bottom of the Runcandle food chain for 25 years in his past life, there was no way Jean didn't know about their schemes. Jean had never experienced the intermediate training class in his first life due to dropping out of the beginner class. But he was more than aware that the intermediate class was like the wilderness, a place where only the strongest survive. In other words, logic and reason were unnecessary in the intermediate training class. It was the same in the jungles around the continent. Although there are some smart and cunning animals at times who use their brains to survive, most of them are in the middle or bottom of the food chain. In that case, which animals live peacefully in the jungle without being bothered? I'll dominate the intermediate class with pure power. The ferocious predators that hold absolute strength. Translator, Coconut Moth. Proofreader, Herc-UKS. Beetle, February 1795. The cadets' results and scores have been announced. All the members who accompanied Jean on the mission have advanced to the intermediate class. As the valedictorian of the beginner training class, Jean received a medal and the encouragement of the Runcandle clan's elders. All the cadets that advanced have now moved to their new dormitories. Jean also received an offer from the second butler, Petro, to change rooms. Rosa had prepared a large room at the center of the mansion for her youngest son. The room was previously used by Joshua Runcandle in his youth, Jin's eldest brother. After Joshua stopped using the room, no one was allowed to use it ever since. Petro, tell my mother that I'm fine where I am right now. I'd like to continue using this room. Young Master Jean, the room young Master Joshua used to use is the best in the Garden of Swords and holds great significance. It is the room that was only bestowed to the clan's eldest son. I know that much, but tell mother that I just prefer it here so that she doesn't get upset. Understood. Petro had gained a good understanding of Jin's personality over the past few years. The 13th young master he knew had never changed his mind after making a decision. That's why it was such a pity. The room symbolizing the eldest son had been offered to him, so why was he refusing it? Jin's other siblings could only suck their thumbs while secretly wishing they'd receive the room for themselves. Young master, please reconsider one more time. I'm thankful for your concern, but I already said I didn't need it. And if you think it's a pity, use the room for yourself. Young master. Haha, in the end it's just a room. You may take your leave. I don't really enjoy using such big and burdensome rooms. Petro lowered his head in response, as if he had gotten a wind of Jin's intention. The butler couldn't believe that the 13th young master, a 15-year-old boy, had such deep insight. He noticed that the madam offered the room to him as a test instead of a reward. Petro then returned to Rosa and informed her of Jin's decision. Jean refused. "Yes, madam." Rosa listened as she rested her chin on one hand and hummed softly. She was content with Jin's refusal of receiving Joshua's room. "Jean, I sometimes can't distinguish if our youngest son has no desires or has too many of them." The room Jean had refused was none other than the great Runcandle clan's eldest son's room. It remained empty ever since Joshua moved out of it. In other words, it implied that the room was only bestowed to the child who would be responsible for the clan in the future. As soon as they took a step inside the room, they'd get the full backing from the clan. And Jean had immediately realized that this beautiful offer was sweet bait connected to a terrifying fishing line. As soon as he moved into that room, Jean would have been targeted by all his siblings. "Mother is annoyingly insistent." Clack. Jean left his room with Bradamanti on his hip. He was going out to check on the cadets he'd train with starting tomorrow at the intermediate training class. "Good morning, young master." "Scott, gather all the cadets who advanced to the intermediate class." "Yes." A total of 9 cadets gathered in Scott's room, including Mesa and Bellup. Although they pretended to be fine, you could see the stress and unease in their eyes. "We'll be in the intermediate class starting tomorrow. Have you all resolved yourselves?" "Yes." As you may know, the intermediate class is divided into several forces under the name of factions. The cadets all nodded in unison. They knew better than anyone else that they were the only people in Jin's faction. The cadets also knew they'd be the targets of harassment, threats, and coercion due to that. It was a natural occurrence. While the other cadets couldn't torment a pure-blooded Runcandle, they could still target his faction. "There's no need to be afraid. I called you all here to say that." "Yes." The cadets answered with determined faces. Jean found their behavior adorable and endearing. It was obvious who would be the first to aim at these kids starting tomorrow. First off, the Tana twins. Although the twins were probably still afraid of Jean right now, he was certain that they were scheming something. "And someone else who'll help the Tana twins to keep me in check. It's highly likely to be elder sisters Mew or Anne. Could also be elder brother Vigo." Whoever the Tana twins' backer was, Jean was planning on outsmarting them. "I'll see you all tomorrow. Oh, and during hours outside of training sessions, make sure you move around in groups of 3 minimum. You are forbidden from acting individually until I completely conquer the intermediate class." "Understood." Starting from the intermediate training class, the cadets aren't taught by a guest instructor from outside the clan like Garen Altamiro. It's an elder of the Runcandle clan who is in charge of the cadets. The elders of the clan who used to be 8-star or higher knights in their youth take turns teaching the class. They also used to be flag bearers of the clan who failed to become the patriarch. Currently, there are around 150 cadets in the intermediate class. The elder who has been in charge of instructing them the past few years is Zed Runcandle. He, who was once famed for being an 8-star knight, was Siren's younger brother. "Attention! Attention!" The cadets repeated Zed's command as they stood at the training ground. "This year we have 10 new cadets amongst us, while 27 dropped out." Zed spoke with a displeased look as he stood on the platform. He was dissatisfied by how there were more dropouts than newcomers. "Newbies, learn from your seniors how an intermediate cadet's lifestyle is. My role is only to teach swordsmanship and evaluate everyone. As long as there are no deaths, just deal with all your internal problems between yourselves." "Understood." I ask the seniors, what is it that I always emphasize? The Runcandles have no need for weaklings. The Runcandles have no need for weaklings. The intermediate cadets suddenly yelled in unison and continued chanting the motto as they stared at the newcomers. Moreover, there was obvious malice in their gazes. Jin's cadets were pressured by their stares and shouts that they had a hard time keeping their heads up. Anyone around the world would also feel oppressed by a sudden ceremony where their seniors preyed on them with a morbid warning. Amongst the group of people shouting the motto were the Tana twins. Standing around them were several 4- and 5-star knights, who were all part of Mew and Anne's factions. How noisy. Anyways, the Tana twins are over there. There are a few people around them with deep frowns. Ah, they're from elder sister Anne's faction. The run candles have no need for weaklings. The run candles have no need for weaklings. The chanting continued endlessly. The intermediate cadets seemed to be planning on shouting the warning until the newcomers all lowered their heads. Suddenly, Jean stepped forward and approached the twins. His steps were light and relaxed as if he were taking a mere walk. Why is he coming over here? Don't be afraid. Just think of destroying him starting from today. The Tana twins communicated with their gazes and began yelling louder than ever. Zed watched Jean with great interest as he stroked his beard. Jin's pace didn't slow down. It appeared like he wouldn't stop until he stood centimeters away from the twins. The other intermediate cadets shifted their gazes from the newcomers to the run candle boy. Terrority. Jean unsheathed Bradamanti out of nowhere and cut something. Arg! The cadets' deafening chanting ended instantly. Their jaws dropped as they watched the astonishing scene before them in shock. The Tana twins were petrified like stone statues. Zed's hand also froze halfway down his beard. Jean had sliced off a forearm. The forearm that belonged to one of the cadets standing around the twins. As a member of Anne's faction, he was a 5-star knight. In other words, he was at the top of the food chain in the intermediate class. Until now, there was no way the cadet could have predicted or defended himself from that surprise attack. Even if one were a pure-blooded run candle who, in their right mind, would brandish their sword on their first day in the intermediate class? During the warning welcoming ceremony organized by Zed Runcandle. To boot, as blood gushed out of the cadet's wound, the Tana twins couldn't do anything as they panicked. The heat and excitement that was overwhelming the training ground moments ago had completely vanished. The 150 pairs of gazes were all concentrated on Jean. But the boy in question didn't give any explanation for his actions and simply sheathed his sword. Instead, he spoke with a composed tone. Call the medical team. Jean thought to himself. The ones that needed a warning weren't him and his cadets. It was their seniors. Chapter 31. Fight. Win. Enjoy one. Kook. Arg. Everyone stood quietly in shock as the amputated cadets' groans echoed in the training ground. The other cadets just couldn't believe what they were witnessing, that they doubted their eyes and ears. Arg. What do you think you're doing? Stop wasting time. Go call the medical team. The Tana twins raised their voices, although it was one step too late. Jean was still standing before them with an indifferent look. Jean, you bastard! Did you lose your mind? Why did you swing your sword without warning? Although the twins objected to Jin's actions, their eyes were trembling in anxiety. Did he already notice that we borrowed our elder sister's lackeys? But how could he pinpoint them so accurately and cut one's arm? All the twins could think of right now was dealing with this problem no matter what. Otherwise, they'd have to handle two catastrophes. Firstly, they had let one of their elder sister's lackeys get injured on their very first day. At this rate, their sisters would reprimand them to death. Secondly, if they didn't avenge the cadet immediately and acted against Jean, their dignity would hit rock bottom. The news that the Tana twins had been humiliated by their youngest brother in front of all the other intermediate cadets would instantly spread within the clan. Shivers ran down their spine as they stared at the composed Jean in the eyes, but they couldn't allow themselves to shrink back in fear. How would they explain themselves to their sisters? We're terribly sorry. We were terrified of the youngest even though we had your lackeys with us. As if they could say something like that. Charity. In the end, the Tana twins unsheathed their swords simultaneously. I'll kill you. That's it. Stop trying to crawl your way up the ranks. You. Jean completely ignored the Tana twins and turned to the cadet holding his bloody arm. The cadet raised his head and stared at Jean. What is your name? Kajin Ramello. Do you know why I cut your arm? Ugh, I do not. Why did you do such a thing? Hey Jean, are you ignoring us? Unsheath your weapon again. Bastard. It's time we brought this conflict to an end. Elder brothers. Jean slightly tilted his head to make eye contact with the twins. I am talking with Kajin right now. What was that? Please be quiet. If you wish to battle me, I will indulge on a later date. How dare you? After attacking our cadet. Your cadet. Haytona almost instinctively blocked his own mouth with his hand. Was this individual a part of your clique? I only slashed him as he was directing killing intent towards me. Silence descended upon the training ground once again. The Tana twins could only stare in astonishment with their mouths and eyes wide open. They were planning on confronting Jean, but got wrapped up in his pace. With the exchange just now, Kajin Ramello was established as part of the Tana twins faction. In other words, Jin's actions just now weren't a simple rebellious outbreak, but rather, a part of a long-lasting tradition within the Runcandle clan. It was a part of their battle for dominance. The Runcandle's familial conflict was always a source of inspiration for traveling bards and minstrels. It was also great gossip material for drunk customers in bars. In general, there were no stories more exhilarating than the story of siblings having a bloody battle to trample on each other. The medical team has arrived. As a yell resounded from behind the rank of cadets, the crowd split in half to create a passage. The medical team behaved as usual, unlike the Tana twins or the other cadets. They had gotten used to seeing blood and wounds on a daily basis in the clan. Due to the medical team's natural movements as they settled around Kajin, the twins also had to get out of their way. Although they were pure-blooded Runcandles, they still couldn't disturb an emergency medical operation. Listen carefully, Kajin. That also goes for all the cadets here. Jean suddenly cried out as he lifted his head. I am Jean Runcandle. From now on, I do not mind if any of you behave like I just did towards Kajin. You can surprise attack me with your swords, or strike me from behind when I've let my guard down. The dumbfounded cadets stared at Jean with mouths agape. But keep this in mind. If I sense anyone directing even the slightest amount of murderous intent towards me, I will not hesitate to cut you down as well. Just like what I did moments ago. After saying what he had to say, Jean casually returned to his original position. The cadets in the area could only gulp as Jean passed by them. He had caused such chaos, even as Zed Runcandle watched him with wide eyes from the stage. However, Jean didn't even bother apologizing to Zed. The boy knew that, according to the Zed he knew, his uncle would praise him instead of punishing him. He loves familial conflict and bold people more than anyone else in this clan. More than father, in fact. The medical team left the training ground with Kajin on a stretcher. The cadets all watched with impatience to see how Zed would penalize Jean. They all expected the boy to be reproached by the instructor. The Tana twins especially hoped that their uncle would severely punish their brother. Jean Runcandle, the patriarch's 13th child. Yes, elder. Jean didn't call him uncle on purpose. His father and uncle were similar. It seemed that the elders of the clan all preferred to be shown respect according to their ranks. You've done something quite dreadful. You dare do such a thing in my presence. Color returned to the Tana twins' faces as they stood frozen. Zed Runcandle, their awe-inspiring uncle. Zed's thunderous roars could make anyone shrink back in fear, even their monstrous younger brother. That is correct. How insolent. Why did you do so? I didn't challenge my brothers just now. I was challenging you, elder. Not only had he cut Kajin, Jean also made an offensive remark. At this point, even the Tana twins could only hold their breath in shock, despite their wish to see Jean getting demolished. Did he actually lose his mind? Goodness, how can he act like this? The twins were having the same thoughts as the other cadets. You? Challenging me? What a very, very interesting story. What made you do that? SSSSSSSSSS. A white sword took shape in Zed's hand. Forming a sword of pure aura was something that only outstanding 8-star knights could do. Speak. Depending on your answer, I may cut your head off immediately. Despite the fact that I was amongst the new cadets, you organized a special intermediate class welcoming ceremony. I perceived that as a challenge and attack from you, elder. Swoosh. Slit. Zed lightly swung his sword and a small gash appeared on Jin's left cheek. But the boy stood still and waited for a reply from his uncle. So you were offended by the ceremony I organized and caused all this confusion and chaos? You thought I was challenging and attacking you? While I was not offended, that is exactly it. In that case, why did you attack a cadet instead of me? Because I cannot win against the elder yet. Had I had a real chance of winning, I would have slashed you instead of Kajin or my brother's elder. You don't seem to care about your life. Or maybe you trust your position as the patriarch's son too much. Just because my opponent is stronger than me does not mean I should sit back and get abused by them. I merely believe such thoughts aren't a part of the Runcandle's virtues and standards. The legs of the cadets nearby were on the brink of trembling. They had no idea on what basis this 15-year-old rookie could stand his ground and run his mouth as such. Zed only spoke again after thinking to himself for a few minutes. So you mean that one's life may only be temporary, but one's honor lasts forever? How foolish. The sword-shaped aura on his hand dispersed and scattered away. But this uncle of yours quite likes your foolish audacity. Good, I shall admit it. You are worthy of surviving amongst the Runcandles. Kuhahaha. Zed suddenly burst out in laughter. Remember this day, cadets. Today you have witnessed the very essence of the Runcandles. This rookie's attitude is the core of our identities as swordmasters. Yes. Every day is a battle. You are dismissed. Daytona and Haytona will stay behind. The rest of you may return. Training starts tomorrow. The cadets began to exit the training ground in an orderly fashion. The Tana twins felt like their blood was being drained from their bodies. As Jean passed by them, he spoke. As your little brother, I'd like to give you some advice. The twins turned their heads to face him with blank expressions. Always think about the future. You may be more afraid of our older siblings than me right now, but that may change later on. Don't you think so? The Tana twins couldn't even answer Jean as he smiled gently. Whoa, I gotta say, his drive and willpower were amazing. Were we dreaming just now? I still can't believe that happened. Do you think the rumors that he killed the White Wolf warrior are true? Putting how we could join his faction aside, we definitely shouldn't have him as an enemy. But he's still the 13th amongst the 13 Runcandle children. We don't want to ruin our entire lives by joining the wrong faction. The other Runcandles are all already distinguished. That's not wrong. But still, he was quite the sight to behold. Just who would ever be brave enough to act like that in front of Elder Zed? And have you heard? They say that young Master Jean may one day be the successor of the clan. It's an open secret that the Patriarch has been dissatisfied by Lord Joshua. So, shush. What if someone hears us? You're gonna get us all in trouble. The recent incident in the intermediate training class immediately spread amongst the cadets. Every single intermediate cadet in the dormitory was talking about Jin's behavior today. Meanwhile, Scott, Mesa, Bellup, and the other cadets who had advanced with Jean this year were already being called the youngest division. In other words, they were the object of their seniors' sharp and pressuring gazes. The new intermediate cadets were moving around in groups at all times just as Jean had told them to. Since young Master Jean cut Kajin's arm, they may retaliate to get revenge within the day. Keep an eye on your surroundings at all times and stay sharp. Mesa, the unofficial leader of the group, gave out orders to the rest of them. And around an hour later, a group of intermediate cadets came to the room where the youngest division was gathered. The youngest division members exchanged nervous gazes and took their stances as one of them carefully opened the door. Just like what young Master Jean had done in class today, they were prepared to swing their fists as soon as they detected the slightest bit of murderous intent. Nice to meet you, juniors. However, the intermediate cadets standing before the door were holding cigarettes, alcohol, and all kinds of food and snacks. It was as if an enemy nation had sent an ambassador in order to build a friendly relationship between the two countries. The youngest division was in shock and couldn't help but receive the basket of food with blank expressions. In truth, after experiencing the welcoming ceremony earlier today, the newbies were extremely nervous about the chaos and violence that would ensue in their dormitories. They weren't afraid of being beaten by their seniors. In fact, they couldn't care less about themselves. Instead, they were worried that if they got beaten down by their seniors every day, it would sully young Master Jin's dignity and reputation. We didn't know what you like, so we just got a bunch of different stuff. The cigarettes were made in Mila, and the alcohol is from a famous brand in the Kirano dukedom. They were expensive, you know? We didn't put poison or anything in them, so we'd be grateful if you accepted these. Why are you suddenly giving us such things? Why, you ask? Because we're currying favor with you. We're not affiliated with any faction, so while we can't participate in the family dispute, we do want to root for young Master Jin. In the Runcandle clan, being unaffiliated to any faction meant that the cadets were not skilled enough. And despite being in this non-committal situation, these cadets had come looking for the youngest division because of the Tana twins. These cadets had experienced all kinds of torment and bullying ever since the Tana twins had advanced to the intermediate class 1 year ago. Therefore, they wanted to express their gratitude to Jin. The Tana twins only behaved like obedient sheep in front of Jin or other Runcandle children, but most of the time, they were tyrannical madmen. They weren't known as the nefarious homicidal maniacs for nothing in Jin's first life. Well then, we'll be going. I hope that your future is brighter and more promising than ours. Chapter 32. Fight, win, enjoy too. Phew. Having returned to his room, Jin let out a long sigh. He shut the door and leaned against the wall as the tension left him. In fact, he was glad he could finally express his stress and nervousness ever since the beginning of class. Sheesh. I thought my heart would explode. As he recalled his conversation with his uncle, Zed Runcandle, Jin could only stare at the ceiling in astonishment. Thanks to his regression, Jin was aware of his uncle's personality and thought process, so he knew what to say exactly to satisfy the instructor. However, knowing what to say and actually having to say it in front of his uncle were completely different problems. Had Jin shown even the slightest hint of fear on his expression before Zed, one of his limbs would have been sent flying immediately. In fact, his uncle might have even cleanly sliced Jin's head off like he had said. However, Jin had successfully resolved the situation. He had planted a powerful and intense image of himself inside Zed and the other cadets' minds. Moreover, Jin had already declared war on the Tana twins faction over the hegemony of the intermediate class. Although the benefits Jin received seemed far too little compared to how he had risked his life to confront Zed, the boy knew it was worth it. Jin knew better than anyone else that one could very easily lose their life in the Runcandle clan for the smallest of issues, and that one couldn't earn anything unless they used all their forces and strength. Fight, win, and enjoy the benefits. I'm sure that even if everyone were a regressor, they wouldn't be able to act and behave like me. The 3 great virtues of the Runcandle clan he once hated in his first life. The current Jin was closer than anyone else to attaining these virtues. Gilly. Yes, young master. I've officially declared war on the Tana elder brothers. But it seems that elder sisters and Enmu are secretly backing them. Gilly instantly froze. The hand that was wiping the teacup stopped dead in its tracks. She had been expecting Jin and the Tana twins to fight over the hegemony when the youngest boy advanced classes. It was an inevitable conflict as long as they were all standing inside the same enclosure called the intermediate class. However, Gilly hadn't expected the Tana twins to have a backer. Soon, her gaze darkened and deepened. Ladies and Enmu, are you certain? Yeah. Today, I cut down a cadet who was alongside elder brothers, and after looking into it, he was a part of elder sisters and Enmu's faction. In fact, there's no way the Tana elder brothers would already have a 5-star knight in their faction. Even if someone is a part of the Runcandle direct lineage, a knight of the clan won't be willing to subordinate themselves to someone weaker than them. However, the Tana twins were still only at the 3-star stage. Ha! I didn't expect them to already start trying to keep you in check, young master, since they're already active flag bearers. Mu and N were 7-star knights who had already fought on many battlefields. Due to their numerous contributions, they received the flag bearer qualification from the clan. Amongst Siren Runcandle's 13 children, only 4 had yet to become flag bearers. Jin, the Tana twins, and Siren's youngest daughter, Yona. Gilly fiddled with the dry tea towel with complicated feelings. It's actually good news that my elder sisters are trying to keep me in check already. It means that they're already concerned by me despite our age gap. Even so, it's unreasonable. You're only 15 years old, young master. And it's an unwritten rule that flag-bearers should only fight between themselves and not get involved with their youngest siblings. Gilly bursted out in fury. It's fine. I just have to change things so that my elder sisters don't just feel concerned by me, but also fear me. Poof! The sunbathing cat lying next to the window suddenly turned around and transformed into a human. What's going on? What are you talking about? Let me in on it as well. Gilly explained the situation in simple terms to Murakan, who then sighed deeply. It's such a pity I can't reveal my identity yet. I could easily beat up 2 7-star knights with the flick of a finger. Why do your siblings obsess with trampling on you, even though you're the clan's only hope of defeating the Zipfels in the future? The clan's only hope of defeating the Zipfels in the future. Murakan's words were accurate. If Jean mastered Sodaret's power and stayed within the clan, the Runcandles could trample on the Zipfels and take over the world in the future. Currently, the Zipfels had the upper hand. If the Runcandles and Zipfels were to start an all-out war today, the clan of magicians would come out victorious in the end. But the Zipfel clan hadn't declared war on the Runcandles yet for 2 reasons. The conflict would cause irreparable damage to the Zipfels, and the existence of Siren Runcandle. However, there was one teensy-weensy, but ever so crucial little tiny detail the Zipfels weren't aware of. The god they were desperately yearning for, Sodaret, was currently contracted to Jean. Are your siblings acting like this because they don't know you're Sodaret's contractor? No, they just try to keep anyone who shows potential in check. In fact, if they knew I was Sodaret's contractor, they would have been 10 times more motivated to trample me down. It would have been a miracle if I survived till the age of 15. Even so, the clan is still as fucked up as it was 1,000 years ago. In fact, things might have been better back then. Your first patriarch was rude and insolent, but he still had compassion and heart. Then what do you plan on doing from now on, young master? I've got no reason to hesitate. I've already dealt my sisters a heavy blow. Not only did I cut down their strongest intermediate-class subordinate on my first day, I also shifted his official affiliation to the Tawna faction instead of my sisters. Jean explained the incident at the training ground to the other 2 in detail. Officially speaking, Khajiin was not a member of and Muse faction anymore. As the Tawna twins had called him, our cadet. I'm sure my elder brothers will get beaten to death by our sisters. They'll definitely come to the training ground tomorrow with bruised and swollen faces. It'll be hard for them to try to oppress me with their intermediate-class subordinates now. If a king bestowed his strongest army to a general and the general returned after getting the entire army decimated, the king wouldn't give them a second chance. That was the situation between Mew and the Tawna twins. And since they're already flag-bearers, my elder sisters can't personally come to the intermediate class to beat me to death. In that case, there's just one last method they can use to attempt to oppress me. Gilly gasped as she realized what Jean was talking about. Through missions. That's right. They'll most likely manipulate the missions I receive with their authority as flag-bearers. I'm sure they'll specifically choose to assign me disgustingly difficult missions and earnestly wait for me to die on duty or to return with a severe injury. I will try to discuss it with the ladies' nannies. I cannot let such a thing happen to you, young master. The kind and naive Gilly didn't know how to think in a cunning and sly manner. You mustn't, Gilly. If they find out, elder sisters will accuse me of trying to abuse my power and will take disciplinary action against me. And the supervision of missions is part of the flag-bearer's jurisdiction, so if we have no real explanation, we cannot stop them from manipulating my schedule of missions. Shit. God fucking damn it. Apologies, young master. That came out on the spur of the moment. It's fine, strawberry pie. Murakan replied in Jin's stead. The boy also smiled gently and continued his words. But there's one thing my elder sisters aren't aware of. Most of the difficult missions are one-man tasks. But if I'm assigned one-man missions, I won't have to hold back and hide my true abilities. Don't you think? Unlike group missions, Jean would be able to use magic and spiritual power when carrying out solo missions. He could use magic, spiritual power, and the combat techniques written in the secret tomes of the various martial clans as long as there was no one around or he killed all the witnesses. So solo missions are actually a great opportunity for me. If my elder sisters send me on solo missions, I'd be infinitely grateful. It's suffocating having to limit myself with just swordsmanship. I'll just go on the missions, use my hidden abilities to wipe out my enemies, and gain some achievements. Achievements on missions. That was the absolute criterion the instructors used to evaluate the cadets in the intermediate class. There were cases where a cadet had excellent swordsmanship but fell behind on missions, and vice versa. Needless to say, the more important criterion was the missions. Moreover, solo missions with high difficulties were the best missions to carry out in order to gain the most points. Solo missions usually consisted of assassinations and espionage, so they were the most dangerous tasks. That's a great plan, kid. If you were to use all your hidden abilities, you should be able to rival the weaker advanced class cadets, young master. Murakan and Gilly were well aware of Jin's true combat capabilities. Since Jin's swordsmanship was developing at a quick pace, he would probably reach the 4-star stage before being sent on his first mission. And if one of the missions appears to be too difficult for you, I could accompany you to help out. Even if it's a solo mission, they should allow you to take a mere cat along. No, they would. But I need you to do something else for me. What is it? I'll tell you later. Since we've discussed the most important stuff, I should head over to Elder Sister Luna's training session now. Behave yourself while I'm gone and don't cause any problems. The intermediate class began its training in earnest. Compared to the beginner training class, there were no particular differences in the regimen other than the fact that the cadets used real swords and that the difficulty was higher. However, when the afternoon classes began, Jean and the Tana twins were led to a hidden area inside the training ground and were taught the run-candle swordsmanship. This was a privilege only available to direct run-candle descendants. Our clan's swordsmanship is, in simple terms, overpowering. It's destructive and unwavering. The clan's personality and virtues are perfectly embodied in our swordsmanship. The 3 boys sitting cross-legged on the floor nodded in sync. The Tana twins' faces were bruised and swollen just as Jean had predicted. They had been pummeled and beaten by their sisters all night long. However, Zed didn't even bother asking why the twins were in such pitiable states. He didn't care. He already knew that the Tana twins didn't have great potential since before Jean joined the intermediate class. I never thought the day would ever come when I'd feel pity for the Tana twins. Still, they reap what they sow. They were crazy homicidal maniacs in Jin's past life and were growing up to become the same homicidal maniacs right now. However, the twins were treated as outstanding, genius kids in the outside world. Yet, they fell short in Zed's eyes, and their uncle couldn't care less about them now. Moreover, the twins had gotten humiliated by their little brother yesterday, so Zed couldn't be more displeased with them. However, it wasn't as if Zed held absolutely no sense of affection towards them. Do not confront the youngest until you two are strong enough. That is, if you wish to live long. That child isn't someone you two can rival. Yesterday, after telling the twins to stay behind after class, Zed warned Jin's older brothers as so. You 3 must already be aware, but our clan's swordsmanship doesn't have a single style or form. While we do have secret techniques and decisive killing moves, those are only taught once you become flag bearers. The swordsmanship that is taught to the direct run-candle descendants is a formless style of swordsmanship. It was different compared to the style taught to the cadets. There were no patterns, no footwork, and no real shape or form. This was the biggest difference between the Run-Candle clan and other martial clans. Do you know why our clan's swordsmanship is formless? It is due to the special physical capabilities and sensory faculties that the Run-Candle bloodline possesses. Correct. The Run-Candle lineage possesses blessed bodies. We hold special sensory faculties towards our own bodies and the sword that no ordinary human could understand. No one else. Not a single person. Out of thousands or tens of thousands. The timing at which the bloodline's blessing blooms and the overall effect on one's talents were different for each individual. However, the blessing did indeed bloom in every single run candle since 1,000 years ago. No one was exempted from it. However, the bloodline's affinity with magic was incredibly low. Jean was an extremely rare exception to the rule amongst the run candles. Zed continued his words and finished his explanation. And so, what I'm about to teach you 3 is extremely simple and unsophisticated. Get up. Chapter 33. Fight. Win. Enjoy 3. Zed pointed next to the 3 kids. Over there were roundish balls of metal piled up like mountains, and several tables standing next to those piles. Bring those tables and steel balls here. How many of them should we move? Zed smirked maliciously at Haytona's question. 4 tables, and as many steel balls as you can. The 3 boys began moving the tables and balls towards the center of the hidden area. The steel balls were heavier than your average person. Moreover, when they picked one up, they felt something dense moving around inside. What are these? As he moved the steel balls, Jean scanned through his memories and confirmed that he had never seen these objects in his past life. Yet he wasn't surprised about that. From what he had deduced, these steel balls were used to teach the direct Run-Candle descendants the clan's swordsmanship. However, Jean wasn't talented enough to enter the intermediate class and train with his uncle in his first life. Thud. Thud. Each time they dropped a ball to the floor, it left dents on the hard ground. Zed only told them to stop after the 3 boys moved. Around 50 of those steel balls. Do you know what these balls are? He asked as he placed one of them on a table. The ball was now sitting slightly below the height of Zed's waist. No, sir. These steel balls are called clear stones, because you can hear a clear echo resounding when you hit them. The Tawna twins tilted their heads in confusion. They couldn't understand why they needed these stones in order to train their swordsmanship. Meanwhile, Jean didn't show his emotions, but he was curious to know how they'd end up using these clear stones. Zed slowly unsheathed the sword attached to his waist and placed it against the clear stone. I will swing my blade down onto this ball a total of 3 times. Try comparing the sounds that are created. The first swing. Zed didn't put much force behind his sword and simply lowered his blade onto the ball lightly. Thump. A rather thick and murky sound echoed in the room. It felt as if one would feel nauseous by listening to it for an extended period of time. Not a pleasant sound, isn't it? Soon enough, Zed struck the ball again. This time, his swing contained far more strength and speed than before. Clang. This time, a pure and elegant sound worthy of the clear stone's name resonated in the room. It felt like the sound entered their ears and soothed their entire bodies from the inside. Oh! The twins exclaimed simultaneously. Jin's eyes also widened as he stared at the clear stone. It's also quite pleasant for me to listen to. It's been a while since I last heard this sound. As you have seen, the clear stone emits a thick and murky sound when you hit it weakly, but creates a beautiful sound when hit with the perfect amount of strength. It was a simple principle. But Jean was concerned about how Zed didn't tell them what this perfect amount of strength was exactly. Thus, he soon realized the purpose behind this training method. The goal of this exercise is to create that beautiful sound every single time you strike the clear stone. Striking it with the perfect amount of force and speed once would be easy to achieve. But after observing Zed's behavior, it seemed that achieving it every single time was a much harder exercise. They would have to strike the ball countless times until they found the perfect strength. However, the boys would most likely be distracted by the unpleasant sounds created by their imperfect strikes every time. Even so, just because their concentration has been disturbed doesn't mean they could abandon this exercise. In other words, this exercise was also to train their willpower and mental strength. But why did he say he'd strike it 3 times? The first and second swings were to show the importance of fine control over one's strength. The third swing would most probably be for the same objective. Jean couldn't see another reason behind hitting the clear stone. We're doing this exercise since it fits the Run-Candle's physical capabilities quite well. Uncle said that this training was simple and unsophisticated. However, there's far too few dangerous hazards in this exercise. The Run-Candle style swordsmanship was all about overpowering another and ruling by force. In other words, their techniques were powerful enough that it could potentially harm its user. Thus, there was no way the training exercise that was only accessible to pure-blooded runcandles would be so safe and risk-free. There was definitely something shaking around inside the clear stones when I picked them up. It felt and sounded like some piece of metal. Ah! Jean found the answer to his question as Zed raised his sword one last time. He then immediately grabbed the back of the Tana twins' necks standing on both of his sides and pushed. And now the third strike. Get down! Jean shouted as he shoved them forward. The surprised twins fell to the ground along with their little brother due to his strength. As soon as they touched the floor, the twins were about to hurl curses at Jean, but could only blink their eyes in shock as they watched the situation unfold. Boom! With Zed's final swing, the clear stone exploded with a deafening roar, and from within it came hurling out dozens of steel marbles. They flew in all directions like arrows. An average person would have easily died from being pierced by all these powerful projectiles. Eh! Ha! Wah! The astonished twins stared at their surroundings. They felt their heart drop as the marbles rolled around on the ground. The youngest has great instincts. These clear stones have been designed to explode if they sustain too great of an impact. Zed spoke with a pleased smile on his face. Jean got up and dusted himself off. It seemed that his uncle wasn't in his right mind either. He had put his nephews in life-threatening danger without a word of warning beforehand. Was anyone in this clan actually sane? In any case, Jean began to ponder. Every runcandle has gone through this training. Since most of my siblings have been taught by Uncle Zed as well, they somehow survived this hazardous demonstration. In Jin's case, he had survived the explosion by getting on the ground in time thanks to his instincts. The Tana twins had survived thanks to their brother. Then what about all the others? You three are the first ones not to get injured during the Clear Stones demonstration session since Luna. Other than her and you boys, all your other siblings were gravely wounded by the steel marbles. You can think of this as a rite of passage. As they watched Zed laughing out loud, the Tana twins once again realized that their upcoming adventures in the intermediate class were full of pain, agony, and struggles. Meanwhile, Jean felt proud by the fact that they were the first ones to be unscathed. After Luna, Uncle, may I ask you how eldest sister Luna avoided these steel projectiles? You'll get upset if you hear about it. At least, all your other siblings got upset when they heard what she did. I do not mind. Technically speaking, Luna couldn't avoid the marbles like you. In fact, none of your siblings managed to avoid them all. She just received them head-on, but didn't get injured. She was just that robust and strong. Just as Zed had warned them, it was a somewhat disheartening story. Even so, Jean was quite satisfied. Had one of his siblings avoided all the pellets while being ignorant of the dangers of this demonstration, it would have meant that they were more gifted and talented than Jean himself. In any case, I assume that you three have understood the content of this exercise. From today onwards, you boys will spend your afternoons swinging your swords onto the steel balls every day. You'll only stop when you're able to strike the clear stones in any circumstances and successfully create a clear and beautiful sound each time. Luna's room. The woman in question was spending a peaceful and relaxing time inside, sipping on a cup of tea with her nanny. It's about time the youngest starts to show some results from our mind's eye training sessions. It'll hurt if he gets hit by the clear stone's projectiles, but I'm sure he'll manage to do something about it. It's so gratifying to watch him grow up and get stronger. Siup. Lady Luna. Yes, Nanny? I believe that Lady and Mew are quite suspicious. There was the incident where they tried to keep young Master Jean in check to take into account. The two of them were conversing about the potential suspects behind the assassination attempt on Jean when he was merely a year old. There has already been an assassination attempt against me. I've never talked about it to anyone else, not even Gilly, and due to that incident my fight has already begun. Ever since Luna first heard Jin's words when she visited him at the Storm Castle, she has been searching for the culprit to this day. She hadn't given up even after 5 whole years. It was because she greatly cared about her youngest brother. But that wasn't the only reason. It was a long-established and traditional taboo within the clan for a pure-blooded Runcandle residing in the main house to aim for the life of a family member that had yet to leave the Storm Castle. If Luna informed Siren about this incident, it would cause great chaos within the clan. However, she judged that doing so wouldn't benefit Jean, so Luna decided against reporting to her father. Moreover, they had no evidence to show Siren about this attempted assassination. It's true that those two are very domineering and tend to step over their boundaries, but I don't think so. Would they be crazy enough to attempt to assassinate someone inside the Storm Castle? Technically speaking, Jean hadn't been the target of an assassination attempt, but rather the target of the bladed illusion curse. However, Luna wasn't aware of this truth yet. To be truthful, I believe that there's the possibility of young Master Jean having lied to you. He was only 10 years old back then, so isn't it highly likely? We haven't found out anything after all these years. I don't think Jean lied to me. Back then, he was wary of me. Not because he found it awkward to interact with me for the first time ever, but because he was on guard. His gaze, it was the gaze of someone whose life was being threatened. Then should we investigate Lady Mew and Anne for the time being? Yeah, I'll leave it in your care. I'm more concerned by the fact that we haven't discovered anything so far. Something's wrong. I have an ominous presentiment. I feel the same way, but I'm more concerned for you, Lady Luna. I'm worried your siblings will break your heart again. Haha. I'm already in my 30s, Nanny. Luna hid her bitter smile with her teacup, and so a day went by. Jean and the Tana twins had yet to create a beautiful sound by striking the clear stones. Fortunately, there were still no incidents where someone accidentally burst the steel balls. Thump! Thud! The unpleasant noises have been echoing inside the hidden training room for 4 hours straight. I can declare with certainty that amongst all the training I've done in my life, this is by far the nastiest. These abominable sounds had been disturbing his concentration. The twins had already vomited on the ground a couple of times. In the meantime, Jean was sweating buckets, but somehow managed not to let go of his sword and drop to the ground. In the morning, he had experienced the intermediate class's hellish training, and in the afternoon he was constantly hitting the clear stones. Jean was on the verge of death. He couldn't get used to these unpleasant sounds and echoes no matter how hard he tried to. Take a 5-minute break. As soon as the words left Zed's mouth, the 3 boys sat cross-legged on the floor. However, the Tana twins' posture was terrible as they were exhausted both mentally and physically. In fact, the 5-minute break wasn't quite a break. According to Zed's training regime, the boys had to hold their swords straight and cover them in aura while sitting upright and maintain that position during the so-called break. So the break was, in other words, an exercise where they were training their aura. Jin's hands were trembling as they squeezed the sword's handle, whereas the Tana twins couldn't even hold onto theirs properly. While it was the nastiest training Jean had ever experienced, it wasn't the most difficult one. In his past life, Jean had trained several dozens of times more than others in order to become a 1-star knight by the age of 25. Compared to his despairing and miserable days back then, this exercise with the clear stones was somewhat bearable. The purpose of this training was to increase our aura's destructive power in the first place. Zed had destroyed the clear stone without using any aura, but that was only possible because he was an 8-star knight. The 3 boys first had to train and develop their auras in order to strike the clear stones with enough force to make a beautiful sound, let alone make them explode. Daytona, hey Tona, sit straight. If you can't endure this, you won't be able to survive within the clan. As Zed spoke calmly, the twins fixed their postures with tears in their eyes. It was tear-jerkingly difficult for them, but Jean knew that they would successfully become flag-bearers of the clan thanks to his past life's knowledge. Even my stupid brothers managed to become flag-bearers in the past, so there's no way I won't be able to do it. Therefore, there was no need for Jean to feel impatient. The boy closed his eyes and focused his senses on the aura covering his sword. Thump, thump. Even though he could hear the residual auditory hallucinations from the echoes earlier, Jean kept his eyes closed and concentrated. He was quite good at erasing all distracting thoughts and keeping his eyes closed. I noticed it the first day as well, But that kid, he's quite something. The Tana twins aren't doing so badly either. But this one, he might even break Luna's record. Zed praised Jean in his mind but didn't express it out loud. He could always praise the boy when he broke Luna's record. Chapter 34. Fight, win, enjoy. 4. The Clear Stone training session only ended at 9 p.m. After the Tana twins collapsed side by side. They had completely exhausted their physical and mental strength that they ended up falling unconscious. Pathetic. Zed clicked his tongue and called the medical team. Meanwhile, Jean didn't fully agree with his uncle's statement. It's quite impressive they've lasted this long in the first place. Jean was still standing on both feet. His legs were trembling like crazy and the unpleasant ringing was still echoing in his mind. But he was standing. The attitude and dedication the twins had shown today were praiseworthy. In all honesty, even Jean was on the verge of collapsing. If the training had continued for another 30 minutes, he would have surely flopped onto the ground. The medical team placed the twins on stretchers and took them out. Make sure you tell your brothers that if they plan on fainting during tomorrow's training as well, they shouldn't come to class in the first place. I understand. Jean exited the hidden training room and pondered to himself as he walked back to his dorm. Seeing Uncle's reaction, I was close to disappointing him as well. Had the training been slightly longer, I would have fainted. And Uncle would have considered me a failure as well. I should be more careful tomorrow. However, Zed was having different thoughts than what Jean was predicting. He stayed behind in the hidden room, staring at the spots where his 3 nephews had been standing until moments ago. The Tana twins ended up collapsing far later than what I was initially expecting. Kikek, they're run candles, all right. But the youngest, despite being 2 years younger than the twins, he had managed to endure the training today without falling unconscious. It was an incredible feat, considering his body hadn't developed as much as theirs. A shame. Such a shame. Why did he have to be born as the youngest? According to what Zed had witnessed today, Jean was the most talented child amongst Siren's 13 children. While it was debatable whether or not he was better than Luna, he was far more gifted than Joshua, the soon-to-be patriarch. However, he was too young. Jean was only 15 years old. Even if he trained seriously and became a 9-star knight by the age of 30, Joshua would already be leading the clan by then. These days, the patriarch's authority and power were slowly beginning to be transferred over to Joshua already. Very slowly but steadily. If only he were born 10 years earlier, he would have had the Run Candle clan in his grasp. Currently, Jin's talents and growth speed were seeds that would sow chaos and havoc in the clan. If Jin were to become the strongest person in the clan in 10 or 15 years and aimed for the throne, how much damage would he cause to Joshua's rule? To the Run Candle clan? And what if the clan's enemies, such as the Zipfels, took advantage of the inner conflict to attack the clan? As his thoughts reached that conclusion, Zed let out a deep sigh. Let's keep watch for now. Seeing how Luna cares for him, Jean might grow up to resemble her. He might become a shadow that protects the clan just like that child. Countless variables that could affect Jin's future and growth existed. The boy could die during a mission or could suddenly decide to leave the clan one day and become a wanderer. Children go through many different experiences and incidents as they grow up. So Zed couldn't predict Jean and the clan's future as of yet. March 1795. A month had gone by. Jean and the Tana twins were in open warfare for hegemony from day one, but since they were stuck in the Clearstone training room the entire afternoon, there were no real fights between them. Ever since Kajin Ramello was cut down by Jean, the other cadets didn't dare lay a finger on the youngest division even when the young master was away. They had also been ordered by Mew and not to do so. Jin's 2 older sisters had decided not to interfere with the happenings within the intermediate training class. Just as he had predicted, they had no more expectations for the Tana twins. The idiots had borrowed their best intermediate class cadet and had returned him defective, so they had no reason to support the twins anymore. It's so peaceful that it's concerning. Mesa spoke as she dusted the dirt off her clothes, which were in terrible condition as they had just finished their morning training session. The cadets around her were in the same condition as her. Do you think the young master is doing okay in the afternoons? We don't even know what they're being taught. Bellup asked with a worried tone, but Mesa snorted. We aren't at the level where we can worry about the young master. But from time to time, I hear explosions inside the hidden training room along with people screaming. The medical team always seems to be in a hurry to head inside when that happens. The Tana young masters were even brought out on stretchers before the training session had ended 2 days ago. Stop worrying and focus on your own training. Don't you remember what the young master told us? We'll be assigned missions soon enough. Disgustingly difficult missions, according to the young master. Except for Mesa, Scott, Jushin, Taimont, and Kiko, the other members of the youngest division didn't reach the average level of intermediate class cadets. In other words, Eddington, Sierra, Phils, and Bellup weren't supposed to be sent out on missions yet. Well, technically speaking, Bellup was skilled enough. He just hadn't recovered a good enough mental strength yet in order to utilize his abilities to the maximum. I do not wish to be a hindrance to the young master from now on, so we should focus on our own problems right now. We all need to reach 3-star at the very least before we're given our first missions. She's right. And it's thanks to young Master Jean that we're not being harassed or persecuted during this faction war. The cadets nodded with resolute expressions. Attention! The intermediate training class's assistant instructor, Male Trazel, yelled out loud. There were a total of 3 assistant instructors in the intermediate class, and they were all guardian knights of the Runcandle clan. Male was the main assistant instructor. The first missions of this year's intermediate class have been issued. There are a total of 5 missions. I will now call out names. The cadets who have their names called must step forward. There are a total of 60 cadets who will be dispatched this time. The cadets who had spent several years in the intermediate class didn't show any particular reactions. However, those who were in their 3rd year or less were showing tense expressions. The first is a monster subjugation mission. The subjugation targets are goblins. You shall hear the details of the mission from Petro, the second butler. The cadets involved are Denkello, Atten, John. The second is a bodyguard mission. The commissioners that need protection are the rookies within the Minche Smithy Association. It would be beneficial to some of you if you get friendly with them. Those involved are Houston, Baiting. The third mission is another monster subjugation. The targets are orcs this time. The area of operations is an unprotected zone as well. The cadets involved are, Male's hand stopped once he flipped the page. He frowned before making sure he had read the names right on the document. The area of operations is an unprotected area, but all the cadets are newcomers. Young Master Jean will be displeased by this. It'll be difficult for everyone to return alive. But it's not like we can complain to the flag bearers. Male coughed awkwardly before finishing his sentence. Mesa, Scott, Taimont, Kiko, Jushin, Eddington, Sierra, Phils, and David. Petro will inform you about the details as well. I bid you all Godspeed. A ruckus began amongst the intermediate cadets. Not only were the targets orcs, but they were to enter an unprotected zone. Half or more of the youngest division would certainly die during this mission. However, there wasn't a single word of protest addressed to the assistant instructors. Since the flag bearers had chosen this lineup, they had no say in this. If someone were to object to this, it had to be the faction's leader, Jean himself. If Jean were to go find the flag bearers personally in order to complain, he could easily change the members of the third mission. He could either make a deal or make use of Luna's authority and influence. However, that would end up biting him back later on. He would be publicly admitting that his faction's members weren't skilled enough to be sent on official missions. And if he made use of Luna's authority, Jean would be proving that he himself had no power or qualifications. In this case, Jean would checkmate himself. Thus, the youngest division had no choice but to go along with it and carry out the mission. Instructor, what are the 4th and 5th missions? Those were assigned to the young masters. You need not concern yourselves. Dismissed. Once you've had lunch, the cadets who were assigned missions may take a break from class until they depart. You will be dispatched in 2 days. Once the assistant instructors made their leave, a commotion began within the cadets. Damn, good luck to those kids. There's gonna be at least 4 or 5 deaths. It would have been better for them to not be a part of any faction. Didn't I say so? If you join the wrong faction, you'll only see a sea of blood. The poor kids. The cadets who were part of Mew and Anne's faction, like Kajin, all wore suspicious grins as they nodded between themselves. We'll have to prepare some coffins. Kikek. We should have a proper funeral for them. Since they have 2 days left, let's have someone paint their portraits in advance. Oh, and they shouldn't forget to write a will. Bwahaha. Have a good trip, you cutie pies. Otherwise, you could ask young Master Jean for some help. Please save us. Please save us. Kekekek. The cadets in Mew and Anne's faction giggled between themselves as they stared at the youngest division. Taimont was about to stand up and face them, but Mesa grabbed him by the shoulder and held him back. Endure it. We still can't win against them, and starting a fight right before we leave on a mission will do us no good. But those bastards were... Shut up and sit down, Taimont. You don't want to cause problems for the young master, do you? Do I really have to spell it out to you? A fuming Taimont sat back down. What do we do? Sierra sighed deeply. The other members of the youngest division were also wearing distressed expressions. Is that a question? This is the Runcandle clan. If they want us to go out and fight, we go and fight. We'll do whatever we can to accomplish the mission successfully and return alive. That's the one and only way we can trample on those bastards' pride and humiliate them. Mesa spoke as she ground her teeth. Despite her confident front, her hands were trembling lightly. No, she wasn't afraid of death. She was simply disappointed in herself that she could only be a hindrance to young Master Jean and cause him problems. Boom! Arg! Hey Tona! Ugh! Hey Tona's clear stone had exploded. This was already his 3rd stone today. The steel marbles grazed Daytona and headed towards Jean, who was concentrating on his own sword and steel ball. Daytona was hit in the chest and Jean in the flank. Had it been his own steel ball exploding, Jean would have avoided the projectiles. But someone else's ball exploding and marbles flying at him from the side? Even that was unavoidable for him. Zed was sitting in the corner, calmly reading the mission documents as if he didn't care what was happening to them. Ugh. Fuck. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Daytona. Sorry, Jean. I didn't do that on purpose. Daytona fearfully approached Jean. Daytona followed suit as he scratched the back of his head. As he watched their actions, Jean began to wonder if they were truly the same nefarious homicidal maniacs from his first life. I'm fine, but from now on, I want you two to practice in that corner over there. Sure. The Tana twins grunted as they pushed their tables towards the corner. There was a reason why the twins were so obedient to their little brother. After having spent time training together for an entire month, they soon realized that their uncle's words were correct. Do not confront the youngest until you two are strong enough. That is, if you wish to live long. The Jean they had witnessed so far was a beast. Today, the Tana twins had finally gained enough strength to make the clear stones blow up 3 to 4 times per session. However, Jean had already been blowing the stones up since a couple of days ago, creating 5 to 6 explosions every session. Today, I will definitely create a clear sound. Definitely. His flank was throbbing from the pain. He didn't feel his ribs cracking, so he was physically fine. However, his breath was completely erratic now. Phew. Jean closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. He could subconsciously see the clear stone's surface, its rigidity, and its weight in his mind, despite the darkness. As the pain in his flank kept disturbing his focus, Jean felt a sudden change. A strange sensation overtook his senses. For some reason, he could precisely see the direction the steel marble had flown to hit him despite his closed eyes. It was being drawn in his mind. What is this? Why do I suddenly feel like... As he was about to open his eyes and verify the marble's actual trajectory, Zed suddenly stood up. Jean and the Tana twins immediately ran before him and corrected their stances. The details of your missions have been delivered. Chapter 35. Receiving his first solo mission, the Tana twins' mission was to attend a ceremony. They were being ordered to attend several events and parties organized by the Vermont Emperor and the Empire's dukes to curry favors with them. In truth, calling this invitation to parties a mission was an embarrassment. There was absolutely no risk of them seeing any blood or conflict during this mission. All they had to do was eat the excellent dishes prepared at the parties and have fun in the Empire. Ugh! A ceremony? In the Vermont Empire at that. However, the Tana twins' faces crumpled once they heard the details of their mission. Attending ceremonies was a type of mission that was only assigned to direct members of the Runcandle lineage. The clan could ignore invitations and the like from your average nation, but the Empire's invitation was a different story. The Runcandles couldn't refuse them so easily. Thus, one of the Runcandle children had to accept the invitation and attend the events. So whenever an invitation arrived from the Vermont Empire, the Runcandle children prayed to avoid being chosen. None of them wanted to attend those sickening and boring parties. My condolences, boys. Thanks to your sacrifices, your siblings won't have to go to the Empire and dance around aimlessly. Ha! Is that a sigh I hear? Although it's an invitation to parties, this is a bona fide mission. If you show this sort of attitude again, I'll beat you two up so badly you'll beg me to kill you. The Tana twins nodded as they hid away their disgusted expressions. This mission was more or less a punishment for them. Their elder sisters were punishing them, as they had failed to trample on their youngest sibling even after borrowing a 5-star cadet from their faction. Attending parties was a drudgery for the twins, as they didn't have an ounce of oratory skills and hadn't learnt the subtle art of surviving in social situations. Geez, elder sister Mew and Anne are so ill-natured. Gene laughed to himself. It's a mission someone has to accomplish. And when you arrive on site, you will see dozens of powerful people, whether it be in their combat prowess or their authority and influence. Make sure you observe them carefully. Understood, Uncle? And you, Gene? Yes, Uncle. The mission you've been assigned is... Zed stopped halfway through the sentence. The Tana twins paid close attention to his next words. They were curious to know how crazy of a mission their sisters had assigned to their youngest sibling. Hopefully, it was something that would break Gene physically and mentally. In fact, the best-case scenario would be that Gene wouldn't return at all from the mission. An assassination task. Your target is the master of the hidden palace, Talaris's plaything. You basically need to kill a loafer, the master of the hidden palace. That is the title given to the owner of the hidden palace, an enormous tower standing in the middle of the West Sea. The 51st master is Talaris, nicknamed the Abyssal Spider. The Hidden Palace is an independent force that is influenced by neither the Runcandles nor the Zipfels. Uncle, by plaything, you mean the Abyssal Spider's plaything? It's that woman's lover. Jin's assassination target was the Master's plaything. In other words, her paramour. Jean had to kill one of the countless young men Talaris was playing around with. Oh snap! The Tana twins unintentionally let out words of shock. They didn't believe that Jean would be able to kill the master of the Hidden Palace's lover and return alive. Talaris's notoriety was known around the world, even to the country bumpkins living in some corner of the Mytel kingdom. She was especially known for being merciless to the people who laid a finger on her lovers. Your target is currently residing in the lawless zone of Mummet under the protection of members of the Hidden Palace. Mummet? Holy smokes! The twins exclaimed out loud once again. Missions in the Mummet lawless zone were generally assigned to Guardian Knights. It wasn't a mission that a mere intermediate-class cadet like Jean was supposed to undertake. Killing the master of the Hidden Palace's lover in Mummet. You could easily summarize the mission with that sentence. The Tana twins already believed that Jean would never return alive from this mission. There is one question I'd like to ask, Uncle. What is it? Who is our client? As Jean asked in a confident tone, Zed's lips rose into a soft smirk. This kid. He should know who the master of the Hidden Palace and where Mummet is, but he's going to accept the mission immediately? If he claimed the mission was irrational, I would have been willing to go. Say a word to the flag bearers myself. Zed was somewhat hoping Jean would be shocked and vexed. Recently, the elder's greatest enjoyment was watching his youngest nephew grow. Even the unsympathetic Zed didn't appreciate sending a yet-to-be fully forged sword on a dangerous mission like this where it would most certainly break. However, Jean didn't show an ounce of shock or vexation. Since the cadet in question was planning on accepting the mission, Zed had no reason to intervene. The Tsendler clan, your target, the loafer, is called Alcaro Tsendler, the disgrace of the clan. I see now. They're worried that the child who left the clan will spill the clan's secrets to the master of the hidden palace. Exactly. It seems the Tsendler clan tried to solve this issue on their own, but gave up and came to us instead. Looks like the child in question doesn't have a good reputation in the first place. Can you do it? Zed asked with great anticipation. He was deeply hoping the words, "This mission should be assigned to Guardian Knights instead," would leave Jin's mouth. I will do it. Why are you so? No, never mind. Che, it's good to be decisive. Zed coughed awkwardly, before handing over the documents to his nephews. You will all depart in 2 days. You are excused from the afternoon training sessions until then. In the meantime, make sure to train on your own, but only to the extent that it doesn't hinder your mission. Yes, uncle. Zed exited the hidden training room first. The Tana twins stood around Jean awkwardly for a while. While they felt ecstatic by the fact that their brother was about to die, they were also disgruntled by it, as if there was a bitter taste in their mouths. The twins didn't know that they had a strong bond of love and hatred with their little brother. What? No, good luck. Come back safely. Yeah, it's not like you're gonna die, right? If something goes wrong, just reveal that you're a run candle. Then no one will be able to lay a finger on you. Haha, geez, are you worried about me? I didn't know you two had such adorable sides to you. We're not worried. Before I return. Jean interrupted Daytona and unsheathed Bradamanti, covering it in aura. The twins froze as their brother had suddenly pulled out his weapon. Swoosh! Before they could even ask what he was doing, Jean swung his sword, aiming it at the clear stone sitting behind them. Clang! A beautiful metallic sound resonated, bouncing off the arched ceiling and echoing in the room. Jean smiled in satisfaction. He had suddenly felt like he would definitely succeed if he struck the clear stone right now, and that feeling turned into reality within a few instants. 1 month had passed since they began training with the clear stones. Jean had no idea how inconceivable this record was. You two should make a choice, elder brothers. Whether you prefer our elder sisters or me. The Tana twins gulped audibly before clumsily nodding. Jean then exited the room, leaving the two of them behind in silence. What do we do? I don't know. Elder sisters are out of their minds, while our younger brother is not in his right mind. Seriously, but I think that the youngest is scarier than elder sisters. I agree. The twins sighed in dejection. Having made his way outside, Jean wasn't concerned about his mission. Rather than the dangerous task, his mind was far more interested in another topic. What was that sensation earlier? The steel marble that had come flying out of the clear stone Haytona had blown up. After getting hit by it, Jean suddenly pictured the marble's detailed trajectory in his mind for no reason. It also felt like if another marble came hurling at him from the same direction, he would be able to avoid it. I should ask elder sister Luna about this once I return from my mission. This sensation might be related to the training I had been doing with her. 2 days went by in a flash. Those who had been assigned a mission had finished their preparations yesterday. All that was left to do was to go to the Huphester transfer gate and teleport to their respective destinations. Phew! Young master. Before he got on the steel carriage, the members of the youngest division called out to him. They were all wearing somber expressions, as if they were a herd of cows being led to a slaughterhouse. No one could guess how many of them would die in their upcoming mission. However, that wasn't the only reason they were dejected. We heard you're going to the Mummet Lawless Zone. Indeed, I need to go to the transfer gate separately since I was tasked with an assassination mission. I also need to go through all the administrative procedures properly. How annoying. We've come to bid you farewell before departing. The reason why the youngest division had come to salute him was quite obvious. This could be the final time they would see the young master. Not only was it likely that some of them would die during their mission in the unprotected area, young Master Jean himself was tasked with a mission in which he had an 80% chance of dying. Other than Jean, everyone else in the intermediate class thought he was headed to his death. No need to. Why? Do you think we'll never see each other again? Jean said in a playful tone, to which Mesa sighed deeply. The other cadets couldn't even lift their heads up properly to face the young master. Well, it's true that life doesn't always go the way one expects it to. Some of us may die on our mission if we're ill-fortunate. We'll be okay. But the mission you were assigned is… Geez. No need to worry about me, you brats. Focus on your own mission only. All right? Yes. Get going, then. We'll see each other when we're back. The youngest division hesitantly stood around before going down the corridor. Such endearing kids. Keep them safe, Murakan. Meow. I've said this already, but make sure you don't get seen, all right? Moo. The black cat raised its front paw and waved it, as if he were saying, worry more about yourself, kid. I'll be lonely for a while since both of you are leaving, young master, Lord Murakan. Think of it as a break, Gilly. Do you want some souvenirs from Mummet? I know that you're stronger than intermediate class cadets, young master, but please be careful. Mummet is a dangerous place. To think that you have to assassinate the master of the Hidden Palace's paramour. Please take good care of yourself. Yes, I'll see you soon. Jean didn't get on the steel carriage, but rather on horseback. He had already dyed his hair brown yesterday and was currently dressed like an ordinary traveler. The boy had Bradamanti with him, but he had covered the blade in a layer of metallic coating to conceal its normal color. With such a disguise, no one would ever think of him as a run candle. This was his second mission, but his first solo mission. As Gilly had stated, the current Jean was quite a force to be reckoned with if you took all his abilities into account. Even so, the mission was a dangerous one where he could lose his life. Nevertheless, Jean was fearless. In fact, he was excited about how he'd be able to use spiritual power and magic as much as possible. I've always wanted to visit Mummet since my past life. Before his regression, Jin's magic teacher had mentioned that Mummet was more of a romantic city than he had expected. Having spent 2 years in Mummet, his master would tell fond stories about the city. Within those stories were countless details about the city and its populace. I remember Master saying that the pubs in the center of the city are locations where informers and spies often go. And if I want to buy high-class information, I need to head to the underground black market. To think that his master's boring stories would come in handy like this. Of course, there was a difference in time period, so some of the information may be inaccurate for now. But the system and order within the city was unlikely to have changed. With a feeling of gratitude towards his master in his heart, Jean pulled on the horse's reins and began his journey. A refreshing sense of liberty rushed through him as he departed the Garden of Swords on his own. Translator's section. Jin's off on his first solo journey. Can't wait to see what happens also. The Moron twins are starting to grow on me. They're like cute little idiots, ha ha ha. I hope they get redeemed and become allies Jean can trust. Chapter 36. Mummet Lawless Zone 1. The Mummet Lawless Zone was a region where all kinds of criminals and offenders gathered. There were even rumors around the world that due to the evil energy these lawbreakers emitted, this criminal-infested land was so desolate that no plants could grow on it. But it was no rumor. Mummet was, in actual fact, a barren wasteland where not a single strand of grass grew. The scorching sun that glared down on the area. The criminals that crawled around in the small city like disgusting insects. There was no gateway to enter the city. There was only a broken signpost surrounded by rubbish. And once you walked past that signpost, you were inside Mummet. Here comes a newcomer. You sons of bitches. A hulking man shouted as he barged inside one of the pubs in the center of the city. He was carrying an equally large and terrifying iron mace on his back. Bwahaha, newcomer my ass. I bet you're back 'cause you were put on the wanted list again. Freaking hell, are you a salmon or something? Stop coming back all the time. The people inside the pub cheered joyfully as they all recognized the hulking man, mocking someone until one loses their voice, pointing fingers, and throwing entire mugs of beer are Mummet's traditional yet peculiar ways of greeting others. Crash, smash, clang. The thick mugs smashed into the newcomer's head and chest. The glass fragments covered the floor along with a sea of beer. Nevertheless, the barman didn't even bother glancing at the mess, let alone clean it up. The hulking man that was hit by countless cups smiled delightfully and grabbed one of the glass shards on the floor. Crunch. Soon enough, a sight that one could normally only see in a circus occurred. The man chewed on the piece of glass and swallowed it. That's right. I'm a salmon. The great Thonk's true birthplace is right here, in Mummet. Drink up, everyone. The drinks are on me today. Geez, Thonk. What did you do this time that you had to run away and come back here? Come on, speak up. Let's hear the story. Kuhaha. I, the great Thonk, had some fun with a high-class bitch in the Ekin Kingdom. Oh, who was it? No idea, just some girl from a noble family. And I killed the 5 guards who came to arrest me. Geez, do they seriously think they can capture me with ordinary guards? They kept sending them as well. Kuhaha. Those fucking morons. Yep. That's why I smashed them up like mashed potatoes. About 50 of them. While I was destroying them, I subconsciously headed towards Mummet and found myself here before I realized it. To Thonk's massacre. Cheers. Cheers. Welcome back home. It's good to see you again. Gulp. 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 The men were emptying their glasses. The rowdy craze calmed down as everyone was busy finishing their beers. But in the meantime, creak, one boy entered the bar covered up in a tattered robe. It was Jean. Ha! Looks like there's a real newcomer this time. Thonk and the other men exchanged glances, asking each other if anyone knew who this was. But everyone shook their heads. Thud, thud. A thick noise echoed every time Jean took a step with his old, ragged boots. He silently crossed the room and sat down next to Thonk. 1 glass of cold water, and some simple snacks. Jean took out 1 silver coin from his chest pocket and flicked it to the barman. Ha! The barman caught the coin and snorted as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Soon enough, the entire pub roared in laughter. Kia! Wow! I thought I was watching the protagonist of an action novel or something. Look at him. He's a natural at acting cool. So, who are you, HM? Some 9-star knight. Can't you see? He's gotta be a legendary swordsman. The men spouting sarcastic comments all simultaneously changed their expressions. They swiftly stood up and surrounded Jean with menacing grins and chuckles. Hey, Mr. Newcomer. I, the great Thonk, am in a good mood today. So let's not get on each other's nerves, alright? If you get on your knees and suck on everyone's toes right now, I will forgive why. Kurg! Thonk was interrupted before he could even finish his sentence. In fact, he would never be able to finish his sentence ever again because the tip of the dagger Jean had taken out was lodged in Thonk's neck. The hulking man was standing too close to Jean without keeping his guard up, so he didn't even have the time to react to the boy's attack. No one had expected this young brat to stab a giant like Thonk in the neck without a speck of hesitation. Cook! Gar! Once Jean retracted his dagger, blood gushed out of Thonk's wound as he fell to the floor. A long moment of silence followed. No one uttered a single sound. Jean silently waved his finger at the barman, urging him to bring his cold water and snacks. He's gone. Thonk's gone. I knew this would happen one day. Pfft. Soon enough, the men surrounding Jean scattered around. They behaved as if the friendly exchanges they had with Thonk until not long ago were a sham and returned to their respective tables, downing beer in their original groups. This was a common occurrence. No matter how friendly they acted with Thonk, there was no true friendship between them. Just as Master used to say, this place is filled with lunatics. The reason they had shown interest in Jean was because he appeared weak. They were curious to know why a boy, who seemed to have yet to grow any hair down there, had entered a den of criminals like it was nothing. However, their questions had found an answer. Jean killed Thonk with a dagger and, by doing so, gained the approval of the criminals inside the pub. This was how the residents of Mummet truly welcomed a newcomer. I always seem to be in your debt. You've been a great help to me, both in my past and present life. I hope the day comes when I get an opportunity to repay you, master. Clack. The barman placed a glass cup on Jin's table. A cup of cold water. I didn't put in any poison. Even I know that killing people with poison is a taboo here. You seem to know a great deal about Mummet despite your youth. Are your parents or siblings familiar with this place? None of your business. Cling. This time, Jean flicked a gold coin to the barman, who just shrugged in response. What do you want? Drugs? There's one product that's been the craze in Mummet recently. Or are you looking for someone? The latter. Is that enough to cover the fee? The barman rubbed the coin with a handkerchief and calmly weighed it with his hand. The substantial weight proved that it was a genuine gold coin. Depends on who you're looking for. Is there someone who goes by Hister in this area? No. That I'm certain of. Jean clicked his tongue as if he were disappointed. I see. Then just bring over my snacks. And if you could, recommend some inn to stay at tonight. Preferably a place without any bugs. A place without any bugs signified the safest inn in Mummet. Then I know just the place. There's an inn called the Moonlit Well west of the city. The kings of Mummet reside there, so no need to cause a fuss when you enter. Thanks. Jean emptied his plate of rough bread and dry bacon before leaving the pub. The atmosphere inside the Moonlit Well was vastly different from the pub, since the most influential people of Mummet resided in it. It was surprisingly clean and orderly, just like an ordinary inn outside of Mummet. It wasn't comparable to a high-class inn in a big city, but at the very least, the clients wouldn't come across lowly criminals who behaved like wild dogs. Even if he's the master of the Hidden Palace's lover, he's just the disgrace of the Tsendler clan. This is the only place where Alcaro Tsendler could stay in the city. There was no real need to go down to the underground black market to buy more information on Alcaro. According to the documents and information sent by the Tsendler clan to the Runcandles, Alcaro wasn't someone who would be willing to spend the night in a dirty and damp inn. He was a conceited rich brat who hadn't experienced any hardships in life. Alcaro Tsendler acts obedient to powerful people and overbearing to the weak. He only wants premium goods and services and is obsessed with hedonistic pleasures. The only qualities he has are his good looks and his lineage. There was only one reason why this fancy pants was residing in this dangerous city. It was a superficial scheme trying to regain the master of the Hidden Palace's attention, as she was recently engrossed in another paramour. A childish tantrum along the lines of, "Will you really not show any attention to me when I'm in such a dangerous place?" But if the master of the Hidden Palace genuinely paid attention to him and came to Mummet to check on Alcaro now, Jean wouldn't have another opportunity to kill him for a long time. If the master herself protected Alcaro personally, even Luna wouldn't be able to assassinate him. That was why the Tsendler clan had urgently commissioned the Runcandles using this opportunity. For now, rumors about me will spread around Mummet. Things like, some kid killed Thonk as soon as he arrived, and he's looking for someone called Hister, should spread to everyone. Jean had wreaked havoc in the pub for a reason. After causing a ruckus in a location where low-ranking informants gathered, he had spread false information, saying that he was looking for Hister, that he had come this far in search of this specific person. And this rumor would reach the Hidden Palace bodyguards protecting Alcaro within the day. Jean had done this because the bodyguards were most likely checking every customer's identity. In consequence, Jean would naturally be excluded from their prioritized surveillance target. If someone were to come with the goal of assassinating Alcaro, they wouldn't suspect a boy like Jean who wasn't hiding his presence and clumsily trudging along in the city. The people who had come to assassinate Alcaro so far were all skilled, hired mercenaries. But since I look a lot sloppier, it's unlikely they'll suspect me much. Alcaro's bodyguards wouldn't focus on people like Jean who had a clear objective. In fact, they would be more wary of someone like Thonk, a criminal who was familiar with the city, who recently returned to Mummet for no apparent reason. An assassin wants to blend in with the residents and mingle with them, trying not to attract attention. But with how Jean was doing it, he was standing out to be forgotten. As they say, it is darkest under the lamp. In fact, his strategy worked like magic. The men who were observing Jean inside the moonlit well during the day visibly let down their guards once night fell. It seems that those three are the hidden palace guards protecting Alcaro. They appear to be 6-star or stronger. If I face them head-on, I have a very low chance of winning. If he fully utilized both magic and spiritual power, Jean could somehow deal with one of them. But 2 or more were impossible. An entire day went by, but Alcaro was nowhere to be seen. Jean came to the conclusion that Alcaro was constantly staying inside his room, eating the food that his bodyguards were bringing him. It's impossible to assassinate him by entering his room. There are probably more men, standing guard inside at all times. In that case, I need to wait for him to come out. Jean recalled Alcaro's personality as it was written in the documents sent by the Zendler clan. Alcaro Zendler is obsessed with hedonistic pleasures. Suddenly, Jean remembered something the barman had told him the day before at the pub. What do you want? Drugs? There's one product that's been the craze in Mummet recently. It was very likely that Alcaro was stuck in his room doing drugs. Once his thoughts reached that conclusion, Jean wiped his forehead and headed downstairs to the lobby. He was planning on cracking open a cold one and getting to know the others in the lobby. But once he arrived, he had to prevent his shock and surprise from appearing on his face. Just why? Why can't you do it? You were getting it fine until yesterday. I cannot do it anymore. God damn it. Go get some more. I'm telling you. The young man having a temper tantrum at the center of the lobby was Alcaro Zendler himself. Jean had memorized his target's face in advance, so he recognized him immediately. It appeared that he was enraged as one of his bodyguards wouldn't get him more of the drugs. Ah, your typical low-life douchebag. Jean smiled maliciously in his mind. Chapter 37. Mummet Lawless Zone 2. Before Jin's regression. Back when he had just been banished from the Garden of Swords, there was a period when he roamed from country to country, sleeping out in the open. He had lost his lifelong goal after being banished from his clan and was surviving like a cripple on the streets. But everything changed when he met his magic teacher. Nevertheless, until the day he met his master, Jean had seen and experienced countless types of criminals and scoundrels in the dark alleyways where no one entered. Petty thieves, robbers, beggars, alcoholics, etc. Those people lived like no tomorrow and were only loyal to their desires. The most notable scumbags amongst them were druggies. Drug addicts. Those people couldn't survive for another day without their drugs. Without their medicine, they would sit lifelessly with hollow eyes and foam in their mouths. But if someone were to offer them the drugs, it was second nature for them to be willing to carve out their hearts to pay. 10 times out of 10. 100 out of 100. 1,000 out of 1,000. Every single drug addict Jean had seen was the same, without a single exception. There were some rare people who had managed to stop their addiction with their superhuman willpower and return to an ordinary lifestyle, but obviously enough, they were 1 in a million. In any case, according to Jin's observations and the documents he had read, Alcaro Zendler wasn't someone with such strong willpower. Fuck. Please do me a favor, alright? I don't think I can survive for another hour without it. Please, I'm begging you. Alcaro flopped onto the floor and put his hands together, begging his bodyguards. The hidden palace guards were all wearing composed looks, but Jean noticed the slight disgust in their gazes that appeared momentarily. As I've said before, it cannot be done. Our task is to prioritize your safety, young master. Please keep in mind that we're not here to babysit you. If you continue to have a temper tantrum, we will have to... Arg. I don't care. Shut up. If you won't get me the drugs, then I'll do something myself. Fucking hell, just you wait. Once my sweetheart returns, you're all losing your heads. Your heads? Do you hear that? I'll make sure you're all executed. HAA. Huh? Did you just sigh? Am I a joke to you? You lowly guards. You insignificant pleb bastards. I'm from the Zend. Thwack! One guard suddenly punched Alcaro in the abdomen. The arrogant druggie trembled on the spot for a few seconds before fainting. God damn it. How much longer do we have to protect this piece of crap? I wish he'd just die from an overdose or something. Just why is the master keeping this piece of shit alive? Silence. We just need to fulfill the mission we've been assigned. You mustn't get your personal feelings involved. The guards carried the unconscious Alcaro back to the room. Having witnessed the entire scene, Jean felt like he had discovered a treasure chest full of gold. Alcaro's relationship with his bodyguards is the worst. And it seems like he'd be willing to do anything to get drugs once he wakes up. As he drank the beer the inn's employee brought him, Jean pondered to himself. Assassinating Alcaro would not be such a difficult task in the end. The druggy young master's tantrums would get worse and worse as the days went by. And if his outbursts repeated enough times, Jean would have more opportunities to assassinate him. Throughout the next few days, whether he used magic, spiritual power, or a plain old dagger, killing Alcaro was going to be a piece of cake. But the problem is the aftermath. I need to find a way to avoid the guards and return home safely after I've killed him. That was the most difficult aspect of this mission. It was impossible to kill him in broad daylight inside the inn and escape alive. The 6-star or higher bodyguards were far more physically capable than Jean and could catch up to him in no time. Poison wouldn't work either. If Jean baited Alcaro with drugs and killed him using poison, the entirety of Mummet would be in an uproar. The greatest unwritten taboo in the lawless city is the usage of poison. Jin's head began aching as he tried to come up with a plan. Assassinating Alcaro inside the moonlit well using traditional methods was impossible. Bang! Having chugged down his beer, Jean placed the mug back on the table with vigor. I've made up my mind. Jean had come up with a strategy. He would do a terror attack on the moonlit well using magic from inside his room. The moonlit well was the inn where the kings of Mummet resided, a building where the most notorious and prominent figures amongst the worst criminals of Mummet were gathered. As soon as the terror attack begins, these kings of Mummet would counterattack and track down the culprit. Moreover, their main suspect would be a 6-star or higher magician. If I cast a 4-star spell and enhance its effects with spiritual energy, it should be as powerful as a 6-star spell. The most effective way would be to use the lightning spell Summon Lightning and amplify its firepower. Who in the world would ever believe that a 15-year-old kid was a 6-star magician? No one. Not a single soul. Even Baradin Zipfel, a candidate to become the next Zipfel patriarch, had just become a 6-star magician at the age of 18, shaking the entire world with his genius. Blindly casting 6-star spells at the age of 15 was impossible to do, even for geniuses from the Zipfel clan. No need to overthink this. I'll fill my room with spiritual energy to cover up the traces of magic being cast. When something gets covered in spiritual energy, its existence and presence becomes faint. No matter what it is. Jean had once thrown a dagger covered in spiritual energy and easily managed to kill a 4-star warrior. Mana and aura weren't an exception to this rule either. Jean was confident that he could effortlessly conceal 4-star spells with his spiritual energy. Thus, the guests residing in the moonlit well would believe that the terror attack had originated from outside. There was no way the powerful kings of Mummet wouldn't notice mana suddenly being generated inside the inn. Therefore, they'd trust their senses and believe that the culprit was outside. I'll amplify the Summon Lightning spell and drop it on the moonlit well. I'll probably be injured as well, but I should be fine since I have Orgel's pendant with me. Orgel's pendant could nullify most of the effects of 5-star or lower magic spells. 6-star and onwards were a bit more dangerous, but the pendant's nullifying powers weren't completely useless. With my current mana and spiritual energy, I think I can use the amplified Summon Lightning spell a total of 4 times. If I cast the spell 4 times on different areas of the inn, it should start an uproar amongst the guests. In the meantime, Jean would pretend to be injured and walk around the inn. And once he found Alcaro, he'd kill him and complete his task. It would be even better if Alcaro unluckily got hit directly by one of the lightning spells and died immediately. I've always felt annoyed by how young I am, but it's pretty helpful at times. Just as its name implies, Summon Lightning is a spell that attacks someone with a sudden streak of lightning falling from the sky. It only lasts for an instant. Thus, it would be hard for people to notice that there was spiritual energy mixed in with the spell. And even if someone did discern some dark energy within the streak of lightning, it was likely that they'd just think of it as some unknown variant of the normal spell. Spiritual power wasn't very well known around the world, whereas all kinds of magic variants existed throughout the continent. Jin's regression, his spiritual power, along with his innate talent with magic. Had he been missing one of these, he wouldn't have even thought of attempting a terror attack on the moonlit well. There's no need to wait a few more days. We never know what that drug addict might attempt to do if I wait for too long. I'll initiate the plan at noon tomorrow. Instead of attacking during the evening or the middle of the night when most people were asleep, it would be far more efficient to attack in broad daylight. The more people witnessed the 6-star summon lightning spell with their own eyes, the more beneficial it was for Jean. 10:30 a.m. Jean descended to the lobby and ordered a late breakfast. He was served freshly baked bread, boiled eggs, and soup. This was all part of his plan. He had to behave like every other guest staying at the moonlit well and start his morning as a normal human being. 5 of Mummit's kings were at the lobby eating breakfast as well. They smirked as they sensed the weak aura exuding from Jean. Kid, you seem to be quite talented for your age, but you shouldn't stay for too long in this city with that level of skills. You'll just be at a disadvantage if you stir up trouble. One of the 5 spoke to the boy. Thank you for the advice, but there is someone I must find. I will make sure I don't cause any trouble for the people residing here. Haha, what a docile lamb. Even though you were a ferocious wolf who killed someone with a dagger in mere instants not long ago. You are on a completely different level compared to those drunkards. I know my place and know when not to cross the line. Your manners are adequate. Good. I shall allow you to stay here for a few more days. Thank you very much. I shall never forget how the kings of Mummet took care of me even after I leave the city. Jean slightly lowered his head and left his seat, returning to his room. The kings of Mummet found his attitude endearing and began chatting amongst each other. Mummet is done for. Look, even brats like him are coming and going as they please now. Well, I'm sure he'll leave after a few days. If not, he'll probably get killed by some random lowlifes in the area. Still, he seemed like quite the decent kid. Maybe I should recruit him into our organization as a rookie. Don't. He'll probably end up a cripple if you let your men loose around him due to his good looks. Wahahaha. The kings of Mummet all burst out in laughter. My manners are adequate? What laughable pieces of trash. Having returned to his room, Jean also exploded in laughter. He found it hilarious that the scoundrels who had committed some of the worst crimes in the city were being advocates of manners and courtesy. He couldn't wait to drop some thunderbolts on their heads. Jean sat down cross-legged in the middle of the room. He closed his eyes and released spiritual energy. Soon enough, dark smoky energy began seeping out of his entire body. In order to start the attack at noon, he had to diligently prepare the smaller details early on. I'll fill up the entire room with spiritual energy, so that no one can sense anything from outside. As his room was tiny, he could cover up and fill in every little crack within an hour. This single hour was the most important step of the plan. If someone came to his room during this time, his plan would be in shambles. He could constantly hear footsteps outside his room, in the corridor. It was the sound of the employees cleaning the place and guests leaving and entering their rooms. Well, I have to take a risk. Otherwise, I won't be able to accomplish anything. Jean properly began the spiritual release. As the room filled up with more and more dark energy, the sounds from beyond his door got fainter and fainter. This gave Jean a sense of security and calm. The hour went by. The room was filled with spiritual energy, as if ink had permeated into every surface and into the air. One couldn't discern the outline of the furniture. It was basically synonymous to total darkness. The only entity that had retained color inside the room was Jean. I gotta say, quite the perfect work, Jean. Phew. Jean regained control over his breathing and wiped off the sweat on his forehead. All that was left to do was generating mana and preparing to cast summon lightning. I'll make the spiritual energy inside the room disappear by infusing it inside the final summon lightning spell. Afterwards, all that's left to do is scream and run out of the room, pretending to be injured, and to check whether Alcaro's alive or not. A simple yet effective strategy. As Jean praised himself and his plan, he began gathering mana in both his hands. Crackle, crack. Blue electricity ran down his arms to his hands as they generated a lot of noise. However, not a single soul could hear sounds outside the room, just as Jean had planned. Next, string-like strands of spiritual energy were mixed into the electricity. Summon lightning. Boom! The first bolt of lightning fell onto the moonlit well, destroying half the building's roof. Arg! Before the casualties could cry out in pain, before the uninjured could raise their heads to look at the sky, a second streak of dark blue lightning struck down on the moonlit well. It was the second attack. People began running out of the ashen and destroyed guest rooms, screaming for their lives. What the? Looks like I chose the wrong day to come here. And a certain girl, who was about to set foot inside the moonlit well, tilted her head in confusion as she watched the spectacle. Chapter 38. Mummet Lawless Zone 3. It seems that a high-ranking magician bears a grudge against one of the guests residing in the moonlit well. Milady. I shall go locate the magician. You stay here and protect Milady. The two men standing beside the girl spoke in turn. However, she just snorted and spoke in a mocking tone. Do you think I'm some powerless idiot who can't even protect herself? There are 6 of our guards inside the inn already. In other words, this may be a terror attack against the hidden palace. Ryu, go search for the magician. Hiten, come check on the guards inside with me. Ryu and Hiten lowered their heads in respect to the lady. The girl who had commanded them was Cirrus Indorma. She was the master of the hidden palace Talaris Indorma's daughter. We can kill someone like Alcaro whenever we want. So instead of him, make it your top priority to check on our guards' safety and well-being. Understood, milady. Ryu leaped in the air to track down the magician. Meanwhile, Cirrus and Hiten entered the inn. Boom! The third bolt of lightning fell onto the moonlit well. This time an entire floor was destroyed, and the kings of Mummet shouted their frustrations at the top of their lungs. Even Cirrus and Hiten stopped in their tracks. Now that they were seeing it from up close, the lightning bolt's power was far greater than they had expected. Fucking hell! Just which son of a bitch is it? Menka, you bastard! Didn't you say you killed a few magicians from the Zipfel clan not long ago? Aren't they back to get revenge on you? I was bluffing. It never happened. The customers ran out of the inn and bickered amongst each other. But not all of them were doing so. As they were called the Kings of Mummet, some of them were getting ready for battle, while the others were trying to find the source of the magic spells. Immediately, the final lightning bolt struck the inn. The fourth bolt was far stronger than the initial 3 as Jean had amplified the spell using all the spiritual energy in his room. This, in turn, erased all traces of dark energy in it. Boom! Crash! The streak of electricity struck the inn in the center, and the building was split in half. The divided inn was on the verge of collapsing on either side. Arg! Cook! More guests covered in soot and ashes escaped from the dust and joined the lobby. Barely 30 seconds had passed since the beginning of this pandemonium. The people had no idea who had attacked the moonlit well. Looks like the attacks have ceased. Yes, milady. As Cirrus and Hiten entered the remains of the building, Jean came falling down from the second floor. Thud. Ugh. Falling from the second floor wasn't that painful, but Jean had dropped the final bolt near his guest room. TL/N. In Korea, you start counting floors from first, second. So there's no ground floor/floor 0. So he didn't fall from that high up. That last one was closer to the level of a 7-star spell. Maybe because I infused all the spiritual energy in the room with the spell. Had it not been for Orgel's pendant around his neck, Jean would have received a fatal injury. But as of right now, he had gotten away with a burnt robe and some veins popping here and there in his body. The boy looked at his surroundings, acting as naturally as possible. He had to check whether Alcaro was still alive or not. While he didn't see his assassination target, Jean did catch the bodyguards running around in a rush. There was still smoke filling up the air in the lobby. If Alcaro had survived the extremely powerful lightning spells, Jean had to find him now and kill him. This was his only chance. Jean was about to take out his dagger, but froze. He looked up and saw an unknown girl looking down at him. "Oh? I never thought I'd find a boy around my age here in Mummet. Hey, are you all right? You should head outside to safety for now." "Milady, our men seem to be gathered over there. All 6 of them are safe and sound." "That's a relief. For now, tell them to assemble. And if they're still protecting Alcaro, just order them to kill him." "Understood. And once Ryu finds the magician, go capture him with our men." Since the spells all looked similar, it must be a single magician behind this attack. "Yes." The boy on the floor immediately came to a realization as he listened to their exchange. "She's the master of the Hidden Palace's daughter. From her attitude she came all this way to deal with Alcaro. An unexpected encounter. But Jean thought of this meeting as a blessing rather than misfortune. According to what she said, even if Alcaro survived the spells, they'll kill him anyway. So there's no need for me to check on him and kill him myself. Moreover, the master of the Hidden Palace's daughter thinks this attack was caused by a magician and doesn't suspect me. From now on, the person holding the highest authority here in the inn would be the master of the Hidden Palace's daughter. Even if the kings of Mummet were revered by the city and treated as royals here, they didn't stand a chance against her. It's highly likely that she'll suspect this was a terror attack against the Hidden Palace. Then all I need to do is pretend to be terrified and escape from this place. It wasn't just the girl. The rest of the customers residing in the moonlit well were thinking a magician had attacked them. Thus, the chances of Jean being accused as the culprit were extremely low. However, there was one problem. If the master of the Hidden Palace's daughter sees my face, things can get complicated later on in life. It didn't matter much if the leaders of Mummet or the small fry of the city saw his face. They would never meet again in Jin's life. And even if it ended up becoming problematic, he could just silence them in the future. But the master of the Hidden Palace's daughter was a completely different story. She was someone Jean inevitably had to meet if he stayed at the Garden of Swords. "Milady, is everyone all right? Where's Alcaro?" We have no excuses. Alcaro has perished from the attacks just now. We have failed to protect him." "Is that so? That's perfect. No need to be ashamed. Good work enduring that moron's irritating behavior so far. I came all this way to deal with him in the first place." While the girl conversed with her men, Jean grabbed a handful of soot and rubbed it all over his face. This was better than nothing to hide his face. Schling! Cirrus unsheathed a pure white sword and raised it in the air. "The Hidden Palace shall now take control over this inn. I am Cirrus Indorma, daughter of the master of the Hidden Palace Talaris. Indorma, captain of the Hidden Palace's 7 swords. All those who oppose will be considered enemies of the Hidden Palace from now on. He-10, order our men to block and regulate all movement and activity in a radius of 500 meters. Make sure nobody can move until Ryu has found the magician." "Understood." "Yes, milady." Did you say you're the master of the Hidden Palace's daughter? Still, this place is Mummet. So as the kings of Mummet, it's a bit irritating if you try to take control of the situation despite our very obvious presence. Also, isn't it highly possible that we were attacked because of the Hidden Palace in the first place? The one who spoke up was the king of Mummet who had mentioned about manners this morning to Jean. Once he finished stating his point, the other kings around him nodded in agreement. He-10. "Yes. Bring me his head." As those terrifying words echoed, He-10 vanished from his spot without a trace. CRRT. The guard appeared behind the opposer out of nowhere, and a metallic linear flash was reflected in everyone's eyes. He-10 brought the head of the dead man, who still had his eyes open, and politely laid it at Cirrus's feet. "I mentioned that all those who oppose would be considered enemies, didn't I? And kings of Mummet? Have you been playing royals in this rubbish heap of a city for so long that you've forgotten your places? Is the hidden palace a joke to you kings? The kings of Mummet all averted their gazes, some coughing awkwardly. They weren't weak in any way. If the kings of Mummet all united their forces, they could even stand a chance against Cyrus's subordinates. However, none of them wanted to have the hidden palace as their enemy. Ahem, we don't want to have you people as our enemies either. But at the very least, do respect us and be mindful of our positions. The one who just died wasn't completely wrong either, was he? If it's revealed that the attack was aimed at the guards of the hidden palace, we will compensate you for the damages. But what if it's the other way around? What if our men were innocent bystanders of an attack that was aimed at one of you people? Cyrus sharply retorted, to which the kings of Mummet couldn't refute. Sigh, all right, do as you wish. We didn't know that the guards who were protecting that druggie were part of the hidden palace. We shall leave you in charge. We also wish to find the magician and kill him, so our goals are aligned. Good. For now, have all the survivors gather here. Currently, one of the hidden palace's 7 swords is searching for the magician out there. But it's still possible that the culprit is someone amongst you. That's unlikely. None of us are magicians. I don't doubt that. But it's possible that one of you recently got on the bad side of this magician in question. Pieces of trash like you cause all kinds of trouble wherever you go. Am I right? In any case, have everyone gather here. The kings of Mummet all sighed as they descended the stairs along with the other survivors. Meanwhile, Cyrus lowered her gaze. Why are you still dilly-dallying here? Didn't I tell you to head outside to safety about 3 minutes ago? Unlike her conversation with the kings of Mummet, Cyrus was using a much softer and tender tone when addressing Jean. The boy curled up in order to hide his face as much as possible. That's because it's terrifying, and I hurt my leg earlier. I'm sorry. Ahahaha, you're quite fearful for a young man, even though you've got a sword at your belt. How cute. Now get moving, and forget everything you saw today. Oh, and put this on your leg before leaving. Thank you very much. Cyrus took out an ointment that was brewed using healing mana. Jean was about to receive it with his sooty hands, but Cyrus smiled and shook her head. Look at your dirty hands. Just let me put it on you. Pull back your pant leg. Still, aren't you quite the lucky one? Not only did you survive a terror attack, I, Cyrus and Dorma, am personally putting ointment on your leg. You should feel honored. Jean clumsily pulled back his pant leg. Cyrus crouched down and rubbed some ointment on the boy's shin. In the middle of his shin was a deep and long gash. Why is she so kind? The master of the hidden palace's daughter was infamous in my first life for being crazed and out of her mind. Were the rumors completely unfounded? Once she finished putting on the ointment, Cyrus and Jean's gazes met each other. The girl had not a single ounce of suspicion towards the boy. Furthermore, she was happy to finally meet someone of her age group in this desolate city and felt like helping him out. They're all done. He-10. Why is Ryu taking so long? Don't tell me he can't find the magician? That Ryu. He is somewhat late indeed. Should I head out there and search for the culprit as well? Forget it. The magician seems to be skilled at concealing themselves. Even so, they must be inside the city, so it's only a question of time. I doubt Ryu won't be able to find his target. It's just a measly magician after all. I concur. After straightening his pant leg, Jean stood up and bowed deeply. How can I return this favor? As he asked her, Jean had to hold back the smile that was about to creep up on his face. After completing the terror attack, if the kings of Mummet held him back for some reason, things could have gotten complicated for him. However, the situation had unfolded so easily. Moreover, Cyrus wasn't trying to check Jin's face properly either. She was simply showing him kindness and sending him on his way. How could you ever repay a debt to someone like me? Just think of this as a nice memory. And if you remember me from time to time, just bow in the direction of the hidden palace whenever you can. Well then, bye. Having left the moonlit well inn, Jean followed the streets and left Mummet. While he had gotten some help from Cyrus, Alcaro had still died from Jin's own magic, so he had no reason to feel guilty or ashamed about the completion of his mission. Chapter 39. Kinzelo's misunderstanding. In the meantime, the youngest division was on their own mission. And contrary to the expectations of all members of the intermediate class, the members of Jin's faction were faring quite well against the orcs. They had already subjugated 17 of the 25 orcs they were assigned to defeat. This makes 18. At this rate, we might all actually return alive with no casualties. Scott and Tymont extracted their swords from the orc's corpse. Let's return safely and destroy all of those bastards' pride and ego. I was worried we'd ruin the young master's reputation, but if this goes on, it might be the opposite instead. There are still 7 orcs left. We mustn't let down our guards until we subjugate them all. While Mesa burst their little bubble of excitement, she was actually smiling deep inside. It's almost as if we were blessed by the gods. No, it might be young Master Jin who was blessed by the gods, and his good fortune rubbed off on us as well. All the members of Jin's division were of the same opinion. Normally, orcs moved in groups. However, for some reason, these orcs were appearing one at a time, as if they were asking to be killed. Moreover, they were never in a hurry, and attacked the cadets sluggishly. No wonder they thought they were extremely lucky. Resume scouting the area. Make sure you stay vigilant. Everyone. The Jin division cut and stored the dead orc's ear in a bag and returned to their respective positions in the formation. As they moved through the forest, one man observed the cadets from behind, hidden in the dense, tall grass. Once they defeat the remaining 7 orcs, I can finally go back home as well. The man wearing a bored and dull face was Murakan. Mesa thought that the god's blessing was protecting them, but it was in fact the black dragon Murakan who was acting as their guardian angel. Murakan had arrived here in the unprotected zone of the Kurano dukedom before the Jin division and had assembled the orcs. Afterwards, he told them as such, "Listen carefully, you stinking pigs. I won't say this twice. From today onwards, you all need to move around alone. If I see a single one of you trying to build a group and gather other orcs, I will personally annihilate you. Do you understand?" Lowly orcs couldn't go against the orders of the great black dragon. Moreover, he had spoken to them in dragon tongue, the language that represented the authority of the dragons. Dominating the minds of low-class monsters with dragon tongue was as easy as breathing to Murakan. He was the only reason the Jin division could safely defeat the orcs one by one so far. Needless to say, the cadets had no idea about this truth. Still, it seems like Jin, that kid, he's planning on continuously sending me on these trivial missions. Geez, do you think being the promised contractor of 1,000 years makes you the boss of me? Fuck, it does. Damn it. That son of a... The members of the Jin division managed to subjugate the remaining 7 orcs the next day in the middle of the night. We did it. We really made it alive. This time around, even Mesa couldn't hide her joy and glee, and cheered along with her teammates. They had completed the mission one day earlier than what they had expected. We'll take turns resting and keeping watch until the afternoon. Once everyone has gotten some sleep, we're returning to the Garden of Swords. We switch the members on night watch duty every 45 minutes. The one on food duty will prepare breakfast. And so began their late-night/early morning camp. Murakan also lied down amongst the tall grass near the campsite. He was planning on spending time until afternoon came by reading the erotic magazines he had brought with him. As he read the magazines, his annoyance and irritation slowly disappeared. He hadn't been able to spend time reading them until now, as he had to keep an eye on the human brats. Kids who weren't even involved in his destiny. Once we're back, I'm definitely telling the kid to get me several limited edition magazines in return for this favor. Thinking of it like that, helping these brats on their mission is quite profitable for me as well. Flop. Murakan suddenly closed the magazine he was reading and sighed. He could sense a dangerous presence in the distance slowly approaching the campsite where the Jin division was staying. He didn't know who this presence belonged to or what their objective was, but Murakan was certain about 2 things. 1, the individual was slowly approaching the cadets' campsite, and 2, the individual had considerable power. Seems like fate isn't on our side. At this rate, the effort I put in this mission won't match the profit I'll make. Where did this bastard suddenly pop out of? TSK. Murakan clicked his tongue bitterly and stood up. Fortunately, the cadets of the Gene Division were only at the 3-star level. Thus, Murakan could erect a large barrier around the campsite, and the kids wouldn't be able to differentiate the darkness of the night from the shadowy hemisphere protecting them. SSSSSSSSSSSS. A handful of shadows gathered in both of his palms. This was on a completely different scale compared to the demonstration he had done in the underground chamber of the Storm Castle. As Murakan lived alongside Jean on the surface of the continent, he was slowly breathing in some of the abundant shadows around him on a daily basis. Therefore, he had regained some of his strength from the era when he was known as the Black Dragon that shook the world. As Murakan covered the campsite in a barrier of spiritual energy, Bellup, who was on night watch duty, tilted his head in confusion. He felt like his surroundings had suddenly gotten darker than before. However, he didn't think much of it. The boy merely believed they were deeper into the night and didn't notice the barrier. As a gust of heavy wind shook the trees, Murakan covered his entire body in spiritual energy as well. Soon, what emerged from his original position was an enormous black dragon. It was Murakan's original form. Swoosh! His gigantic pair of wings covered the moon. All the monsters, alongside the animals and other living creatures in the area, began to tremble in instinctive fear and subconscious terror. Unsurprisingly, the powerful entity that was approaching the campsite also stopped in its tracks. It had detected Murakan. Who dares to leak their energy in my presence without my permission? Murakan flew into the sky and covered the moon and stars. The black dragon blocking the moonlight exuded a dangerous air that no one would doubt it of being an agent of the gods. However, there was no answer. Unfortunately, Murakan wasn't as merciful as usual when in his original form. Swoosh! Swoosh! With each flap of a wing, a dark storm swept through the area. A storm of shadows. As the tempest raged in the forest, it snapped. Large trees like twigs and swirled around the source of this spiritual energy. Only then did the individual lying down in the distance finally stand up to reveal themselves. Having verified the response from this entity, Murakan stopped flapping his wings. Its gigantic body that could be compared to a fortress was covered in rocks. Beneath the large helmet molded with ancient magic were two bright red eyes, glaring at the dragon. Finally, there was an immense spear and shield in both of its hands. It was a being called a cemetery giant. Oh, I see. It wasn't a living being, but rather an outdated relic from the old ages. Murakan was surprised by the appearance of this cemetery giant. The cemetery giants had already disappeared without a trace around 2,000 years ago. They were tasked with protecting the graves of the deceased gods, but the dragon race had exterminated them. In other words, this giant wasn't supposed to exist in modern times anymore, let alone appear before Murakan. As the dragon calmly landed on the ground, the cemetery giant raised its shield. For a short while, Murakan looked down at his enemy and felt something was wrong with this situation. But I'm not pleased to see you. Karararrar. The cemetery giant let out a disgusting groan and lowered its stance. Murakan tightened his scales as he recalled the ancient war between both races. He was preparing to release his breath. While it would leave behind traces, he had to finish this fight as quickly as possible. Murakan opened his jaw and darkness gathered in a dangerous sphere. After a few seconds, he had amassed enough spiritual energy to completely raise an entire mountain range to the ground. Ziang! As he fired his breath, the surrounding area was suddenly submerged in total darkness. The cemetery giant lowered one leg and hid its body behind its shield, but it couldn't withstand Murakan's strength. Goo! All it could do was yell one last groan upon death's door, just as the rest of the cemetery giants had done 2,000 years ago when facing the dragons. Crumble. As it breathed its last, the cemetery giant fell apart into small pieces, and a rain of rubble came down where it was previously standing. Huff, huff. After the end of the battle, Murakan returned to his human form and panted intensely. His entire body felt like it was breaking apart as he had used too much power for the first time in a long period. There's no way one cemetery giant just randomly survived the war until today and stayed undetected. Fuck. I'm sure that the Zipfels are somehow related to this incident. What on earth is happening around the world right now? After pondering for a short moment, Murakin shook his head. For now, I shouldn't tell Jean about this. No matter what happens, I just need to protect him. As long as the kid grows steadily for another 10 years, he'll be strong enough to face the Zipfels. The next day, in Bouvard Gaston's fragmented workshop's underground room, Bouvard was walking in circles and dragging his fat body around. He was anxious enough that he couldn't stop biting on his thumbnail. Creak. One man entered the room. With a slick coat and a fierce gaze, this stern individual was Vishikal Ivliano. He was the vice leader of the revolutionary group, Kinzalo. Lord Vishikal, a problem has occurred. My work of art. My masterful work of art was. I've already been told about it. The cemetery giant was destroyed last night. Wasn't it? Indeed. Ugh. Just who would do such an atrocious act? How dare they treat my artwork in such a way? Are they looking down on the soul of an artisan? Vishikal sighed deeply. In order to achieve Kinzalo's grand objective, this moron who preached about the soul of an artisan was indispensable. And Vishikal found that truth to be unfortunate. Bouvard, your artisan's soul isn't what's important right now. The cemetery giant was destroyed by a dragon last night. A dragon? That's right. In fact, it was a dragon that controls shadows. I confirmed it with my own eyes before coming here. Vishikal was extremely anxious and on edge that he was about to go crazy. Kinzalo had prepared their grand master plan since 500 years ago. They were finally putting their plan in action, but this incident had suddenly hindered them. Moreover, most active dragons these days were working for the Zipfels. Bouvard stopped making a fuss and stared at Vishikal silently. That can't be. Are you saying the dragons have already noticed our movements and plans? Not only that, it was a shadow dragon. Nothing certain for now, but that was definitely a warning from them. I'll try to have a meeting with the Zipfels sometime soon. In the meantime, make sure you keep an eye on everything that happens in this area. I'll lend you some useful men to work with. Understood. Ugh. I can't believe this. Speaking of which, Lord Vishikal, have you had breakfast yet? I'd like to have a sweet potato croquette. Vishikal endured the boiling rage inside him and barely answered back. Sure. I'll go buy some. So let's eat together. Hee, that sounds good. I'd like some fresh milk as well. He also vowed to himself that he'd murder this sickening fatass with his own hands one day. Chapter 40. Dominating the intermediate class, Jean and the youngest division's successful return from their respective missions were the hottest topics within the intermediate class. Nobody had predicted this outcome. Most people believed that while some members of the youngest division would return alive, many of them would perish during the mission. However, Jean was the biggest surprise. He had to assassinate the master of the Hidden Palace's lover in Mummet, and no one thought it was achievable. They all thought that Jean would return without completing the mission. No one in the world wants to die at the tender age of 15. Kuhahaha. The flag-bearers who assigned you this mission must be taken aback. I bet they're fuming right now. Even Zed was surprised by the success of the mission. He praised Jean in front of the other cadets several times and showed his satisfaction and delight. Every time it happened, the Tana twins shrank back in fear, and the other cadets accepted that Jean had become the new trend of the intermediate class. Yes, the new trend. The members of the youngest division were the target of envy from the others. More and more cadets were hoping to join the youngest division instead of Mew or the Tana twins factions. But there was one group of cadets who were grinding their teeth in irritation as they watched this new trend. From what I've heard, some random magician happened to attack the inn where the assassination target was residing on the same day. The damned young Master Jean has such good luck. What an unfair world. Not only was he born a run candle, he's also blessed with good fortune. Some of us are only intermediate class cadets even though we used up all the luck in our lives. TCH. They were the cadets from Mew and Anne's faction, including Kajin Ramello, sitting on the ground and complaining together. Previously, They were at the top of the food chain in this jungle-like intermediate class, but recently, their authority and power had taken a nosedive. The lowly cadets who once used to be wary of them were now sucking up to the youngest division, and that annoyed them to death. If young Master Jean or the other brats were exceptionally strong, I'd accept this outcome. But young Master Jean is only a 4-star knight, and the others are 3 stars. Kajin, are we seriously letting them do as they please? Kajin smiled bitterly and shook his head. What would happen to us if we attempted something? He may be irritating, but young Master Jean is still a pure-blooded Runcandle. There's nothing we can do until ladies mew and then give us ord. Kajin suddenly stopped talking. He noticed that Jean, who was sitting on the other side of the training ground, was suddenly approaching them. Why is he? Did he hear us? He didn't. It's impossible with this distance. Unfortunately, I heard everything, my friends. Jean shrugged and spoke as he joined the group. Kajin and the others' expressions visibly darkened. Despite his shock and surprise, Kajin changed his attitude and let out a soft chuckle. My apologies, young Master Jean. Lowly weaklings like us are only able to rival your mighty strength by talking behind your back like this. Please forgive us for this blunder. Kajin's sarcastic and arrogant tone surprised his own associates. Even the other cadets in the area who were having their own conversations stopped talking and turned to them, eyes wide open. But the boy in question didn't think much of Kajin's words. I mean, there's nothing to forgive. I'm not a flag bearer yet, so strictly speaking, it's not up to me. You may say that, but can't you use your authority as a Runcandle to have a lowly cadet like me be whipped as punishment? I shall humbly accept any punishment you are to give me. The situation had turned sour, but Kajin hadn't forgotten that Mew and Anne, who were backing him, had far more authority than Jean. Why do you believe that I'd do such a thing? Because of my insolent and disrespectful attitude. The other cadets began to gather around them, whispering to each other. Class had ended for the day already, so Zed and the assistant instructors had already left. Hey, Kajin, watch your tongue when talking to the young master. Are you crazy? He's already overlooked your offense. Don't push your luck. You guys are the ones who shouldn't push their luck. I'm the one who'll get punished, not you bastards. Geez, all of you have grown so much in such a short while. You couldn't even look me in the eyes until not long ago. Should I consider you guys as part of young Master Jin's faction now? Kajin glared at the spectators and they avoided his gaze. He was the apex predator of the intermediate class until Jean arrived. He was one of the most skilled 5-star knights in the class and had the support of Mew and Runcandle. Even the Tana twins couldn't carelessly talk to Kajin. What a distasteful sight, Kajin. Yes, I bet it must be distasteful to you, young master. But I find it equally unpleasant to watch others respect you for a mission you didn't accomplish with your own strength. It's only because you're a pure-blooded Runcandle that they're wagging their tails at you. This crazy bastard. Who do you think you're talking to? Schling. The onlooking Mesa stepped forward and unsheathed her sword. She was about to leap at Kajin to murder him, but Jean raised his hand and stopped her. Young master, I must kill that insolent bastard today. Even if I die trying, I will definitely cut off an arm at the very least. Enough. Mesa hesitated for a moment before putting away her blade. It seems you've misunderstood me, Kajin. When I said it was a distasteful sight, I wasn't talking about your sarcastic comments to the others or your insolent attitude towards me. Ha! Then what is it that you found so distasteful, young master? As a 5-star knight, you are one of, if not the most skilled cadet in the intermediate class. You may even be stronger than me. So why do you resort to simple bad-mouthing behind my back? Schling. This time, Jean unsheathed his sword and aimed it at Kajin. You could just slander me right in my face. Was it because you weren't courageous enough to face me in a fight? I'm pretty certain I said anyone could attack me if they wanted to on my first day here. Kajin raised his head and silently stared at Jin's eyes. Are you certain about this? Indeed. Stand up and ready your sword. Jean took a few steps back and prepared his stance. Kajin only stared dumbfounded, and the other cadets couldn't hide their shock and tension. Just why was young Master Jean doing this? Everyone was asking the same question. While Jean was strong, they all believed that he was still lacking compared to Kajin and that he could never win against the 5-star knight. No need to go easy on me. Let's take this seriously. That sounds like you want me to go all out and even use aura. Kajin stood up and unsheathed his own sword. Correct. You will regret this, young master. Don't think that you'll be able to take me by surprise and cut my arm off so easily like last time. You will need to go all out in order to even dream of facing me. If I were to go all out, you would never be able to win against me, even in 1,000 years. What an empty bluff. Clang. Kajin was the one to make the first move. He shortened the distance between them in an instant and made use of his superior build to overpower his opponent in a frontal attack. Each sharp swing created deep reverberations which made Jean stagger. His attacks are all so heavy. Kajin Ramello, 24 years old, 5-star knight. He was only an intermediate cadet in the Runcandle clan, but in the outside world, he was strong enough that every group and organization around the world would try to recruit him. Even if he left the clan right now, he could easily find a job as a knight and be revered by the public as a respected warrior. Amongst all the people Jean had faced in a duel of swordsmanship, Kajin was the strongest opponent so far, even if you included Jin's adversaries from his past life. But compared to the people I'll be fighting from here on out, this is nothing. Clang, clang. As the battle continued, Jean kept retreating as Kajin chased him like a predator. One could easily notice the overflowing malice in Kajin's eyes as he swung his sword. Cook, are you giving up already? Do you finally have a grasp of reality now? You aren't skilled enough to pick a fight with me, young master. Kajin instantly changed his stance and grabbed his sword with both hands. He then enveloped it with aura and swung it with all his might. It was as if he were wielding a warhammer instead of a sword. He had even tilted his sword to strike with the flat of his blade. He was trying to destroy Jin's guard. Boom! Even though Jean parried the blow, an explosion resonated in the area, and Jean barely managed to hold onto his sword. However, his posture was disrupted. It was the same for Kajin, but that was his intention from the start. Kajin had swung with all his might, expecting to ruin his stance. Making use of the recoil from his extreme swing, Kajin roundhouse kicked his opponent in the thigh. The shin guards he was wearing amplified the total force and damage. Jean ground his teeth as his thigh throbbed in agony. He didn't have the time to groan out loud. Kajin had already regained his balance and was making a flurry of attacks. Slit. Kajin's blade grazed Jin's forehead, cutting off some of his front hair. Had Jean not leaned his head backwards, his brain would be visible to everyone by now. At that moment, Taimont stood up in a hurry. He was planning on stopping the fight as he feared for the young master's life. However, Mesa stopped him. Do you think the young master will lose? The convinced Taimont scratched the back of his head awkwardly and sat back down. By now, all the spectating cadets believed the battle was completely one-sided. Compared to the breathless Jean, Kajin was still swiftly swinging his sword covered in powerful and glaring aura. However, Jean wasn't retreating out of fear. He was trying to concentrate his mind on a certain sensation. Just like when I got hit by Haytona's steel marble, I can slowly start seeing the trajectories of Kajin's attacks. The strange sensation he had felt when he trained with the clear stones with his brothers. There are an infinite number of paths a single blade can take when gliding through the air. But for a 5-star knight, there are only so many trajectories they can take with their level of skill. That was especially the case for opponents like Kajin, who was letting rage control his mind and body. Thus, Jean decided to end the fight with the next 3 moves. He had to provoke Kajin even more to make him use his hidden skills and techniques in case there were any. I've gotten a good grasp of your attacks now. You won't be able to win against me. I see that you'll continue bluffing to the end, young master. Jean only had to dodge the attacks 2 more times. He believed that Kajin was going to adhere to the attack patterns he had used so far. There was no need to change plans or tactics when it had been useful so far. In fact, now that Jean had provoked him by saying he could read Kajin's moves, The five-star knight was never going to change his approach due to his fury and arrogance. But if Jean avoided Kajin's attacks perfectly 2 more times, Kajin would have to make a choice. Either he changed tactics with a calm mind, or he used his most powerful attack that Jean wouldn't be able to evade or block even if he saw it coming. And needless to say, the fight progressed just as Jean had predicted. One left swing followed by an irregular upward slash. Jean didn't parry those attacks and dodged them perfectly. He spread his feet apart and crouched to avoid the first move, and sidestepped in advance to dodge the second one. During this short exchange, Kajin's mind was in turmoil. He admitted that Jean could have evaded the first left swing. But the boy had dodged the unpredictable upward swing even before Kajin had begun to raise his sword. TCH. Thus, Kajin released all the aura he had to power up his third attack. Whether Jean had evaded his attacks by reading his moves or through pure coincidence, the boy wouldn't be able to dodge. This one. The human body wasn't as free and flexible as water. And in the slight chance that Jean did manage to avoid it, his stance would be completely ruined, creating a great opening for Kajin to take advantage of. Therefore, Kajin decided to release a large amount of aura so powerful that number 4-star knight could ever defend from. This is the end. But Kajin couldn't finish his sentence. Something unexpected had occurred. Jean didn't try to evade the powerful attack. Instead, he covered his own sword with aura as well and swung it with all his might, receiving the attack head-on. Boom! When the two blades met each other, the one who was pushed back was, surprisingly, Kajin. The 5-star knight had lost to the 4-star. He had been pushed back in a battle of strength. Until seconds ago, he had been overpowering Jean with his bigger build, but Kajin had been overwhelmed this time around. His eyes trembled as he couldn't hide his shock. The aura covering Bradamanti had a color and glint that was far deeper than that of a 4-star knight. I also thought it would take me a few more years to reach 5-star. Swoosh! Jean made use of Kajin's disarray and bolted before him. Anyone would be in a predicament when facing an opponent who was far stronger than what they had initially expected. Kajin finally realized he had let his guard down when Bradamanti's blade reached his neck. And so, the victor was decided. Did you trick me? To think you were 5-star already? Haha. Kajin spoke in a disheartened voice as his sword fell to the ground. No, you just don't know me well enough. I never fight a battle where I'm not confident of winning. What's going on here? 2 individuals came running belatedly to the training grounds. They were the Tana twins, who had heard the news of this fight moments ago. The twins couldn't hide their astonishment as they saw the 2 figures standing at the center of the crowd. He defeated Kajin? The youngest actually beat him? Jean turned around and sheathed his sword. As he passed by his older brothers with a slow pace, he calmly said, "Nothing important." The twins felt chills run down their spines and got goosebumps from their little brother's words. Translator's section. So, nice fight, right? Also, anyone else confused on how Kajin got his arm back? The author didn't give any details, but he did somehow get it back. But after the PR and I check back on the older chapters, in chapter 20 they say, as long as the injuries aren't fatal, such as amputated limbs or damaged vital organs, the medical team can fully heal the victim in an instant. So, we assume that the medical team just can't heal amputations in an instant. In other words, it's possible that they reattached it properly, but it just took longer than an instant. Author, please be more clear with things like this XDDD anyways. I'll see you all on Wednesday.